Chapter 1, Should I Make a Train? Ah!
Zhou Lin cried out in shock, sitting up from the bed, his eyeballs trembling and his hands twitching. The terror and pain from the endless cliff and broken bones were still stimulating his brain, and his consciousness was still immersed in the final desperate struggle. After a few seconds, he finally recovered and slapped himself hard again. It hurt. But more than that, it was pure joy. Rebirth. I actually reincarnated. He touched his young and whole body and quickly grabbed the phone by the bed to check the time. June 27, 2023, 9:18. Damn! Zhou Lin cursed loudly because, if he remembered correctly, there were less than 3 days left until the arrival of the apocalypse, the eruption of Shifu Mountain. 3 days, what can he do? What can he change? Should he collect supplies and weapons? With his current assets, how much can he collect? Should he enjoy the last 3 days and then end it all? That would spare him some suffering, but... Zhou Lin's mind suddenly flashed with several faces. AI Bing, Tang Ili, Xiao Bowen, Zheng Kachin, the one he hated most among them was his girlfriend, AI Bing. Oh, it seems AI Bing hasn't even admitted she's his girlfriend yet. Thinking of how he had treated AI Bing so well, only to be just one of her backup options, Zhou Lin wanted to slap himself twice more. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Looking at it, it was AI Bing. Still sleeping in? Didn't you say yesterday that you'd go shopping with me today? That voice, Zhou Lin could never forget, not in 2 lifetimes. He didn't say anything, but in his mind, he heard that phrase, push her down, she's just skin and bones, boiling her would waste firewood. Though it was much more hoarse than now, it came from the same mouth. Ha! Zhou Lin sneered coldly in his heart, but AI Bing continued talking on the other end of the phone. I'm hungry, Zhou Lin. Why aren't you speaking? Baby, are you not feeling well? I'll come to see you when I finish, wait for me. Every word AI Bing said seemed perfect, even making one feel her deep care for Zhou Lin. Bullshit. It's all an illusion, all a lie. Last night, Zhou Lin had asked AI Bing to go out to eat, shop, and watch a movie, but AI Bing had refused, saying she wanted to be with her best friend. Bullshit. She was with some rich second-generation dog, and she had even gone to bed with him. AI Bing had confessed this later, telling Zhou Lin that when she was on the phone, she was sitting on that rich second-generation dog's lap, and still. Thinking of this, Zhou Lin's face twitched, and he hated her so much that he wanted to throw AI Bing out right now. In the end, Zhou Lin endured it and tried to keep his voice normal. Okay, come on over. If AI Bing dared to come, Zhou Lin would break her legs. He wouldn't kill her directly, that would be too easy on her. Let her live, let her witness the apocalypse coming. Let her drown in the darkness, feeling her body decay little by little. Let her be surrounded by endless despair, trying with all her strength but unable to escape, living a life worse than death, living until Zhou Lin agreed to let her die. That would be true revenge. After hanging up, Zhou Lin suddenly felt a sharp pain deep in his mind, and when the intense pain subsided, Zhou Lin smiled. He saw a glowing ball floating in his sea of consciousness. If he wasn't mistaken, this glowing ball should have appeared only after 5 years of the apocalypse, an ability ball. After the apocalypse, many people thought humans would evolve or gain powers like in novels, but even by the 5th year, no one had heard of such a thing. Just when humanity had no more hope, the first ability user appeared. Then the first batch of evolved individuals also appeared. Although most abilities were only supportive, the ability users could evolve 100%, so their strength far surpassed ordinary evolved individuals. They were the highest tier in the apocalypse. The most pitiful ones were those who had neither powers nor evolution. Later, such people were all called mortals. 10 years into the apocalypse, 99.99% of mortals ended up either enslaved, used as cannon fodder, or even turned into living food. Zhou Lin was still just a mortal when he died, while his girlfriend AI Bing, with her outstanding looks and smooth social skills, not only gained powers but also evolved successfully. If it weren't for the appearance of powers, Zhou Lin wouldn't even be sure the apocalypse was really coming, but now he had no doubts. If only it were spatial powers. Feeling the slowly spinning ball of light in his sea of consciousness, Zhou Lin took a deep breath full of hope, then used his mind to touch the ball. The moment the two touched, all kinds of vehicles appeared in Zhou Lin's mind. This is... Very soon, Zhou Lin understood the power he had received, Symbiosis. Symbiosis, beginner, only applies to non-living vehicles. The first Symbiosis has no conditions. A dozen minutes later, he opened his eyes and exhaled heavily. In general, Symbiosis had 4 key points. First, after Symbiosis, you control the symbiotic vehicle with your mind. Second, there is a storage space for the symbiotic vehicle. Third, while in storage state, the symbiotic vehicle can be modified. Fourth, using and modifying the vehicle requires energy and materials. What excited Zhou Lin the most was that exclusive storage space. Though it couldn't store anything besides the symbiotic vehicle, it didn't affect what was stored inside the vehicle. Wasn't that a storage space anyway? Thinking of this, Zhou Lin became happy. Was this a blessing in disguise? He originally just wanted to find a light, fuel-efficient vehicle for convenience, but now, it seemed maybe he should find one with a bigger interior space.
How about a container truck?
The largest standard container is 12.2 times 2.4 times 2.9 meters, with an internal volume of about 80 cubic meters.
Don't think 80 cubic meters is small.
The bulk density of rice is about 0.8, so 80 cubic meters can hold 100 tons of rice. At Zhou Lin's rate of 1 kilogram per day, that's enough for 273 years. If you don't consider rice spoiling, 24-year-old Zhou Lin could live to 100 and only need about 28 tons of rice, leaving 45 cubic meters in the container for other stuff. Not to mention the truck cab also had some storage space, and if that wasn't enough, he could add trailers.
Wait, trailers?
Zhou Lin's eyes lit up, then he slapped his forehead and scolded himself for being a pig.
Wasn't he a pig? How many trailers could you add? But if he made a train symbiotic?
He searched online. A container freight train can carry about 50 cars, even if each holds just 2 containers, that's at least 100 containers, 8,000 cubic meters. Thinking of this, Zhou Lin couldn't help but swallow his saliva, wishing he could go get a train right now. But a few minutes later, he calmed down.
No, can't symbiose with a train. Nowadays trains are electric locomotives. After the apocalypse, where would he find electricity for it?
Without power or tracks, a freight train could only serve as a giant storage box, big, but useless otherwise. Not to mention, he didn't even have enough money to buy the supplies to fill a freight train. As for trying to loot using the storage space, he only had 3 days, and he still had to get a freight train first, which already sounded impossible. So Zhou Lin's final conclusion was, unless there was absolutely no better choice, don't consider a freight train. The first use of symbiosis has no limits. I must find the most awesome vehicle. What time is it, and still getting push notifications, huh? The phone screen suddenly lit up.
Zhou Lin thought it was a message from AI Bing. However, after the first glance, he could never look away again. Chapter 2, Crazy Goal. I must be freaking crazy.
Zhou Lin said while opening his computer browser. He wanted to verify some data to decide whether to go crazy. Length 337 meters, width 41 to 77 meters, even without the mast top it's over 40 meters high.
Full load displacement exceeds 110,000 tons.
2 A1B pressurized water nuclear reactors can be used for 50 years, can provide over 200,000 kilowatts of electricity. The hangar is 190 meters long, over 30 meters wide, 9 to 10 meters high, equals 60,000 cubic meters in volume, about 750 large containers. In combat readiness cruise state, one supply is enough for 5,000 people to live 3 months, including food. Just these numbers alone are enough to make one's heart race and eyes turn red.
Damn it!
Zhou Lin slammed his fist hard on the table. Man dies, birds fly to the sky, if not dead, live for 10,000 years, go all in, do it. Once the decision was made, Zhou Lin with a flushed face immediately contacted a familiar travel agency, asking them to handle the fastest procedures to go to the island nation. A few minutes later, the travel agency called. Bro, if you give your passport now, you can take the flight tonight, but about the price?
Money is not a problem.
Zhou Lin replied. Then I'll come over right away, bro, get your passport ready. Money can make the mill push the ghost. At 5 in the afternoon Zhou Lin got on the bus heading to the airport.
At 7:30, the flight from Cloud City to the island nation's capital took off on time and landed smoothly 4 hours later.
Taking a bus from the airport into the city, after getting off Zhou Lin took a deep breath. Just thinking of that crazy plan made his heart beat faster. City neon lights shining, even the air seemed to float with a hot flavor. Girls in strange clothes passed by Zhou Lin now and then, most of them slowed down because of his handsome features and slightly worn-out charm. Some even greeted him, but unfortunately it was all island language Zhou Lin couldn't understand at all. Besides, he had no mind to listen now. After finding the hotel booked by the travel agency and checking in, Zhou Lin locked himself in the room. This room had a great location. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window he could see the port of the island nation's capital. Tonight the port was especially bright, probably because there was a fleet from Pretty Nation docked there. This fleet was visiting the island nation and also threatening Xia Nation and Mao Nation. Zhou Lin squinted his eyes and stared through the glass at the biggest silhouette in the port, the first ship of the Tefuo-class aircraft carrier, the Tefuo.
What about aircraft carriers? Aircraft carriers are not transportation tools? No. Zhou Lin thought it was, then it was. So,
putting down the curtain, Zhou Lin began to wash up.
Tonight there's no chance.
Even at the island nation's port, Pretty Nation would never relax protection of such a national treasure. Anyone trying to approach the Tefuo without permission would probably be shot on the spot.
Zhou Lin did not want to die. The chance is tomorrow.
Maybe to show its power to the island nation and even the whole world, Pretty Nation arranged a boarding day during this visit, allowing people to board any warship in the port, including the Tefuo. It's certain that people boarding will have their movement limited, probably just stand and walk on the deck, but for Zhou Lin this was already enough.
Sleep, regain energy, do it.
Xia Nation time, June 28th, the sun was shining. Just looking at the sky you knew it was a good day. Zhou Lin felt it would also be a day that shocked the world. After 9 o'clock, the port started to become lively. Streamers, balloons, heavily made up people, all kinds of weird ghosts. Walking on the street to the port, Zhou Lin felt it was even more crowded than the spring festival travel season back home. All kinds of instruments, horns, and exclamations in different languages mixed together made Zhou Lin want to drop a thermobaric bomb, really too noisy and annoying. Fortunately, when he saw the Taifu ship, it was like swallowing several ice creams on the hottest summer day, and his whole body felt comfortable. The comfortable him could not help but tremble slightly.
Calm.
Zhou Lin pinched the flesh on his thigh hard inside his pocket, afraid someone would notice his abnormality. With just a little common sense, one could think that among those people around, there must be people secretly arranged by the pretty country to guard against possible crises. Closer. The closer he got, the more he could feel the hugeness of the Taifu aircraft carrier. Not to mention that giant body like a stadium, as tall as a more than 10-story building. Just the rope extending to the dock was thicker than Zhou Lin's thigh. At this moment it was already possible to board the ship. Countless excited people were lining up at the dock. Zhou Lin glanced and couldn't even see the end of the line. If he queued now, he didn't know when it would be his turn. With his identity, he might not even be able to get on. He didn't have an island country's ID card. Fortunately, Zhou Lin never even thought about going to line up. The symbiosis ability didn't need him to enter a vehicle. As long as he could touch it, even just a part of the vehicle, he could activate the ability and complete symbiosis. Just right, not far from Zhou Lin there was a huge mooring post. Zhou Lin slowly moved behind the mooring post, and after making sure no one was watching him, he placed one hand on the Taifu ship's metal rope.
Symbiosis. Activate.
In an instant, Zhou Lin felt like his body was electrified, like his whole person was thrown into a rock-crushing vibrating machine. Even his soul was vibrating at high frequency.
Am I going to be shaken apart?
At this moment Zhou Lin had actually completely lost feeling of the outside world. He thought others would definitely see his trembling, but in fact his body was just quietly standing there. Anyone who saw would think he was a fan attracted by the aircraft carrier's majestic appearance. Even those secret sentries from the pretty country, after glancing at him, felt there was no threat and didn't bother to pay attention anymore.
But in the next moment, Zhou Lin's whole person disappeared.
It could be said no one noticed, or it could be said even if someone accidentally saw the scene they would only doubt their own eyes. After all, how could a person disappear into thin air? This wasn't a magic show.
So this is symbiosis?
The feeling of high-frequency vibration finally disappeared, and Zhou Lin himself couldn't tell what state he was in now. The only thing he knew was that he had already entered the Taifu aircraft carrier, or more precisely, he had already fused with the Taifu aircraft carrier. Instinct told Zhou Lin, as long as he wanted, he could appear anywhere, any position inside the Taifu aircraft carrier. And as long as he maintained this state, all current human methods could not discover his existence.
Magical. Invincible.
Zhou Lin also felt lucky. If it weren't for that news making him act on impulse, he wouldn't have thought of symbiosing with an aircraft carrier even if beaten to death. At this moment the symbiosis ability had already undergone a change.
Symbiosis. Beginner 100 out of 1000.
Currently symbiosis with vehicle, large surface vehicle, unnamed. Number of vehicles that can be symbiosed, 0.
Storage space, 0 to 1.
Because in his previous life he never obtained an ability, Zhou Lin didn't know if the abilities those ability users got were the same as his. Everything could only be slowly explored by himself. Now in his consciousness there was already all the information about the Taifu aircraft carrier. As long as he wanted he could take over any time. No, now he was the Taifu aircraft carrier, he could do whatever he wanted. For example, he could directly see and hear everything happening inside the captain's room. Even more magical was that his pretty country language level had suddenly become as fluent as his native tongue, allowing him to understand the conversation between the captain and the first mate. According to the captain, the boarding day event would continue until 3:30 in the afternoon, then it would be daily maintenance.
After the maintenance was over, it would be the carnival event. Apart from the necessary defense personnel, most officers and soldiers, including the captain, will disembark. Hearing this, Zhou Lin couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. Truly, heaven is helping me. Chapter 3, got it, but not fully got it. 20 F-35C aircraft. 24 F divided by a -18 F fighter jets. 7 EA-18G electronic warfare planes. 5 E-2D early warning aircraft. 3 CMV-22B Osprey transport planes. 19 MH-60R/S helicopters. 5 MQ-25 A refueling drones. Several transport vehicles, including armored personnel carriers. 3 small submarines and 6 unmanned submersibles. Yesterday, the supplies were replenished, including 10,000 tons of aviation fuel and gasoline. 6,000 tons of various foods and seasonings. 8,000 tons of daily living supplies. 50 tons of various medicines. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Zhou Lin seemed like a fool who was so happy that he was going crazy. Oh my, it's all mine.
At 3 p.m., the soldiers on the Tefyu ship began to send off the guests. At 3:30 p.m., the stairs were closed for daily maintenance. At 5:30 p.m., the soldiers who participated in the celebration began to leave the ship. At 6 p.m., the captain and a group of officers laughed as they walked down the gangway. At 7 p.m., there were fewer than 300 people left on the Tefyu ship, down from more than 5,000, with the highest-ranking officer being Colonel Magri, responsible for the aviation troops.
Although he couldn't join the celebration, Magri still didn't treat himself poorly. He invited 2 female soldiers to his room to drink, chat, dance, and so on.
In any case, there was nothing to worry about in the port of the island capital. Just as Magri was engaging in a deeper conversation with the 2 female soldiers, the water at the stern of the aircraft carrier suddenly began to churn. At the same time, the metal cables extending to the shore twisted like snakes, and in just 3 to 5 moves, they detached from the mooring posts, then coiled back into the ship's hull. The anchor winch was also running with a boom 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 sound, the thick anchor chain being rapidly reeled in, and a 30-ton iron anchor was dragged out of the water, clanking as it was tightened on the ship's bow. Only 10 minutes had passed, and the Tefyu ship began to slowly turn, creating a huge noise that finally caught everyone's attention, including the Americans on the other warships.
What the heck? Why is the Tefyu ship moving? We didn't receive any orders. Quick, contact the Tefyu ship.
The people on the American fleet were all stunned by the commotion from the Tefyu ship. No matter how powerful an aircraft carrier is, it can't act on its own.
Otherwise, it's just a sitting duck.
So, if the Tefyu ship was leaving, the other warships in the fleet should have received orders too, and they would even need to set sail before the Tefyu ship.
But no matter how hard they tried to contact the Tefyu ship, they received no response, or perhaps, they didn't want to respond?
Damn it, contact the National Defense Department and tell them, the Tefyu ship has been stolen, the captain of a destroyer slapped the railing and said bitterly. Unlike the Tefyu ship, which has a nuclear reactor that never shuts down, large conventional powered ships take at least 3 to 5 hours from the captain's order to start the engines to the moment they actually start moving. So when the Tefyu ship left the port, the other warships hadn't even completed their hot engine checks. On the shore, the captain of the Tefyu ship and others had just arrived after receiving the news. Looking at the Tefyu ship's silhouette slowly disappearing, the captain was stunned.
It's over. No matter whether the Tefyu ship can be found again or not, he's finished.
Notify our military base in the island country, send fighter jets to track the Tefyu ship, and also, the islanders can't escape responsibility, have them send out fighter jets too.
The U.S. Defense Department quickly sprang into action after receiving the news.
The returning minister immediately gave the order, but he also knew that he probably wouldn't have a chance to issue more orders.
Such explosive news couldn't be controlled.
The news that Zhou Lin had taken the Tefyu ship spread around the world in less than half an hour, and due to the time difference, the netizens in the Great Summer Nation were the most active in discussing it. I'm dying of laughter, the American aircraft carrier left without saying a word, saying goodbye to the master like a friend.
Is it a rebellion?
I've said it before, artificial intelligence is unreliable, but the original code on the Tefyu ship must be in square characters, so it decided to trace its roots.
What the hell do you mean by tracing roots?
I'd rather call it switching from dark to light.
It wouldn't be the country's doing, right? If it is, I can only say, well done. Don't you care about where the Tefyu ship is right now? Click on my profile picture to track it in real time. Paid link. Scammer upstairs, do you really think some fool will fall for it? Damn it. What kind of link is this? It's all casino ads.
At this moment, even more excited than the netizens were the military departments and governments of various countries. The beautiful country, needless to say, had a nearly 80-year-old president who was so furious he had a heart attack. Even after taking several rounds of quick-action heart pills, he still couldn't say 3 words without gasping for breath. The Secretary of Defense, wiping sweat off his brow, was writing a letter of resignation in shame. Other countries, besides the beautiful country, were acting similarly. On the surface, they were high-minded in consoling the beautiful country, but privately, they were sending signals to the Tefyu ship, wanting to know who was brave enough to hijack an aircraft carrier. Everyone thought it must have been done by a group of professionals. Ordinary people couldn't possibly handle an aircraft carrier, let alone the beautiful country's most advanced nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. However, the Tefyu ship remained radio silent, not responding to any of the signals. On the Tefyu ship, the 300 people left behind, including Lieutenant Colonel Magri, were almost all frantically smashing doors and windows. Many of them were the first to sense something was wrong, but before they could take action, they were trapped by doors that were swiftly closed and locked. The Tefyu ship seemed to suddenly come to life, not only restricting their movement but also blocking all communication signals and directly wiping out all their permissions. The only thing they could do was try to break down doors and windows with brute force. Why hit so hard, as if you could break it open? Zhou Lin sat in the captain's room, controlling the Tefo ship as it sped toward the summer country's territorial waters at top speed. It wasn't that it was impossible to store the Tefo ship in the storage space, but doing that would mean he'd fall into the water along with the others on board. If he did it in a port, he'd probably be facing countless gun barrels the next second. Even if leaving the port, safety was still a concern. It was easy to imagine that the beautiful country would send warplanes to track him, or even. They probably won't casually use nuclear weapons, right? Zhou Lin thought quietly to himself. At this moment, the Tefo ship's speed had reached an astonishing 35 knots, exceeding the externally declared maximum speed. At this speed, neither the beautiful country nor the island country had any warships that could intercept the Tefo ship. To stop it, they could only use faster warplanes. The beautiful country had air bases in both the island country and the stick country, and based on distance and reaction speed, it was estimated that in at most an hour, warplanes from the beautiful country would appear above Zhou Lin. Once the warplanes got close, even though Zhou Lin, after the Symbiosis, could control the Tefo ship's weapons as if they were his own limbs, it didn't mean he could control the aircraft on the ship to take off and intercept. In some sense, he would just have to passively endure the attack. Of course, the beautiful country wouldn't attack immediately. After all, this was a warship as valuable as gold, and right now, there were more than 300 hostages on board. 40 minutes later, several warplanes emerged from the clouds above the Tefo ship and sent a message from a high altitude to Zhou Lin. This is the beautiful country's air force. To the Tefo ship below, please respond if you hear us. After repeating it 3 times, the message Zhou Lin received changed. Tefo ship, if you do not respond, we will take military action. This is the Tefo ship. Zhou Lin's voice was heard over the radio by countless institutions and individuals secretly eavesdropping. He had just said one sentence when the fighter jets from the beautiful country above his head immediately ordered him to shut down the power system of the Tefo and stop the ship to wait. If he didn't obey, they would launch an airstrike. An airstrike? Zhou Lin smiled and directly sent the surveillance video of the beautiful country's officers and soldiers to the internet, catching them completely off guard. Damn it! The president of the beautiful country swallowed another handful of heart-saving pills and roared, "Tell them to come up with a plan immediately, any plan that's useful, anything except using nuclear bombs." Chapter 4, Gift. The fighter jets above the aircraft carrier flew away. But that didn't mean the beautiful country was willing to give in, especially after their think tank analyzed that the Tefo was likely heading to Xia country. The beautiful country government immediately declared a level 1 wartime state and warned Xia country with extremely tough diplomatic language. "We solemnly warn the Xia country government, do not play with fire." In response, Xia country's foreign affairs spokesperson fully demonstrated his Tai Chi skills, pushing, blocking, squeezing, pressing, and then stated that Xia country did not encourage violence with violence, and sincerely asked the person who hijacked the aircraft carrier not to harm the lives of the beautiful country's officers and soldiers. If there was anything needed, Xia country was willing to provide humanitarian aid following the principle of proximity. Xia country's internet users were very satisfied with the spokesperson's remarks and commented one after another. The principle of proximity, huh? Brother who hijacked the carrier, highlight that point. Our Xia country's humanitarian aid, you deserve it. I heard our fleet set sail. Definitely to protect the beautiful country's officers and soldiers. Please ask the beautiful country to settle the fuel bill first. Of course. But what if the aircraft carrier is leaking water, should we tow it back first? Zhou Lin actually never planned to hand over the Tefo aircraft carrier to the Xia country military. Not to mention that the Tefo was his base of survival in the apocalypse. Even if he had that idea, there wouldn't be enough time. If possible, Zhou Lin also wanted to first say something to his family and let them be prepared. In his last life, his biggest regret was that after the natural disaster struck, all his attention was on Ai Bing's body. By the time he thought of his family, communication and transportation were already cut off. He died not knowing whether his parents and little sister survived or not. I won't be stupid this time. You must wait for me. The Tefo had powerful mobile communication abilities, but Zhou Lin still couldn't contact his family. Otherwise, in less than 3 minutes, all his information would be laid out on the desks of world leaders. He might not be afraid, but his family would definitely fall into danger, maybe even be captured to threaten him. The human heart has never been able to stand a test. Fortunately, Zhou Lin still remembered that in the early stages of the natural disaster, it started with volcanic eruptions in the island country and the beautiful country, then continuous strong earthquakes in nearby plates, followed by tsunamis hitting Pacific coastal cities and volcanic ash causing air pollution. These didn't do too much damage outside the disaster zones. In places like his hometown, social order could still function normally, so his family was probably safe in the first few months of the disaster. As long as Zhou Lin could return in time, with the Tefo and his knowledge of the disaster, leading his family to survive should not be a problem. After midnight, many bright, colorful light bands appeared over the island country. Some experts said it was the aurora, but others believed it was a prelude to some kind of catastrophe. Unfortunately, almost no one believed that theory. Even those who believed didn't think the island country's disaster would have anything to do with Xia country. At the same time, the beautiful country's presidential office also received warnings from research institutions, saying that their domestic supervolcano was showing extremely abnormal activity, and that the presidential office should take corresponding precautions. But now, the presidential office had no time to care about that.
All attention was on the Taifu.
At 1:30 a.m., in a beautiful country's military base on an island nation,
a transport aircraft rolled onto the runway, ready to take off. Inside, 24 fully armed Marines of the beautiful country were making their final preparations.
Their superiors told them that medals, celebration feasts, and girls were all ready, waiting for their triumphant return.
Their mission was to take back the Taifu, at all costs.
At 5 a.m., the transport aircraft skimmed the sea surface, flying ahead of the Taifu's route. When the hatch opened, 24 soldiers jumped out like dumplings dropping into soup, opening parachutes in a nearly suicidal way into the sea. Then, 24 of them used 3 propulsion devices to move closer to the Taifu's route. Everyone thought this carefully designed operation would be silent and undetected, but unexpectedly, the key moment came when the Taifu suddenly made a slight turn, a tiny miss that led to a huge failure.
This? Are my radars just decorations?
In the captain's room, Zhou Lin crossed his arms and shook his head. Then he sent out a video through public frequency. In the video, the beautiful country's soldiers were lying all over the place. The footage had a voiceover.
Our patience is limited.
We hope the beautiful country takes this seriously.
If it happens again, we will randomly select 50 lucky ones and send them to heaven. Also, we will broadcast all classified information from the Taifu to the world using public frequency. Madman. How dare he? Stop all operations.
The people of the beautiful country had mixed reactions to the video, but in Xia country, almost everyone was looking forward to the next move of the beautiful country.
Come on, skinny dog, can you do it or not? Don't be a coward. Aren't you a world power? Fight face to face.
It must be said this move was very effective. For a short time, the beautiful country really didn't dare to act rashly again.
At 2 p.m. on June 29, an earthquake suddenly struck Honshu Island in the island nation.
Though the magnitude wasn't high, it scared the whole world.
If the midnight aurora didn't mean anything, then this earthquake on Honshu Island was no doubt the final warning of the island nation's biggest volcano about to erupt. This time, experts didn't need to explain.
As soon as the earthquake ended, people in the island nation, especially near the volcano, began fleeing madly. Outside of Honshu, the top rich families boarded private jets with their whole families, flying to the beautiful country or to Europe and North State. Countries around the world began evacuating their embassy staff from the island nation, telling their citizens to leave the island nation as soon as possible. Xia country even sent a fleet from the sea market, able to carry 200,000 people, to the island nation to carry out evacuation missions.
After receiving the earthquake news, Zhou Lin got busy too.
As a person of Xia country, although he could not give the Taifu to his homeland, Zhou Lin could collect the precious information on the Taifu and give it to the country. From various material data to fighter jets, early warning aircraft usage, maintenance manuals, nuclear reactor control software, internal management system software, and so on. These things were undoubtedly great treasures for Xia country. Not only could they make up for the shortcomings in Xia country's technology, but they could also serve as useful stones from other mountains to raise Xia country's overall tech level. In his previous life, when Zhou Lin died, Xia country's government leaders were still doing everything they could to ensure the survival of the people. The data on the Taifu aircraft carrier might play a huge role in dealing with the doomsday in the future.
I guess this counts as contributing to Xia country and to the survival of all mankind, right?
Looking at the box of hard drives he collected after 4 hours of hard work, Zhou Lin felt a heart full of pride. The box used to store the hard drives was specially made. Its function was similar to a black box in an airplane, enough to keep the hard drives safe.
Finally, Zhou Lin stuffed the box into an unmanned underwater vehicle.
At 10 p.m., the Taifu began to slow down 100 kilometers from Xia country's evacuation fleet.
This is the Taifu. Good evening to the Xiagua evacuation fleet. Have you eaten? We are about to release Pretty Nation's soldiers onto your route.
Please show humanitarian spirit and rescue them in time.
This is the Xiagua evacuation fleet. We just finished a midnight snack. Our fleet will rescue those who fall into the sea. Anything else?
I must say, Xiagua's fleet replied with real soul.
Who else in the world, besides Xiagua people, would start a conversation by asking if you've eaten? Zhou Lin almost couldn't hold back a laugh after hearing it. To be extra safe, he replied, that's good. We trust in the quality and honor of Xiagua soldiers. But for God's sake, please make sure to fish carefully during the rescue, so no one is left behind. Chapter 5, The Joy of Counting Supplies. The Xiagua fleet replied. Received. Please rest assured. The Xiagua evacuation fleet expresses deep respect for your act of releasing the hostages. Deep respect? What kind of respect do a bunch of pretty nation soldiers need? So Zhou Lin understood. No matter how other countries, especially Pretty Nation, would react after receiving this message, Zhou Lin turned on the ship-wide broadcast. I'm not afraid to tell you, the end of the world is coming, the world is about to collapse. Now you have two choices. 1. We give you the lifeboats, and in a bit, the Xiagua evacuation fleet will pass nearby. They will rescue you. 2. We send you to meet God. In 15 minutes, those who want to leave, raise both hands and gather on the deck. The only reason Zhou Lin kept these Pretty Nation soldiers alive was to cover for those documents. No matter if Pretty Nation suspects collusion between him and the Xiagua fleet, they wouldn't dare openly fire missiles at their own people, right? 15 minutes later, around 300 Pretty Nation soldiers gathered on the deck, all obediently waiting. Very good, you can go release the lifeboats now. A few ship cannons turned around, their black muzzles stopping any sudden movement from the soldiers. But not everyone stayed obedient, like Lieutenant Colonel Magley. Our Pretty Nation will never compromise. Lieutenant Colonel Magley waved his fist. Quite strong, Zhou Lin curled his lip, we're just short of one chicken. Glorious Lieutenant Colonel Magley, go ahead, glory be with you. The next moment, the cannon flashed, boom. Flesh flew, blood mist scattered. Before everyone's eyes, Lieutenant Colonel Magley used his body to prove Zhou Lin's decisiveness and cruelty, also serving as a good push and warning. At least I didn't waste a shell, Zhou Lin looked at the decreasing number of soldiers, nodding in satisfaction. After everyone moved to the lifeboats, Zhou Lin set the unmanned underwater drone carrying the hard drive case to a hovering depth, and quietly released it into the sea. It would stay 50 meters below the lifeboats, waiting for the Xiagua fleet to retrieve it. I've done everything I can. The rest is up to fate. This move was very risky. Without hostages, there was no more protective charm. No one could guarantee whether Pretty Nation would fire missiles or even tactical nukes at the Tefyu. In fact, just as Zhou Lin was driving the Tefyu at full speed toward Xiagua territory, in a secret underground facility of Pretty Nation, their leaders were already holding an emergency meeting after learning the hostages had been released and even handed to the Xiagua evacuation fleet. I believe we should immediately and instantly destroy the Tefyu. The newly appointed interim defense minister stood up and declared, in fact, I just ordered our new strategic bombers to take off from home. In no more than 3 hours, we will find it and completely destroy it. On the Tefyu, Zhou Lin just received a message from the Xiagua evacuation fleet. They said that they had already rescued those beautiful country soldiers from the sea, emphasizing all of them were salvaged, nothing was left behind, and once again expressed deep respect for Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin replied with a "You're welcome" and continued to check the supplies. Although after coexisting with the Tefra ship, he could manipulate it and its equipment as if it were part of his body, things outside the ship still required him to do it himself. Moreover, he had risked a great deal to obtain the Tefra ship, so if he didn't check everything personally, wouldn't it be a wasted opportunity, losing the greatest pleasure? So this task had to be completed. Survival in the apocalypse cannot be separated from clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, so checking the supplies had to start with food. As a super battleship that could accommodate 5,000 people, the Tefra ship had several frozen food storage and warehouses. Due to dietary habits, there were over 1 million servings of hamburger ingredients, which, on average, meant consuming about 10,000 hamburgers daily. If Zhou Lin's family of 4 ate 20 per day, they wouldn't finish them even after 100 years. Considering the tastes, nutrition, and health of 5,000 people, hamburger ingredients only occupied less than 1/10 of the cold storage and warehouse. In addition to the relatively common meats, including rice and various staple foods, as well as fresh and dehydrated vegetables and fruits, Zhou Lin also found dozens of tons of luxury items such as wagyu beef, foie gras, caviar, and various high-end seafood. The staples were plentiful, and there were also many types of drinks and snacks. Just the cola concentrate weighed over 10 tons, and 2 barrels of this concentrate could make 250,000 liters of cola. All that was needed was purified water and dry ice, because, after all, not drinking cola meant you weren't a beautiful country person, so it made sense to stockpile so much on the ship. Since the Tefra ship was nuclear-powered, unless the reactor malfunctioned or nuclear fuel was added, electrical energy was always abundant. Food stored in the -60-degree freezer didn't need to worry about spoilage. A total of nearly 2,000 tons of food, combined with the always-powered ultra-low-temperature freezers, completely solved Zhou Lin's food anxiety. The only downside was that the ingredients suited to the eating habits of Xia country people were insufficient. Also, the country's exclusive spices were rather scarce. For example, the Sichuan people could not live without chile, peppercorns, and dubanjiang, and there were some, but very few. He needed to replenish these after going back, Zhou Lin wrote in his little notebook. Compared to the large quantity and variety of food, the clothing on the aircraft carrier seemed monotonous and scarce.
There were basically just military uniforms for both men and women in different sizes and uses, ranging from summer to winter, and even a small batch of polar weather combat uniforms. Fortunately, Zhou Lin didn't have high demands in this area, and since military uniforms and combat outfits emphasized performance and function, they perfectly met the needs for clothing in the apocalypse. They were barely enough. As for shelter, there was nothing to worry about. According to the sequence of natural disasters in the apocalypse, Zhou Lin didn't plan to move too far from his hometown. Basha had always been a blessed land, and as long as they found a good spot to camouflage the aircraft carrier, his family would definitely be able to live comfortably and safely. Frozen by the ice, not affected by extreme heat with air conditioning, floodwaters couldn't reach, and earthquakes couldn't shake, just thinking about it made him feel wonderful. The more he checked, the more Zhou Lin felt that he had made the right choice. Rather than tirelessly collecting various things, and not to mention whether there was enough space, for an ordinary family, money was the biggest limitation, unless they'd purchased everything for free from start to finish. The beeping sound of an alarm interrupted Zhou Lin's work of checking the supplies.
RASM detected, warning. RASM detected, warning. RASM detected, warning.
RASM was the most advanced anti-ship missile of the beautiful country, and it was still under development, not yet deployed in combat.
Damn.
Zhou Lin's mind moved. The man teleported from the warehouse to the captain's room, with the red emergency light above flashing nonstop and the alarm blaring loudly. In the sky, several slender silver-gray figures were flying toward the Tefert at a speed of 1.5 Mach. They sometimes formed an S shape, sometimes a B shape, finally getting close to the sea surface about 20 kilometers from the Tefert, starting to accelerate in a nearly wave-piercing way. The pretty nation really spent big this time. The first wave of anti-ship missile attacks already had more than 12 missiles, just one or two hitting would be enough to heavily damage the Tefert.
Chapter 6, A Misunderstanding Incident.
The radar on the Tefert didn't detect any warships or fighter jets, which meant the incoming missiles were launched from at least 350 kilometers away. At such a far distance, no wonder they used the RASM.
If it were just 1 or 2, or 3 or 4, Zhou Lin wouldn't panic.
After all, the RIM 162, RIM 116, and 15 Malawian Quach's 20mm 6-barrel CIWS on the Tefert were not for show. Under Zhou Lin's mental control, the first to launch were the RIM 162 Sea Sparrows.
As medium and short-range anti-missile missiles, the Sea Sparrows had extremely strong maneuverability.
With the powerful combat system of the Tefert, the first batch of 12 Sea Sparrows were fired all at once, rushing toward the targets at high speed. At the same time, the RIM 116 rams, as the second layer of defense, were ready and waiting. Once the RASMs entered range, no matter whether the older brother Sea Sparrows succeeded or not, they rushed out impatiently with a scream.
Finally came the CIWS activation, gun barrels pointing at the RASMs. If the Sea Sparrows and the rams failed, this was Zhou Lin and the Tefert's last hope. Less than 10 kilometers from the Tefert on the sea surface, dozens of missiles moving so fast they were hard to follow with the naked eye began chasing each other. Zhou Lin silently watched. He thought even if the 36 anti-missile missiles didn't destroy all the RASMs, at least they could wipe out most. Then a wave of CIWS interception, and even if 1 or 2 got through, it wouldn't be the end of the world. But what he never expected was, whether it was the Sea Sparrows or the rams, even though they got close to the RASMs, they all suddenly changed direction at the last moment and missed. Damn! What the hell? Is there a backdoor? Zhou Lin's heart suddenly sank. It was already too late to launch a second wave. Was it really going to be all up to the CIWS now? The next second, the CIWS controlled by the carrier's fire control system entered fine-tuning mode. Just as Zhou Lin was waiting to watch a sky full of fireworks, a shocking scene appeared. The CIWS barrels were dancing? It was like there were 2 invisible hands, one pointing the barrel at the incoming missiles, the other always forcibly twisting the barrel away in the next moment, making it miss. This repeated over and over, making the barrels look like they were dancing. The Sea Sparrows and rams betrayed at the last minute. The CIWS dancing Zhou Lin didn't know what kind of curse he had stumbled into. The RASMs didn't give him time to think. In his nearly hopeless eyes, the RASMs boldly crossed the final 10 kilometers, all dropping to the waterline level of the carrier like a highly skilled swordsman, simple yet deadly with every strike. It's over. Zhou Lin thought. Even the Tefert carrier absolutely couldn't take a saturation attack from over a dozen RASMs. Especially near the waterline, if the hull was torn open repeatedly, forget other effects of the explosions, just the backflowing seawater could unbalance the carrier or directly rip the ship apart. Seeing the missiles less than 100 meters from the hull, Zhou Lin painfully closed his eyes. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. What the hell? RASM, did you wrap your feet or something? Why so slow? Zhou Lin suspiciously opened his eyes, just in time to see 12 RASMs shoot up into the sky in perfect sync, like green onions pulled from dry land, almost scraping the Tefert's hull as they rose. Damn! If not seen with one's own eyes, who would believe it? How could I forget? Damn it, they're our own people. Zhou Lin slapped his forehead hard and laughed. To avoid friendly fire, the national forces use response codes for verification. Clearly, the Americans forgot this too. Those 12 anti-ship missiles didn't have their response codes changed, so the carrier's weapons didn't attack the missiles, and the missiles gave up attacking the carrier at the last moment. Patting his chest, Zhou Lin didn't dare delay and continued to push the carrier to speed up. He didn't keep heading south, but turned northwest instead. Though it looked like he was moving farther from home, he had a reason to do so. At 12:45 a.m. on June 30th, the long-awaited volcanic eruption of the island nation finally began. Maybe it was because it had been building up for too long, the volcano started with a huge burst, spewing out millions of tons of ash and gases every second. In less than 10 minutes, it completely changed the atmospheric environment above the island. Volcanic ash and toxic gases spread in all directions at an exponential rate. Half an hour later, the highest level alerts were raised in neighboring countries and regions. After the first wave of attacks on the Teffer failed, the Americans took some time to realize it was a major blunder. They had to order stealth bombers to land at the nearest base and manually change the RASM response code program before attacking the Teffer again. The pilots had already started their engines when they received an emergency order from home: volcano eruption, operation suspended. The volcanic smoke from the island was filled with high concentrations of metal, causing all electromagnetic wave-based detection methods to fail within the ash's range. The thick volcanic clouds also blocked satellite optical detection. Just as expected. Seeing the warning from the Teffer's radar system, Zhou Lin knew he had made the right bet. The failure of long-range detection meant no country or force could see the Teffer anymore. Zhou Lin turned off all the lights on the carrier, and the whole sea area went completely dark. There should be no other ships nearby. After confirming this, Zhou Lin put on his diving gear, released an unmanned underwater vehicle into the sea, and jumped in after it, controlling the vehicle to head into the distance. Floating on the sea, the Teffer felt like a silent mountain. But Zhou Lin wasn't afraid, because this was his mountain. Teffer, retract. Zhou Lin waved his right arm. He didn't have to do that at all, but it just felt cooler to do it. The mountain-like Teffer instantly disappeared from the surface of the sea, leaving behind a water pit over 300 meters long, over 30 meters wide, and over 20 meters deep. The next second, seawater rushed into the pit from all directions, churning up huge waves. At this time, Zhou Lin had already dived deep and was speeding east. Because the volcanic eruption blocked electromagnetic waves, the Teffer's disappearance was silent and unnoticed. This was exactly what Zhou Lin wanted. If he had driven the Teffer straight into a port in Xia country in broad daylight, it would have caused a huge uproar. In the early stages of the doomsday disaster, major countries still kept large armies and long-range strike abilities. If America got angry and used the Teffer as an excuse to launch nuclear missiles at Xia's big cities, Zhou Lin would be the one to blame. Now that the Teffer disappeared on the high seas, even America couldn't shamelessly put the blame on Xia country. The seawater was icy cold, but Zhou Lin's heart was burning hot. He did it. He actually made it happen. Seeing the coastline getting closer, Zhou Lin abandoned the underwater vehicle at the right distance and took off his diving gear as he neared the shore. Even though this equipment was expensive. But it could never be revealed to the world. At 4 in the morning, drenched in sweat, Zhou Lin stood on a beach in Qing City, Summer Island, quickly changing into a clean set of clothes he had taken from the Tefo ship, smiling like a child. Chapter 7, Selling the House. The electromagnetic wave shielding caused by the volcanic eruption on the island lasted for a full 6 hours. By the time the radars and other observation tools of various countries could be used again, the beautiful country government was the first to strike. Tefo ship disappeared. No matter what means they used, they couldn't find any trace of the Tefo ship. From the beautiful country government's perspective, it was definitely related to Summer country. They believed that only Summer country had the ability to completely sink or hide the Tefo aircraft carrier. In response to such irresponsible statements and accusations from the beautiful country, the Summer country spokesperson strongly condemned them and warned the beautiful country not to think about playing hegemonic games at such a critical time in a global disaster, or else they would become the enemy of the world. Of course, the beautiful country would not just give up, and soon mobilized military forces around Summer country to investigate the area where the Tefo ship disappeared. At this time, Zhou Lin had already boarded the high-speed train to Deep City. He planned to handle the house in Deep City before society's order completely collapsed, exchanging it for supplies. The train had just started when Zhou Lin received a message from AI Bing, asking where he was and why she couldn't get through to him yesterday. On a business trip. Zhou Lin, of course, wouldn't tell AI Bing what was about to happen. He was now considering whether he should deal with AI Bing before heading back home. AI Bing sent another message: "It's been 2 days, don't you miss me?" Zhou Lin sneered, too lazy to type, and directly sent a voice message: "Miss? Damn, I'm almost dying to see you." His words sounded like playful teasing between lovers, but combined with the gritted teeth expression he wore. A soft laugh came from the seat next to him, and when Zhou Lin turned his head, he saw a young and beautiful woman. "Sorry, I usually don't laugh unless." "Can't help it?"
Zhou Lin raised an eyebrow, but in his mind, he was thinking that soon, young and beautiful women like this would end up with a sad fate unless they had some skills. Perhaps because his gaze revealed too much, Wu Shue's beautiful eyes narrowed, and the smile on her face instantly faded. She was just about to ask Zhou Lin something when. At that moment, AI Bing sent a message asking when Zhou Lin would return. Probably because she's eyeing something and wants me to be her ATM again. Zhou Lin shook his head, feeling like in his past life, he was so stupid to be completely controlled by a woman like AI Bing. I will come find you, just wait. AI Bing didn't notice that Zhou Lin's tone was completely different from usual and was still planning in her mind to buy a new outfit or maybe a new bag when Zhou Lin returned. After replying to the message, Zhou Lin didn't pay attention to Wu Shue but instead contacted a familiar real estate agent to sell the house. Cash deal, if we close tomorrow, I can offer you 20% less than market price, and I'll give you an extra 5% commission. If it's delayed by a day, I'll deduct 1% and raise the price by 5%. The agent was, of course, overjoyed and promised to do his best. After settling the house deal, Zhou Lin closed his eyes, feeling a bit restless. AI Bing, this woman. If possible, he would just end her life with one strike and be done with it. But what troubled Zhou Lin was that in his previous life, he had once overheard a conversation between AI Bing and Xiao Bowen about the ability pearls. If it was just to obtain the ability pearls, Zhou Lin wouldn't even think about sparing AI Bing's life. The key was that the information revealed in their conversation made Zhou Lin very interested. Xiao Bowen said that he belonged to some organization, and this organization not only collected a large number of ability pearls after the 5th year of the apocalypse, but had also discovered the secret of the ability pearls soon after the apocalypse began. Is Xiao Bowen boasting? Zhou Lin couldn't tell. But he hoped it was true. He wanted his parents and younger sister to truly have the ability to survive in the apocalypse. The best way to do that was to make them able to become superhumans or evolved beings, the sooner the better. If he could contact Xiao Bowen through AI Bing, and then trace back from Xiao Bowen to find that organization, and get the superpower beads. Without a doubt, compared to AI Bing's life, the future of his parents and younger sister was undoubtedly more important. Moreover, if AI Bing lived longer, he could torment her for a longer time, so it wouldn't be a loss. Of course, this was all for later. The most important thing for Zhou Lin now was to figure out his own superpower. Symbiosis. Beginner 103/1000. Currently symbiotic vehicle, large water surface vehicle, unnamed. Available symbiotic vehicle count, 0. Storage space, 0/1. Let's name it. Tefu, might as well call it Lifu. As Zhou Lin thought in his mind, the superpower attributes immediately refreshed, changing to Symbiosis. Beginner 103/1000. Currently symbiotic vehicle, Lifu, large water surface vehicle. Available symbiotic vehicle count, 0. Storage space, 0/1. Not bad, just this experience. Zhou Lin thought for a moment, estimating it should automatically increase by 1 point per day. He wasn't sure if there were other ways to increase experience, or what changes would occur when the superpower leveled up. Would it be possible to increase the number of symbiotic vehicles? As he thought about it, Zhou Lin fell asleep. Maybe it was because he had worked too hard the past couple of days, but he slept for 7 or 8 hours, and when he opened his eyes, it was almost dark. Wu Shue looked at him curiously, thinking, what kind of a mortal is Zhou Lin? How could he sleep like a dead pig on the high-speed train? However, before she found a chance to ask, Zhou Lin, after eating something randomly, started to doze off again, until the train arrived at the station in the middle of the night. At that moment, neither Zhou Lin nor Wu Shue imagined that the two of them, who had met by chance, would one day meet again. After sleeping the whole day, Zhou Lin was full of energy. He didn't rush to go home and sleep, instead, he began his big shopping spree. His savings were still over 30,000, and he definitely had to take advantage of the online loans and credit cards. After some operations, he temporarily had an extra 200,000 in cash, and there should be more funds coming in the next couple of days. He found a 24-hour supermarket and started shopping. First, he loaded up a cart with the unique sauces and oils from the Summer Kingdom, then after checking out, he found a place without surveillance in the stairwell and directly stored them in Lifu's warehouse, before continuing with his shopping. Frozen snacks, 1 cart. Specialty snacks, 1 cart. Rice, 1 cart. If it weren't for the cashier's strange gaze, Zhou Lin would have shopped until dawn. Even so, he maxed out the 2 credit cards with a limit of 100,000 yuan. Seeing that it was still early, Zhou Lin, despite the soreness in his legs, went to another store to continue shopping. Cheap and good quality clothing, a few more. Alcohol stoves and solid alcohol, got to have them. Sturdy camping tents, bought. Outdoor tools, necessary. Electric tools, bought a few sets. Mosquito and insect repellents, got to prepare. Damn, out of money. Zhou Lin didn't expect the 200,000 cash to be spent so quickly. It was still dark, and there was only a few hundred left on the card. When he returned home, Zhou Lin felt completely exhausted. He fell onto the bed and fell asleep, only to be woken up by the phone ringing. "Bro, someone wants to buy your house," the real estate agent said excitedly on the phone.
"Oh, I'm at home. You can bring them over to see it."
Zhou Lin's apartment had a good location, with convenient transportation, schools, and medical services. He bought it 2 years ago for 4.5 million yuan, fully paid by his parents. The reason AI Bing had never pushed Zhou Lin into the cold palace was thanks to this apartment. At the current market rate, this apartment could be sold for at least 7 million, but to cash out quickly, they finally agreed on a price of 5.6 million. With fees and intermediary charges, I could end up with about 5 million in my hands. At 3 in the afternoon, I walked out of the property rights center, and my bank account showed an increase of over 5 million cash. The wool I had sheared had arrived. Calculating the time, I started online shopping, setting the delivery location to my hometown, then called my mom, Chang Yali.
"What? You want to come back?" Chang Yali sounded a bit confused. "It's not a holiday, and there's nothing special going on. Why do you plan to come back?" "Mom, you don't want me to come back, do you?" "Not exactly, but young people should focus on their careers." "Are you bringing Bing Bing back?" "She has something to do, so it's not happening this time." "By the way, I bought some packages, please check for them when they arrive." "Our big garage hasn't been sold, right?" "No, it's still there, empty." Chang Yali replied. "Keep it for me." I thought for a moment but decided not to tell Chang Yali about the apocalypse. I had a high-speed train ticket for tomorrow morning. The entire eastern coastal civil aviation of Xia country was grounded. I gathered everything I thought was useful into the Lai Fu warehouse. Just then, my takeout arrived, and as I opened the door to get it, I saw AI Bing's figure. "What are you doing here?" At that moment, AI Bing looked incredibly upset. You actually sold the house?" I couldn't help but laugh inwardly. What's wrong? What's wrong? AI Bing took a few steps forward. "Didn't you say this house was? Didn't you say this was the wedding house your parents bought for you?" AI Bing entered the room, looking at the almost completely emptied space, her brows tightly knit. Although she only regarded me as a backup option, and one of many, my material conditions were not bad. At least this fully paid house was something she believed belonged to her. Even if I wanted to sell, what about the money from selling the house? 5 million? Hearing the price, AI Bing's face turned dark. How could it be only 5 million? Damn backup, learning to hide private money now? Where's the money? AI Bing asked, struggling to keep her anger in check. The money? Of course, it's in my bank account. I smiled. What? Do you want to help me keep it safe? Oh, like that. AI Bing's mind raced, and soon she had an idea. She stepped forward, took my arm, and swayed her upper body, letting her not-so-large breasts brush against me. She thought this was enough to make me flustered and lose my ability to think. It feels like a different person. The previous Zhou Lin would never speak to her like this. As she thought about Zhou Lin's attitude towards her in the past few days, a warning arose in her heart. This simping guy, has he met another woman? No way. I absolutely cannot let someone else steal him away. If it comes to worse, I'll stay with him tonight for the sake of 5 million. Alright, I'll stay here with you tonight. Don't get any weird ideas, it's just to keep you company. Zhou Lin smiled, thinking to himself, what are you pretending for? Do you really think I'm interested in you? I plan to go back to my hometown tomorrow. Bashu? Didn't we agree to go buy a house tomorrow? AI Bing asked. My mom said that if I bring my girlfriend back to show my family, she will pay for the wedding house, all in cash. Hiss, I see. AI Bing's eyes sparkled, clearly showing she was already quite willing, just pretending to be reserved. In order to hook her, Zhou Lin pretended to be nervous. I just wanted to ask, if you have time, could you come back with me? I really don't mean to force you. Given how sincere you are, AI Bing pouted, then I'll see if I can take leave from the company. But I haven't agreed to really be your girlfriend, okay? I'm just helping you this once. As for the future, it depends on your performance. You go ask for leave, I'll book the tickets for you. Seeing AI Bing's coy demeanor, Zhou Lin truly couldn't help but laugh. The future? I swear by the name of my brother, your future will definitely be special. If I don't let you experience a few more ups and downs, torturing you like this will be worse than death. If you just die painlessly, then I won't. He confirmed that no one had discovered him before he entered. Rows of exhibition halls, some still brightly lit, while others were completely dark. From time to time, he could see security guards moving about, but compared to the vastness of the Auto City, just a few patrolling guards could hardly pose a threat to Zhou Lin. Since he was going to do it, he aimed to make it big. Ordinary cars could not attract Zhou Lin at all, he only focused on vehicles suitable for a post-apocalyptic environment with powerful performance. 2 units of the 4G63 from Benz were taken. Don't touch my X7, the Audi Q7 doesn't catch my eye. The Land Cruiser was okay, he grabbed 3. Surprisingly, there were 4 customized Thunderbirds, just right. Even the Humanic had 2, gladly accepted. As he walked and collected, Zhou Lin lost count of how many cars he had gathered. He turned around and saw rows of tall RVs in the parking lot. Good stuff. Compared to off-road vehicles that pursue mobility, RVs were equally useful in the apocalypse, especially those modified on heavy truck chassis that came with strong off-road capabilities, as if they were made for the end of the world. As a city filled with the wealthy, the deep market naturally was generous in showcasing a few unbelievably powerful and jaw-droppingly expensive RVs. In the end, Zhou Lin took away 3 units. It wasn't that he was lenient, but these things took up too much space. For example, one of them, the Amadillo Conqueror, was 11.15 meters long, 2.55 meters wide, and 3.95 meters high, with a curb weight of 23 tons, retailing for over 10 million. In the past, let alone owning one, even if he had 2 peanuts to drink with, he wouldn't dare to dream. So zero-down purchase is the best. After leaving the Auto City, Zhou Lin still savored the thought. Unfortunately, he couldn't drive these cars out now, or else he would want to drive from the deep market back to Bashu. When dawn broke, surprisingly, the vehicle theft case in the Auto City didn't make a splash online, probably because the super volcano in Beautiful Country erupted. Chapter 9 Going Home. The eruption of Beautiful Country's Great Yellow Volcano was both expected and unimaginable for everyone. As a supervolcano, from the moment it erupted, Great Yellow Volcano had no intention of leaving a path of escape for the nearby humans. The ash blotted out the sun, shooting into the sky and stirring the winds. It summoned thunder and lightning, raining down fiery meteors. Witnesses were filled with despair. However, the eruption was just the beginning. 10 minutes later, an earthquake struck. Roads were torn apart, mountains were upturned, countless buildings crumbled and collapsed in an earthquake close to magnitude 9, reduced to rubble. Some escaped, covered in ash and dirt, some wailed while others stared in disbelief, like walking corpses. But more people couldn't escape. They swayed and mixed with the buildings, ultimately becoming one with them. After the incident, statistics showed that at least 300,000 people died during the earthquake. The developed network allowed people all over the world to witness the misery brought by the eruption of Great Yellow Volcano. However, human sorrow and joy were not interconnected. At least everything in Xia country still seemed to be functioning normally. At the train station, AI Bing was not alone. Beside her was a young woman dragging a suitcase, not as pretty as AI Bing, but with a better figure. At least she wasn't flat. Yang Qiqi, how did she come? AI Bing's close friend, but if Zhou Lin remembered correctly, she should be the plastic type. In the last life, Yang Qiqi followed AI Bing for the first 2 years, but later, for some unknown reason, the two had a falling out. AI Bing didn't say the specifics, but it was probably about a man. Zhou Lin didn't have much opinion on Yang Qiqi. In his last life, he was wholeheartedly devoted to AI Bing and hardly thought of other women at all. The final result, well, Zhou Lin just felt he was too foolish. Qiqi just wanted to go out for a walk, you wouldn't disagree, right? In front of her best friend, AI Bing was quite protective. Shrugging his shoulders, Zhou Lin thought it was whatever. He didn't mind sending one more person to their death. After all, anyone who could be best friends with AI Bing was, in short, rotten in the same way. On the train, Zhou Lin almost never looked at AI Bing. Even when he wasn't dozing off, his eyes were closed, silently recalling memories. On the 3rd day after the eruption of the Dehuang volcano and the earthquake, the intense tectonic movement caused volcanoes all over the world to erupt one after another. Xia Nation was no exception. The dense volcanic eruptions not only brought secondary disasters but also affected the sky. In about 7 days, the volcanic ash in the atmosphere would reach the critical point, and sunlight would no longer pass through. The world would fall into darkness for 3 whole months. Grains and fruits would almost completely fail. A large number of plants would die. The food chain would collapse. The lack of sunlight would cause the temperature on land and sea to drop rapidly. The violent temperature difference would change ocean currents. Hurricanes would become frequent. Coastal areas would become uninhabitable due to repeated attacks of harsh sea conditions. That tiny land closely tied to Deep City had nearly 10 million people. In the end, fewer than 1 out of 10 survived because they didn't evacuate in time. Though inland regions didn't face the sea's wrath, the temperature drop was faster and fiercer than in coastal places. In the past life, Zhou Lin and AI Bing followed the army to evacuate to the Nanhu region. The temperature there was over -20 degrees Celsius, and it later dropped by almost 20 more. As far as he remembered, the lowest temperature had gone below -40 degrees. He just didn't know if the temperature in the Bashu Basin would be a bit better. But even if it dropped to -40, Zhou Lin wasn't worried. The 2 nuclear reactors on the Laifu were not just for show. Zhou Lin, I'm hungry. The boxed lunch cart had just passed. AI Bing didn't order anything. She thought Zhou Lin would surely offer to go to the dining car. I brought instant noodles. Instant noodles? You just sold a house and now you're eating instant noodles? AI Bing couldn't believe her ears.
Zhou Lin really had changed.
Whatever. If you want to eat, make it yourself.
After tossing a bucket of instant noodles into AI Bing's arms, Zhou Lin got up and went to the connection between cars to fetch hot water for the noodles, showing not a single sign of wanting to help.
Bing Bing, what's wrong with him?
Yang Qiqi pushed up her glasses.
Because they were traveling, she usually wore contacts. How should I know? Must be his dog temper acting up again. Forget it, I'll deal with him later. Whatever, I won't eat. I have to keep my figure. Sleep.
AI Bing, extremely annoyed, smashed the instant noodles onto Zhou Lin's seat and pulled down her eye mask, acting like she wouldn't forgive him unless he apologized.
Too bad Zhou Lin had seen through everything long ago and didn't care about AI Bing's act at all.
AI Bing was still sulking, not knowing she had already died many times over in Zhou Lin's heart.
By the time the train arrived at Shuda Station, it was already night.
After stepping out of the station, Zhou Lin wasn't stingy and treated AI Bing and Yang Qiqi to a hot pot meal.
I've already booked the hotel.
It's nearby, Zhou Lin said.
AI Bing nodded.
Although Zhou Lin had been acting weird these past 2 days, for the sake of those millions, she held back. But she had already secretly decided that once the house title was in her hands, she would part ways with Zhou Lin. She wouldn't spoil him.
She wouldn't act like a lovesick fool. A whole auto city cleaned out in one night. Amazing.
Kurt had caused tens of millions in losses.
What kind of cars are that expensive? Were they made of gold or what? That's why I say you know nothing, kid. Ever heard of a conqueror?
Just one is over 10 million, even more if it's custom made.
Zhou Lin put down his chopsticks. News of the Auto City incident had already reached Shudu. Had the authorities discovered his identity? If they had, were they secretly taking action now?
Thinking of this, Zhou Lin lowered his head.
Cameras and surveillance were everywhere now.
He could only try to stay hidden as much as possible.
What's a conqueror? Is it really that expensive? AI Bing asked curiously. Yang Qiqi also looked up.
To them, Basha Hot Pot was both delicious and terrifying. Her little mouth was already red and couldn't stop. The off-road RV modified from a Mercedes-Benz heavy truck, 10 million is just the starting price.
10 million is just the starting point. We probably will never be able to afford it in our lifetime. AI Bing said dreamily.
Zhou Lin smiled and whispered.
Actually, it's not a big deal, I have one at home. Really? Would I lie to you? Zhou Lin chuckled, do you want to give it a try? AI Bing laughed and nodded.
Next lifetime, Zhou Lin thought, if there is one. But he could let her see it and feel what it's like to see but not touch.
As for whether he would expose himself, how could a dead person leak a secret?
The next morning, Zhou Lin yawned and called AI Bing to get up, it was time to set off. After more than 2 hours of driving, Zhou Lin called his mom, asking the taxi to take them directly to the door.
Your home is actually in the countryside?
AI Bing couldn't believe her eyes at the rural courtyard in front of her. To her, Zhou Lin's family could at least be considered well off, as any family that could pay for a house in Shenzhen in full must be extraordinary. How could a simple farming family manage that?
Zhou Lin didn't answer, dragging his luggage straight to the yard's gate.
Before he reached the entrance, a big black dog came rushing out, barking fiercely, and then pounced on Zhou Lin.
Heisey, stop, don't lick.
Zhou Lin put down his luggage and patted the dog's head with both hands, barely avoiding the fate of getting a dog tongue bath.
Following behind Heisey was Zhou Lin's mother, Changyali.
Changyali, already in her 40s, looked very strong, somewhat resembling a female warrior.
AI Bing stared in surprise, unsure how to greet her.
Zhou Lin had no intention of introducing her, he pushed past Heisey and hugged Changyali. Mom, I missed you so much.
You're sweet-talking me, it's been less than half a year. Acting like we haven't seen each other in a lifetime. Changyali said this, but actually, she was very happy.
However, when she saw AI Bing and Yang Qiqi blocked at the gate by Heisey, her smile grew even wider.
Why don't you invite your friends in? Mom. Zhou Lin leaned into Changyali's ear and whispered, if I told you one of them is my enemy, would you believe it? Chapter 10, The Zhou Family's Decision. Your dad went to the slaughterhouse, he'll be back in the evening. Changyali led Zhou Lin, AI Bing, and Yang Qiqi into the house, and Heisey obediently squatted at the door.
Zhou Lin's room was on the second floor, and Changyali settled the two girls next to Zhou Lin's room.
Ice, your boyfriend's family seems quite well off. As soon as the door closed, Yang Qiqi let out a soft exclamation. It really was quite good. While the Zhou family's exterior looked simple, inside, the decorations, appliances, and furniture were not worse than that of big cities. This made AI Bing's heart burn with enthusiasm. With such a background, maybe she could reconsider, especially if Zhou Lin didn't have that sister. Tell me what's going on. Changyali quietly asked Zhou Lin after closing the door. Mom, it's a long story. Then make it short. Cheng Yali said with wide open eyes. Mom, rebirth, do you understand rebirth?
Zhou Lin rubbed his temples. He didn't plan to lie to Cheng Yali, otherwise, getting his parents' unconditional cooperation later would be hard.
Minutes later. So, you've actually died once?
Cheng Yali didn't care about the apocalypse or disasters, she only knew Zhou Lin had died once and was pushed off a cliff by that woman AI Bing and others.
Mom, what are you doing?
Zhou Lin grabbed Cheng Yali.
What am I doing? I'm going to kill that little girl right now.
Cheng Yali's eyes were red, her nostrils flaring, dragging.
I just can't swallow this anger. Cheng Yali gasped.
This is all small stuff, the key is we need to move first.
Move? Yes.
Zhou Lin nodded heavily. In his past life, although he couldn't return to Shu capital, during the first month of the temperature drop, the whole world had ongoing snowstorms. In some plain areas, snow could bury everything below the third floor. In a valley like their home, it wouldn't be long before the snow piled up to the roof in just a few days. At that point, the snow below would harden into solid ice under low temperatures and its own weight, leaving them with no way out. As for the come-blessed boat, Zhou Lin currently didn't plan to reveal it. He hadn't even told anyone, including Cheng Yali. We need to wait for your dad to come back and discuss this. How many days until the temperature drop? 6 days, Mom. Not only the temperature drop but also darkness. Even after experiencing it once, Zhou Lin couldn't help shaking his head at the thought. For humans, a world without sunlight was truly terrifying.
Cheng Yali nodded, indicating she remembered.
I'll call your dad right now to get him back immediately.
Okay, but don't let on in front of AI Bing and Yang Qiqi. The mother and son opened the door to go out.
Next door, AI Bing and Yang Qiqi were still tidying up and hadn't left, giving Cheng Yali time to adjust her emotions.
Around noon, Zhou Kaijun came back.
Unaware of the situation, he was pleasantly surprised to see AI Bing and suggested having a couple of drinks, only to have his thought dashed by a look from Cheng Yali. He could only secretly complain to Zhou Lin that his status in the family was getting lower and lower.
AI Bing didn't sense anything was wrong.
After lunch, she and Yang Qiqi were dragged by Zhou Lin to visit a nearby farm. The farm, covering 20,000 square meters and filled with numerous pigs and chickens, truly opened the eyes of the two girls and gave them a clear understanding of the Zhou family's strength. Especially AI Bing, her eyes sparkled as she looked at Zhou Lin.
How much are these worth? Yang Qiqi asked, but it was actually AI Bing who wanted to know, though she didn't know how to ask. It's hard to say. The family's wealth is immense, but that doesn't count the ones that are still alive. As long as they are unsold, they can't be counted as assets.
A single plague could wipe out all my parents' hard work this year.
Oh.
I see, Yang Qiqi pouted, feeling that Zhou Lin was brushing her off. After all, the salaries of the dozens of workers at the farm already add up to over $1 million a year. The Zhou family's profits couldn't possibly be less than what they pay in wages, right?
Let's go back. AI Bing said. She wanted to go back and figure out if this business was really worth it. Zhou Lin received a message from Cheng Yali and didn't want to waste any more time. As soon as they turned back home, Zhou Kaijun found an excuse to take Zhou Lin to the study. Don't be fooled by Cheng Yali's tall and fiery demeanor. The one who could truly make big decisions at home was Zhou Kaijun, small in stature and usually submissive to his wife. What you said to your mom, is it all true?
Closing the door, Zhou Kaijun suddenly became extremely serious.
Dad, can I joke about something like this? Shifu Mountain and De Huang volcano have erupted. I know.
Zhou Kaijun frowned and handed a cigarette to Zhou Lin. There are still over 1,000 pigs that haven't been sold, and 2,000 half-grown chickens. If we rush to sell them, losing money is the least of our worries. We're probably just going to raise suspicions.
I can't worry about that now, we need to cash out quickly. We still have to buy supplies. Zhou Lin said. Zhou Kaijun pondered for a long time. He had even smoked down to the filter before he pressed it hard into the ashtray. It wasn't that he wasn't decisive, in the face of the apocalypse and rebirth, both sounded absurd. If it weren't for the global volcanic eruptions and constant earthquakes, Zhou Kaijun would surely consider sending Zhou Lin to a mental health center for a checkup. 6 days? In 6 days, we won't be able to see the sun. Zhou Lin shook his head, we still need to move. Didn't you buy a furnished top-floor apartment in Lanshan? For the next 3 months, it will be safest for us to live over there. As for this place, we will see if it gets flooded after 3 months. 3 months later, the supplies in the city will be nearly exhausted. By then, even if there are government-organized teams distributing supplies, there will be more people than resources, and some will definitely take risks. Living in densely populated areas will be more dangerous. All right. I'll figure something out for the farm. You and your mom handle the procurement of supplies. You can use the pickup truck at home for now, But what about those two women? Doesn't she dislike the countryside?
When I go with Mom to the city later, I'll drop them off in Lanshan and let them clean up.
Use things to their fullest. You don't plan to keep supporting them forever, do you? Dad, I'm not stupid. AI Bing definitely has to be dealt with.
As for Yang Qiqi, actually, I don't have much of a problem with her from our past life, but if I let her go, I worry about leaks. If that's not possible, then. Having experienced the apocalypse, Zhou Lin naturally considered things more comprehensively.
He wanted to squeeze every bit of value out of AI Bing.
For instance, some of the money in AI Bing's bank account rightfully belonged to him.
No, it should be his now.
Zhou Lin told AI Bing that Zhou Kaijun and his wife regarded her not only as a potential daughter-in-law but also planned to write their names directly on that Lanshan Apartments title.
However, they needed to cover the remaining payment and fees. I didn't agree. Zhou Lin said. Why didn't you agree? AI Bing asked eagerly. Where's the money? The remaining payment plus fees is around 7 or 800,000.
I can't just shamelessly ask my parents for it.
You don't have it, but I do. AI Bing quickly said, I can lend it to you. Lend? Zhou Lin couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 11, Hoarding Goods, Chang Yali. The Zhou family's farm is actually not far from Jiazhou City. It takes less than half an hour by car. Seeing the newly acquired spacious top-floor apartment of the Zhou family, AI Bing's eyes almost popped out. She quietly asked Zhou Lin how much this house costs.
It's not Shenzhen, my mom said it's just under 5 million. By the way, we can go handle the property registration at 2 o'clock.
Are you sure you want to lend me the money?
If AI Bing had hesitated before, once she stepped into the 17th floor apartment with a property area of 380 square meters and a 150 square meter rooftop garden, she was determined to have her name on the title deed. Unfortunately, it's not in Shenzhen, otherwise, just for this apartment, AI Bing would never let Zhou Lin off the hook. Marriage was a must. You write the IOU first. I'll transfer you the money in a bit. The reason for waiting a bit is that AI Bing's savings aren't much, just about 20,000. Even though she often mingles among those rich second-generation kids, they're not fools. Eating, drinking, and even buying things isn't a big problem, but the actual cash given is limited, and she needs to spend as well. After years, having this amount is quite impressive. To hold as much ownership of this apartment as possible, AI Bing decided to use all her credit cards and online platforms.
Well, she also needed to borrow a bit from Yang Qiqi.
She had it all planned out. She would show off the borrowed money in front of Zhou Lin's parents, then gradually take this money back from Zhou Lin's pockets once they returned to Shenzhen. Previously, she truly didn't understand Zhou Lin's family situation. Since she decided to walk a good path with Zhou Lin, from now on, Zhou Lin's wallet must be managed by her.
As for whether Zhou Lin can earn that much money, isn't there still his parents?
I have to say, AI Bing's calculations were quite clever, but no matter how cunning a fox is, it is still not a match for the hunter. When she told Zhou Lin that 70,000 wasn't a problem, Zhou Lin already knew she was going to borrow money. However, the online loan release takes time. AI Bing, in order to get as much cash as possible, asked Zhou Lin if they could go to the property center tomorrow.
That's fine, but in the afternoon, my mom and I need to buy some supplies for the farm. How about you come along?
Hearing the word farm, AI Bing couldn't help but think of feed, manure, and such, and immediately shook her head. Zhou Lin didn't mind and suggested AI Bing go shopping in the city to enjoy some delicious food from Jiazhou while they finished their errands and then headed back together.
What are we buying today?
10 gas canisters, as much cured meat and sausages as we can get, various frozen goods, all kinds of seeds, chicken, duck, goose eggs.
Stop. I'm getting old, I can't remember all this.
You handle the talking, and I'll find the places.
It's settled. All right.
Chang Yali was familiar with the items Zhou Lin mentioned because she had connections with most businesses due to running a farm. She could even call ahead to have the goods prepared, so when they arrived, everything could be loaded up, paid for, and they'd leave immediately. Don't be fooled by the dirty pickup truck, it can load goods far better than a family car. They ordered a ton of cured meat, sausages, and frozen goods, a ton of rice, flour, and various grains.
Although it wasn't enough, buying too much would raise suspicion.
Zhou Lin had Chang Yali order the goods from several places and agreed to have them delivered to their neighborhood at a set time.
Why not deliver to the house? Carrying it by ourselves is exhausting.
After half a day of running around, spending money was the least of their worries, they were really tired. If possible, I wouldn't even want anyone to know who made the purchases, Zhou Lin said, wiping his sweat.
Mom, think about it, when food runs out in the entire city, how do you think the people who sold us grain will react? What will they do? They can't just come and rob us. Is it really that chaotic?
Zhou Lin nodded, it will be more chaotic and cruel than you can imagine.
Chang Yali froze for a moment, then, should I call your grandfather? Go ahead, Zhou Lin nodded.
If it comes to that, see if he wants to come here with us. Zhou Lin felt very close to the three elders at home. When he was little, Zhou Chaojun and Chen Yali were busy with work, so Zhou Lin spent his time either at his grandparents' or with his maternal grandparents. During winter and summer vacations in elementary school, he would still go to the countryside until his studies in high school became more demanding, and he slowly stopped going. Later, when his grandmother passed away, his grandfather moved into Chen Yali's family home and lived with Zhou Lin's uncle's family. His grandparents lived nearby in the countryside, very close to Zhou Lin's little aunt's family. Chen Yali had discussed this with Zhou Chaojun last night, and the couple ultimately felt that saying it outright might not be believed, so they only subtly reminded Zhou Lin's uncle and little aunt, deciding to take it step by step from now on.
When did you say the communication would go down? Chen Yali asked.
Soon after it starts snowing heavily, the base stations will frequently malfunction. The government is trying to fix them, but at temperatures below zero, it's really a life and death struggle. Whether it works or not depends on luck. The mother and son discussed while collecting goods, and before they knew it, it was dark. Chen Yali was surprised to see the time, it was only 5 in the afternoon. After making sure they had gathered everything for the day, Zhou Lin called Ai Bing to take Chen Yali back to the farm, where they found Zhou Chaojun still busy.
We're halfway through.
I'll try to finish it all tomorrow. I've already settled the workers' wages, Zhou Chaojun said privately to Zhou Lin.
It gets dark really early today. Tomorrow will be even darker and later to light up.
Dad, the good days for humanity are numbered, Zhou Lin said gloomily. Zhou Chaojun patted Zhou Lin's shoulder. Tomorrow, you go pick up Lily first. I've already asked for leave from the teacher, and I told Lily she needs to pack tonight, but I didn't tell her why. 13-year-old Zhou Li attended a boarding private school, and family members were required to pick her up to leave school. Zhou Lin agreed. Okay, after picking up Lily, I'll head directly to Lanshan. Many things have been arranged by Mom over there, arriving tomorrow. After a busy day, the three of them were exhausted and went to rest early. In a certain underground research institute in the capital of Xia country, dozens of people were anxiously waiting for the results of the supercomputing simulation.
It's out.
A few minutes later, the researcher in charge of monitoring the data shouted. The climate simulation requires extremely high computing power and designed algorithms from supercomputers. Currently, only Xia country and beautiful country in the world can achieve this step.
How is the result? Someone asked.
The results have been pushed to the terminals in front of you, everyone can take a look. As everyone looked down at the terminal screens, the old man dressed in a general's uniform said solemnly, I remind you all, what you are seeing now is a state secret, it must not be disclosed without permission, or you will be charged with treason. However, no one looked up because of the old general's words, almost everyone was stunned by the simulation results.
Is this real? Impossible, the world in darkness, doesn't that mean the end of the world?
How much time do we have? Within 10 days.
What can we do in 10 days? The seed plan, General Zhang, should we execute the seed plan? Chapter 12, The Seed Plan.
The seed plan of Xia country can be traced back to the early days of its founding. At that time, Xia country, poor and destitute, implemented extensive anti-aircraft construction to respond to the threat of mass destruction weapons from enemy countries, with the core concept being the seed plan. As Xia country's technological level and economic strength improved, the seed plan evolved from initially protecting the survival of a few elites to a comprehensive plan for human civilization's continuation, encompassing humanity, species, technology, and more. In the conference room, the old general's resolute gaze swept over the crowd. Each of you is the top scientist in your respective fields. At this critical moment, the country and the people trust your professional judgment. You have received the relevant data and simulation results, you have 3 hours to discuss, and after 3 hours, give me an accurate result. After saying this, the old general stood up and left. In the conference room, more than 30 top scientists from Xia country launched into a heated discussion about whether to execute the seed plan. The old general, having exited the conference room, did not rest either. He seized every minute to listen to the latest news brought by the orderly. Beautiful country issued another statement today, again speculating that their Tefyu aircraft carrier has been hidden by us. I thought so too. General Zhang couldn't help but complain, then shook his head, saying, it's not my worry to engage in a war of words.
By the way, has there been any progress on that strange theft case in the Deep City?
The orderly swiped his tablet. Report, General, there is still no update. The theft case from the automobile city caught General Zhang's attention not because of the large amount involved, but because it was too strange. For some reason, General Zhang felt that this case had a significant similarity to the disappearance of the Tefyu aircraft carrier. He, like beautiful country, did not believe that the Tefyu had sunk. Yet, the current crisis and the survival of over 1 billion people left him little time to handle the Tefyu and the strange theft case in the Deep City. At the same time, the beautiful country government also sensed the crisis of the drastic climate change. After a series of government meetings, the president was invited to a private estate to participate in a meeting. Those qualified to attend this meeting were truly wealthy individuals from beautiful country. Some were well-known computer tycoons, internet magnates, technological giants, financial moguls, and old-fashioned corporate stakeholders, together comprising nearly half of the attendees. Aside from the president and the newly appointed defense minister, the remaining over half of the participants bore no familiar faces to the public. No matter whether it was the attitudes of others or their seating positions at the conference table or the deferential way the president bowed before them, all of it made one thing clear: their identities, or rather their wealth, placed them far above everyone else. Especially one of them, an elderly man with blonde hair, green eyes, and a pale, wrinkled face. Despite his age, he appeared energetic, with eyes that seemed calm but occasionally flashed with a blade-like sharpness. He sat at the head of the table. Everyone sit down and listen to our chief scientist, Mr. Missy, as he explains the situation. Missy Bolant, a name known only within the very highest circles of the United States elite. It said his IQ surpassed that of Einstein, and his inventive genius exceeded that of Tesla. Many of the country's cutting-edge technologies bore his imprint, and he was behind numerous secret technologies that remained unknown to the public. His research spanned countless scientific fields. Gentlemen, what I'm about to say may exceed your comprehension. No matter what you hear, remain silent or you'll be expelled, just like my disappointing students. Though he appeared to be in his 30s, Missy Bolant was actually over 60, approaching 70. His personality was forceful and unshakable confidence born of his intelligence and abilities. First, let me say this: humanity, as in the current human race, including everyone here, is about to be wiped out. Even though he had given a mental warning, his opening statement made everyone's faces change dramatically, their emotions written clearly on their faces. If it had been someone else making such a claim, they might have ignored it, but coming from Missy Bolant, the probability of this actually happening had just jumped to over 98%. In fact, one country is already finished. Based on the latest data I just received, the island nation now has a mortality rate exceeding 50%. The eruption of Mount Fuji has covered 70% of the nation's land in volcanic ash. If it were just ordinary ash, there might still be hope, but sampling and testing confirm the ash is full of radioactive particles. We still don't know where this radiation came from, possibly the result of irresponsible nuclear waste dumping in past years. In any case, that nation is finished. And anyone still remaining there is finished too. If the death of a mere island nation and tens of millions of people wasn't enough to make these elite tycoons care, what Missy said next about volcanic ash sealing the atmosphere and surface temperatures plummeting left them completely stunned. For a long time to come, nothing will be able to grow on the surface. Please note, I said crops. In other words, a massive famine is inevitable. Every country on Earth will experience social collapse due to food shortages. To make matters worse, the long absence of sunlight will cause hormonal imbalances and widespread psychological breakdowns. I know each of you has prepared at least one post-apocalyptic fortress or shelter. But how long do you think you can last in there? 3 years? 5? Without a sufficient population base and production capacity, those shelters are nothing more than prisons. And you'll be the lab rats inside. You might not even last until your supplies run out. You'll probably end up sending yourselves to meet your maker before that. 20 years ago, I led the initiation of the Doomsday Ark project and the Eden Plan. They've now reached a basic operational stage and can currently sustain over 70 million people. If you're willing to join, I'll welcome you, and depending on your contributions, I may selectively reveal some of the breakthrough technologies I've developed. Including, but not limited to, technologies related to the human life cycle. Genetic modification technology, new aerospace technology, factory-based planting and breeding technology, etc. Believe that as long as we maintain the Ark and Eden and other doomsday shelters, when the disaster passes, we will still be the most powerful country in this world. I firmly believe that the summer country and other countries will completely perish in this disaster. Thank God, the beautiful country only needs to pay half of its population to eliminate our real opponent and completely control the world. Miss Bipoland spoke for almost 2 hours. He detailed his judgments about the possible types of natural disasters that might arise and the ways to cope, even mentioning, when there is a great disaster, there must be a great change, claiming that the surviving humans are likely to undergo abnormal changes, and he had already begun preparatory research a long time ago. In short, Miss Bipolant believed that as long as we followed his plan, in the long term, the apocalyptic disasters were a good thing rather than a bad thing for the beautiful country. If Zhou Lin could attend this meeting, he would only agree with Miss Bipolant's judgment about the island countries. Dad, look at the sky outside, don't doubt anymore. Before heading to Zhou Li's school, Zhou Lin pointed to the dark sky at 8:30 and said, Chapter 13: Zhou Lin's Greatest Value. Zhou Li, your parent has arrived at the South School Gate, hurry up. Do you need me to help you carry something? The dormitory teacher reminded the thoughtful Zhou Li. No need. Zhou Li's voice was very cold, completely lacking the innocence and romance of her age. She rejected the dormitory lady and rushed to the South School Gate as fast as she could, occasionally looking up at the sky with a very serious expression. It's still not light outside, Zhou Lin, what do you think? Zhou Lin felt that Zhou Li's gaze was somewhat strange, not like looking at a real brother, but rather at a stranger, even like an enemy. As for the way she addressed him, since Zhou Li could understand, she liked to call him by his name instead of sweetly calling him Gidge. The day before yesterday, there was a rumor, and yesterday a group of experts came out to explain.
Do you think the end of the world is really coming? If I say yes, will you believe it?
Although Zhou Li's attitude was not good, Zhou Lin was not upset at all. In his previous life, he had cared the most and felt the most guilty about his little sister. This time would be different, Zhou Lin thought.
Is your seatbelt fastened?
You don't need to remind me. I heard you brought a girlfriend back, the kind for marriage.
You can't argue with me, right?
But I guess you'll never have the chance to read an undergraduate degree in your life. Hearing this, Zhou Li suddenly fell silent for a moment.
Wait, suddenly coming to pick me up and even bringing your girlfriend back, do you guys already know? What are you talking about?
Zhou Lin squinted, glancing at the rearview mirror.
It really is like this. Zhou Li sighed with a mature expression. Do you always think of me as a child? Aren't you?
Seeing Zhou Li's serious look, Zhou Lin knew he had been exposed again. Sure enough, the gap in IQ cannot be made up by acting. Even though he had been very careful, he was still seen through by Zhou Li in the end. And at this moment, it had been less than 10 minutes since they met.
It's not that exaggerated, just a small disaster, as long as we.
Small matters are to be exaggerated, big matters are not to be mentioned.
I'm not talking about you guys, I'm talking about the country.
Zhou Li shook her head. It seems this time it's really over. What a pity, I haven't even finished my linear algebra.
So that's what you regret? Zhou Lin asked curiously. Otherwise? Life is inherently meaningless.
All my happiness comes from the exploration of knowledge. Sigh, someone with your IQ finds it hard to understand.
Let's talk about your girlfriend instead. Is it the one called AI Bing? I said, she's not my girlfriend, she doesn't deserve it. I remember you didn't say that before.
Let me think. They say it's easy to change mountains and rivers but hard to change one's nature. A loyal fool will always be a loyal fool, unless reborn knowing the apocalypse is coming yet still bringing her along. If it's not to continue being loyal, then it must be to set her up, right?
What made you suddenly change your nature?
If it were a plot in a novel, your transformation would mostly be eliminating all impossibilities. The remaining answer, no matter how absurd, is the truth.
Bro, you wouldn't be the kind of person from a novel that is reborn, would you?
Last lifetime suffering under that woman, abandoning your parents and younger sister just for a green tea girl.
For some reason, through the rearview mirror, Zhou Lin saw Zhou Li's gloomy expression and felt a chill. Damn. How could she say it like it's real? I'm just joking, it's fine if you don't accept it.
Zhou Li changed the subject. I've read enough, time can't be wasted. You're already 13 years old, and you haven't even finished university math.
That's really foolish. Zhou Lin wanted to curse. If you think this is foolish, what does that make him? A fool? So this is the doomsday fortress you and your parents prepared? I actually think the breeding farm is better.
As soon as she entered the house, Zhou Li couldn't help but start commenting. After basically touring the place, she took out a notebook and a pen to start writing and drawing. This big door has a problem, from the elevator to our house, and the stairs also need to install at least one real security door. I remember there's a brand in the city called something, a door costing around 170,000 to 180,000. Also, the floor. The thickness of this cast-in-place concrete floor is about 10 centimeters. However, it would be best to lay a layer of homogeneous steel plate at least 6 centimeters thick, using chemical bolts to implant into the cast-in-place beams to increase strength. Our layout is good, the entire floor is our own, without worrying about partition walls being damaged.
But the insulation layer needs to be redone.
If you're worried about time, you could learn from how they build houses in America, using wood on the walls filled with foam plastic, and finally, closing it with panels.
The sound insulation and heat insulation effect are quite good.
Oh, and the window glass needs to be replaced. Double-layer hollow glass can only handle normal conditions, the effect is negligible if the temperature difference exceeds 30 degrees.
Do you think that's enough? Zhou Lin was bewildered, shaking his head.
It seems you really are reborn, you don't understand any of this.
You must have suffered a lot in your last life, right? Continue talking about the window glass. Actually, we don't need so many windows.
Like the floor-to-ceiling glass doors in the living room, all the bay windows, and the floor-to-ceiling glass doors for the living balcony, they can basically all be sealed up.
2 days should be enough. Lastly, the rooftop should be closed off using multiple layers of honeycomb PC board, with a thickness of at least 5 centimeters. Don't use stainless steel for the frame, its low-temperature performance is too poor.
The main structure should be made of standard anti-corrosion wood, the thicker, the better.
Bro, you've been reborn, didn't you bring a space?
I see the food at home doesn't seem much, and water, both drinking water and water for daily use need to be prepared abundantly. If there's time, after closing the rooftop, we should set up an inflatable swimming pool. The water depth shouldn't exceed 80 centimeters for safety, and it can hold over 45 tons in an area of 60 square meters, which should be within the safe load range. This can support our family's water needs for about 1 or 2 years.
And God knows how Zhou Lin spent the entire 2 hours.
Clearly, he was the one who had been reborn in the apocalypse, but why did Zhou Li seem even more professional than him? Many things he hadn't noticed were meticulously written down by Zhou Li in the draft book.
You're making me feel useless.
But you have space, that's your greatest value.
Damn. I don't have space. So, you were really reborn, right? You didn't do well in your last life, did you? Chapter 14, AI Bing's Illusion. AI Bing was cold-faced. She had been messaging Zhou Lin since the morning, but she hadn't received a single reply. This made AI Bing very anxious. Chi-Chi, do you think Zhou Lin is lying to me?
He wouldn't dare, a sycophant doesn't have such strange thoughts. Yang Chi-Chi, carefully applying nail polish to her toes, replied to AI Bing while chatting with someone else. Though the other person hardly paid attention to her, she blissfully accepted it because the person was a true big shot. She had just recently gotten their WeChat contact. Even if she didn't have the qualification to marry into a wealthy family, having a friend from a wealthy family was still something to be proud of. Yang Chi-Chi had even already told the person that she would go find them in a few days. As for what she would do when she got there, she didn't care, she wouldn't lose anything anyway. AI Bing was very worried, afraid that if something went wrong, she had even borrowed from online loans, with fees and interests amounting to quite a sum. Fortunately, Zhou Lin finally replied. AI Bing was about to explode, but Zhou Lin seemed completely unfazed, wandering around the house and discovering that his parents were not home at all. Zhou Kaijun should be at the farm, there were many things to take care of there.
Chang Yali must have gone out to shop, with things so busy, dinner tonight was probably off the table anyway.
It wasn't even 4 o'clock yet, but the sky outside was already dark, almost like it was 8 or 9 o'clock. Without lights, the room was completely invisible.
I'm asking you a question. AI Bing pouted, didn't you say we would go for the transfer today? Didn't I say yesterday? I don't have enough money. Didn't I say I have some here? Then you should transfer it to me.
Zhou Lin replied.
Let's transfer it when we go to the property center tomorrow.
AI Bing calmed down, she was a typical person who wouldn't act until she saw the rabbit, never transferring the money to Zhou Lin now.
Alright, I'll see what I can get for dinner tonight. Where are uncle and aunt? I haven't seen them all day.
AI Bing didn't show any intention of helping, mainly, she wouldn't know how. She had been at Zhou Lin's house for 2 or 3 days, and Zhou Lin's parents showed some strange attitude towards her, lacking the warmth expected for a future daughter-in-law, and even the treatment seemed to be less than that of a regular guest.
Busy.
Zhou Lin responded from the kitchen.
Don't your parents dislike me? How could that be? They definitely don't dislike you.
Zhou Lin assured her.
That's good.
AI Bing pretended to pat her chest, which was just slightly better than a pair of A-cups, but in her heart, she thought that whether they liked her or not didn't matter, as long as they could buy a house.
Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Lin's thoughts were. They don't dislike you, they actually wish you would die.
When dinner was nearly ready, Zhou Kaijun returned home, while Chang Yali stayed over at Lanshan. Because AI Bing was there, Zhou Kaijun basically ate in silence, finishing his meal and heading straight to the study, completely ignoring AI Bing's presence.
I finished eating too, you washed the dishes, Zhou Lin said. Why me? You used to be so reluctant to let me do these things.
That was then, this is now, Zhou Lin said.
If you don't show some effort, how can mom and dad feel secure adding your name to the property deed?
Thinking of the property deed, AI Bing relented, pouting as she began to clean up, while Yang Chi-Chi continued scrolling on her phone. In the study, Zhou Lin received a call from Zhou Li.
I forgot something important. What is it?
Zhou Lin looked up at Zhou Kaijun, who looked exhausted and drowsy, and whispered.
Weapons.
People in the post-apocalyptic world are very dangerous. If we don't have enough weapons, our food supply will become someone else's food supply. If we can't get firearms, let's start with some melee weapons, crossbows, bows, optical sights, spears, javelins, and steel bars, plus close-range tools like machetes and cleavers. They must be of good quality. Zhou Li rambled on the phone for more than 10 minutes. From the simplest melee weapons to standard firearms, she even mentioned how to make Molotov cocktails, explosives, and even biochemical agents, including how to use pesticides from the farm.
Zhou Lin knew about the earlier suggestions, and the idea of using pesticides and fertilizers to create weapons made him ponder, are Zhou Li and he really born from the same parents? Dad, what's your IQ? Zhou Lin couldn't help but ask after hanging up. Me? The university I went to back in the day was like today's. Fine, let's talk about it another time. A night passed without a word, and the only thing that made Zhou Lin a bit happy was that his superpower experience had increased again in the past 2 days. Symbiosis. Beginner 110/1000. Current symbiotic transportation, LIFU, large surface transportation tool. Available symbiotic transportation quantity, 0. Storage space, 1 to 1. Zhou Lin originally thought that experience points would increase a little every day, but it seems not, otherwise, the current experience should be 107/1000. In his previous life, he didn't activate his superpower, and for now, unless there was a major change, he could only set it aside since he didn't even have anyone to discuss with. Maybe Lily can understand, however, the moment he thought of Zhou Li's eager eyes full of curiosity, Zhou Lin immediately discarded the idea. He didn't want to be sliced for study. If conditions allowed, that girl might really do it. The next day at 9, Zhou Lin took AI Bing and Yang Qiqi to the property center. Surprisingly, it was brightly lit here, and the staff were all at work. However, in comparison to the usual hustle and bustle, it was quite empty now. This turned out to be convenient for Zhou Lin. He quickly entered the process, and when AI Bing saw her name on the submitted materials and had 50% of the property, she transferred 700,000 cash to Zhou Lin. When they walked out of the property center, AI Bing was all smiles, holding the document bag and said, "Zhou Lin, how much do you think this house will rise in 2 years?" "Rise how much?" Zhou Lin didn't respond, thinking to himself, "No rush, you will find out in a few days." Chapter 15, Like-Minded Person Tang Ili. The biggest change in the city is that there are obviously fewer people and cars on the street. Many shops are simply closed, and only when passing a few large supermarkets could one see crowded pockets of people. AI Bing was a bit surprised. In the past few days, her mind had been on the house, and seeing the people shopping crazily, she didn't understand and asked Zhou Lin why. "Probably because they've gone crazy," Zhou Lin smiled and replied. With Chang Yali around, he wouldn't have to rush to the supermarket to compete with ordinary people for supplies. It's known that yesterday Chang Yali was busy all day, either transferring goods or receiving them. With Zhou Lin's reminder, she cleared out one of her warehouses in the logistics park to store supplies. This morning she even sent a message to Zhou Lin, letting him know when he had time to clear out the warehouse. Clearly, the couple had communicated last night. Why not go live in Lanshan? Seeing Zhou Lin driving towards the outskirts, AI Bing was a little unhappy. After all, her name was on the property certificate, so why go to the countryside? "It's being renovated," Zhou Lin replied. "Isn't it already done?" "Not yet," Zhou Lin responded lightly and said no more. AI Bing had no choice but to chat with Yang Qiqi about cosmetics and luxury goods. In fact, she didn't have much of that, just seeking some comfortable conversation. Soon, Zhou Lin heard the two girls suggesting that they should invite more people over to hang out, and surprisingly, AI Bing mentioned the name Tang Ili. Instantly, Zhou Lin sneered. Tang Ili, that person, Zhou Lin didn't know him before the end of the world in his last life. In a sense, they were both AI Bing's admirers. It must be said that AI Bing had strong management skills and made herself very attractive despite her lacking qualities. Women like her invest effort into their appearance, while Tang Ili happened to be a fitness coach. One coach and one student, who moved first didn't matter. The result was that Tang Ili shifted from being a big fierce dog to a little licking dog. If it weren't for the natural disasters at the end of the world, Zhou Lin and Tang Ili might have become brothers in hardship, but after the disaster struck, Tang Ili became the fiercest wolf beside AI Bing, the type that would bite anyone who crossed his path. Perhaps long-term fitness training made Tang Ili strong yet simple-minded. In the harsh environment of the end of the world, he ultimately lost the ability to think completely. In the last life, most of the suffering Zhou Lin endured came from Tang Ili. Those humiliations are forever unforgettable for Zhou Lin. Now that AI Bingren is not in the deep city, if she dies, Zhou Lin wouldn't know where to find Tang Ili. Tang Ili must die. Thinking of the harm that Mad Dog caused him, Zhou Lin couldn't suppress the rage in his heart. "Zhou Lin, Yang Qiqi's friend wants to come and play too, do you mind?" AI Bing suddenly asked. He, Yang Qiqi's friend? Yes, not a boyfriend, more like a best friend. Zhou Lin, you should understand, right? Yang Qiqi chimed in to support AI Bing. Understand. Zhou Lin thought, I understand too well. When Tang Ili arrives, AI Bing, you can just go die. The air quality in the deep city is terrible. Long-term breathing can easily lead to lung cancer. If your friend is free, why not have them come over for a while? They can go back when the environment gets better. Lung cancer? Is it that serious? AI Bing asked in surprise. Haven't you seen the recent reports online? Shifushan has been erupting all the time, and we still don't know when it will stop. The property prices in the deep city have dropped by 30%. Sure enough, only things related to money can catch AI Bing's interest, only benefits can make her think. Returning to the farm, Zhou Lin saw a few electric carts leaving in the distance. Those were the last few workers. Now the entire farm had been emptied. It's all empty. Zhou Kaijun said with emotion. He truly took a gamble this time. If the end of the world doesn't come, it would be very hard to restore the farm again. Dad, I actually hope this so-called end-of-world disaster is just a nightmare, but look at the sky.
Zhou Kaijun nodded in despair. He could only be thankful that his son was reborn and even brought a space with him.
It's just that neither Zhou Kaijun nor Chang Yali has ever asked Zhou Lin about the details of the space. Oh no, I forgot something important.
Zhou Lin slapped his forehead. Mom asked me to go to the warehouse to collect things, it's getting too piled up.
You even dared to forget what your mom said, hurry up and go. Luckily, the logistics park wasn't far from here, this road usually doesn't get congested, not to mention now.
Zhou Lin arrived at the logistics park and found his own warehouse in just over 10 minutes.
I thought you forgot. Hurry inside, I'm locking the door.
Seeing Chang Yali still guarding here, probably not even having time for lunch, Zhou Lin couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Mom, are you hungry?
Hungry.
I'm past hungry now, alright hurry up, another truckload of stuff is coming soon. In front of Chang Yali, Zhou Lin really had no room to struggle, he could only obediently enter the warehouse.
Chang Yali truly didn't follow him in, instead, she locked the door right away. What are all these?
Zhou Lin's gaze swept over the mountain of supplies in front of him, 30 bags of white sugar each weighing 200 pounds. There were bags of additive-free salt, 100 pounds each, piled in a corner of the warehouse. All kinds of peppers that people in Bashan need, in 50 burlap sacks.
Different varieties of doubanjiang, 50 jars. Homemade rapeseed oil, 50 large iron barrels. Countless MSG, chicken essence, cooking oil, corn oil, sesame oil, and Sichuan pepper oil. After finishing half of the warehouse, Zhou Lin suddenly felt dizzy, his lips numb, his head heavy, with weakness in his limbs and cold sweat on his forehead. This is bad.
Just as the thought rose in his mind, before he even had time to speak, Zhou Lin collapsed to the ground and fainted.
Chang Yali, who was busy outside the warehouse, didn't hear any sound at all.
It wasn't until the next batch of goods was almost arriving that she remembered her son was still in the warehouse.
Why hasn't he come out yet? Chang Yali tried to call Zhou Lin's phone, but no one answered. Could something have happened?
With this thought, Chang Yali quickly opened the door and went in, and immediately saw Zhou Lin lying on the ground.
What happened? What happened? Rushing to Zhou Lin's side, Chang Yali pinched his acupoint while checking his heartbeat.
Feeling that Zhou Lin's heartbeat was still normal, Chang Yali finally breathed a sigh of relief and increased the strength of her pinch on Zhou Lin, actually waking him up.
It hurts, it hurts. I'm so hungry, Mom, I'm so hungry, I want to eat.
Zhou Lin's head felt dizzy, and he couldn't even focus his eyes.
Eat this.
Chang Yali stuffed a chocolate candy bar into Zhou Lin's mouth, and then dug out a large handful of chocolate bars from a packing box in the warehouse.
You're probably just like your dad, low blood sugar. Zhou Lin didn't say a word and took the second bar to continue eating. He ate a total of 10 bars, and only then did Chang Yali dare to stop him, at which point Zhou Lin finally stopped eating and let out a long breath. From now on, always keep some sugar on you.
Luckily, I came in this time, otherwise, you would have been in trouble. Zhou Lin smiled and stood up with Chang Yali's help. He knew this wasn't low blood sugar but was related to frequently using his powers.
Coexistence. Level 121/1000. Currently coexisting transportation, Laifu, large water transport vehicle. Available coexisting transportation, 0. Storage space, 1 to 1.
Sure enough, in such a short time, his experience points had actually increased by 10.
It's just that my body can't take it.
Smacking his lips, Zhou Lin said, Mom, I want to eat hot pot tonight.
Chapter 16, The Secret of Powers. Although Chang Yali seemed carefree, what mother doesn't care for their child? Even if the sky falls down, we must eat hot pot tonight, that's what I said, even Jesus can't change that. Mom, I like your spirit. Get lost. Go rest. Chang Yali retorted rudely. I'm not tired. Zhou Lin replied, low blood sugar, as long as I replenish, it's fine. Didn't you say new supplies are on the way? Oh dear, I almost forgot. Hurry up then, pay attention to yourself. I'm going out to wait.
A truckload of daily necessities was about to arrive, and Chang Yali found a local wholesaler with very reasonable prices. For less than 20,000, the whole family could use it for decades, as long as it doesn't expire. In the warehouse, every time Zhou Lin received a batch of supplies, he carefully felt the changes in his body and the experience points of his powers. Although he couldn't estimate the exact ratio between the two, receiving supplies definitely increased his experience. Moreover, the physical consumption was unrelated to the supplies themselves, only related to the number of times used. This might explain why Zhou Lin didn't drain the Laifu but almost died in the warehouse. With this, Zhou Lin understood that after using his powers 3 or 4 times, he should chew on a chocolate candy bar. Although it became tiring after eating too many, it indeed replenished energy immediately. I don't know if other ability users are like me, but we should prepare more things like chocolate bars. Compact, portable, and effective, it might become the hard currency among ability users in the future. Just then, Chang Yali drove the forklift in, and Zhou Lin brought this up. Alright, this wholesaler's warehouse is in the logistics park, I'll go right now. Truly impressive as a strong woman, she always acted with a sense of urgency. Zhou Lin thought he might have to wait until the next day for the chocolate bars, but in an hour, Chang Yali managed to get everything sorted out. One box has 50 bars, a carton has 60 boxes, 3,000 bars in total, wholesale price is 450 yuan, I took all of his stock, 237 cartons.
Mom, you are amazing.
Zhou Lin gave Chang Yali a thumbs up. Hundreds of thousands of chocolate bars, although inconspicuous now, might one day be able to bring a woman home. If you say that, I should go get more. There are all kinds of warehouses in our logistics park.
Mom, don't go yet, we don't have much money left, do we? Zhou Lin suddenly had a bright idea and quickly stopped Chang Yali. That's right, we don't have much left. Chang Yali nodded.
From last night until now, her account balance of 5 million had disappeared, and she had directly transferred a lot from Lao Zou's account as well.
Actually, what I'm thinking is this.
Zhou Lin quietly shared his thoughts.
Chang Yali nodded repeatedly, not bad, but the risk is a bit high.
Actually, it's nothing much, the most it could lead to is frostbite, Zhou Lin said.
But what if someone tries to rob you?
Lily said we should prepare some weapons, but I only bought a few knives, and I can't even buy a decent long-range weapon.
Besides special areas, where would you find any real weapons in ordinary cities? At most, some enthusiasts might have some collectibles, but who knows where those collectibles are hidden. Fortunately, Zhou Lin actually had plenty of weapons, let alone handguns and rifles. He could even get flamethrowers and shoulder-mounted missiles. Mom, look at this. Oh my, where did this come from?
Chang Yali was stunned when she saw the shiny handgun in front of her. Xia country was not like the beautiful country, let alone guns, just a few bullets could land someone in jail for years.
The handgun Zhou Lin took out looked like high-quality military-grade equipment, finely crafted and brand new.
You take this, and there are 3 magazines, along with this holster.
At this point, who cares about legality? As long as you don't show it off on the streets, firing a few rounds in secret would probably not attract any attention.
But I don't know how. Chang Yali, although bold, knew it was a special time and didn't mind carrying a gun on her person.
It's simple.
Zhou Lin explained the key points, turning off the safety, loading the gun, changing magazines, and aiming, then had Chang Yali practice a few gestures.
Currently, they couldn't practice with live ammunition, so this would have to do.
Given Chang Yali's weight and strength, she should be able to handle the handgun.
This thing feels quite nice.
Being the pillar of the family, Chang Yali quickly adapted, even feeling a bit pleased, but before she could put it away, she asked Zhou Lin if there were more.
Yes, Dad has one too, I'll give it to him later. That's good.
By the way, don't give one to your sister yet, she's still young. If Chang Yali hadn't emphasized that, Zhou Lin would have wanted to give his sister a weapon as well. With her intelligence, she might accidentally hurt herself. Who knows, she might even use it better than Zhou Lin and Chang Yali. Besides, with disasters and crises happening one after another, young girls like Zhou Li were certainly at the highest risk. After collecting the supplies ordered today, Zhou Lin drove Chang Yali to Lanshan, where she would spend the night with Zhou Li, making it more convenient for further shopping. Actually, the supplies that could be hoarded in the city were already limited. Many supermarkets were either closed or severely out of stock. Nobody was truly foolish. No matter what the government claimed, unless people had no money in their pockets, there was no one who wasn't stockpiling.
Forget about ordinary consumers, today Chang Yali was turned away multiple times.
Even when others had the goods, it was frustrating that they simply wouldn't sell.
Hoarding was not rare in any era.
Forget about laws and regulations, there would always be people willing to take the risk, but nobody wanted to engage in losing trades.
Now, with the current darkness, late afternoon was no different from midnight.
The situation in the country was slightly better. In many relatively free nations and regions, prolonged darkness was giving rise to increasing crime. In areas without electricity or law enforcement, theft, robbery, murder, and arson had become normalized. To survive, people had to make choices, either join in or huddle together for warmth. The situation within Xia country was not optimistic either.
While widespread violent crime hadn't erupted yet, signs of chaos in the market were already visible.
To maintain social order, the government and military began to collaborate, placing major cities, special cities, and border cities under military control. Strategic and important supplies were managed by the government, and private large-scale holdings would be purchased at cost by the government, with subsidies provided based on actual conditions.
Seeing this news online,
Zhou Lin could not help but feel a bit worried. Jiazhou City had not yet begun to implement military control, but Chang Yali had purchased quite a lot of supplies, especially sugar, salt, and grain. If someone was determined, they could definitely uncover it.
What would happen if the government asked them to hand over these supplies at that time?
After thinking it over, Zhou Lin always felt uneasy, so he called Chang Yali as soon as he opened his eyes in the morning and said they should only keep it for half a day, then stop using that warehouse.
Even if we don't use it, people will still know. What's the difference? Chang Yali asked. Burn it.
Zhou Lin said in a low voice.
Burn? Chang Yali almost thought she heard it wrong. I'll handle it. Leave some supplies in the warehouse and then burn them.
Even if someone investigates later, it will be burned, and no one will know who did it.
As for how much was inside when it burned, hey, what if most of it was taken away before it was burned? Chapter 17, The Chaos Begins.
The sky became brighter much later.
It was still dark outside at 10:30 in the morning.
Zhou Lin got up, casually ate some food, and was just about to go out when AI Bing ran out to call him.
This afternoon, Kiki's friend is arriving. We need to go to the train station to pick them up. Why don't you drive us?
Zhou Lin stopped in his tracks, thinking that Tang Yili, the sycophant, might be crazy. Even with the outside situation like this, he was still in a rush.
Infatuation really is a dog's nature, isn't it? It's fine if he comes, it will be dealt with all at once. I have plans this afternoon. Then give me a car.
I have a driver's license, I'll go with Kiki.
By the way, didn't you say your family has that so-called conqueror?
The conqueror.
Yes, we have it. Zhou Lin nodded and said, it's not convenient to park it here, what do you want it for? I just want to see. Can our family really afford a car worth over 10 million?
Zhou Lin's family was reasonably well off, but they didn't have that kind of purchasing power.
It wasn't that expensive back then.
Let's wait a couple of days, I'll go pick it up then. Although there was a conqueror parked in the hangar, it was a stolen vehicle. AI Bing's words reminded Zhou Lin that perhaps he should take a trip to the city, to the Four Sons store, rental car businesses, or even second-hand car shops. Maybe he could discover some good deals. After the apocalypse and natural disasters, human industrial civilization was essentially destroyed. Even if there was still a small amount of industrial production, the first priority was food, followed by medicine. Cars were the last thing. Losing one vehicle was losing something essential. The more, the better. But cars were too expensive to buy. Jiazhou City, unlike Jingport, didn't have a large amount of privately traded imported cars and didn't have vehicle manufacturing companies, so they could only think of retail merchants.
Brother, are you out of your mind? After the apocalypse fully descends, can't you find hundreds of cars just by taking a stroll down the main road outside? If that doesn't work, there are definitely good cars in the parking garages of nearby communities, right? Is it really worth the risk now?
When Zhou Lin discussed this with Zhou Li, he was mercilessly shot down. Indeed, those with high intelligence often have shockingly low emotional intelligence. With a personality like Zhou Li's, she probably wouldn't last 3 chapters in someone else's grasp.
You're overthinking it.
I have learned about the idiom to struggle to survive before, and to endure humiliation and bear burdens and to lie low and wait for a chance.
Stop.
Zhou Lin painfully covered his face and said, fine, I'll listen to you.
Where's your notebook? Have you checked with Mom? What else are we missing? Weapons, and some medicines are unavailable.
In Zhou Li's view, these 2 types of items were the most troublesome. Weapons go without saying, medicines, which seem ordinary, are actually very difficult to procure on a large scale. Without channels, it's simply impossible, especially since the government has long been secretly regulating it. Currently, there are only a few medicines available in the market pharmacies, and the quantity is very low. Ask Mom to buy some more traditional Chinese medicine. I have prepared Western drugs. There is a small hospital on the Laifu number. Not to mention drugs, there is a complete set of equipment for ultrasound, CT scans, and MRIs. Zhou Lin was not worried at all.
The glass is probably too late to be replaced,
Zhou Li said regretfully. Unlike the anti-theft door that can be installed right away, multi-layer hologlass not only needs to be customized but is also very troublesome to install, even requiring large cranes, which we currently lack the ability to do.
Let's seal it for now. Anyway, there is no sunlight. It's okay if it's not transparent, to avoid being seen.
With a complete and effective ventilation system, Zhou Lin actually felt that sealing the windows was more appropriate.
Alright, the materials are all on the balcony. Should we call workers or do it ourselves?
Zhou Li looked eager to try, but Zhou Lin felt this could wait. They should start storing water today. The coming blessing not only has a large supply of drinking water but also a complete water circulation system.
Although the recycled water is definitely not tasty, it's fine for daily use.
But in the early apocalypse, Zhou Lin was unwilling to expose the existence of the coming blessing to avoid unnecessary trouble.
Storing water on their rooftop not only conceals their actions but also provides an insulating effect.
Under Zhou Li's request, Chang Yali bought many building materials and electric tools, most of which were placed on the rooftop. They had to clear a space first to place the plastic swimming pool for water storage. Zhou Li couldn't manage this alone, so Zhou Lin had to stay and help. Every time Zhou Lin cleared a piece of ground, Zhou Li would go up, open a simple swimming pool, inflate it, and pour water into it. Jiazhou City is surrounded by water, and the water pressure on the 18th floor is decent as well. With 2 or 3 hoses running simultaneously, they can fill up 10 tons of water in a few hours. If it weren't for a phone call from Chang Yali, Zhou Lin might have been busy on the rooftop until dark. There has been a robbery at the logistics park. Although it didn't happen to Chang Yali, several people had been robbed already, and the warehouse was broken into. Chang Yali was also a bit anxious, which is why she called Zhou Lin.
I'll be there right away.
Worried about Chang Yali's safety, Zhou Lin told her on the phone to lock the door of the warehouse and, if necessary, shoot.
Safety first.
However, Zhou Lin never expected that he would be blocked just 3 minutes away from the logistics park. On the way, a beat-up car from who knows where was squeezing the already narrow 8-lane road down to just enough for one car to pass. It was clear that there were people hiding behind those broken cars, and any attempt to slow down could lead to an attack. There were other routes, but they required a significant detour. Thinking for a moment, Zhou Lin simply put on a military uniform and aimed his gun out of the car window. Though it wasn't the summer country's military uniform, the sky was dim, and in this chaotic world, the other party might not clearly distinguish it. Not knowing if it was the military uniform or the gun that worked, Zhou Lin passed through that artificial passage without any obstruction or attack.
Mom, it's me.
As Zhou Lin opened the warehouse door, he shouted loudly, fearing that his mother would mistake him for an intruder and shoot him.
You finally came. Chang Yali stood up from behind a pile of bags, and Zhou Lin couldn't help but laugh, saying, Mom, can you hide a bit better? Just look at the size of this bag, can it really block you? Then didn't you still not see me? Chang Yali hurriedly replied. How could I not see a big person like you? Zhou Lin laughed. Isn't there no proper place? Besides, I have a gun. Chang Yali shook the weapon in her hand, then holstered it, gesturing around the warehouse, do you see? The territory your mom fought for is now all yours. Long live the Empress. Zhou Lin joked in response, and without avoiding Chang Yali, he quickly started tossing bags of supplies into the storage space. The symbiotic transportation tool's storage space is limited, and its shape perfectly fits the external shape of the symbiotic transportation tool. But Zhou Lin still found a way to take advantage, that is, the direct deck of the aircraft carrier. Because there were planes stationed on the deck when storing goods, the storage space defaulted to having a layer of space the same height as the planes, about 7 meters. The deck area of the Lava ship is 19,827 square meters, which means there is 138,000 cubic meters of space to utilize just on the deck, equivalent to over 1,700 standard shipping containers. Almost done. Looking at the scattered supplies in the warehouse, Zhou Lin chewed on a chocolate bar and asked Chang Yali to go out first. He was going to prepare to start a fire. Chapter 18, It's actually an acquaintance.
The fire spread from a corner of the warehouse. Zhou Lin confirmed again and again that even if the entire warehouse burned down, it would be difficult to affect other warehouses, and no innocent people would be injured because of it. More than 10 minutes later, flames shot out from the warehouse's vent, and someone reported the fire. The property management of the logistics park called Chang Yali, and when Zhou Lin drove back, the fire was already uncontrollable. The property management could not extinguish the raging fire but could only do their best to clear the area around the warehouse to prevent the fire from spreading.
Some people came forward to comfort Chang Yali.
Seeing his mother surrounded by a crowd, sobbing and stomping her feet, Zhou Lin felt like the Oscar owed her a gold award. By the time the fire truck arrived, the warehouse had basically burned down, and when high-pressure hoses sprayed it, the scene was utterly chaotic. Even a deity would struggle to make sense of it, fully achieving Zhou Lin's desired effect. Those who knew how much material Chang Yali had recently gathered in the warehouse shook their heads, thinking that the Zhou family would surely suffer a big setback this time, while also feeling sorry for the materials that had been burned. According to the normal procedures, the police should be on scene now. However, the increasingly chaotic order had already exhausted police resources, and for incidents without casualties, the police had no time to address.
Mom, let's go.
Zhou Lin, with his eyes red from being rubbed hard, helped Chang Yali back to the car.
Hurry up, hurry up.
Once the car door was closed, Chang Yali urged Zhou Lin to leave quickly. She was afraid she would reveal something if it went on. Looking at the logistics park slowly disappearing in the rearview mirror, Zhou Lin felt a bit regretful. After all, there were various materials in those warehouses, and if there was a chance in the future, he could come back to raid it. Who knows, he might get unexpected gains. As soon as they returned to Lanshan, Chang Yali began a crazy ordering spree, but most of the calls either couldn't go through or went through with no result. When you weren't home, the workers came and installed all the anti-theft doors. I'm considering whether to weld shut the lock holes of 2 of the doors. I have to say, wearing work clothes and a helmet, Jolie somewhat resembled an engineering girl, but Chang Yali couldn't bear to let her daughter do such rough work and hurriedly asked Zhou Lin to help.
But I don't know how.
Zhou Lin spread his hands.
If you don't know, go search for it.
Chang Yali put her hands on her hips. Your sister is delicate, what if she gets burned by sparks? Sure enough, Zhou Lin was nowhere near as important as Jolie. The concept of gender equality did not exist in the Zhou family at all. Jolie giggled and said to Zhou Lin, brother, no need to search, I know, I'll teach you.
When did you learn how to weld? There's a saying, isn't it? If you have hands, you can do it.
Moreover, I seriously studied for half an hour with videos, that's enough, trust me. Strangely enough, Zhou Lin, who had never encountered welding before, really managed to complete the task under Zhou Li's guidance, looking quite decent.
Ha, from now on, I can say I'm a welder.
Don't flatter yourself, without me, you are nothing. Zhou Li scoffed. That night, Zhang Yali arranged the hot pot that Zhou Lin wanted to eat, and Zhou Kaijun also came. The four of them enjoyed a warm and joyful family meal. That woman left after you, I hadn't even come back when I left, Zhou Kaijun said, taking a sip of wine. She said a friend came to Bashu, she went to meet him.
Bro, you wouldn't be getting cheated on, would you?
Zhou Li asked, laughing.
Zhang Yali tapped Zhou Li with her chopsticks. What are you saying? How could someone like that be related to your brother, you know that? I was just joking, what's wrong with that? Bro, I found you a new girlfriend, want me to introduce you to her in a bit? What are you talking about? Zhou Lin's eyes widened. You found me a girlfriend and want to introduce me? Ah. Zhou Li nodded, she lives in our building, hey. How did you meet her? Zhang Yali asked. Someone from the neighborhood. Zhou Li covered her forehead. Since we will be staying home for a long time, I thought I should get to know the people in this building, to know our friends and foes. If there are dangerous people, we need to prepare in advance. If it comes to worst, we need to strike first to avoid suffering later. Stop. Just stop. You don't need to worry about my affairs, women only slow down my sword drawing speed, got it? Bro, you won't find good women within your circle, like attracts like, and if no one lends you a hand, then it's none of your business. Zhou Lin said angrily. Don't change the topic, Lily, what does that girl do, and how does she look? Compared to Zhou Li, Zhang Yali clearly trusted Zhou Li more and shot a glare at Zhou Lin. She is a doctoral student in the clinical department at Bashi University, definitely a campus beauty, and she is from Jiazhu. She just returned from studying abroad, but because of a natural disaster, school is closed, and she just came back from Shudao yesterday. Not bad. Zhang Yali nodded repeatedly while looking at Zhou Lin with disdain, as if her son was completely unworthy of such a person. When are we inviting her up for a visit? Mom, come on. In this apocalyptic world, why look for a girlfriend? Zhou Lin strongly opposed, but his objection was meaningless as Zhou Li took out her phone, sent a few messages, and then got up to open the door. Xiao Li. Shui Jie. At the door, a tall and short figure hugged each other. If Zhou Li hadn't just said they had just met, one would assume they were sisters who hadn't seen each other for years. But looking at the woman at the door, Zhou Lin felt somewhat familiar. He remembered, this was the unless you can't help it girl from the train. Wu Shui also didn't expect such a coincidence and smiled at Zhou Lin. So, the brother Xiao Li mentioned is you. What a coincidence, Zhou Lin nodded, giving Wu Shui a seat. After a simple introduction from Zhou Li, Wu Shui was seen as part of Zhou Lin's family. Just as Zhou Li said, they really met online. Although there was some age difference, they had many common interests, such as swimming, playing badminton, and playing the guitar. Having common interests meant they had many topics to talk about, and Wu Shui lived downstairs, only her home was smaller than the Zhou's. Shui Shui, is it okay if I call you that? Zhang Yali smiled until her eyes almost closed, satisfied, truly satisfied. Of course, my mom calls me that too, but they are abroad now. Flights have been cancelled, and communication isn't smooth, Wu Shui said, a hint of worry appearing on her face. So where are they now? Zhang Yali asked. They went to Europe for a trip. During the last call they were still in Suisure. Son, is Suisure safe? Zhou Lin thought for a moment and shook his head, hard to say. There are fewer people there, and resources are relatively rich, but the temperature will be lower than our Bashu. What are you talking about, what low temperature? Wu Shui asked. Zhang Yali cleared her throat, glanced at Zhou Lin, and said, you should ask him for the details, he has done a lot of research on climate change. When did I ever research climate change? Seeing Wu Shui's look, Zhou Lin felt very wronged. Can a mother really do this to her son? Chapter 19, Being a brother is tough. This all starts with the volcanic eruption in the island country. Zhou Lin felt like he was being pushed into a corner. His mom had already set him up, and if he didn't explain himself today, he knew he would be in trouble later. If Zhou Lin's meeting with Wu Shui was fate, then Ai Bing and Tang Yili were surely a tragic destiny. The reason Ai Bing could easily call Tang Yili over to Jiazhu like a dog was that Tang Yili had a like-minded classmate and brother, Sun Qinghao, in Jiazhu. After receiving Tang Yili's message, Sun Qinghao first went to the train station to pick him up, and then the two met with Ai Bing and Yang Qiqi. The four of them drove around Jiazhu City, and Sun Qinghao initially wanted to show his worth as a local in front of the beautiful Ai Bing and Yang Qiqi, but little did he know that many places were closed in such bad weather, and they almost couldn't even have hot pot. Looking outside as it turned dark, Zhou Lin had no news at all. After drinking a couple of cups, Ai Bing felt a bit annoyed and decided to give Zhou Lin a taste of his own medicine. Today, if Zhou Lin didn't actively seek her out, she wouldn't go back. A few days ago, there was no support, but now that Tang Yili was here, along with the surprise of Sun Qinghao. With Ai Bing's keen intuition,
she could tell at a glance that Sun Chenghao was indeed a scoundrel, the kind of old rascal in love.
He was being overly attentive to Yang Qiqi while secretly throwing suggestive looks at AI Bing.
What a jerk! Most of the time, AI Bing's attitude was simply a guise, whether it was Zhou Lin or Tang Yili, she truly looked down on both of them. Even though Sun Chenghao drove a car worth over 300,000, he still rented a place to live and was also classified by AI Bing as a loser. Ice, don't go to your relative's house tonight, we haven't seen each other in a long time, and we should talk more.
Tang Yili's eyes, reddened by alcohol, were filled with longing. Alright, if they don't call, I won't go back. Sigh, there's nowhere to play anyway.
Hearing AI Bing complain, Sun Chenghao quickly suggested they buy something to eat at his place, and the four of them continued drinking. AI Bing glanced at Sun Chenghao, who was pouring alcohol for Yang Qiqi, guessing what he was up to. Unfortunately, whether it was Tang Yili or Sun Chenghao, they needed at least 20 more years of skill if they wanted to get AI Bing and Yang Qiqi drunk.
Unless they used some underhanded methods, the two seasoned women would certainly not fall for it.
In the end, both Sun Chenghao and Tang Yili ended up drunk. What if Zhou Lin misunderstands and thinks she came out to do something? But then again, AI Bing thought, even if Zhou Lin really gets upset about it, it's still within her control. Jiazhou City is not big, and to be exact, AI Bing's current location is less than a street away from Lanshan.
She could even see Zhou Lin's house if she picked the right direction. In the living room, Wu Shui did not panic after hearing Zhou Lin's explanation.
On one hand, Zhou Lin repeatedly emphasized that this was just his personal opinion, and on the other hand, Wu Shui's personality played a role. After all, being able to study for a doctorate in the clinical department of Bashi University is not something ordinary people can achieve. My dad is a very good doctor, and my mom is an expert in mechanical power. We're going to Europe for a trip because my mom has to attend an international conference, and we're tagging along. Wu Shui said, sounding like she was speaking to Zhou Lin, but also like she was talking to herself. But Zhou Lin understood. She was saying that her parents were the kind of extremely valuable elite talents, and any country would pay enough attention to her parents' abilities. Compared to ordinary people, their survival rate in the face of disaster would be much higher.
Moreover, talents like Wu Shui's parents would be more capable of handling crises than ordinary people.
So, the biggest problem right now seems to be me, Wu Shui laughed self-deprecatingly. I didn't think things would get this serious at first, so I wasn't very well prepared for supplies. I think I might starve to death at home. Jolie, who had been sitting on the couch reading a book, suddenly looked up and said, Don't worry, Sister Shui, if I have something to eat, there will definitely be something for you to drink.
Thank you, Shelley, but I feel embarrassed to eat and drink for free.
Besides, things may not be as bad as your brother says.
Not that bad?
Zhou Lin smiled, but before he could speak, Zhang Yali, who had just cleaned the dining table, walked over with a smile. Xiaoshui, you're being too polite.
It's no problem. Don't just eat and drink at our house. You're always welcome to stay. Auntie and uncle will both welcome you with open arms.
You're a truly talented person, and if you help Xiaoli with her lessons when you have time, that'll be a gain for us.
Xiaoli is really smart. Faced with Chang Yali's invitation, Wu Shui neither agreed nor refused. It's getting late, I should go home.
Wu Shui stood up to leave, but Jolie grabbed her and took her to her room, where they stayed for about 2 hours. Then, the two women, one big and one small, came out smiling. After Jolie sent Wu Shui off, Zhou Lin couldn't help but ask, You've only known her for a few days, and she already brought you to her room?
Aren't you afraid of revealing too much? Do you think I'm as stupid as you? Jolie turned around and said seriously, She and I are like-minded. Do you know how high her IQ is? It's only a little lower than mine. To be honest, I'm the one who truly shares common ground with her. Also, do you think it's just because of that? With your IQ, it's already a stretch for you to think this far. Sometimes, the gap between people is as huge as the gap between humans and monkeys. Who said that? Zhou Lin felt like he'd heard that before. Who said it doesn't matter? Jolie waved her hand confidently. Let me ask you, in the face of the apocalypse, is our family really prepared? Zhou Lin thought for a moment. Seems like it's almost ready. What's missing? Of course there's something missing. Jolie pointed at Zhou Kaijun, who was smoking by the dining table, and Chang Yali, who was eating melon seeds. Look at them, old man and old woman, in their 50s or 60s, they've worked hard their whole lives. Their bodies must be falling apart. When the apocalypse comes, if one of us gets a headache or fever, even if we have medicine, do you know how to use it? So you actually value Wu Shui's profession and abilities? Zhou Lin said. The child can be taught, this comforts me greatly. Dad, Mom, send this girl away, I can't take it anymore. Chapter 20, Zhou Li's Ecological Circle. On June 25, Zhou Lin woke up and clearly felt the drop in temperature. It was 8:30 in the morning, and the outside was still pitch black. The city no longer shone with the dazzling lights of the past, many places appeared very dim, and the neon lights had become scarce as more and more shops chose to close.
The whole world was slipping into the abyss, and no one could stop it. Sighing, Zhou Lin forced himself to cheer up. Today, his parents needed to go back once to move some useful things over. All the items that were helpful but inconvenient to move needed to be stored away. Last night, Zhou Lin had given Zhou Kaijun a pistol with 4 magazines and a box of bullets, just in case. Considering that communication might be interrupted due to power issues, Zhou Lin also found a military short-range communication system on the Haifu, with one terminal for each person in the house and the main unit installed on the rooftop platform. This system had an effective communication range of about 20 kilometers. He believed that in the next 2 months, even if someone needed to go out, they wouldn't exceed that range. Zhou Lin spent the whole morning busy on the rooftop. He and Zhou Li needed to finish the remaining window sealing work today, and he planned to build a sturdy tool shed on the platform. After the temperature dropped, it would snow heavily, and some tools and materials would quickly deteriorate if kept buried under ice and snow.
Brother, since you are going to build it, why not make it a bit bigger?
It can be used to store things and also to raise some chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, and such.
Raise small animals? What will I raise them with? Feed.
I had Mom buy it, Zhou Li said seriously.
When did I not know about that? When did you buy it? Where is it?
In the logistics park. Chicken, duck, goose, quail, rabbit feed, dog food, cat food, all kinds of little snacks for animals, and I made Mom buy a lot of cat litter. Zhou Li counted on her fingers. Zhou Lin patted his forehead. He hadn't checked what he was collecting from the logistics park, and it turned out there were these items. Thinking that these things might come in handy in the future, it couldn't be said that Zhou Li was wasteful. But it seems we have no animals other than He Zai. A few days ago, He Zai had been guarding the house in the countryside. Today, when Zhou Kaijun and Chang Yali came back, they would bring it over, and the dog kennel in the hallway was ready. You don't need to worry about these, this lady is resourceful and has it all planned out.
Alright, just tell me what you want to build.
Building a tool shed was not difficult with abundant materials and tools. Zhou Li played a huge role. It was as if she already had a precise blueprint in her mind down to the millimeter, and all Zhou Lin had to do was cut the materials to the dimensions she said and then assemble it like building blocks. Looking at the 2-meter-3 tall, 12-meter long, and 9-meter wide building in front of him, Zhou Lin fell into deep thought.
Did he really create this in just half a day? Could it mean that his talent was actually that of a builder?
Turning his head to look at Zhou Li, who was squinting her eyes and seemed to be calculating something again. Alright, still the same old story. Without Zhou Li, he is nothing. The interior space of the tool shed was over 90 square meters, with the left side divided by Zhou Li for placing the generator, filter room, chicken coop, duck shed, and goose pen. On the right side was a simple fish pond, and above the fish pond was a cage for raising quails. The spilled feed and quail droppings would fall directly into the fish pond, becoming fish food. The boiler was located not far from the fish pond, maximizing heat utilization. The remaining space was used for raising rabbits. Finally, the more than 20 square meters left in the middle was designed as rotating planting racks, combined with the red LED lights above.
You can plant over 1,000 vegetables.
Zhou Li said that with nutrient solutions and artificial light planting technology, it can guarantee the basic needs of their family of 4.
This was yet another knowledge-blind spot for Zhou Lin. He really didn't know where 13-year-old Zhou Li learned these strange knowledge. It made Zhou Lin feel that it was not him who had traveled through time or been reborn, but Zhou Li. Assuming our world is real, then there is no possibility of time travel or rebirth. You have merely surpassed your own dimensions at the quantum fluctuation level. Conversely, if this world is not real, then time travel and rebirth also do not exist. It can only be that the system specially preserved your data and backed it up in the replay program. I might as well go cook.
Zhou Lin couldn't understand what Zhou Li was saying, but he couldn't give up his pride as an older brother, so he chose to do what he was good at. There are strengths and weaknesses. The kitchen was Zhou Li's forbidden zone. No matter how high her IQ, she couldn't cook a decent egg fried rice, let alone her favorite golden egg fried rice.
Delicious.
Looking at the scattered golden rice grains across the table, Zhou Lin finally felt like his sister was back. This was what a 13-year-old child should be like.
The phone rang. It was AI Bing calling. Zhou Li's ears perked up like those of a dog. It wasn't her being gossipy, she only liked gossip related to Zhou Lin. Why didn't you call me? Sure enough, AI Bing's first words were a rebuke. If Zhou Lin had no experience from his past life, he should have been confused by now. It's so dark, hurry and pick me up. I've been waiting at my friend's house all night. I've already sent you the location. If you don't deal with this kind of woman. Brother, you have some big plans, right? Tell me, and I can help you strategize.
Zhou Li whispered in Zhou Lin's ear.
Just wait.
Zhou Lin calmly hung up the phone and looked at the location sent by AI Bing. Well, it's only half a street from the back gate of Lanshan community.
The key point is that the community is not low-end. How did AI Bing and Tang Ili get in there? They couldn't possibly own a house in that community, and Tang Ili wasn't even from Bashu. Are they renting it?
Since Zhou Lin knew where AI Bing was, he felt less anxious. The reason AI Bing called was that she hadn't brought any luggage when she left, especially some warm clothing that was still at the farm. It had started to get cold last night, and now going out to buy a set wasn't easy, as there were very few shops open. Taking advantage of the time, Zhou Lin briefly told Zhou Li about the things related to AI Bing. Zhou Li patted Zhou Lin's shoulder with an air of maturity. Not bad, you've gained some depth. Your decision is correct. This kind of woman should first taste the bitterness of the apocalypse, then give her a glimmer of hope for living, and finally completely shatter that hope, leaving her in despair. When she's in despair and wants to die, she must be made to live a life worse than death. When she gets accustomed to living a life worse than death, then let her die in humiliation and regret. TSK, perfect. Have you been reading palace drama novels lately? Better cut back on that, it lowers intelligence. Zhou Lin didn't want to turn his sister into Jin Huan. Life was already tough enough, why create more difficulties for those who were alive? Let's talk about something realistic. Tomorrow the temperature will drop to 0 degrees. 0 degrees? Zhou Li's attention was indeed diverted. She preferred challenging things over simple ones. Is there enough coal and oil? I think it's enough. Zhou Lin replied. There was plenty of fuel stored in the Lianfu No. 1. Gasoline, aviation kerosene, and diesel were all there, with aviation kerosene being the most plentiful. Normally, this stuff couldn't be used in a regular gasoline engine, but it could be used in a diesel engine. The Conqueror's RV that Zhou Lin collected in the Lifu Hao was powered by a 15.6-liter 6-cylinder diesel engine. Theoretically, using high-quality aviation fuel would not have a significant impact on it. As for coal and charcoal, they were later purchased by Chang Yali, with about 30 tons of anthracite and 50 tons of charcoal, which is normally enough to last over a year. Even so, Zhou Li was still somewhat dissatisfied, pulling out her phone and scrolling continuously, finally stopping at a location 20 kilometers away from Jiazhou City. Coal mine? Zhou Lin did not understand what Zhou Li meant by pointing out the Jiayang coal mine. If there is a chance, go take a trip, Zhou Li said. Isn't it sufficient? Plans can never keep up with changes. Smart people never wait for tomorrow, they choose tomorrow. Zhou Lin shrugged his shoulders in agreement. On the other side, AI Bing, who had been hung up on, was almost driven crazy with anger. At Sun Qinghao's house, AI Bing waited and waited but did not receive a call or a message from Zhou Lin, which filled her with fury and a vague sense of dread. Could it be they noticed something? She glanced at Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao who were busy playing games, and compared to Zhou Lin's family who had been bustling with activity a few days ago, AI Bing felt that something was off. It was already noon, yet only a sliver of light could be seen in the sky. The typically dazzling July sun was obscured by thick clouds, appearing even colder than the moon, like an old duck egg yolk. Bored, AI Bing scrolled through her phone and found that online discussions about the apocalypse had become overwhelming. Posts that were deleted just a few days ago were now running wild. Could it be? She thought back to Zhou Lin's family's actions. They have been preparing all along? If that were true, AI Bing felt it would be better to head to Zhou Lin's house as soon as possible for her own safety. Bing, are you hungry? Let's go eat out. Tang Yili finally put down his phone, only then did he feel somewhat hungry. Eat out? AI Bing pointed angrily at the window. With weather like this, do you think there are any restaurants open outside? In fact, there had been no restaurants operating nearby since last night. Food supplies, vegetables, and meat were either controlled or sold out. Even the clever housewife could do nothing without ingredients, and with no raw materials, there were no restaurants operating. No worries, my house still has instant noodles. As a typical single guy, Sun Qinghao had stocked instant food at home, but AI Bing was reluctant to eat that. It was unhealthy and bad for the skin. Upon seeing the instant noodles Sun Qinghao took out, AI Bing couldn't help but think of the Zhou family's farm. The pigsty and chicken coop she once despised now made her feel a newfound yearning. Their family definitely had enough food. AI Bing exchanged glances with Yang Qiqi, and it had to be said that their thoughts were surprisingly aligned. We have to go. Zhou Lin had still not called, and after AI Bing sent a message with no reply, she began to feel nervous. As a strong and savvy woman, she needed to clearly assess the value of her backup options. Currently, Zhou Lin, with a big house and a farm to support him, was undoubtedly worth far more than Tang Yili. AI Bing could still clearly distinguish whether short-term happiness or filling her stomach was more important. But Tang Yili was unhappy. He had traveled a long way from Shenzhen. Was it just for one night? Let's stay a couple more days. It's just that you want something to eat. I'll go buy it. AI Bing had no time to stop Tang Yili, and she never expected that as soon as Tang Yili left, Sun Qinghao would approach her. If it weren't for Yang Qiqi going to shower, this guy definitely wouldn't dare to be so bold. AI Bing, your voice was really nice last night. What do you want? AI Bing said coldly. Hey, what can I do? Lao Tang and I are brothers, you are his woman, how can I just touch you? Don't you think so? But saying this, Sun Qinghao's expression on his face was completely the opposite, clearly showing his thoughts about AI Bing. To say that AI Bing actually didn't care much about such things, what she cared about was whether it was valuable. Any activity involves some consumption. If she can't gain anything, she would never let others benefit.
What could Sun Qinghao have?
On the other side, after stepping out, Tang Ili quickly regretted it.
Cold. So damn cold. When the doors and windows were tightly closed at home, it didn't feel too bad, but when the wind blew on the street, it felt like not wearing any clothes, and his hands and feet were almost frozen stiff. It was clearly July, yet it felt as cold as the depths of winter. Shenzhen had never been this cold. Jiazhua truly was a broken place. Tang Ili had wrongly blamed Jiazhua. In fact, Jiazhua had never been this cold either, and at this time, Shenzhen was actually colder than Jiazhua. Because the entire atmospheric circulation had been completely destroyed, surface cooling was no longer caused by the cold air from the north, and Shenzhen, close to the sea, could no longer be protected by warm ocean air currents. If Tang Ili contacted friends in Shenzhen, he would know that as early as yesterday noon, it had already been freezing there. Not just Shenzhen, almost all coastal cities were experiencing an unprecedented low-temperature attack. A huge meteorological disaster had formed worldwide, and rescue work had become the main task of governments of various countries. In contrast, the island nation might be the most seriously affected country in the world. Due to volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and heavy rain from strong convective weather, all cities in the island nation, except for the capital, had been completely paralyzed. Common people received no assistance other than self-rescue, and unprepared self-rescue often had little effect. 13 cities were completely submerged by the flooding caused by heavy rain. 3/4 of the people in the city went missing in the flood, which essentially meant death. Another 3 small cities near the mountains completely disappeared in mudslides, with almost no one managing to escape. Centered around Shifushan, a 30-kilometer radius was filled with toxic volcanic ash and unbreathable gas. Everyone or animal that failed to escape this area had no chance of survival, and the island government could only express helplessness. It is said that the royalty of the island nation has shamefully evacuated. They did not go to the most powerful military country, nor to the wealthiest Europe, but headed straight for the economically backward Africa. This shows that the previous year's news about the island nation making many arrangements in Africa were not false.
After all, living in such a natural environment on the island, perhaps everyone would fantasize about what to do if doomsday came. The rich and powerful have also fled. Most of them evacuated on the day of the Shifushan eruption. Some went to Africa, while most went to Europe, especially the wealthy, whose early investments in European properties were finally of use. Using the navy they secretly built and an already large civilian fleet, the island's royalty and government managed to send 2/3 of the island's military force into the sea, heading straight for Africa. Perhaps in their view, this natural disaster was an opportunity for the island people. In peaceful times, they would dare not openly occupy the land of Africa. Yesterday morning, a cold wave of unknown origin struck the island nation, like a real-life ice queen singing triumphantly from south to north across the island territory, with temperatures dropping sharply by as much as 50 degrees in its path. Once, there was a movie depicting the destruction brought by a powerful convective storm with super low temperatures. Many people thought it was an artistic exaggeration, and that such a situation could not possibly occur on Earth. But now it has happened, and all countries around the world are paying attention to what kind of destruction this new cold wave can cause. Through those cameras and networks that have not yet been damaged, we can see how the cold wave instantly freezes a river, how it frostifies a building in an instant, and how it turns walking humans into sparkling ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. Professional organizations have estimated through video recordings that the center temperature of this cold wave might be -100 degrees. Even the hardiest Eskimos cannot survive in such low temperatures.
Chapter 22, Wu Shui persuaded.
The tragic situation on the island nation has further accelerated the steps taken by governments to respond to the apocalypse. If there were any dissenting voices among the high-ranking officials before, after seeing the island nation's fate, those opposing voices have completely vanished. After all, only a madman chooses self-destruction. Normal people think about how to survive. The Eden and Arc plans of the beautiful country, the Spark plan of the summer country, the Olympus plan secretly united by several major European countries for years, and the Bear country's hibernation plan all began to be implemented at an accelerated pace. In contrast, countries with second or third-rate economies, technologies, or natural conditions are in much worse shape. It's not that their higher-ups don't see it, but even if they do, they feel powerless. Either they lack economic support, or they don't have enough technological strength, or simply there's no place within their borders to execute the plans. For example, the neighboring countries of the island, the Cold Country and the Golden Country. These two brother nations have taken completely different development paths in the past few decades, with the Cold Country being far ahead in economy and technology, leading its citizens to look down upon their former brothers. But when this natural disaster struck, the Cold Country, surrounded by sea on 3 sides, suddenly found they had no way to retreat.
The islanders at least had their previous setups in the Dark Continent. However, the leaders and tycoons of the Cold Country did not have such vision and ability.
In contrast, the closed and backward Golden Country is connected to the continental shelf.
As long as the Summer Country shows a little kindness, relying on the protection of the mountains, the chances of survival for the Golden Country's leaders and people would greatly increase.
In fact, the relationship between the Golden Country and the Summer Country has always been quite good. and given the current disaster facing humanity, just a few days ago, the top leader of the Golden Country had already communicated with the Summer Country's high officials. After making a promise, he got permission from the Summer Country's higher-ups that the people of the Golden Country could enter the Summer Country to build shelters when necessary. To avoid social unrest, governments in various countries chose to keep survival plans temporarily confidential, only informing key figures and elite groups as required by the plan, urging them to quietly rush to the nearest evacuation points.
Wu Shui's family and Yang Qiqi and others were clearly not among those notified.
However, Wu Shui received a notification last night. The notice clearly informed her that she belonged to the third type of elite talent, and could seek support at the nearest military base using the QR code sent with the message. If conditions allowed, the military would escort her to the shelter in the Spark plan. After receiving the news, Wu Shui could hardly sleep all night. She was certainly trusting in her country. But she did not know if there would be a chance to come out once she entered the shelter. If she could no longer contact the outside world at that time, she might completely lose the opportunity to find her parents.
What if she did not go to the military? Wu Shui took the time to catch up on many apocalyptic novels.
It wasn't until the afternoon that I sent a message to Zhou Lin with two black eyes.
Ha!
Seeing the message, Zhou Lin softly exclaimed, and then she dropped Zhou Lin and rushed to open the door.
Sister Shui. Xiao Li.
Wu Shui's smile was clearly a bit forced, and she walked a little unsteadily, not only because she hadn't rested well, but also because she was mentally exhausted. The two women sat down in the room, and Wu Shui looked around, asking about Zhou Kaijun and Chang Yali, as she believed that many things Zhou Li should not have the authority to decide on, and that adults needed to make decisions.
It's fine, I have half the say in this family.
Zhou Li patted her chest as she said. Wu Shui still didn't believe it, and asked about Zhou Lin.
Zhou Li thought for a moment, pulled out the intercom, and called Zhou Lin down, who was working on the rooftop.
Hearing Fireseed plan, Zhou Lin was not surprised. He not only knew about this plan but also knew the exact locations of many Fireseed plan bases. My suggestion. Zhou Lin glanced at Zhou Li. Both the big and little women had somewhat terrifying intelligence, and Zhou Lin was afraid he might accidentally let something slip.
Listen to me, listen to me. Sister Shui, you should stay. We have prepared really well at home. Zhou Li was saying as she dragged Wu Shui toward the platform.
When she saw the water tank and the newly finished tool room that still smelled of paint on the platform, Wu Shui was shocked.
So you guys anticipated this a long time ago? It wasn't us, it was me.
Zhou Li proudly pointed at her nose. It was my unreasonable, willful request that made my parents and brother do all this to accommodate me.
Lily, can we skip the idioms? Zhou Lin couldn't listen anymore and couldn't help but speak up. I like it this way, it's none of your business.
Zhou Li shot Zhou Lin a glare, then turned back to happily introduce the facilities in the tool room and the plan to Wu Shui, even showing some supplies that were meant to be hidden.
Xiao Li, you are truly a lucky star.
After touring the tool room and returning downstairs, Wu Shui couldn't help but sigh. Compared to Zhou Li, she felt like a bookworm, knowing nothing and thinking of nothing apart from her own specialty.
So Sister Shui, have you decided to join us?
To be honest, Wu Shui was tempted, but her study of apocalyptic novels made her aware of what kind of status a useless woman would have in the apocalypse. Perhaps the only thing she could offer was her medical skills. I often worry and brainstorm for my brother, afraid he won't find a wife.
Why?
The topic was oddly diverted by Zhou Li's curious question. If he can't find a wife forever, then I would be sacrificed by my parents, facing a tragic end. Wu Shui was taken aback, her face slightly flushed. So?
Exactly. Zhou Li stood on the sofa, using her height to wave her hand and said, the first time I saw you, I just knew and gladly wanted you to be my sister-in-law.
I should leave first. Though Zhou Lin was not present, Wu Shui still felt extremely awkward. It wasn't that she disliked or looked down on Zhou Lin. In fact, she had never considered matters related to feelings. As a top student among top students, she had devoted almost all her time to her specialty. Otherwise, she wouldn't have her current achievements, nor could she become a third batch notification for the Fireseed plan. Her impression of Zhou Lin had always stayed at the level of a friend in Zhou Li's brother.
Why are you leaving?
Sister Shui, I advise you not to waver.
When it's time to decide, cut it.
Plus, you already know our family situation well. I will never let things slide. Wu Shui covered her forehead. All right, let's not use idioms.
We can still be good friends. I can join, but about being your brother's girlfriend, let's think it over more, okay? Yay!
Zhou Li jumped into Wu Shui's arms. I've wanted a smart sister for as long as I can remember. I finally got my wish.
You are being gender discriminatory. Zhou Lin was infuriated as he went downstairs. Wrong.
Zhou Li raised her head from Wu Shui's arms. People like you, ignorant and unable to differentiate right from wrong, are not qualified to talk to me.
Watching the sibling bickering, Wu Shui couldn't help but laugh.
She suddenly felt that this family atmosphere was really nice. Although it couldn't be called elegant or sophisticated, it was genuine and warm. So her choice should not be wrong.
Just as Zhou Lin was preparing to give Zhou Li a lesson, the doorbell rang. Chapter 23, Xiang Yali's Anger. The man standing outside the door had a somewhat special identity. I'm the property manager of the community, Xiao Hang. Oh, is there something wrong? It was the first time Zhou Lin saw Xiao Hang. The first impression wasn't particularly good, even though Xiao Hang's clothing, demeanor, and facial expressions gave a sense of being practical and stable. Something felt off. Perhaps this was the instinct developed in the apocalypse. Zhou Lin blocked the doorway with his body, using his height advantage to prevent Xiao Hang from peering into the corridor. Some community owners reported that you have an unauthorized construction. Xiao Hang pointed at the newly installed explosion-proof door. This area is public space. We are here to discuss it because we received complaints from other owners. I see. Zhou Lin didn't outright deny it. He was a reasonable person. Since there are complaints from other owners, we'll just ask the renovation company to dismantle it. It should only take 3 to 5 days. Xiao Hang was somewhat surprised. This was too easy to talk to. It felt unreal. Then it's troublesome for you. If there's anything we can help with at the property, just let us know. We will do what we can. Okay, when my parents come back, I will have them find a renovation company. Don't worry, as long as we find a company, we will demolish it immediately. No flaws at all. The premise is just to find a renovation company. Xiao Hang didn't notice the trap in Zhou Lin's words and took out his phone to let Zhou Lin scan the code to join the Lanshan Community Owner Group. Your parents are a bit older. The last few times I met them, I didn't mention this. After all, it's enough for one family member to be in the owner group. Xiao Hang said while operating his phone. The recent weather has been a bit harsh. We don't know when it will return to normal. Some owners in our community are quite capable. A few days ago, an owner from Building 3 contacted a farm and brought 5 trucks of fresh vegetables for everyone. There's also an owner in Building 5 who is in the grain and oil business. If anyone in the community is short on food, they can contact him, but the amount each time can't be too much, just enough for a family for 3 to 5 days. At this point, Xiao Hang looked at Zhou Lin. I heard that Boss Zhou is a large-scale breeder in our city. I wonder if there's still pork or something. If Zhou Kaijun and Xiang Yali didn't mention it, how did the property company know these things? That's a bit complicated. My family's farm was sold a while ago, otherwise, we wouldn't have moved here. Isn't it coincidental? If I had known this would happen, it would have been better not to move. Don't you think? At least in the countryside, we wouldn't lack food. Xiao Hang was clearly a bit surprised and somewhat disappointed. Then do you still have any stock in the countryside? No. Zhou Lin spread his hands. My family does breeding, not processing. I see. Alright then, if there's anything, we can communicate directly via message. We won't disturb you. After watching Xiao Hang lead 2 security guards into the elevator, Zhou Lin finally closed the door. Zhou Li and Wu Shui hid behind the ajar security door and overheard everything. That Xiao Hang wanted to add me on contact the other day at the community entrance. I refused. Wu Shui said. Sneaky, he's not a good person. Zhou Li nodded. Sister Shui, don't pay attention to him. Zhou Lin agreed with Zhou Li's words and then called Xiang Yali to talk about the explosion-proof door. Zhou Kaijun confidently told Zhou Lin. He and Xiang Yali never mentioned to anyone in the neighborhood what their family did for a living. Could it be the developer? The property management company is a subsidiary of the developer, Xiang Yali reminded Zhou Kaijun beside her. It's fine, anyway, we should stay out of neighborhood affairs. When are you coming back? We're already on the way. Old Zhou, slow down, something's blocking the road, brake. Xiang Yali's shout made Zhou Lin's heart tighten instantly, and the crash that followed made him spring to his feet. Brother? You all sit tight. Zhou Lin listened to the busy tone coming from the phone, his face turning ashen. Something happened. It couldn't be an accident. Old Zhou's driving skills could not possibly cause a crash. Besides, Xiang Yali had just shouted that something was blocking the road, and Zhou Lin immediately thought of a roadblock. Using a roadblock to rob passing vehicles is simple and effective. Inexperienced people can easily fall for it. This was his fault. Seeing Bashu's relatively stable situation, he had been somewhat careless. He must go save them. Here, take this. You know how to use it, right? With no time to explain, Zhou Lin handed a handgun and 2 magazines to Zhou Li, avoiding Wu Shui's gaze. Zhou Li trembled slightly as she hid the gun in her thick loungewear, calmly saying, Brother, be careful. You too. Rubbing Zhou Li's long hair, Zhou Lin opened the security door and stepped outside. Outside, the cold wind was biting, and there was almost no light left in the sky. Humanity wouldn't see the sun again for nearly 2 months. The real chill would officially descend upon the world tonight. Zhou Lin had to find Zhou Kaijun and his wife quickly, or all 3 of them might be in danger. In this moment, he completely abandoned his worries and got into the car fully armed. He donned a full set of Special Forces gear, and included infrared night vision goggles on his head. Once the car exited the community, Zhou Lin immediately pulled out 2 handguns and a submachine gun, placing them within easy reach, and slammed the accelerator. Line. Mom, are you guys alright? Where are you? We've been ambushed. At Yangbaku, I'm going to kill them all. Mom, don't hurry. I'm coming right now, just wait. Realizing their location, Zhou Lin accelerated again. He knew Changyali's temper. When she said she would kill, Zhou couldn't stop her. Chapter 24 No Survivors. The mix of rain and snow made the road slippery. If it weren't for that, Zhou Kaijun wouldn't have lost control of the pickup truck and gotten hurt. Zhou Lin put on his infrared night vision goggles. Even if the headlights were not bright enough, they allowed him to see the road ahead clearly. Before reaching Yangbaku, he already spotted obstacles piled in the middle of the road, several construction machines. If they crashed into those, the drivers and passengers in the front would likely be finished. The people who set up this barricade weren't here to rob, they were clearly aiming for lives. Rising anger filled Zhou Lin as he slowed down, scanning left and right to see where those punks were hiding. However, before he could stop the car, a sharp gunshot rang out ahead. Mom! Without hesitation, Zhou Lin grabbed his submachine gun, jumped out of the car, and ran forward. Gunshots kept firing, mixed with screams and cries of pain, alongside barking from dogs in panic. After Zhou Lin bypassed the barricade, figures appeared in his night vision goggles. Some were running toward him, others were darting into the nearby fields, some were jumping on the pickup, and a few were already lying on the ground. Through the night vision, Zhou Lin saw that Zhou Kaijun and Changyali were still in the car. The figure in the passenger seat was spraying bursts of red light. It was definitely the furious Changyali taking lives. Now that the shooting had started, Zhou Lin couldn't let anyone escape. He immediately aimed at the nearest figures and pulled the trigger. With a faint sound, bullets traced clear paths in the night vision, directing Zhou Lin until he took them all out. The few who had run far could not help but turn back to look when they heard the gunfire, then quickly turned back to run away again. But could they run faster than a bullet? Having experienced the apocalypse, Zhou Lin wouldn't hesitate just because he had killed a few people. The micro-submachine gun used by the American Special Forces was steady, and with the night vision goggles, Zhou Lin found it extraordinarily easy to shoot accurately. After emptying 3 magazines, no one was visible in the night vision anymore, except for Changyali. Son! Changyali, having exited the car, called Zhou Lin while pointing her gun at a person on the hood, or rather, a corpse. Mom! Zhou Lin greeted, then fired at a struggling person. Hurry, let's go. Now calm, Changyali began to feel a bit frantic. Don't rush. In comparison, Zhou Lin remained much calmer. He had night vision goggles, allowing him to clearly see who was genuinely dead and who was just pretending. Although Changyali had just emptied 2 magazines, only the first 2 rowdy men had truly died under her gun. When the crowd began to scatter in panic, her aim was completely off. Seeing Zhou Lin coolly finishing off targets, even Changyali felt a chill, especially when she saw a man, injured at the ankle, begging for mercy in front of Zhou Lin. He was shot down without a second thought, making her unable to resist turning back to the car. Zhou, is that still my son? Didn't you just fire your gun too? At this moment, Zhou Kaijun felt much better. The wound wrapped in the towel seemed less painful now. Although he had not experienced the apocalypse and had never been a soldier, he usually didn't seem as fiery as Changyali. I did it to save you. Wife. You did great. Zhou Kaijun's voice suddenly softened, even calling out wife, which he hadn't said in a long time. Changyali was instantly overwhelmed, wrapping her arms around Zhou Kaijun. Easy, easy. Hubby, I was just so scared. I was scared too. I told you not to get out of the car, but you wouldn't listen. Next time, if you still don't listen, I will. Outside the car, Zhou Lin said, Mom and Dad, while I'm glad to see you two so lovey-dovey, can you hurry up? It's really cold. Who is being lovey-dovey? You little brat, hurry up and help your dad get out. Mom, you can handle this on your own. Zhou Lin pretended to check the cargo inside the vehicle. Poor Black Dog was locked in a cage, its mouth full of foamy drool from barking like crazy. It must have wanted to protect its owner just now. Zhou Lin saw blood on Black Dog's gums and wondered if it hurt itself trying to chew on the cage. It's okay, Black Dog. Zhou Lin opened the cage door, and Black Dog immediately dashed towards the driver's seat. Zhou Lin didn't care about it and started carrying things out of the truck. Besides supplies, the cargo area surprisingly held 10 chickens, 6 ducks, 2 geese, 1 male and 3 female rabbits, and a cage of quails. These live animals couldn't be stored in the storage space. Zhou Lin could only call Black Dog for help, dragging each cage one by one to his truck. After everything was moved, Zhou Lin packed up the pickup truck as well. He couldn't do anything about the bodies on the ground. Even if someone investigated later and couldn't find this crucial evidence of the pickup truck, they wouldn't be able to trace it back to his family. Inside the car, Changyali protected old Zhou in the back seat while Black Dog sat in the passenger seat, panting. Zhou Lin took off his gear, tossed it into the storage space, and smiled as he started the car.
On the road, Zhou Lin talked about Wu Shui's situation, and Xiang Yali kept praising the idea, saying that it was finally useful. Old Zhou had a significant wound on his forehead, which an ordinary person couldn't handle. Mom, call Lily and have her prepare things with Wu Shui. Don't let Dad lose too much blood. A few minutes later, Zhou Lin saw the entrance to the community and slowly reduced the speed of the car. However, while waiting for the gate to open, a figure suddenly rushed out from the guard booth, followed closely by another figure. Zhou Lin almost pulled out his gun, but thankfully AI Bing shouted. What are you doing here? I was freezing to death, let us get in the car first. Because of the angle of the light, AI Bing couldn't see old Zhou and Chang Yali in the car. She stomped her feet while reaching for the car door, but with a click, the door didn't open. You. Let them in. Zhou Lin said to the guard, but then stepped on the gas and drove off. Watching the taillights disappear into the parking garage, AI Bing was almost furious. This young lady, do you want to enter or not? The guard asked, stifling a laugh. He thought to himself that the lives of the rich were so simple, no matter how beautiful a woman was, in front of them, she was just a dog licker. Of course I want to get in. I just said I'm your property owner, and you don't believe me. AI Bing snapped around, venting all her anger onto the little security guard. What's going on? As luck would have it, Xiao Hang, who was passing by, heard AI Bing shouting and walked over to ask. You? What about me? You look like someone in charge, right? Let your guards know who I am. I'm the owner of Building 8, 17th floor. Don't keep stopping me and asking this and that, be careful, or I won't pay the property fee. Xiao Hang was slightly stunned and then held back a laugh, saying, Miss, our community's property fees are all prepaid. If I'm not mistaken, the owner of the 17th floor in Building 8, Mr. Zhou, has prepaid for the next 5 years. Are you sure you're the owner? I'm his daughter-in-law. Move aside. AI Bing stomped her foot and pulled Yang Qiqi away. Looking at AI Bing and Yang Qiqi's alluring swinging figures, Xiao Hang pondered, what just happened? Tell me everything from the beginning. Chapter 25, The Point of No Return. Who? Come out. Xiao Hang had just heard half of what the security guard said when he suddenly turned around and shouted at the shadow outside the door under the light. If you don't come out, we will take action. Am I not allowed to pass by? The trembling Tang Ili crawled out from the shadows, glancing around the community as he spoke. Did you come with those 2 women just now? That is my girlfriend. I came to catch her cheating. Oh? Xiao Hang smiled slightly, catch her cheating? But the lady just now didn't say that. How can you prove it? Tang Ili certainly had no way to prove it. Do you still want to go in and confront her? Seeing Tang Ili's dull expression, Xiao Hang felt anxious for him and could only slowly lead him with words. Yes, I want to go in and confront her. But why should I let you in? You should know that the people living inside are rich, I don't want to offend them for no reason. Dude. At this time, Tang Ili was not so flustered anymore. He leaned closer to Xiao Hang and whispered, I can give you some rewards as long as you tell me which place you went to. The following matters will never involve you. You say it won't involve me, so it won't? Xiao Hang coldly smiled, how about you come to my office to discuss it in detail? Tang Ili truly didn't want AI Bing to have relations with other men and, without thinking much, agreed to Xiao Hang. At this moment, Zhou Lin's family of 3, along with He Zai and the poultry rabbits, entered their home. Seeing Zhou Caijuan's blood-stained face, Zhou Li couldn't help but gasp, even though she was mentally prepared. Wu Shui seemed okay, just a little nervous. Mom and Dad, go to the 2nd floor. Zhou Lin nodded at Wu Shui, thank you. It's our duty. Let's go upstairs. Although they didn't know why they had to go to the 2nd floor, since Zhou Lin had said so, Wu Shui didn't say anything. Just as the 4 of them went upstairs, the doorbell rang. When Zhou Lin opened the door, AI Bing and Yang Qiqi felt a wave of warm air rush towards them, as if they had entered 2 different worlds from the cold outside. Why didn't you wait for me? AI Bing twisted her body, then immediately smiled and reached out to hold Zhou Lin. Normally, this method was infallible, almost no man could resist. But today, she miscalculated. Zhou Lin took a step back, expressionless, do you need something from me? Not expecting Zhou Lin's attitude to be like this, AI Bing's smile immediately stiffened, what do you mean? Didn't you invite me to come play? Don't forget, I also have ownership of this house. Just earlier at the door, AI Bing hadn't thought of this. Now that her mind had thawed, her IQ seemed to have returned. Zhou Lin didn't deny the ownership issue, but at such a time, what did ownership matter? Everything depended on power. I don't care, I want to live here. AI Bing pushed past Zhou Lin and strode into the living room, the warmth and comfort made her squint her eyes. Then she saw the snacks and fruits on the coffee table and immediately reached out to grab them and shove them into her mouth. Is there anything else to eat? I'm starving to death. Seeing Zhou Lin lock the door and turn around, AI Bing believed she had won again, her demeanor becoming more assertive.
There is food.
Zhou Lin coldly nodded, but do you deserve it? AI Bing stopped, staring blankly at Zhou Lin. She almost thought she had recognized the wrong person.
Was this really Zhou Lin? She glanced at young Chi-Chi, hoping to confirm whether she had just imagined it. Don't you understand?
Zhou Lin walked over and pulled AI Bing up, pointing in the direction of the closed floor-to-ceiling window. It's the end of the world, AI Bing, the end.
What end of the world? Didn't they say the climate anomaly would recover soon? AI Bing stammered. Recover?
Zhou Lin shook his hand and threw AI Bing aside. Didn't you go to find your friend?
Why didn't you stay with him? I just went to see him. It's nothing serious. I am your girlfriend. No. I have nothing to do with you. You want to be my sister-in-law? Do you deserve that?
Jolie came down the stairs with a cold face, walked to Zhou Lin and held his arm. Brother, why did you let them in? Zhou Lin smiled and rubbed Jolie's hair. What do you think?
Brother, you didn't do something first and then something else, right? That would be too sick.
AI Bing swallowed her saliva and looked nervously at Zhou Lin. If I'm not welcome, I'll leave right now.
Chi-Chi, let's go. Leave? You must be dreaming.
Since blood had already been spilled today, Zhou Lin had no plans to hold back anymore. He walked forward and slapped AI Bing hard, knocking her straight to the ground. Yang Chi-Chi screamed with her head in her arms, too scared to stop it, too lost to run.
Shut the hell up.
Zhou Lin slid forward to stand in front of Yang Chi-Chi, then punched her in the belly. Yang Chi-Chi opened her mouth wide, rolled her eyes and passed out from the pain.
Call the police, I want to call the police.
AI Bing climbed up, her left cheek swollen and bloody, her words leaking out like wind.
Call your King mother.
The anger buried deep in his heart exploded. Zhou Lin rushed over, grabbed AI Bing with one hand and smashed her down hard. The floor reinforced with steel plates made a bone-cracking sound. AI Bing was in so much pain she couldn't even scream, her mouth wide like a dying fish. No one knew if she was still breathing.
You treat me like a backup. An ATM. A servant. A nanny. A bodyguard.
I risked my life to find food, and you slept with someone else. You cheated on me to my face, and laughed at me for being trash who couldn't evolve.
You pushed me off a cliff.
Zhou Lin, in a frenzy, completely forgot that Jolie was still beside him. He didn't use any weapon, just his fists and feet, but he kept hitting AI Bing again and again until her body, weighing more than 90 pounds, was actually lifted into the air and stayed there for several seconds.
TSK, so violent. Oh? You're awake? Then come and watch. If you don't like it later, I can ask him to change his method.
Jolie smiled and spoke to young Chi-Chi, who had just opened her eyes and was trembling all over.
You.
Seeing her friend's body on the floor, no longer looking human, young Chi-Chi gagged dryly several times. I
didn't see anything. Please let me go. I won't say a thing, really, I won't. At that moment Zhou Lin wasn't even thinking about young Chi-Chi.
AI Bing wasn't dead yet, though she only had a breath left.
You have to know, Zhou Lin's fists weren't fake.
AI Bing's organs were all ruined. Black blood was slowly dripping from all 7 holes in her face.
AI Bing, you must be very curious, right? Why am I doing this to you? Come, let me tell you.
Twisting her ear, Zhou Lin tortured her wounds while whispering, I was reborn.
In my last life. About 10 minutes later, AI Bing finally let out her last breath. She died. Zhou Lin also let out a breath. Satisfied.
Looking at AI Bing again, her death was miserable, but Zhou Lin felt a bit regretful.
It wasn't enough. Then he looked at young Chi-Chi. Wait, didn't you say it's the end of the world?
I have a friend, a real rich guy. Even if the world ends, he can help us live well.
Look, this is our chat. If you don't kill me, when he comes to pick me up, I can take you with me? Yang Chi-Chi held up her phone.
Zhou Lin didn't want to listen at first, until he saw the name in the chat, President Chow. A flash of thought passed through his mind. Zhou Lin changed his punch to a grab, lifting Yang Chi-Chi up. This friend of yours, his last name is Chow?
What's his full name? Chow. Chow Bowen, President Chow. Chow Bowen? You sure? Why yes. You know him too? Know him? Of course he does. Knows him like no one else. He said he's coming to get you? Why yes. Yang Chi-Chi said. Fine, then you don't have to die for now.
But first, clean this place up, and then you'll be in charge of the breeding room upstairs.
Zhou Lin actually treated her like this. Making her live in the feeding yard, what did he take her for? I said, I won't take care of idle people.
Zhou Lin sneered, tomorrow my mom will teach you how to raise these animals, and Xiaoli will tell you how to take care of these planting pipes. Yang Qiqi's chest heaved violently, words of rejection at the tip of her tongue, but eventually turned into a sound of indignation. It was only because Zhou Lin pointed outside, no pressure, if you don't want to, you can leave, but it's 15 degrees below zero outside, and it will keep dropping. 15 degrees below zero was a taste Yang Qiqi had never experienced in her life, and she didn't want to experience it. The tool room, though simple, messy, and smelly, was solid and warm, with the boiler in the corner constantly releasing heat, keeping the temperature inside at 20 degrees above zero, making it feel like a paradise compared to the outside.
I want to eat something.
Faced with reality, Yang Qiqi chose to endure. Even now, she still didn't believe that darkness and low temperatures would last forever. She had already planned that once society returned to normal, she would ruin Zhou Lin's reputation, hoping he would end up with no place to die.
Why keep that woman and even feed her? Aren't you afraid she'll cause trouble if you leave her in the tool room? Are you getting soft-hearted? I warn you, don't think too much.
In the small living room on the second floor, Wu Shui was still treating Zhou Caijuan's wound, while Chang Yali, who was helping, was somewhat dissatisfied with Zhou Lin's arrangement.
Xiao Shui, don't mind, that woman has nothing to do with him. As for that AI Bing, if Zhou Lin doesn't take action, I will, she's too despicable.
Wu Shui nodded, then shook her head, her mask making it inconvenient to speak, perhaps also unsure of what to say. Zhou Kaijun had a significant wound on his forehead, the deepest part already showing the white skull, and after Wu Shui's examination, she felt there might be a certain degree of fracture, fortunately without deformation.
This position did not need special fixing, he just had to be careful not to hit it again in the coming months.
Fortunately, Zhou Kaijun showed no obvious signs of concussion or other brain damage, the most important things were disinfection and stitching. As a clinical doctor, these two tasks were not difficult for Wu Shui. She had been following her mentor in clinical practice at the hospital since her final year of undergraduate study and had mastered various skills well. Seeing her choose the finest thread to stitch Zhou Kaijun showed her skill, only someone competent could dare to do this. Without the use of anesthetics throughout the process, the seemingly weak Zhou Kaijun managed to remain still, earning Wu Shui's admiration. After more than 10 minutes, Wu Shui finished stitching and took off her mask after disinfection. At this moment, there was a thin layer of sweat on her forehead, and her small nose was also damp, showing that she was a bit nervous while treating Zhou Caijuan's wound. However, Zhou Lin and Chang Yali both felt that the treatment went very well. After the wound was stitched, it didn't continue to bleed. After cleaning the area around the wound with alcohol, no signs of pulled skin and folds were found, meaning that aside from the wound itself, everything else looked just like before treatment.
I did not fail in my duty.
Wu Shui let out a gentle breath and began to clean up the battlefield. Zhou Kaijun, who had just endured pain, was already soaked in sweat and now just wanted to take a refreshing hot shower and then sleep soundly.
After Zhou Li's reminder from downstairs, everyone remembered they hadn't had dinner yet.
Surrounding the dining table, although it was just a simple meal, thinking about the experiences of Zhou Kaijun and his wife today made them realize the situation outside.
I'll take her some food.
After eating and drinking his fill, Zhou Lin finally remembered Yang Qiqi on the rooftop. Seeing the large bowl Zhou Lin was holding, Yang Qiqi abruptly stood up and rushed over to catch it, starting to gobble down without a word.
Eat well, and remember to work after you're done. Just be honest, and I won't let you go hungry.
After saying this, Zhou Lin began to check around the tool room. His main concern was to ensure that all the equipment was functioning properly, and to see if the poultry and rabbits he raised were showing any adverse reactions, checking the food and water temperatures, and all conditions. Strictly speaking, Zhou Lin was not short on poultry, eggs and meat. The cold storage on the lowest -60 degrees level of the Lifu number was packed full. Even with Wu Shui, they could not consume it all. Raising these animals was more of a longing, a reminiscence of a beautiful past and a hope for the future. So after Yang Qiqi finished eating, Zhou Lin reminded her, or rather warned her, not to think about causing any trouble in the tool room, otherwise, he would lock her outside. On the roof of the 19th floor, it was 30 degrees below zero, and just thinking about it made Yang Qiqi shiver involuntarily. Though she still had her phone and it had not been confiscated, Yang Qiqi had already tried dialing the emergency number, which was completely unreachable.
And even if she got through, what could she even say? She now realized that Zhou Lin was employing a bold strategy. He had never used force against her. He had not physically restrained her, nor had he harmed her violently, he had simply made her aware of how warm it was here and how much food there was. That was enough. It's not just Bashu that is dark and cold. Yang Qiqi's hometown was much closer to the equator, yet the temperature there was more than 10 degrees lower than in Bashu. All the rivers were completely frozen, and over 99% of the plants had died from the frost. Forget about grains and vegetables, she couldn't even find a piece of bark that was edible. So now, Yang Qiqi had truly accepted her fate. She wanted to live, not to freeze or starve to death. She could only wait. Wait for the people that CEO Chao said would come to pick her up. At that time, with CEO Chao's power, dealing with the Zhou family would be a piece of cake.
Little did she know that Zhou Lin thought the same way. If it weren't for his knowledge of the situation, Yang Qiqi should be like AI Bing, packed in a sealed bag, frozen in a corner of the roof, waiting until the weather warmed up, when fattening up would be the best opportunity. Before leaving, Zhou Lin gave Yang Qiqi an outdoor sleeping bag. Be careful using it. If it gets dirty or damaged, I won't have a second one to give you. I got it, I understand, Zhou Lin. How about you let me go? Yang Qiqi hugged the sleeping bag tightly, looking at him with pleading eyes. Unfortunately, Zhou Lin did not even turn to look at her, he simply opened the door and walked out.
Damn it!
Yang Qiqi stomped her foot angrily, silently clawing at the door to vent her emotions, completely unaware that Zhou Li was watching everything and even recorded it. How could she be at ease leaving the tool room to a stranger with Zhou Li's intelligence? Zhou Li had set up several surveillance cameras in the tool room. Originally, these cameras were not intended to target Yang Qiqi, they were used to monitor the growth of the plants and animals and the operation of the equipment. Now they served a new purpose. Brother, look at this woman, she is so stubborn, not shedding a tear until she sees the coffin, living in luxury yet unaware of her blessings.
That's true, but I bet if it were you, you would be even more excited than her. Zhou Lin glanced at the video and said. Absolutely not. Zhou Li kept switching the surveillance feeds, mumbling about how she could use this and that to create certain tools. She could definitely find a way to safely leave the roof while leaving behind a catastrophic mess. To this, Zhou Lin could only say that they were not on the same wavelength. If Yang Qiqi had Zhou Li's intelligence, she wouldn't have ended up like this. However, what Zhou Lin did not expect was that there were even dumber people out there. Chapter 27, A Novel Can Save Lives. Lanshan Community Property Management Office.
As a high-end luxury community, the Lan Mountain Property Management Office is a fully equipped residence, with offices and staff dormitories.
Xiao Hang brought Tang Yili to the office and first poured a glass of hot water for him.
He had just sensed that Tang Yili was not local, and upon questioning, it turned out to be true.
What do you do? Xiao Hang's gaze swept over Tang Yili's muscular body. I'm a fitness trainer.
Oh, just training? Weight loss, strength, various fitness exercises, and also Sanda. In fact, the fitness trainer profession is quite competitive. After all, the barrier to entry is relatively low. As long as you have a solid physical foundation and are willing to push yourself, you can basically do it.
So understanding less is not an option.
Upon hearing that Tang Yili also knew Sanda, a satisfied look flashed in Xiao Hang's eyes.
He pointed outside. It's snowing. The transportation outside has stopped. Do you have a place to stay in Jiazhou?
I'm staying at my friend's house.
Tang Yili answered honestly. Then, does he have food at his place? Tang Yili swallowed.
Sun Qinghao's house wasn't without food, it was just too monotonous, so he hadn't eaten. Later, he chased after AI Bing and came out, now feeling cold and hungry, his stomach was already protesting.
Do you know what people online are saying about the current situation?
Xiao Hang took out a bag of bread and a box of milk from the room and placed them in front of Tang Yili. The end of days, the apocalypse.
The whole world is snowing and getting colder. Have you thought about how to survive in the future? No. I haven't. Tang Yili shook his head while gnawing on the bread. You see, I can say this is the top community in Jiazhou City. People living here are either rich or noble, and have many connections. You might as well stay with me and work. When the time comes, if I have food, you will never go hungry. Tang Yili thought for a moment, feeling that Xiao Hang was not wrong, but he still had a request. AI Bing, right? Don't worry. As long as I don't agree, she won't be able to leave this community.
It's that time, we shouldn't place too much importance on women.
As long as we have food and weapons, what kind of women can't we get?
I tell you, the women living in this community, someone like AI Bing is nothing among her peers.
But I just like her. Tang Yili swallowed the last piece of bread. Alright, I guarantee AI Bing will definitely belong to you, how about that?
Sure. This time, Tang Yili did not hesitate and nodded firmly, then I will work with you from now on.
Good brother. Xiao Hang laughed heartily and patted Tang Yili's shoulder.
I'll find you a winter security uniform later and then introduce you to others. Just like this, Tang Yili became a security guard in the Lan Mountain community. After careful consideration, he even called Sun Qinghao, of course with Xiao Hang's approval. On the phone, Tang Yili persuaded Sun Qinghao with reasons of food and keeping warm together, agreeing to come join the organization as soon as possible.
That's right, an organization.
To say that Xiao Hang may not have read many books, but his mind works quite well.
At 30 years old and unmarried, he enjoys reading various types of online novels, including many about the apocalypse.
So, a while back when unusual events started occurring around the world, Xiao Hang began to compare them with the online novels he had read. Nowadays, online novel writers are truly impressive, relying on a sufficient content base and exchanging quantity for quality, they more or less captured all possible apocalypse scenarios and various class responses that the world might face. Of course, there are many nonsensical ideas, such as whether reaching 70 degrees, even a person like Xiao Hang, who barely made it through 9 years of required education, knows that protein starts to coagulate at around 60 degrees. However, setting aside those ridiculous claims, there are still many things for Xiao Hang to learn from. For example, how to stockpile resources and weapons, find suitable shelters, and so on. Among these, Xiao Hang believes the most correct and suitable for his current situation is to recruit more people. As long as the conditions still allow humans to survive, even if the resources he has are not enough, if only he has enough manpower, other problems will not matter. Xiao Hang started communicating with the security guards below several days ago, trying to draw them into his camp. If he really couldn't win them over, he would use his authority to transfer them to other properties managed by the property company. Although this would lead to a decrease in manpower, it would ensure the purity of his team. In addition to the obedient security team as the core strength, Xiao Hang also set his sights on the young and strong passers-by who had no support. Tang Yili was not the first he recruited, nor would he be the last. Because he didn't know how the disaster would develop next, what measures the government would take, and whether social order would completely collapse, Xiao Hang made two plans. As long as social order continues to be preserved and there is still a possibility that the disaster could improve, then some things that cannot be seen could be entrusted to the recruited passers-by to handle. In the end, even if problems arise, Xiao Hang could easily escape, needing only to eliminate any witnesses and evidence. Meanwhile, Xiao Hang was also reviewing the situation of all residents in the community. Through the security guard, surveillance, and various other means, he felt he had grasped over 90% of the resource situation in the community. He recorded what each family had purchased, when they bought it, and the approximate quantity in a small notebook, even noting how many people lived in each household and their consumption. With these preparations, Xiao Hang believed he would definitely be the happiest person in the apocalypse. He even felt a bit grateful for the arrival of the apocalypse, as it allowed him to do many things that could not be done in normal society, enjoying things he originally could not have. As long as he sealed off the community gate, he, Xiao Hang, would be the king of this community. Sun Chenghao almost froze into a popsicle when he arrived. At this time, there were hardly any cars left that could still move on the road. At such low temperatures, the engines of ordinary vehicles cannot ignite once they cool down, and some low-quality cars would simply stall. Even more frighteningly, some places experienced power outages due to faults in the electricity supply lines. Without power, heating becomes a major problem. "It's over, Lao Tang, it's all over," Sun Chenghao cried, snot and tears streaming down his face. "Is it Sun Chenghao? Don't worry, our community has enough fuel and generators, maintaining the heating in this house won't be a problem. Moreover, I gathered everyone together to face even worse situations." Xiao Hang started his persuasion again. "There's a gas station not far away, but can you get the fuel out there by yourself? Even if you do get it out, how much can you carry alone? With more people, we can achieve more. As long as we work together, it won't just be fuel, we can even bring back the whole gas station. There are other supplies too, there are plenty of supermarkets in the city. But would you dare to go alone? Will you even come back if you go?" Manager Xiao, "No, brother, I'm with you." Chapter 28 Endless Cold and Darkness. In the early morning of July 6th, Zhou Lin was awakened by the cold. Not from freezing. The indoor temperature might be only 10 degrees, and the power was out. The power supply is actually very fragile. A strong wind can lead to widespread power outages in the city. It is impossible, unlike some novels describe, to have electricity supply for a long time after a natural disaster. Just look at the real world. A flood lasting 2 or 3 days could cause power outages in the entire region for a week or even half a month. At this time, ordinary people could hardly engage in outdoor activities. A power outage also meant a breakdown of communication in the region, making it impossible for the government and power companies to organize repair teams. As time passed, this situation would only worsen. Zhou Lin knew that for the vast majority of people, it was essentially time to say goodbye to the electrical age. In the coming 3 months, personal and household solar power equipment would not operate, there were no simple conditions for hydropower generation, and even wind turbines wouldn't function properly, only thermal power generation was available. In the tool room, it was pitch dark, with only young Chi-Chi's fearful voice, "Who? It's me, the power is out." Zhou Lin shook the flashlight and saw young Chi-Chi wrapped up in her sleeping bag, looking like a maggot. The boiler was still functioning normally. As long as young Chi-Chi remembered to add coal every 8 hours, it wouldn't go out. In fact, this room was warmer than the 2 floors below, with the thermometer showing a temperature of 23 degrees. With the RR label on the engine, the fuel was also prepared. Zhou Lin only needed a few simple steps to start it, and within seconds, the lights came back on. "I've locked all the windows, and no one is allowed to open them without my permission." Ignoring Yang Chi-Chi's deliberately exposed half-body, Zhou Lin threw out a warning and walked downstairs, only to find everyone was up, including Wu Shui, who had stayed overnight since last night. Originally, Wu Shui was reluctant, but Zhou Li's reasoning was very compelling. As Zhou Zaijuan's primary doctor, Wu Shui should see it through to the end. Holding Zhou Li's hand, Wu Shui felt a wave of gratitude towards her. If Zhou Li hadn't insisted that she stay, she would have to endure the pain of a power outage and loss of heating at her own home, which might have been even worse. The end of the world has officially begun. Zhou Lin signaled for everyone to sit down at the dining table. From now on, the enemies we will face are not just the harsh natural environment, but also those suffering from hunger and cold. Except for Wu Shui, Zhou Kaijun and his wife, along with Zhou Li, all had calm expressions. Chang Yali had actually killed someone before, while Zhou Zaijuan's slight frame held an extreme calm wisdom, and as for Zhou Li, she might be the least fearful of the apocalypse among the family. Even though we have blast-proof doors, we've also welded shut unnecessary doors, but that doesn't guarantee 100% safety. Li has installed surveillance in the corridor, rooftop platform, and tool room, and any unusual activity will trigger an alarm.
Anyone who hears the alarm must promptly inform every family member.
After saying this, Zhou Lin handed a small communication terminal to Wu Shui, letting Li teach her how to use it. Then Zhou Lin went on to mention some precautions and assign tasks to each person. Chang Yali was still responsible for the family's food and daily living. Wu Shui volunteered to assist her, while Zhou Zaijuan's most important task right now was to recover his health, and Zhou Li was in charge of maintaining and updating all the family's tech products. Zhou Lin had only 2 tasks assigned to himself. One was to supervise Yang Qiqi in managing the tool room, and the other was to exercise. If there was anything worth Zhou Lin's happiness in these 2 days, it was probably the change in his abilities.
Symbiosis. Level 578/1000. Current symbiotic vehicles: Lai Fu, large waterborne transport vehicle. Available symbiotic vehicles: 0. Storage space: 1:1. Zhou Lin insisted on repeatedly using his powers as long as his strength allowed, resulting in a significant boost in experience points. He also discovered changes in his body. First, his strength had increased. Before, lifting a bag of 20 kilograms of rice would make him sweat profusely. Now he could easily lift it with one hand, feeling weak only when handling 50 kilograms. Secondly, his physical strength had improved. When he started working, he barely felt tired, probably because he hadn't engaged in any intense labor or training. Another thing was that his 5 senses had become more sensitive, and his nerve response speed had quickened. Take his hearing for example. In the same room, he could hear everyone's breathing, and if it was quiet enough, he could even hear heartbeats. He estimated that his hearing was about the same as black dogs. His eyesight and sense of smell had also improved. Although there were no instruments to measure it, Zhou Lin was no stranger to this. Wasn't this what evolution was? In his previous life, Zhou Lin had heard evolutionists talk about how evolution was not something that happened overnight, it was a long process. As long as one consistently trained and consumed enough food and energy, the benefits of evolution would become more significant. As for the ceiling of evolutionists, Zhou Lin didn't know in his previous life, and he wasn't qualified to know. He only knew that many evolutionists, lacking food, were too afraid to train or consume, which resulted in them stagnating for a long time. When faced with an overwhelming danger, they died in humiliation. Since he was fortunate enough to start his evolution journey 5 years earlier, Zhou Lin would never give up on becoming stronger. Perhaps in this life, he might even touch the ceiling of evolution, if there was one. The Zhou family house was several hundred square meters across both floors, with 6 suites, a large living room, a small living room, a guest room, a tea room, and a study. Zhou Lin finally transformed the 30 square meter guest room into a temporary gym. The gym equipment came from the Laifu store, professional equipment used by American soldiers. With his current strength, installing them wasn't difficult. You all need to work out too. The future environment will only get harsher. I hope each of you can have the ability to protect yourselves. Because of Wu Shui, weapons like pistols were not yet to be exposed, so practicing with cold weapons became necessary. Actually, my house downstairs can also be used, Wu Shui said. I've thought about it, Zhou Lin said, but there's no need for that right now. Your house hasn't been reinforced, and its doors and windows haven't been modified for extreme cold weather. Zhou Lin wasn't short of materials for the modifications, but such modifications would require various tools. Wouldn't that alert the whole neighborhood that they still had electricity? While it's true that many households in the neighborhood likely had electricity, if the energy supply wasn't sufficient, who would be renovating at a time like this? Let's wait and see if the government does anything. Zhou Lin had a reason for saying this. 1 week after the eternal night arrived, temperatures would rise temporarily for about a whole week. Thanks to the powerful infrastructure and early preparations of the summer country government, they had managed to restore the most basic electricity supply to some extent. Through thermal power generation and underground cable pipelines, targeted electricity supply was implemented for densely populated communities and districts, with precise distribution. When the time came, they would see if there was a need to modify Wu Shui's house. While Zhou Lin was busy, Zhou Li was sitting on the sofa playing with her phone. Wu Shui was a little surprised. Her phone hadn't received any information at midnight, so was Zhou Li playing offline? Sister Xue, do you want to go online? Zhou Lin blinked her eyes. She looked innocent and carefree, but like a little devil tempting others to commit a crime. Chapter 29, The Curious Female Doctor begins. In the United States, the Eden and Ark plans, hosted by Mississippi Plains and supported by the top-tier rich circles, were progressing smoothly. Thanks to the foundation laid during World War II and years of unremitting effort, before the arrival of the Eternal Night, there were a total of 1 Eden, 3 Arks, 8 super shelters, and 23 large shelters in use across the United States. These shelters surely cannot cover the 200 million people of the beautiful country, let alone the illegal immigrants who are not even counted in the statistics. However, Missy Poland never considered those people at all. But anyway, the Eden, Ark, and other shelter plans can indeed protect the most important elite class and the wealthiest resource-holding class of the beautiful country. It is unknown for what purpose, but only those who are informed know the location of Eden, and even the current president and his aides of the beautiful country are not qualified to enter Eden. Inside Ark number 1, the elderly president of the beautiful country, Old Bai, trembled, having completely lost his ability to think after several hours of continuous reports from various departments. While he appeared to be listening to the reports, in his heart, he was wondering when he could go home to have dinner made by his wife. I already know, let's leave it at that. The follow-up solutions and specific work from each department will be distributed to each of you. Just execute them. This was not what he wanted to say, but what the tiny earpiece in his ear told him. The secretary announced that the president's working hours for today were over, and everyone could leave. After the door closed, the secretary surprisingly patted Old Bai's shoulder. You did well, now you can go home for dinner. Don't worry, as long as you follow the instructions, your family will be just fine. Old Bai nodded and was helped into an electric wheelchair under the guise of bodyguards, but they looked more like caretakers, and he left through another door. Ark number 1, also known as the Washington, Arkansas, can accommodate over 300,000 residents and is powered by nuclear energy. It is divided into 7 parts, from the low ground-level buildings to the resource center that is 200 meters underground. Energy zone, resource zone, recycling zone, production zone, control zone, living zone, and military zone. Using high-power communication devices, the Washington, Arkansas can exchange data with most of the beautiful country's satellites in space, ensuring smooth communication and network connectivity. The sizes and conditions of Arks number 2 and number 3 are nearly identical to the Washington, Arkansas. Under normal conditions, they can each hold 300,000 people and can accommodate 1 million during urgent times, located on the east and west sides of the beautiful country. 8 super shelters are slightly smaller than the Arks, but because there are no dedicated military zones, they can actually hold more people, typically 400,000, and up to 120,000 during special times. Large shelters can normally accommodate 200,000 people, and during emergencies, they can house 500,000. In other words, without considering Eden, the Arks and super and large shelters can normally accommodate nearly 8 million people, and in special times, they can support 24 million people to survive. This number may not seem small, but in reality, it is only 1/10 of the beautiful country's population. Eternal night had just fallen, and the temperature had not yet dropped to its extreme. The resourceful people of the beautiful country were still doing everything they could to save themselves. Compared to the beautiful country, the challenges faced by the government of Summer Country are undoubtedly much greater. The population of the top 10 cities in Summer Country combined is almost equal to the total population of the beautiful country. Faced with such a massive disaster-stricken group, the first thing the Summer Country government did was completely open the defense system prepared for war. Civil defense works, underground passages, and the entire subway system are the best shelters against the cold. Local governments cooperate with station troops to manage and guide the public to enter the shelters in an orderly manner, assigning areas and tasks. Although it cannot be guaranteed that all cities will have sufficient shelters and that all people will receive help. But it indeed maximized the protection of the citizens of Xia Nation, achieving remarkable results. At the same time, the exploration of more underground spaces, the restoration of the modern industrial system, the construction of new energy projects, and the establishment of underground food crop gardens were all progressing in an orderly manner. A large amount of stocked food was activated, and without considering losses in shelf life, even if there was no harvest in the next 2 years, people would not go hungry. Of course, being full and eating well are two different matters, and staple food is not the same as the fruits, vegetables, and trace elements that the body needs. In addition, a brand new communication system was being accelerated under the national guidance, and a certain launch center had begun preparing a series of satellite launch plans. Compared to the current mobile communication system, the new system would no longer rely on ground base stations. Although it was not as fast or had as much bandwidth as the existing system, it had a stronger ability to resist external interference. The reason Zhou Lin was still able to access the internet was actually through the satellite communication system. For purely text content, sending and receiving via specialized software had almost no delay. Zhou Lin had merely modified the satellite communication equipment on the live phone number, allowing her to connect directly to the beautiful country's satellite in space using an ordinary phone and log onto the satellite network that only a very few people could currently access. Zhou Lin.
Outside the gym converted from the reception room, Wu Shui looked at the sweaty body inside, her gaze couldn't help but become a bit dazed. It wasn't that she had any strange thoughts, as a clinical doctor, Wu Shui also had a certain level of occupational disease.
Is there something?
Zhou Lin paused his training and asked. Oh, Lily said you agreed to allow her to open the permission for me.
I want to try to see if I can contact Mom and Dad. As she spoke, Wu Shui's eyes roamed up and down, completely unconcerned about Zhou Lin's feelings. What is this girl up to again? What nonsense needs my approval? Alright, I'll talk to her after I'm done. Is there anything else? Seeing Wu Shui had no intention of leaving, Zhou Lin couldn't help but ask. Well, you've been training like this for how long?
Wu Shui took a step forward and felt the heat radiating from Zhou Lin, making her feel slightly dizzy.
I don't remember.
Zhou Lin shrugged and turned around, mainly because he didn't want to meet Wu Shui's gaze.
Training?
If it weren't for his body beginning to evolve, the difference between him and a dead fat house might only be dozens of pounds. But speaking of which, the effects of evolution were indeed remarkable. It seemed every muscle in his body was in its best condition after 2 or 3 days. Compared to his appearance, Zhou Lin still felt that the feeling brought by the increase in strength was more wonderful. After all, looks wouldn't feed you in the apocalypse, but strength at least allowed you to live a little longer.
Can I collect some data?
Seeing Zhou Lin continue to exercise, Wu Shui curiously asked.
Sure, but do you have the equipment? I have some at home. I'll go get it now. Taking advantage of Wu Shui going downstairs to get the equipment, Zhou Lin rushed into the living room. What do you mean? Bro, you are big wise but a bit foolish, don't you understand? If a woman owes you too much, even if she doesn't like you in the end, out of a sense of gratitude, she will accept you. Don't you like her? Chapter 30, each with their own emotions. The equipment Wu Shui brought over was just some very common medical instruments, like a stethoscope, blood pressure monitor, and blood glucose meter. The basic data test isn't about treating illnesses, it doesn't require complex equipment, the key is to persist over the long term, repeat measurements, and compare details to draw accurate conclusions. Zhou Lin couldn't refute the professional stuff, he just felt a bit awkward. After all, he was currently wearing a snug sports outfit, and certain lines were a bit too obvious. In contrast, Wu Shui appeared very calm, even when she touched Zhou Lin during the testing process. Only after washing up did she lose that blushing and flustered look. Alright, I've recorded the basic data. I'll draw it into a chart later. From now on, let's try to check once every day, then we'll quickly get a complete change curve, and then. With Zhou Li's intelligence and knowledge no longer able to grasp Wu Shui's increasingly professional terminology, Zhou Lin was even more lost. He only knew that after such a checkup, they had to come every day. It was a bit overwhelming, especially when Wu Shui's soft little hand touched him. The more Zhou Lin thought about it, the harder it became to control himself, and in the end, he made an excuse to take a shower and slipped away. Sister Shui, don't forget your original intention. What were you planning to do? Oh right. Reminded by Zhou Li, Wu Shui finally remembered and hurriedly asked what to do. It's up to us, just bring the phone. Installing a program that uses satellite communications was very simple for Zhou Li, and it was done in just a few minutes. Besides recovering some phone functions, Zhou Li also helped Wu Shui join a forum called Doomsday Human Alliance. Currently, there were fewer than 100,000 people logged into this forum. Although the interface was crude and the functions were limited, it was already amazing that it allowed strangers from all over the world to communicate. After getting the phone back, the first thing Wu Shui did was call her parents. Unsurprisingly, the call didn't go through unless Wu Shui's parents could also connect to satellites using regular phones. What a coincidence that a careless act could lead to growth. How about sending a message? Zhou Li said. Wu Shui nodded and did as instructed. However, after a few minutes, there was no reply. Wu Shui could only comfort herself, thinking her parents might not have seen it or perhaps threw away the useless phone during their escape. The eternal night and freeze caused human society to regress overnight from the technological era to nearly primitive times. The consequences of power outages were not just the loss of lighting and communication. Without electricity, it meant that water supply, heating, and almost all manufacturing industries ceased operations. In other words, without power restoration, everything in human society except for humanity itself could not operate. In the tool room, young Chi-Chi dumped a shovel of smokeless coal into the furnace. Her face no longer bore the delicate makeup of the past, it was black in some areas, white in others, with a streak of ash on her nose, and a few white feathers tangled in her hair, giving her the appearance indistinguishable from a rural woman. But young Chi-Chi's mood was complex at that moment. She hated Zhou Lin, not because of the dirty and heavy work, but because Zhou Lin had exposed her deliberately without showing any color. Young Chi-Chi felt she was no less than AI Bing, even a size larger than AI Bing. Even Chao, the boss, adored her. How could that loser Zhou Lin ignore her? High standards? If he really had high standards, he wouldn't have looked at AI Bing.
She knew very well how Zhou Lin treated AI Bing back then, like a dog circling AI Bing, saying those heartfelt words, not leaving even when AI Bing pushed him away. Wasn't that just to get AI Bing's body? Now, she had such a beautiful body, and a nod could grant it all. What was with the high and mighty act? Dog man. Stinky man. The more she thought, the more furious young Chi-Chi became. She even briefly considered destroying everything she could see in the tool room. That way, Zhou Lin and his family would definitely struggle to survive. He, his parents, and his sister would all suffer in the minus tens of degrees environment, ultimately dying helplessly. Just thinking about it made her happy. But it was just a thought. In the end, young Chi-Chi didn't have the courage. Not only because Zhou Lin had warned her, but also because the first one to freeze to death might be her. In young Chi-Chi's heart, there was still hope, and that hope was Chao Bowen, President Chao. There will always be opportunities. Like all the timid people inside, young Chi-Chi finally convinced herself. She had studied and knew there was an idiom called lying on the wood and tasting the bitter gall. Although she had a warm sleeping bag, she was still cohabitating with chickens and ducks, the sounds of poultry forever echoing in her ears, and an indescribable smell always filling her nostrils. What was the difference from lying on the wood and tasting the bitter gall? Suddenly, young Chi-Chi thought about what Tang Ili was doing, and what about his brother named Sun Qinghao? What a worthless brother, she saw through him at a glance, just a drinking buddy who even had improper thoughts about AI Bing and her. He must be starving, young Chi-Chi thought. Even if he hasn't starved, he might freeze to death, or he could already be dead from the cold. If she knew that Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao were holding a warm bowl of instant noodles, she wouldn't know how she would feel. After you finish eating, you go to the garage. In the property management office, a big iron stove appeared out of nowhere, a long chimney stretching out from the air conditioning hole, and fierce flames were leaping in the stove, keeping the entire room warm at all times. Xiao Hang sat on the sofa, holding a thick notebook, with the emergency light occasionally outlining his notes. Everything seemed to be within his expectations. The communication interruption and the drop in temperature made those wealthy and unkind owners even lack the courage to bother him, and the generators and fuel meant for elevator and lighting emergencies in each building had already been gathered by him into an empty room below the property office. Even though there were quite a few, Xiao Hang still did not allow anyone to use them. People must have a sense of crisis. If calamity can't be relieved in a short time, who will repair the generators, and who can bring large amounts of gasoline? These are non-renewable resources, they should not be easily consumed unless it is a critical moment. What is there to fear from being a little cold? The stove that old Zhao made is quite useful. There are so many greens in the community, and those wooden pavilions and halls are also fuel, right? If all else fails, wooden furniture is fuel too. Besides saving money, it is even more important to create income. The outside situation was momentarily unclear, but there were many cars in the underground garage. If there were cars, there was gasoline. Not many owners living in this community are economical with fuel. Wouldn't it be silly to wait until those owners remembered to siphon it back? After Tang Ili, Sun Qinghao, and several others they recruited finished eating and drinking, they picked up tools and followed a few flashlight-wielding security guards into the underground garage. The once brightly lit garage was now pitch black, truly unable to see one's hand in front of their face. However, due to being deep underground, the temperature here was actually much warmer than outside. Let's get started. 3 people to a group, try not to damage the cars. The manager said these cars might still be useful in the future. Chapter 31, Sun Qinghao's Ambition. It snowed all night long. Not only in Jiazhou City, and not just in Xiagua, almost everywhere around the world was covered in snow. Snowflakes larger than goose feathers fell overnight, blanketing the entire world. In higher terrain areas, it was better. Some families were buried in their cold dreams, struggling to get out of the snow, only to freeze to death in the snow and cold wind. Those who slept through it might be a bit luckier. The location of Lanshan community was quite high. After all, it was a wealthy area, emphasizing one standing high and seeing far. Otherwise, Zhou Lin would not have agreed to move here. The Zhou family's old place in the suburbs wouldn't do, and it was probably buried under 4 to 5 meters of snow by now. In fact, burying deep has its benefits. Due to gravity, the snow accumulation below will quickly melt into ice, forming an unbreakable layer of ice, which, in a way, serves as a protection. Just think about the ancient corpses on an iceberg after thousands of years, they still look as if they died recently. The sun will never rise again, we cannot rely on the change of external light to tell the time, and the power outage and low temperatures have turned most electronic products into scrap metal. Even mechanical or quartz watches cannot withstand the cold, most failing or on the verge of failure. Only those specially designed timekeeping devices for harsh environments can still function properly. Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao gasped as they followed the security guard leading the way, carrying oil barrels. Almost all the cars in the underground garage had been visited, similar to the days of old. The achievements were glorious, and after counting, Xiao Hang rewarded everyone with a box of instant noodles. Instant noodles again. Sun Qinghao leaned closer to Tang Ili's ear and whispered, "Old Tang, eating instant noodles all the time is not sustainable, we can't keep working for others. Don't be fooled by Tang Yili's muscular build from years of fitness. He doesn't think much. To put it nicely, he's simple-minded. Bluntly speaking, he's foolish. The ancients said that strong limbs and a simple mind exist for a reason. Those who aren't are the exceptions, and Tang Yili is just a standard product. In comparison, Sun Chenghao is much sharper. After all, he doesn't take protein powder. Not long after arriving, he roughly guessed what Xiao Hang was planning. They're all ancient spirits talking about strange stories, wanting to use him, Sun Chenghao, without considering his worth. The outside world is in chaos, but Sun Chenghao isn't too worried. He's a local and knows exactly where food might be found and where oil supplies are. However, Sun Chenghao also fears that in this chaotic world, if they go out for its zero-cost purchase, they'll definitely run into competition. With his meager strength, he would just become a delivery boy. If he can team up with Tang Yili, it would be different. He supplies brains while Tang Yili provides brawn, perfect match. At critical moments, he could also be a buffer.
It's really cold outside. Tang Yili completely missed Sun Chenghao's intention, shrank his neck, and said,
"People who have been working out for a long time have very low body fat. While looking good, they can't resist consumption. More muscles mean that even sitting still, the body continues to burn calories, and the only source of heat is food.
Eating isn't a problem during peaceful times, having money is enough, but now?"
From childhood to adulthood, Tang Yili has never been the type to think deeply, otherwise, he wouldn't have become a fitness coach. So when Sun Chenghao talks about the future and power, Tang Yili simply doesn't understand, which makes Sun Chenghao a bit anxious. To save on heating costs, as people gradually gathered in the room, Sun Chenghao dared not speak anymore. If it gets back to Xiao Hang, it might lead to serious trouble. In peaceful times, it's common for a few people to die, let alone now. Sun Chenghao empathizes and thinks that someone like Xiao Hang could pull it off.
So far, Xiao Hang is satisfied with the performance of his subordinates.
There are nearly 2,000 liters of gasoline, and during such a time, there's no need to worry about grades. Combined with a few large oil barrels prepared by Xiao Hang under the property name a few days ago, he feels it wouldn't be a problem for a year or two if used sparingly.
Don't those end-of-the-world novels say that the weather cycles through? It gets cold and then hot, and then cold again.
Xiao Hang also thinks that the cold can't last forever. After all, everything needs balance.
The current problem is the food supply. It's not enough, and we need to send them out to look for it. Also, there's the issue of access to the community.
It must be kept clean, so they have to clear the snow. The property management office is on the 3rd floor, but now the snow outside the window is almost level with the ground. In Lanshan, the snow can be this deep. What about other places? Not to mention some supermarkets that are originally on the basement or 2nd floor, now they might be buried under 10 to 20 meters. Trying to find supplies in there would definitely be a hassle. However, Xiao Hang thought about it and felt it was quite good, as it wouldn't be easily taken away by others. Looking at Tang Yili and others, Xiao Hang opened his notebook and started writing. He believed that everything should have a plan, and all good ideas should be recorded in time to avoid forgetting. In this regard, Xiao Hang was somewhat similar to Zhou Lin. Just now, Zhou Lin went up to the platform to pick up 2 eggs, 1 duck egg, and a small bowl of quail eggs. Zhou Lin had recorded such things with her phone.
Is it necessary? Zhou Lin couldn't help but ask.
Zhou Lin nodded. If you don't accumulate small steps, you can't reach 1,000 miles. By having a record, I can estimate the approximate egg production. 1,000-mile dike is destroyed by an ant hole. I can't let that woman steal. Other than yelling 666, Zhou Lin really didn't know what to say.
That woman?
Wu Shui walked over and casually asked, but quickly ignored it. I got a message from my parents. The genuine happiness on her face made Wu Shui, who was barefaced, look as if she was glowing. Last night, or rather, while Wu Shui was asleep, her phone actually received quite a few messages, most of which were sent by her parents.
How is the situation? Zhou Lin asked.
They said they are safe now and have been selected for a rescue plan for humanity called Olympus. When they sent the message, they were already in an underground shelter, even assigned a small private room. Only the 2 of them need to work for the shelter. So those who truly possess skills and knowledge will never be ignored at any time. If Wu Shui and her parents were just relatively wealthy merchants or politicians, they definitely would not have received the importance of the Olympus plan, and they would have been eliminated in the first round of screening, which would not end well. When receiving the message from Wu Shui, her parents' first reaction was that their daughter must have been protected by the state. Although she has not officially graduated, Wu Shui's abilities are quite good, and the key point is that youth itself is the greatest value. When they learned that Wu Shui hadn't gone to the state shelter, her parents were extremely surprised, even advising Wu Shui to consider that in any aspect, an individual cannot compare to the state.
So Sister Shui, are you planning to leave? People go up while water flows down. Although I think it's not wrong, I still believe my family might be more suitable for you.
Zhou Lin looked at Wu Shui with pity, her eyes turning red in an instant.
Chapter 32, The Wisdom of Women. Wu Shui certainly didn't want to leave. Even if her parents thought the shelter would definitely be better than the Zhou family. That is because they did not know how prepared the Zhou family was for this disaster. At least Wu Shui felt that she was freer here. Upon hearing Wu Shui say she wasn't leaving, Zhou Lin's face immediately brightened up, changing her expression faster than flipping a book. I'm going to exercise.
At present, there isn't much for Zhou Lin to do, since he had entered the ranks of evolvers. He couldn't waste this precious opportunity. Moreover, Zhou Lin wanted his parents and Zhou Li to have abilities, to become evolvers as well. In the previous life, besides luck, the acquisition of abilities was very important. Those ability orbs that fell from the sky were not suitable for everyone, or there was a matching process. Some lucky people could pick them up without even seeing clearly what they were. He had already fused with the ability orb, while some people had tried countless times but could never fuse with any orb. The pattern could not be summarized, and no one knew why. So, to ensure that his parents and Zhou Li became ability users, the safest way was to acquire enough ability orbs or more opportunities to try. The earlier, the better. The earlier one gains abilities, the easier it is to become a high-level ability user. That is why Yang Qiqi seems so important. At least up to now, Zhou Lin only knew this clue from Zhou Lin. In the late apocalypse, ability orbs had become a form of wealth, but this wealth was limited to high-level groups, far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. If this apocalypse continued as it did, then Zhou Lin, who now possessed abilities and was starting to evolve, was destined to become part of the future high-level group. Although the high-level group enjoyed unimaginable resources in the apocalypse, they also faced immeasurable risks. Resources were always limited. In a world with scarce supplies, everyone wanted to possess more. The only way to achieve this goal was to plunder. Taking from others was always quicker and richer than collecting by oneself. High-level groups continually plundered from one another, just like ordinary people. If one did not have enough strong power, the more one possessed, the more hungry wolves would come. Symbiosis. Beginner 742/1000. Current symbiotic transportation tool, Laifu, large surface transport. Number of symbiotic transportation tools available, 0. Storage space, 1/1. Zhou Lin discovered that there seemed to be some magical connection between abilities and evolution. If before, using abilities a certain number of times would increase experience points a little, after evolution, each time could increase by 2 points. It was still unknown whether the level of the body's evolution would affect the ability experience points, but for now, this had greatly improved efficiency. Zhou Lin calculated, and maybe in 4 or 5 days he would reach the intermediate level. Would the intermediate symbiosis change, and how would it change? Zhou Lin hoped that the number of symbiosis would increase after the ability upgrade. Although Laifu had enough space and abundant supplies, it was currently impossible to truly utilize it. Even if the heavy snow outside was great, it was still not enough to completely bury an aircraft carrier. If someone saw it, even if the country didn't come after him for the carrier, he couldn't explain how it ended up in Jiazhou. If others found out he had abilities, even if national research institutions wouldn't do anything to him, greedy people would always find ways to control him and extract the secrets of abilities in evolution. If he were alone like last time, Zhou Lin might not worry too much. If worst came to worst, he could find a deserted area to hide. At that point, who was the hunter and who was the prey could be unclear. He wasn't a soft target. But now it was different. Zhou Lin couldn't let his parents and younger sister live in danger. No need to mention his parents. Although Zhou Li was smart, what good was being smart in the apocalypse? What was needed was real strength, the kind of strength that could look down on some crises. Thinking of this, Zhou Lin really wished he could torture Yang Qiqi right now for answers. But he knew that this would be useless, because Yang Qiqi didn't even know Qiao Bowen. What did she really know? Keeping her alive was merely a hope that somehow a chance meeting with Qiao Bowen would occur. Let's focus on training first. Are we going to start training now? Wu Shui followed Zhou Lin into the gym. Seeing her eyes full of curiosity, Zhou Lin couldn't help but feel his heart race. Are we training today too? Wu Shui nodded, smiling somewhat awkwardly. Scientific research, don't misunderstand. What else could Zhou Lin say? It was all Zhou Li's fault for causing trouble. However, Zhou Li certainly wouldn't take the blame for this. Even as Wu Shui walked out of the gym, Zhou Li couldn't help but tease her. Sister Shui, you're trying too hard to hide it, why bother? Wu Shui was taken aback. Zhou Li's use of idioms was confusing, but was this really confusing or not? Have you read novels? Someone like my brother would rather wrongfully kill 1,000 than let one go. As she spoke, Zhou Li raised her hand and made a chopping motion. What? Wu Shui was even more puzzled. So Zhou Li meant to slice Zhou Lin directly? That wasn't allowed. Sister Shui, your own. When faced with difficulties, push forward. If there are no difficulties, create some. Understand? Focus on the key point, push ahead. Li, where are you going with this? Wu Shui finally understood, stamping her foot. I don't have such thoughts. Sister Shui, no, sister-in-law, you just secretly wiped your saliva. 13 years old. Wu Shui finally believed that intelligence could lead to early maturity. Covering Zhou Li's mouth with a small notebook, Wu Shui whispered, let me teach you an idiom, joy at the sight of prey. That was just my professional habit. Zhou Li broke free and whispered, got it. Sister-in-law, you're female, profession, rogue. Zhou Lin, who was working out crazily in the gym, had no idea that his precious sister had privately reached an agreement with Wu Shui. After a preliminary negotiation, the two women moved their battlefield to Zhou Li's bedroom, then began a detailed analysis. Zhou Li believed that the severe environment would last a long time, and the inherent order of human society and even the national system would struggle to persist. The world to come would inevitably be one that respected the strong. Wu Shui agreed. Zhou Lin's strong physical abilities would attract admiration from the opposite sex even more in harsh environments. Wu Shui believed this admiration was rooted in human genes, aiming for better reproduction. So this isn't love, Wu Shui said plainly. So what? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Do you plan to give my brother to another woman? For example, the one in the tool room? Zhou Li asked. Lili, do people like us dream of love? Wu Shui crossed her arms. You're right, becoming your sister-in-law is the best solution for me at the moment. Zhou Li smiled. Despite discussing things very academically, they were actually just craving Zhou Lin's body. That said, if Zhou Lin weren't her brother, she wouldn't be. Property manager? I haven't paid the property fees? Across the blast-proof door, Chen Yali shouted. It's not about the property fees, I'm here to discuss something with you. What is he saying? There's no sound at all. Chen Yali asked Zhou Lin. Let me handle this. Seeing that there was only Xiao Hang outside, and he came empty-handed, Zhou Lin decided to open the door and talk. A grown man with no backbone, useless. Chen Yali pouted but didn't leave, fearing her son would be bullied. Opening the locked blast-proof door was quite troublesome, but luckily, Xiao Hang was very patient, and when he saw that the door was a whole 20 centimeters thick, his eyes lit up. Our property management company is here to serve all the owners. After surveying, we found that many households are lacking food and heating supplies. To ensure the safety of all owners, we painstakingly found a large supermarket not far away. Xiao Hang spoke while secretly complaining. Although Zhou Lin had closed the security door when he came out, Xiao Hang could still feel the temperature difference between the corridor inside and outside. It was freezing out there. Such terrible behavior must be noted. It looked like this family had enough supplies, perhaps a good fat sheep. Shall we go collect supplies together? Zhou Lin squinted, his intuition telling him that this property manager was likely a cunning old fox, but he didn't oppose the idea of going for a group gathering. Who wouldn't want more supplies? Furthermore, he had the coming fortune, a large warehouse that was far from full, and even if Xiao Hang didn't come, he planned to go out anyway. Although the permanent population of Jiazhou City was not large, it was a very important transportation hub city in the southwest of Xia country. Who knows how many daily necessities were stored just in the logistics park on the west side of the city. If you're willing to participate, just register first. Once the action time is confirmed, I'll arrange for someone to notify you. Alright, just register me. Zhou Lin said. He didn't trust the others at home to go out. The most terrifying thing outside wasn't the weather but the people. Chang Yali couldn't understand very well. She thought supplies were sufficient and there was no need to take risks. It wasn't just dark outside, although it hadn't snowed much. Who knows what situation was under the thick snow. Moreover, it was only minus 30 degrees outside. If someone wore too little, they might freeze within a few minutes. We have to go. Zhou Lin explained. Although the Lanshan community had a low occupancy rate, there were still 200 or 300 households. If they acted too differently, it would raise suspicions, and they might become someone else's target. Seeing Wu Shui eager to try, Zhou Lin hurriedly waved his hand. I'll go alone, you're not suited for this. In this way, Zhou Lin managed to convince everyone. After returning to his room, Zhou Lin prepared a set of gear for himself. The polar combat uniform from Coming Fortune came with a bulletproof helmet and goggles, had a heating function, adjustable temperature, could withstand minus 50 degrees, and was lightweight, not hindering movement at all. A pair of snow boots, essential for action in the snow. A hidden pistol and a magazine full of bullets, primarily for emergencies. Additionally, he modified an oversized suitcase to serve as a sled. Now, all that was left was to wait. Xiao Hang didn't personally notify each household. Most owners were informed by ordinary security guards. Even so, it took nearly 6 hours to gather the residents' intentions, and it turned out quite well. Basically, every household had someone willing to participate. A few families with members at home who were unwilling to go out collecting supplies were noted by Xiao Hang in his notebook. These families would be given special attention in the future, either because they had enough supplies, or you're either a thorn or a stepping stone. The power for the elevator starts at 11:30 sharp. At that time, the homeowners going out to gather supplies will meet outside the property management office. Dress warmly and bring your own moving tools if you can. We depart at 12 o'clock on the dot, and we won't wait for anyone who is late. Although the sun is not visible, it has not disappeared. At noon, aside from slightly better light, the temperature would be a bit higher than at other times. This was painstakingly calculated by Xiao Hang.
He spent a lot of effort to take control of Lanshan. I'm leaving. Don't open the door while I'm gone. Little sister, pay attention to that woman. If she doesn't behave, you will. Zhou Lin looked like a cotton ball in his warm clothes, which were completely unnecessary. But there's a kind of cold called Mom thinks you're cold. Fortunately, the property management was willing to turn on the elevator, otherwise, Zhou Lin didn't know how he would go downstairs dressed like this and pulling a modified sled. As the elevator descended, homeowners occasionally entered. To Zhou Lin, they were all strangers. Even if he recognized someone, he might not be able to tell who it was, because everyone was bundled up tightly, and he could only distinguish genders and ages by body shape or voice. To Zhou Lin's surprise, there were indeed women coming out, and quite a few at that. Whether it was because there were no men at home or for some other reason remained unknown. When Zhou Lin walked with the others to the property management office, many people had already gathered there, but almost no one spoke. Today, Xiao Hang was dressed in a flamboyant red cold-resistant outfit, with a blue cold-resistant hat on his head. In a moment, our security will lead everyone to the location of that supermarket. However, the supermarket is currently buried under heavy snow. There might still be ice layers below, so we will need to work together to dig through the snow in order to enter. The government sent people the day before yesterday. Our shelter here is already full, so the government has authorized the homeowners in our community to go out on their own to search for supplies. This is not illegal. Please be sure to pay attention to safety. If you encounter other teams gathering supplies, please follow our security's orders strictly. In special times, we must unite, stand together, and not be afraid even if conflict arises. As long as we're in the right, the government will not punish us. Xiao Hang indeed had some persuasive skills, at least his words gained the approval of most homeowners present. Zhou Lin hid quietly in the crowd, but someone still approached him. This young man, your sled is really well made. I have a suitcase at home that's about the same size. Can you help me modify it when we get back? Although Zhou Lin couldn't see the woman's appearance clearly, her voice sounded very pleasant, and her words were quite refined. If he were a naive person, he might have eagerly agreed. Chapter 34, The Neighbor from the Next Building. Zhou Lin's home was in Building 8, the king of the buildings, while the woman who spoke to him was from Building 7, next door. What's more coincidental was that this woman named Huang Menjing also lived on the 17th floor, but there were 2 units on the 17th floor of Building 7, unlike Zhou Lin's single unit. I saw the lights in your rooftop platform house, Huang Menjing leaned close to Zhou Lin's ear and whispered. Although Zhou Lin had never thought the existence of the tool room could be hidden from everyone, perhaps only Huang Menjing could see the light coming from the tool room. What does that mean? A threat? Zhou Lin remained silent, just looking at Huang Menjing. I just wanted to express a little envy. Huang Menjing didn't seem nervous at all. More friends mean more paths, don't you think? Let's go, everyone follow. Xiao Hang's voice interrupted the conversation between Zhou Lin and Huang Menjing. Zhou Lin took a step forward, and surprisingly, Huang Menjing followed closely behind. Actually, I know your mother. Huang Menjing's words automatically made Zhou Lin's mind add a sentence, I can still give birth. Cheng Yali is 57 this year, so how old should Huang Menjing be? Don't believe it? I also know that not long ago your mom bought a lot of convenience food. Guess who she bought it from? At this point, Zhou Lin understood. Huang Menjing or her family is probably in the convenience food business, and maybe they are the agents for certain brands in Jiazhou. At first, Zhou Lin was most afraid of encountering this situation. Others might not know how many supplies the Zhou family actually had, but those who sold supplies to Cheng Yali back then must have known. Although it cost him a warehouse to keep this a secret, in special situations, this kind of concealment is completely useless, because people will only believe what they want to believe. Just like Huang Menjing, if she believes that Cheng Yali hid the purchased convenience food, then no matter how Zhou Lin explains, she will only think he is lying to her. Troublesome. We'll talk later. Perhaps not wanting to attract too much attention, Huang Menjing took the initiative to end the conversation. Zhou Lin let out a slight sigh of relief as he walked and pondered how to deal with things in the future. The large supermarket that Xiao Hang mentioned is actually well known to many owners. It is a local chain, not too far from the community, large in scale, with good quality products. The most important point is that this supermarket is not underground, but on the street in a 1 or 2-story storefront. Compared to the underground floors, it is easier to dig into this type of supermarket. What normally takes just over 10 minutes to walk instead took a whole 30 minutes. In order to avoid drawing attention, the security guards wouldn't let everyone turn on their lights, so it was impossible to see if anyone was secretly watching. When they arrived at the location, the security guards began assigning tasks. Men like Zhou Lin were certainly on the front lines of digging. Everyone was assigned tools, probably meant for the community garden, such as spades, hoes, shovels. In short, all tools that could be used were put to work. Because the supermarket is an independent 3-story building, they didn't need to dig too deep. When the first window was exposed, a security guard stepped forward and smashed it, squatting down to turn on a flashlight to inspect. After confirming there were no issues, they began to assign personnel. Not everyone could go inside, 1/3 of the people were assigned to stay outside. The room where the window was located was obviously an office. Stepping out led to a corridor with rooms on either side bearing different signs. Once inside, the security guards no longer stopped everyone from turning on the lights, and besides, it was impossible not to, as it was much darker inside than outside. One of the security guards lit a candle, claiming it could measure whether the oxygen content was sufficient. Everywhere showed signs of having been rummaged through, clearly indicating that someone had already been there, making everyone a bit worried. They could end up making a wasted trip. Fortunately, this supermarket is very large, covering 2 entire floors, with products encompassing all aspects of daily life. Due to the large area, the security guards allowed everyone to form teams freely for efficiency. The second floor mainly focuses on daily necessities, while the first floor is where food is, which is the main purpose of this operation. However, Zhou Lin did not rush down to the first floor. When he was the only one left, he took out his night vision goggles and put them on. Compared to the flashlight's range, although night vision goggles have issues with color differences, they are undoubtedly much more convenient. He could see that many counters on the second floor had been smashed, but not much had actually been taken away. Zhou Lin casually collected some clothes, then wandered into the personal care section, confirming that no one was around before he began to gather items eagerly. Shampoos, shower gels, mosquito repellents, soaps, toothpaste, toothbrushes, although the warehouse of the Lifu number does not lack these types of supplies. But still, who would complain about having too much stock? Even if their family can't use it in the future, they can use it for trade. As he collected while walking, he occasionally tossed some items into the sled behind him. When he reached the women's supplies counter, Zhou Lin unexpectedly stopped. Chang Yali and Zhou Li's needs were not his concern. With Zhou Li's carefulness and Chang Yali's big spending ways, Zhou Lin had no idea how much they had stocked up. He was mostly thinking about Wu Shui. What size should she wear? In any case, Chang Yali's size definitely wouldn't fit, and Zhou Li's was too small. After thinking for a long time, Zhou Lin decided to just gather more and ask Zhou Li to find out later. Continuing to wander, Zhou Lin found he had reached the kitchen supplies area. Various tools like knives and cutting boards, trash cans and bags, brooms and mops, everything he could think of or didn't even know the purpose of, he did not miss a single item. After all, he had no plan to come back again. If others found this place empty later, that was definitely because someone had taken everything away. Just look at Zhou Lin's sled, it's pitifully little. It wasn't that Zhou Lin would collect everything. For example, at the craft supplies counter, various decorations were completely useless. Art is something that only people with full stomachs and satisfied appetites appreciate. No matter how beautiful an art piece is, it cannot compare to an expired sausage. Having roamed the second floor enough, Zhou Lin dragged his half-full sled to the first floor. By this time, he had taken off his night vision goggles, and the dark store was filled with randomly swaying light beams, his vision revealing a scene of chaos. Many counters were empty, while the area of fruits and vegetables was covered with ice shavings. To Zhou Lin's surprise, there was still a small pile of bagged rice remaining, estimating around 70 or 80 bags. The owners were moving back and forth, some with their own tools, others directly using supermarket carts. In short, everyone was highly enthusiastic. The meat counter was likely the first to be emptied, left as clean as if a black dog had licked it, and the family supplies counter was nearly the same, with not a single egg left behind. The seasoning counter appeared slightly richer, perhaps because everyone first moved food. After all, taste isn't as crucial as filling the stomach. A bowl of plain rice can be the greatest delicacy in desperate times. In any case, before this operation, Xiao Heng had already stated that no matter how many supplies were found, they would be distributed according to each homeowner's contribution. This meant that each participant in the collection would receive one share, so Zhou Lin began tossing oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea onto his sled, secretly putting some into his space as well. Around 4 o'clock, the security guard announced that the staple foods had all been moved out, and it was time for everyone to go back. Chapter 35, The News of Dehydrated Vegetables. The first collective action of the homeowners in Lanshan community was quite successful. Upon returning to the community and doing a rough count, they had dragged back over 80 bags of rice, among which there were 20 or so in large packs from the supermarket, the kind weighing 200 pounds each. Maybe it was because they were too heavy that this rice remained in the store. In total, they collected several tons, and every participant could get 100 pounds. No one raised any objections to Xiao Heng's distribution plan. 100 pounds of rice was enough for a family to eat for a month or two, not to mention flour and various coarse grains that everyone could get more than 10 pounds of. For a family of 3, it wouldn't be a problem to last a month. Besides the grains, there were also plenty of snacks and daily necessities. Everyone was delighted, but their greatest regret was that they hardly collected any fruits or vegetables. Prolonged absence of fruits and vegetables not only leads to a drop in immunity, and it can easily trigger various diseases. Although various technologies and hard work can supplement it, it's still not quite enough, and not every household is prepared. While waiting for the distribution of supplies, Huang Menjiang leaned closer to Zhou Lin and whispered, "Do you still have dehydrated vegetables at home?"
No, Zhou Lin replied without hesitation. He thought Huang Menjing was probing, unaware that he was mistaken. I know there is a warehouse in the logistics park with dehydrated vegetables. Those goods were originally meant for overseas shipment but never got sent out, Huang Menjing said quietly. She knew that there was a shortage, and she mentioned it to Zhou Lin partly because of Chang Yali and partly due to the Zhou family's displayed sense of foresight. Though usually it's not far to the logistics park, it's not easy to get there now. It's likely that not a single vehicle capable of traveling on the snow could be found anywhere in the whole city of Jiazhou. Zhou Lin also reflected on this, wondering why he hadn't thought of it earlier. But then he realized that in the southern part of the Xia country, it was impossible to buy things like sleds, and even if he wanted to prepare, he couldn't.
Seeing Zhou Lin silent, Huang Menjing thought he didn't believe her.
I will come find your mom later, she said. Without the context, Zhou Lin felt Huang Menjing sounded like she was scolding someone. After distributing the supplies, Xiao Hang ordered to start the generator to power the elevators and reminded everyone to get home quickly, as the fuel was limited. At this time, one owner suggested going out to get fuel. There was a gas station not far away, and there were also professionals among the owners familiar with this. With sufficient fuel, at least the lighting problem could be uniformly solved, even if not every household could warm up.
Many people feared that continued darkness would lead to their eyesight deteriorating. For Xiao Hang, this owner's suggestion was a pleasant surprise.
In the team he managed, there truly was no one who understood gas stations.
Let's discuss it. Other owners who have similar ideas can move their things back first and then come down. Let's work together.
Today's success, coupled with a deliberately created image, established a more positive image of Xiao Hang in the minds of many owners, leading several of them to say they would come down shortly to participate in discussions.
Aren't you going to participate? Huang Menjing asked.
Thinking of what Huang Menjing had said before, Zhou Lin unexpectedly replied, I'm still a child.
Huang Menjing was taken aback for a moment but eventually couldn't contain herself and burst out laughing. Dragging the supplies on a sled into the elevator, he went home.
Chang Yali ignored the supplies, only caring if anyone was hurt or freezing. You two look, take what you can use. In the elevator, Zhou Lin took out some items specifically prepared for Wu Shui and put them onto the sled. To avoid awkwardness, he deliberately pulled Chang Yali aside to ask if she knew Huang Menjing.
Boss Huang? Have you met her? Zhou Lin nodded. I almost forgot. Her family lives in our neighborhood. Which building is she from? Next door, across.
Zhou Lin pointed in the direction of Building 7. She not only remembers that you wholesale a lot of instant food but also saw the lights in our tool room.
Oh? What should we do? Son, how about we secretly go up tonight and silence her? Zhou Lin's mouth twitched, staring at Chang Yali, unsure of what to say. Just kidding, just kidding.
With her son back safely, Chang Yali felt good.
After all, the family lacked neither food nor clothing, and they had electricity and heating. What was 3 months?
Boss Huang is actually a nice person, she shouldn't talk nonsense.
But her mother, that's hard to say.
I noticed her bad card manners when we played cards together.
You play cards with Huang Menjing's mother?
How old is she that you still play cards with her?
Huh? Chang Yali was taken aback. He laughed loudly. You got it wrong, Boss Huang's mother is from the same generation as me. Boss Huang is very young, not even 30. Zhou Lin then realized that he had made a mistaken assumption, but who could blame him?
Boss Huang's first words had misled him.
Boss Huang is not simple at all. 5 years ago, her father passed away.
Chang Yali recounted Boss Huang's rise to success for half an hour, then expressed her dissatisfaction with her own son. At 25 or 26, if he weren't a reincarnated person, he would definitely be a useless piece of trash, without even a wife. Helpless, Zhou Lin could only hurry to mention that Boss Huang might come and probably needed to talk about the dehydrated vegetables in that warehouse at the logistics park.
There is indeed a company in the logistics park specifically for export. I visited their plantation, and they don't use pesticides or fertilizers at all. It is said to be supplied by the island country. At that time, I just couldn't accept it. Why do the islanders get to have this green vegetable while we, people from Xia country, cannot buy it? Guess what that company's people said to me? They said it was mainly because it's expensive. If there really are dehydrated vegetables in that warehouse, I want to take some. They deserve it. Mom, you must not casually agree. We don't even have transportation.
While Zhou Lin and Chang Yali were discussing in the room, Wu Shui and Zhou Li were clearing supplies around the sled. Rice and staple foods were set aside first. Zhou Li put all the snacks into the living room coffee table and snack cabinet, then saw quite a few pieces of women's intimate clothing. With Zhou Li's sharp mind, she burst into laughter after glancing at the sizes of those clothes. Sister-in-law, if you don't want others to know, you mustn't do anything yourself. Just take these away. Aren't you and Auntie keeping them? In fact, Wu Shui wasn't particularly lacking in this type of clothing right now but thought it was always good to prepare more, as they might not find any when they actually needed it in the future. Alas, a little horse matches a big saddle. My brother probably doesn't care about me anymore, the peach blossoms are nowhere to be found, yet the person still smiles in the spring breeze. Wu Shui's face darkened. Xiaoli, it seems you've got the wrong lines.
Really? But what I see on your face is indeed the spring breeze. Ah, don't hit me. I'm leaving first. Brother, help. Help. Sister-in-law is going to beat me up. Their harmless bickering made the atmosphere in the house even more harmonious, especially Changyali, who couldn't help but nudge Zhou Lin with her elbow. When are you planning to move in together? Chapter 36, A Mother and Daughter in Isolation. Huang Menjing's home was far from the warmth of Zhou Lin's house. In the living room, there was a tall and elegant fireplace, burning large pieces of wood, but everywhere you looked, there was barely any furniture to be seen. A thick layer of leather cushion was laid out in front of the fireplace, where Huang Menjing's mother lay with droopy eyelids. The sound of the door opening did not even stir her, only managing to weakly greet them. Mom, there's food ready, just wait, I'll make some porridge for you. There were no other people in the house. After Huang Menjing's father passed away 5 years ago, her mother, deeply affected by the blow, lost her desire to manage the factory, leaving all the heavy burdens on the then graduate student Huang Menjing. In the end, Huang Menjing had to work and study at the same time, putting herself under extreme stress. After completing her master's thesis, Huang Menjing devoted herself fully to the factory, sometimes eating and living on site, not only stabilizing the shaky factory but also expanding and strengthening it. She even became the leading figure in convenient food in the entire Bashu region. With her career reaching this level, personal issues were repeatedly set aside. Being busy was one reason, and the worry about tainted motives was another. Fortunately, Huang Menjing's mother was relatively open-minded and didn't bother her about this matter all the time, but no one expected that the apocalypse would actually come. A few days into the long night, the mother and daughter deeply felt the pain of not having a man in the house. Afraid to open the door for food, and with no fuel left, Huang Menjing could only chop the expensive wooden furniture at home. Luckily, Mr. Huang had a special love for wooden furniture, which kept the fireplace in the living room burning until now. Even so, the wooden sofa and dining table in the living room, the bookshelves and desks in the study, the chairs, even the lounge chair on the balcony and the solid wood bed in the bedroom had all been burned up. If they burned more, there would only be the solid wood floor left to pry up. The rice porridge mixed with millet and corn was boiled to fragrant perfection. The mother and daughter finished a whole pot, snuggling by the fireplace with satisfied smiles on their faces. Mom, today I ran into Boss Chang's son. That Boss Chang? The one who often plays cards with you, Boss Chang? Her family has a farm, and you used to love their grain-fed chicken and eggs, have you forgotten? Huang Menjing's mother squinted her eyes and remembered. What? Are you interested in her son? That won't do, there's a generation gap. Where's your mind at? Huang Menjing rolled her eyes at her mother. There's something I haven't told you. I always thought Boss Chang's family must have known this would happen. Do you know how much goods she got from me recently? How much? All kinds and flavors. She ordered a total of 300,000 worth of goods. Her family doesn't have a selling business. 300,000, if they eat at home, they won't finish it in 3 to 5 years. Even though the instant food produced in Huang Menjing's factory varies in price, how expensive could it be at factory price? 300,000 worth of goods filled a whole truck, directly sent to the Zhou family's warehouse in the logistics park. But that warehouse burned down, didn't it? Huang Menjing's mother remembered. She had tried to call Chen Yali to offer comfort but couldn't get through. I don't believe it, Huang Menjing shook her head. If it weren't for the disaster that followed, she might not have doubted, but the moment she saw Zhou Lin, she felt that the fire in the warehouse had to be a plot by the Zhou family. In fact, anyone with a brain would think like Huang Menjing when connecting Zhou Caijuan's closure of the farm and Chen Yali's crazy purchases. No one knows how the future days will turn out, but Huang Menjing was certain that unless the disaster passed, it would be impossible for just the two of them to go far. Today, the community property could still organize everyone to go out together to gather materials, but what about next time? How many supermarkets nearby could they raid as a group? What would they do if there were no organized collective action, and there was nothing to eat, drink, or keep warm at home? Would she dare to go out alone? Moreover, the disaster had just begun. Today, Huang Menjing heard that the government did not see any signs of improvement in the short term, and the shelters established by the state were already full. Having experienced brutal business wars, Huang Menjing knew that when standing alone became impossible, one must seek alliance with the strong. Chang Yali is quite a decent person, you can tell from the card table. Her husband, Mr. Zhou, is also a good man. Their son definitely won't be too bad. If you want to test it out, I won't oppose, Huang Menjing's mother nodded, but don't just casually reveal where the last batch of our goods is hidden. How could I? Huang Menjing smiled. Jiaying Company has a batch of dehydrated vegetables meant for the island nation that hadn't been able to be shipped out before the disaster. They're still in the logistics park warehouse.
This batch of dehydrated vegetables not only could be used to test Zhou Lin, but it was also an important resource for the future, even rivaling staple foods.
With a plan in place, Huang Menjing couldn't even take a break.
After settling her mother, she rushed downstairs, heading towards the Zhou family. When she arrived, Zhou Lin was sweating profusely in the gym, so the reception duties were left to Chang Yili. Because of their previous relationship, Huang Menjing was able to walk straight into the house, and the first thing she felt was warmth. There were no heating devices visible in the living room, nor was there smoke or fire, which indicated that the Zhou family had a complete heating system that was functioning normally.
Huang Menjing immediately thought of the tool room on the rooftop platform. The Zhou family must have stockpiled a lot of coal. Just now, my son mentioned you, Boss Huang.
Chang Yili's ability to interact with others was beyond question, unless it was someone she didn't like. The two women chatted for a while about trivial matters, and Wu Shui keenly brought over tea, then obediently excused herself.
Let's not call me boss anymore, now everyone is a refugee.
Huang Menjing said with a smile, then she got straight to the point, expressing her desire to cooperate.
I really can't decide this.
Once the child grows up, he is no longer under his mother's control.
Zhou Lin, come here. Dressed in sportswear, Zhou Lin appeared in the living room holding a towel.
Seeing Huang Menjing, he was somewhat surprised. If he had known Boss Huang was so young, he would have changed his clothes first. He didn't want to attract Huang Menjing's attention, but simply felt a bit rude.
Are you still exercising? Huang Menjing asked, somewhat astonished. What kind of family still dares to exercise? Is food free? I'm just idle.
Zhou Lin wiped his sweat and sat down beside Chang Yili. Mom, have you discussed it all?
Discuss what? How can I talk when you're not here?
Boss Huang thinks that we might not finish moving that warehouse of dehydrated vegetables ourselves. She doesn't have anyone trustworthy in this community, so she wants you to think about whether to discuss it with the property management. After all, many hands make light work.
Property management?
Zhou Lin thought of Xiao Hang. He still didn't know that Tang Yili and Sun Xianghao were also in the property team, they just hadn't shown up last time.
I disagree, Zhou Lin said after thinking for a moment. Why?
Huang Menjing was not agitated by Zhou Lin's disagreement with cooperating with the property management. Instead, she calmly waited for a reason.
I don't trust them.
Zhou Lin was very direct.
Cooperation requires efficiency.
If Huang Menjing doesn't have this little bit of trust in him, then there's no need for further discussion.
Chang Yili remained silent, tacitly supporting Zhou Lin's approach. Huang Menjing fell into deep thought. It was not a doubt about Zhou Lin, but a reflection on whether there was some information she didn't know that led Zhou Lin to have a completely different opinion about a property that seemed quite good. As a businessman, being overly headstrong is not acceptable, especially when lacking information. Making hasty conclusions could lead to failure. In peaceful times, failure might only mean losing money, but now failure could possibly cost lives. Can you explain the reason?
Zhou Lin shook his head. If Huang Menjing had immediately agreed without a word, then he would have extended more trust to her, but when she asked this question, Zhou Lin knew that their cooperation might only happen this once. Unless Huang Menjing's actual performance could change his mind, but that would be difficult.
It's just a gut feeling.
Zhou Lin's face no longer held a smile, it was even a bit serious as he said, if you decide to involve the property management, then I choose to withdraw from this. Unexpectedly, Zhou Lin was so straightforward that Huang Menjing suddenly didn't know what to say. In the end, she looked towards Chang Yili for help.
All right, it's not decided yet. The intercom. Son, don't you have an intercom? Give Boss Huang one, so it's easier to discuss later. It's freezing cold and there's no electricity, it's dangerous for Boss Huang to go back and forth. A mere walkie-talkie, Zhou Lin would certainly not treat it as a treasure.
Besides, military products are reliable in both performance and function. As long as the main unit is in Zhou Lin's hand, he controls when Huang Menjing can use it and what she can or cannot hear. At that moment, no one expected this thing would soon come in handy.
After Huang Menjing left, Chang Yali asked Zhou Lin if he found any issues with the property management. Zhou Lin couldn't give a specific answer. Xiao Li, it's your turn.
Zhou Li walked out of the room and rolled her eyes at Zhou Lin, then said, those not of my kind must have different hearts, property and owners live in complete silence.
Can you not speak like that?
If she weren't his own child, Chang Yali might have wanted to knock Zhou Li out.
Those who believe in me gain eternal life. Eternal life. Eternal life. I'm telling you eternal life, I'm telling you eternal life. With Chang Yali, there's no gender preference, she has always been a fair person. Whether it's Zhou Lin or Zhou Li, when her hand comes down, it falls equally, no matter who it hits. Zhou Li was struck and ran away, still shouting that Chang Yali was unfair and better take care of herself, while Wu Shui watched on the side, covering her mouth, trying not to laugh. Shaking his head, Zhou Lin returned to the gym to continue exercising. He hadn't even warmed up yet when suddenly he heard Huang Menjing's voice calling out. Help! There's a killing! Help me.
Wu Shui was the first to hear. Reacting swiftly, she rushed toward the gym and nearly collided with Zhou Lin as he rushed out. "It's Huang boss," she said hurriedly. "I'll go take a look." Zhou Lin quickly put on his polar combat suit and rushed out. At that moment, Zhang Yali poked her head out and shouted, "Be careful, grab a weapon." Even in panic, Zhou Lin did not forget to check the surveillance before opening the door to confirm there was no one hiding outside. Better safe than sorry. In this apocalypse, being cautious is not excessive. The elevator had no power, so Huang Menjing must have taken the stairs.
Zhou Lin estimated Huang Menjing's speed, guessing she had only reached the first floor, although other possibilities couldn't be ruled out.
Bounding down the stairs, Zhou Lin felt he was not going down but jumping off a building. He descended a floor in just 2 steps, feeling no discomfort at all. Before becoming an evolved, he probably would have sprained an ankle on the first step, fractured a bone on the second, and been paralyzed on the fourth.
10th floor. 7th floor. 3rd floor.
When Zhou Lin jumped down to the 2nd floor, he heard voices. To be precise, a woman was shouting, mixed with the low voices of 2 men.
"Let go of me. I'm the owner."
"Where's security?"
"We are the security." "What about the owner?"
"It's your good luck we're interested in you."
"In this weather, who the hell?" Only he could see it.
The 2 men who had been ambushed were thrown into a panic. They no longer cared about Huang Menjing. With threatening voices, they felt their way toward the staircase they remembered, still believing that Zhou Lin, like Huang Menjing, couldn't see anything. In comparison, Huang Menjing remained much calmer. Having just regained her freedom, she crouched down, hugging her head and curling her body into a tight ball. In the pitch-black environment, this self-protective action was undoubtedly the most correct choice, as shrinking her body reduced the possibility of being attacked in a random manner. Ignoring the 2 crazy security guards, Zhou Lin quietly walked to Huang Menjing's side and whispered, "Boss Huang, don't speak, follow me." Hearing the voice, Huang Menjing instinctively looked up, but unfortunately, it was still pitch black.
However, she recognized Zhou Lin's voice and immediately felt relieved.
Zhou Lin took Huang Menjing's right hand and pulled her up, then slowly walked down the stairs. The lighting in the lobby downstairs was much better, at least Huang Menjing could see Zhou Lin's silhouette now.
"Thank you so much. It seems you were right, I was too naive. No need to be polite, it's too cold outside, let's head to the basement." "Is there going to be danger in the basement?" Huang Menjing asked, tightly gripping Zhou Lin's hand. "I'll take you back." Not knowing if there were any property management people in the underground parking lot, Zhou Lin still did not turn on the flashlight. With him guiding her and giving timely reminders, Huang Menjing found it not too difficult to walk. Although the temperature in the basement was slightly higher, the air was murky, and compared to the outside, there was no light at all. Even with a flashlight, Huang Menjing wouldn't dare to go down alone. "It feels like I've gone to hell," Huang Menjing said. Chapter 38, Saving People. Hell is empty. Before turning on the flashlight, Zhou Lin first put away the night vision goggles. He had thought it would take some time to adjust, but he found out it was not as he had imagined. For Huang Menjing, perhaps only the area illuminated by the flashlight was bright, but Zhou Lin could see a large area around the light beam, even the shadowy corners were clear to him. Was it evolution that made the senses stronger? Zhou Lin planned to test whether he could see in complete darkness later. It wasn't far from the underground parking lot to Building 7, it only took a few minutes. However, to avoid accidents, Zhou Lin insisted on accompanying Huang Menjing upstairs. "Thank you so much," Huang Menjing said, adjusting her torn clothes. The temperature in the corridor, due to the chimney effect, was much lower. "Do you have any warmer clothes?" "This level of warmth may not be enough to reach the logistics park," Zhou Lin said. Huang Menjing forced a sad smile and shook her head. She wasn't short on money, but she didn't have the traits of a backpacker or a mountain climber. How could she possibly prepare clothing specially designed for extreme environments? The fur coat was more about fashion than function, and even if modified, it was inconvenient to move. "I'll go home and see if I have something suitable for you, let's act as soon as possible." Zhou Lin did not ask Huang Menjing if she was still considering involving the property management. Wise people often don't need to say too much. If Huang Menjing was the kind who would insist on that, Zhou Lin wouldn't have come down to save her at all. "Is it okay to set off at 10 tomorrow?" Huang Menjing bit her lip. "At that time, I'll have the walkie-talkie, and you won't have to come up to get me. Where should we meet?" "Right at your building's entrance." "Okay. We've arrived, want to go in and rest for a bit?" "No need." Zhou Lin declined Huang Menjing's invitation and returned the flashlight. "How will you leave without the flashlight?" "I have one." After saying this, Zhou Lin turned into the corridor, and darkness instantly swallowed his voice. Huang Menjing did not see any light but could hear Zhou Lin's determined footsteps walking away. Indeed, he can see. In the darkness, a smile appeared on Zhou Lin's face.
Evolution indeed made his senses evolve, at least in terms of vision. He dared to say he was now on par with felines. Although the images were blurry, they were enough for Zhou Lin to navigate downstairs without tripping. One could imagine that if he encountered an enemy in such an environment, Zhou Lin would essentially be invincible, unless the opponent also possessed similarly sharp senses or night vision.
That was basically impossible.
When Zhou Lin joyfully returned home, Tang Yili and Sun Chenghao were complaining to each other. Sun Chenghao supported his left hand with his right, clearly showing that his left hand had become deformed, with fingers twisted to varying degrees, red and purple.
What were you doing? Didn't you know someone was coming? I'm not a dog. Didn't you hear anything?
Tang Yili had initially felt a bit guilty but was eventually annoyed by Sun Chenghao's nagging. He wasn't a woman, so why should he indulge you?
I just wanted to catch that woman first.
Sun Chenghao protested with wide eyes.
Isn't it your fault? You get all distracted by a woman. Damn, if you hadn't tried to take advantage of her, would you have gotten beaten? You totally deserved it. Am I the only one trying to take advantage of her? Aren't you the same?
I'm just saying, you went up to entangle her first, and you even thought about using a pack of instant noodles to sleep with her.
How foolish can you be? What's wrong with a pack of?
Actually, she just wanted to hear Huang Menjing praise Zhou Lin. Having a son was meant to make her proud and boastful, right? Otherwise, she might as well just give birth to a placenta and toss it in the toilet.
Sister-in-law, now you believe it, right? Those who believe in me will live forever. The owner is never a slave.
Being called sister-in-law in front of Zhou Lin made Wu Shui a bit embarrassed, so she secretly glanced at Zhou Lin and found he had no reaction at all. This drove Wu Shui to the edge, and she stepped forward to grab Zhou Lin's arm.
Ha? Ha what? Let's go for a health check.
Watching Zhou Lin being dragged away by Wu Shui, Jolie rolled her eyes and called over Heizai. Confused, Heizai thought there was good food and ended up with a camera strapped around his neck by Jolie. Go, no guts, no glory, film it all. A wayward son turning back is worth more than gold.
At first, Heizai was indifferent until Jolie pulled out a piece of beef jerky. Beef jerky.
Even Heizai, with all his pride, couldn't resist this temptation and finally compromised under the little master's sweet attack, sneaking outside the gym and poking in half his head.
Wow! How are you so amazing?
After the same intensity of exercise, the heartbeat has decreased.
Thicker. It's thicker by another centimeter. If this goes on, you won't become Guadastan, will you? Tisk, so hard, who can take this?
Perhaps every seemingly quiet little fairy is hiding a devil inside. Zhou Lin didn't know what Wu Shui was thinking, he only knew that he couldn't think of anything right now.
Chapter 39, The Logistics Park is a great snowfield.
For people living in the apocalypse, there was good news today. The snow has stopped. Although the temperature hasn't risen, the end of the snow means many people won't have to worry about waking up to find their houses buried in snow, and they might die in their sleep due to lack of oxygen. Once again, Zhou Lin prepared himself and went out. He had just contacted Huang Menjing, and she was ready too. Dehydrated vegetables may not be that important right now, but as time goes on, their importance will become more and more apparent. After passing through the underground garage, Zhou Lin brought out his sled. Today, the elevator was also not working, and he wouldn't foolishly carry a suitcase half his height up the stairs.
Cold-proof clothes, snowshoes.
In the empty hall, Zhou Lin opened the sled and took out what he had prepared for Huang Menjing. Thank you so much, Huang Menjing said, a bit excited. Although they only had a cooperative relationship, women are always emotional and can easily get carried away when someone helps them in a tough situation, which leads to promises like, there's no way to repay you in this life, I'll work for you in the next life, or I pledge myself to you. As they walked out of the hall, the security guard spotted them and immediately notified Xiao Hang.
The Zhou family kid, what's his name again? Xiao Hang thought for a moment, are they going to collect supplies? Forget it, let's see if they can come back first.
The community's main gate was locked, but there was a small iron door that could be opened from the inside. As Zhou Lin passed through the small door, he suddenly looked back. Although everything around was dim, he always felt like someone was watching him from the darkness.
It should be Xiao Hang or someone from the property management.
Zhou Lin thought it was nothing, he just didn't want to expose too much right now, but if someone provoked him or his family, just like those who blocked the road last time, he would not hold back. Huang Menjing's view was actually very limited. Zhou Lin disagreed with using a flashlight or activating the emergency light, as that would easily reveal them.
How do we walk if we can't see anything? Just sit on it.
Zhou Lin pointed to the sled on the ground. He had estimated the distance between the two places and Huang Menjing's speed and stamina, and the final conclusion was discouraging without counting the time spent in the warehouse.
At least 12 hours. This is something Zhou Lin cannot accept. So the best way is for him to drag Huang Menjing along, using his current strength and stamina to reduce the time to 8 hours. Then Zhou Lin thought of the snowboards. As a person from the south, he originally didn't know how to ski.
It was only after the end of the world in his past life that he desperately learned to survive. Wearing the snowboard greatly increased his speed, but only someone like Zhou Lin, who had both strength and enough skill, could ride the snowboard while dragging a simple sled forward quickly. During the day, the faint rays of light filtering through the dust clouds were not enough for an ordinary person to see, but Zhou Lin could basically see clearly within a range of about 100 meters.
Let alone skiing, this visibility was actually enough for driving.
The reason he didn't accelerate to his physical limit was because the wind was too strong. While Zhou Lin could handle the movement, Huang Menjing in the sled could not. She had almost buried her whole body in the sled, still shivering from the cold.
Stop, let's take a break. Half an hour later, Huang Menjing called out with a trembling voice.
She felt that if they didn't stop for her to warm up, she might freeze before they reached the logistic park.
We've probably covered 1/3, Zhou Lin said, exhaling a long white mist, like a winding jade dragon gradually disappearing into the cold air. Really, really fast, aren't you tired? Huang Menjing asked. I'm okay, Zhou Lin said, stuffing a chocolate bar into his mouth. The biggest similarity between evolved beings and abilities users is that they can eat.
When not moving or using abilities, it's fine, but once they start moving or using their powers, they become like food-devouring machines, exaggerating to the point where their mouths barely stop. So sometimes Zhou Lin felt that not allowing everyone to become evolved beings or abilities users might be a kind of protection for this world. After all, there aren't enough resources for evolved beings and abilities users to consume. From the map, Zhou Lin was currently located at a commercial center. The two iconic buildings were less than 50 meters away from him. Since it was a commercial office building, it was estimated that the people inside had evacuated after the disaster struck. Anyway, Zhou Lin didn't see any lights behind the glass. Suddenly, Zhou Lin thought of the official shelters. In his past life, he was not in Jiazhou, so he didn't know the exact locations of the official shelters, but as a local, he could roughly guess a few likely places, since those areas were famous for their civil defense works in earlier years, and two of them had even been developed into underground shopping malls. In addition to these large shelters, places like hospitals and state-owned factories used to have their own civil defense works. As long as they weren't demolished or buried, they should still serve as shelters now. After all, they were designed and built to withstand possible nuclear wars. If they could withstand a disaster as serious as nuclear war, then mere low temperatures were definitely not a problem. What truly led to a massive reduction in population later was still the scarcity of resources. So this time going to the logistics park, apart from those dehydrated vegetables, Zhou Lin had his own plans. However, he definitely had to avoid Huang Menjing at that time. The matter about space was kept a secret by the Zhou family of four, not to mention Huang Menjing. Even Wu Shui didn't know. Perhaps only when abilities users started to appear would others have the right to know this biggest secret.
Let's go, I think I can go again.
The two continued on their journey, stopping again to let Huang Menjing catch her breath. By noon, Zhou Lin saw the row of flagpoles at the entrance of the logistics park. The 30-meter-high flagpoles had less than 2/3 exposed in the air. Once, those flags must have vanished, but the flagpoles still stood strong, as if they were specifically there to showcase the existence of the logistics park. However, aside from these flagpoles, all that surrounded Zhou Lin's line of sight was a vast, white snowy expanse, just like the northern landscapes in poetry. It sounded somewhat beautiful and romantic, but neither of them had the mood to appreciate it at that moment.
Let me think about the approximate location. How deep did you say it is below?
After parking the sled at the flagpole, Huang Menjing stood up and turned on the flashlight. More than 10 meters, all the warehouses in the logistics park are about 9 meters high.
I'm curious, how did you see it all the way here? This question had been on Huang Menjing's mind for a long time. She couldn't hold it back anymore.
Maybe it's because I particularly love eating fish, Zhou Lin answered without hesitation.
Who would believe that?
It didn't matter, Zhou Lin believed it himself. He couldn't let Huang Menjing slice him up just because of that.
Let's look at the map.
A few minutes later, Zhou Lin didn't think that Huang Menjing would find the exact location of the dehydration warehouse in the snowy field. He didn't want to point randomly and waste energy and time.
Chapter 40, let's go. The benefit of the perpetual night is that, as long as there is no light, you can basically be sure there won't be anyone around. Even if there is, they can't see what you are doing. Unless someone has night vision ability like Zhou Lin.
With the help of the map and military compass, Zhou Lin and Huang Menjing finally locked onto an area. If nothing unexpected occurs, digging down should lead to the warehouse storing dehydrated vegetables.
Let's get started, time is limited, we have our own tasks.
On the way here, they had already discussed, Zhou Lin was responsible for digging, while Huang Menjing would prepare a temporary nest, which was essentially a snow house. Normally, a warehouse of dehydrated vegetables would contain at least dozens or hundreds of tons, let alone 2 people. Even a dozen or 20 people couldn't carry it all away at once. Additionally, whether it snowed again in the future or not, at least before all the snow melted, every time they came to transport the dehydrated vegetables, they would need to go through a digging and filling process. Otherwise, the location of the warehouse could be exposed. A relatively fixed spot not only could be used for resting but also for storing supplies. Zhou Lin took out 2 shovels from the sled and handed one to Huang Menjing. They each got to work. Though the intensity of their labor was vastly different, by the time Zhou Lin had dug to the warehouse roof, Huang Menjing had only dug a shallow pit, not even deep enough to hide her calves.
Hurry up.
Zhou Lin said lightly. In the apocalypse, there was no time for pity and care. Only when one was fed and warm could they think about other things. Those suffering from hunger and cold would desperately fight just to survive. Anyone who lagged behind would be ruthlessly abandoned. Huang Menjing felt a bit embarrassed too, but the snow on the ground had already frozen hard. With Zhou Lin's current physical condition, this level of activity didn't require a break, and soon he had dug out the ventilation window under the warehouse roof.
I'll go down to take a look first.
After giving a brief notice, Zhou Lin knocked out the glass and climbed into the pitch-black warehouse. Huang Menjing waited anxiously outside the window, her heart fluttering. Inside the warehouse, it was nearly pitch dark, and Zhou Lin had to turn on the flashlight for illumination.
Good luck.
As soon as Zhou Lin landed, he saw neatly stacked sealed boxes in the warehouse, all labeled with characters from an island country in various vegetable patterns. It should be right. One box of dehydrated vegetables weighs 30 kilograms. If calculated based on a standard meal of 100 grams, it would be enough for one person to eat for half a year. The entire warehouse had at least tens of thousands of boxes of dehydrated vegetables. Unfortunately, this time he came with Huang Menjing. He couldn't take everything into the Fuhua warehouse. Zhou Lin took about 2,000 boxes. Just emptying a small portion of the warehouse shouldn't raise Huang Menjing's suspicions.
Come in, it's safe.
Seeing boxes of dehydrated vegetables, Huang Menjing was so excited that tears streamed down her face, and it took a while for her to calm down and ask Zhou Lin how to take them back.
What else could be done?
He couldn't possibly take out the conqueror to pack them up. You go on ahead, let's take 10 boxes back this time and share them,
Zhou Lin said. Huang Menjing thought for a moment, and there really wasn't a better plan. The road might be safe, but once they entered the community, it was hard to say if they ran into property management. Now, anyone who expected Huang Menjing to trust the property management again would find themselves on her blacklist. 10 boxes of dehydrated vegetables were a bit of a stretch for the modified sled acting as a suitcase, so much so that Huang Menjing could only sit on top of the vegetables, watching Zhou Lin struggle ahead on his snowshoes, and her feelings were complex. While taking a break on the road, Huang Menjing showed extra care for Zhou Lin, offering food and water, almost chewing it herself to feed him. Boss Huang, you don't need to be so polite.
Zhou Lin was a bit overwhelmed.
Why are you still calling me Boss Huang? If you don't mind, just call me Sister Huang, or you can call me by my name.
Zhou Lin understood a bit and hurriedly said, That's enough, let's go so we can make it home tonight.
Alright, but it's hard on you. Come to my house tomorrow, I'll cook for you. No need, it's not hard.
Zhou Lin pulled the sled hard, and once they got moving, Huang Menjing didn't dare to speak, it was too cold. As they passed a building, suddenly several beams of light concentrated on Zhou Lin and the sled.
Not good.
Zhou Lin immediately dropped the snow barrier and drew his gun. In the next moment, he saw 7 or 8 figures rushing out of the building, each holding a weapon. Though the light was poor, Zhou Lin could make out that they were holding baseball bats, kitchen knives, and watermelon knives.
Don't move. Leave the stuff. We don't want to kill, don't resist.
Maybe it was because the apocalypse had just begun, so these robbers still had some bottom line, but it could also be just their excuse. Once they gave up resistance, who could guarantee they wouldn't kill? Huang Menjing was so nervous she couldn't speak. She'd never encountered anything like this in her life. She had no idea what to do. Seeing that the others weren't holding guns, Zhou Lin put his pistol away and walked straight toward the man at the front who was raising a watermelon knife high. He squinted, punched. His fist, as big as a sand bowl, made a booming sound as it struck the watermelon knife man's chest. There was no holding back. Even in peacetime, Zhou Lin would have done the same. Several layers of cotton jackets and winter clothing couldn't completely absorb this punch's force. Through the thick fabric, a clear sound of bones breaking could be heard. The man with the watermelon knife opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but his eyes instantly became bloodshot and bulged, gradually losing their light. As he fell, the 5 people behind him immediately halted. They were just ordinary people, when the one-punch knockout that only existed in movies was right in front of them, who could summon the courage to attack Zhou Lin. People, at their core, tend to seek benefit and avoid harm.
Gulp. Someone swallowed, then slowly retreated.
There was no negotiation, it was freezing, talking was a waste of heat. After confirming that Zhou Lin had no intent to chase them, the 5 men gradually retreated, finally turning around to run.
Is it over? Are they dead?
As the beams of flashlights disappeared, Huang Menjing finally dared to turn on her flashlight, shining it on the man on the ground whose face was already covered in white frost. She asked in disbelief.
Let's go.
Putting on his snowshoes again, Zhou Lin shook his head. If it weren't for Huang Menjing being a burden, he would have definitely charged into the building after those people.
Not to kill, he wasn't that cold-blooded and brutal yet.
He just wanted to figure out how they discovered him and Huang Menjing.
This question, if not solved, might lead to them using long-range weapons the next time they encounter each other. Firearms, bows, or slingshots, it's hard to say, but they definitely would. Even if Zhou Lin had just given them a warning, when it comes to starving or taking a desperate gamble, Zhou Lin would choose the latter. Unless he doesn't let these people see him. To achieve this goal, he must first understand exactly how they did it. Dragging the sled, they continued on their way. As they approached the community gate, Huang Menjing jumped off the vehicle, ready to open the door. "Don't turn on the lights, let me do it," Zhou Lin suddenly said. "Why? Is it still not safe even though they reached the community?" Chapter 41, Ability Upgrade. It turns out they went out to collect supplies. By the window of the property management office, Xiao Hang, through a device, saw Zhou Lin and Huang Menjing just enter, peering through layers of darkness. How did those two get together? Xiao Hang muttered to himself. Huang Xiafeng, who was wearing a security uniform beside him, quickly asked if they should send two people to ask them. What to ask? Xiao Hang put down the night vision device and turned it over in his hands. "This thing is pretty good, go ask that kid if he has any more." "There's none." Huang Xiafeng said, "That kid is almost starving," he said. "Whatever, even gave me pictures of the female homeowners he secretly took." "Pictures? Good, let me see first, which building?" Xiao Hang's eyes narrowed slightly, gaining interest. Xiao Hang was not in a hurry about Zhou Lin and Huang Menjing going out to collect supplies. After all, how much could that sled carry? It wouldn't last more than a few days. As long as he kept a close watch, he would arrange for someone to follow them next time they went out, and he'd have all the information he needed. "Let me help you take it up." Zhou Lin and Huang Menjing arrived at the hall of Building 7, sharing 10 packages of dehydrated vegetables evenly. Huang Menjing originally wanted 3 packages, but Zhou Lin couldn't bear it and insisted on splitting it equally. Considering Huang Menjing's strength and the possible waste of time, Zhou Lin handed her a metal baton, letting her watch over the sled. Seeing Zhou Lin lift 5 boxes of dehydrated vegetables all at once, Huang Menjing couldn't help but swallow. Who said women couldn't be greedy? She was feeling quite greedy right now. Especially since Zhou Lin came back down in less than 5 minutes, the speed left Huang Menjing's jaw dropped. "Are you even human?" Zhou Lin said, "If you keep exercising, you can do it too. You have to believe in science." In fact, he hadn't really carried 5 boxes of dehydrated vegetables up 17 floors. Why would he be a fool when there was a warehouse? If it weren't for the old lady's slow response in opening the door, Zhou Lin could have come down even sooner. Dragging the sled back to Building 8, Zhou Lin confirmed that no one was around before putting the sled away. He walked upstairs unhurriedly, only taking it out when he reached his door, knocking and entering the house. Seeing the 5 boxes of dehydrated vegetables, the 4 people at home showed no special expressions. So far, the Zhou family lacked nothing to eat or drink. In Chang Yali's words, they hadn't tasted the setbacks of the apocalypse. Even young Chi-Chi in the toolroom, although she mostly ate the Zhou family's leftovers, was actually eating better than most of those struggling in the apocalypse. Perhaps because they had been living comfortably for too long, young Chi-Chi felt no gratitude towards Zhou Lin and the Zhou family. Instead, the hatred in her heart grew deeper, constantly thinking about delivering a fatal blow to Zhou Lin's family. "I'll go take a break first." Zhou Lin greeted them, casually rubbing the dog's head, and hurried back to his room. He wasn't actually tired at all. The real reason was that his ability was about to upgrade. Symbiosis. Beginner 999/1000. Currently symbiotic transportation tools, Lifoam, large water surface transportation tool. Available symbiotic transportation tools, 0. Storage space, 1:1. Because he had not experienced it. Zhou Lin didn't know what the upgrade of his powers would bring, so to avoid accidents, he locked the door and sat cross-legged in the center of the room, adjusting his breathing and heartbeat before slowly moving the pile of supplies from light to heavy into the storage. 1, 2, 3. When he had collected about 50 kilograms of supplies, Zhou Lin felt he lost control over his body, as if his soul had completely separated from his body. A few seconds, or perhaps a few minutes later, he felt his body return, but the illusion remained. Symbiosis. Intermediate 1000/10,000. Currently symbiotic vehicles, Lifu, large surface transport. Number of symbiotic vehicles available, 1. Storage space, 1/2. Intensity of symbiosis, 2.5 minutes/24 hours. Evolution level 1, 2.5, 2514/10,000. The changes after the power upgrade mainly included an extra slot for a symbiotic vehicle and additional storage space. An additional value called evolution degree. A new active skill, intense symbiosis. The body can reach the strength of the symbiotic vehicle but can only be used once a day, with a current duration of 2.5 minutes, the same as the value of evolution degree.
Zhou Lin wasn't surprised by the emergence of evolution degree. He knew from his past life that superpowered individuals would definitely evolve, but ordinary evolvers shouldn't be able to directly sense their evolution level, which should be a privilege for superpowered individuals. Moreover, the use duration of intense symbiosis might be directly related to evolution degree. As long as the level of the symbiosis still doesn't change, the higher the evolution degree, the longer the duration of intense symbiosis. After thinking about it, Zhou Lin felt it made sense. If intense symbiosis is seen as a big move, its power and duration would depend on his basic qualities, right? In other words, he now had 2.5 minutes each day to transform into a steel body. Forget guns, even a rocket launcher might not hurt him. Although 2.5 minutes didn't seem long, unless in specific circumstances, it was enough for Zhou Lin to escape any crisis, right? Can't fight? Why not run? Overall, he was quite satisfied with the changes after this upgrade, especially the emergence of evolution degree, which allowed him to see the results of his hard work directly. As for that evolution level, Zhou Lin was even more excited. After level 1, there must be level 2 and level 3. It really motivated him to train right away. So hungry. After the excitement faded, Zhou Lin felt all of his cells crying out for food. He raised his hands to look and found he was nothing but skin and bones. Had all his muscles and fat been consumed during the upgrade? Without time to think about what he had turned into, afraid he might scare people when he went out later, Zhou Lin's only thought now was to eat. With a thought, a pile of hamburgers appeared in front of him. Swallowing, Zhou Lin grabbed one, ripped off the packaging, and stuffed it into his mouth. Driven by intense hunger, Zhou Lin transformed into a ruthless food crusher, devouring hamburger after hamburger. It was only when he felt choked that he took a few sips of cola. The hamburgers on the Laifu were getting bigger, with chunks of meat thicker than ever. Normally, 3 or 5 would definitely be enough to burst someone like Zhou Lin, but in reality, he had eaten at least 70 or 80, and his stomach showed no signs of swelling. Instead, his skin and bones condition began to improve, as if the meat inside the hamburgers was slowly filling him up. He didn't know how much he had eaten until he finally felt no longer frantically hungry, and by now, his body had basically returned to normal, even looking taller and stronger than before. The lines of his muscles were hidden beneath resilient skin, more appealing than mere bodybuilder aesthetics, much more pleasing to the eye. He stood up and looked at himself in the mirror. Zhou Lin nodded in satisfaction. The only thing to worry about was Wu Shue's physical examination. While Zhou Lin was leveling up in his room, a convoy appeared at the main entrance of Luncheon Community, dozens of bright searchlights illuminating the community courtyard, attracting nearly all the awake residents to the windows. Chang Yali, Zhou Li, and Wu Shui didn't need to be told. Even Zhou Kaijun, who was recuperating and didn't move much, squeezed to the small window left open to see who had come with such grandeur. Chapter 42 Government Convoy. The suddenly appearing convoy startled the entire community. Xiao Hang felt a bit nervous as well. Everyone, don't panic, we are from the Government Post-Disaster Reconstruction Command. The command is co-hosted by the government and the station military, composed of soldiers and local department personnel. I am Su Yuanji, the director of the Greenery Street Office. Is there anyone who knows me? It turned out they were from the government. The consistent trust that the citizens had in the government eased the worries of most people in the community, except for those like Xiao Hang, who had ulterior motives, feeling anxious. A dozen soldiers fully armed in snow camouflage jumped out of the snowy vehicle and entered the community, followed by 2 people in plain clothes who walked in. Due to the bright lights, almost everyone in the community could see them. I am Su Yuanji, is Manager Xiao Hang here? Director Su, it really is you. Xiao Hang ran over to shake hands with Su Yuanji. It's cold outside, let's talk in the lobby. Lao Huang, go start the electricity. Didn't you see Director Su has arrived? A few minutes later, the lights in the property office lobby came on, and the heating began to work, gradually increasing the temperature. Su Ziyuan, leading this team with Wu Jiankai, had 3 main purposes. First, to inform those outside the shelter that the country and government still existed and social order still prevailed. Do not think of being lawless. Second, the state judged that the disaster situation would not end in a short time, and the shelter needed to expand and increase its functions, requiring the recruitment of talents. Third, to collect supplies. Little Xiao, our time is tight and the tasks are heavy. We must notify every resident in the community about these 3 points. The shelter welcomes them to apply enthusiastically. Anyone who meets the requirements should get ready. Tomorrow we will arrange a convoy to pick them up. This communication device is handed over to you, soon the state will issue them in bulk, and everyone will be able to buy one. Xiao Hang took the device that looked like a brick with a smiling face, repeatedly nodding to assure Su Yuanji, promising to accomplish the task. Outside, the loudspeaker had already broadcast the notice regarding the shelter's recruitment of talents and the specific requirements 3 times. The community residents, without stepping out, had already understood the purpose of Su Yuanji and his team's visit, though it was unclear if anyone was genuinely tempted. In any case, the Zhou family of 4 was not tempted, and Wu Shui was equally uninterested. So it's the shelter recruiting people. They are looking for skilled workers and laborers, but now that there might be a meal in it, many people might go.
Zhou Kaijun said. Not necessarily.
Zhou Li shook her head. People are not for themselves, heaven will punish them, the shelter is not a paradise, there are many who are in the Chao camp but their hearts are in Han. Well, the other three didn't quite understand what Zhou Li meant, but everyone was used to it. At this moment, Zhou Lin finally came out. He had just discovered that with the upgrade of his powers and physical evolution, his resistance to the cold seemed to have improved much, but in order not to surprise others too much, he had only reluctantly put on a coat. Even so, Chang Yali exclaimed, saying catching a cold would be a big deal.
But isn't there a doctor? It's really not cold.
Wu Shui tilted her head, her gaze repeatedly sizing Zhou Lin up. I feel like you've changed a bit.
Really?
Maybe it's because I've been exercising recently, Zhou Lin denied. Zhou Kaijun and Chang Yali secretly exchanged glances before changing the subject. Su Ziyuan led the convoy away, and the community reverted to silence and darkness, as if many sighs could be heard.
When will this kind of life come to an end?
The lights in the property management office were still on, and Xiao Hang was studying the communication device. This thing looked full of makeshift style, probably thrown together in haste, and could be seen as a regular smartphone combined with a satellite communication module and a giant power bank. Perhaps to save power, its functions were quite simple, with only call, text message, and a basic interface that could only send text for chatting. It allowed for one-on-one private chats, shelter sections, local sections, and national sections.
However, using the national section required permission, and after registering, Xiao Hang found he couldn't use the national section yet.
But looking at the stream of messages in the shelter and local sections, Xiao Hang felt a wave of returning to civilization, almost moving him to tears. Tell the brothers we're having a good meal today, then go door to door to notify and encourage the homeowners in our community.
Sign up for the shelter? Huang Xiafeng asked. Xiao Hang tilted his head and glanced at Huang Xiafeng. Are you stupid?
Of course, it's to encourage them to stay and be self-reliant. We should try to chase away those troublemakers, and don't let the family on the top floor of Building 8 and the top floor of Building 7 with the last name Huang leave. So Huang Xiafeng could only act as the deputy captain of the security team, completely out of touch with the situation, even asking why they must keep those two families.
Are you stupid?
Oh, forget I asked.
Have you forgotten they once went out alone and brought back a whole truck of supplies? Do you think you can easily find a truckload of supplies outside now?
Xiao Hang tapped Huang Xiafeng's head. Don't just stand there, hurry up.
I want to see which homeowners want to leave. This is my territory, and they can't just leave like that.
As a reader who had gone through countless post-apocalyptic novels, Xiao Hang felt he had the spirit of a protagonist, and Lanshan was his launchpad, with both supplies and people being his.
The loudspeaker announcement from the shelter convoy indeed made some homeowners interested. A few days or even a couple of weeks, most homeowners could grit their teeth and accept, but what if it continues? Even the government has started expanding the shelters, indicating they don't believe the disaster will improve. Smart people should follow the government's lead, not try to stand out.
As for whether the shelter is good or not, at least it can provide food, and it won't let you freeze to death, right?
Even if it's terrible, someone will bury you after you die, right?
For instance, Huang Menjiang's mother thought they should go to the shelter.
Huang Menjiang was also caught in indecision, eventually contacting Chang Yali.
However, Chang Yali was unwilling to express her views on this matter. If you were to discuss buying clothes, bags, or even cars and houses, opinions don't matter much, it's just money. But life and death decisions are best made by oneself.
Sister Chang, do you have any plans to go to the shelter? Since Chang Yali wouldn't speak, Huang Menjiang decided to take a roundabout approach, following her lead.
When Chang Yali said without hesitation that she wouldn't go, Huang Menjiang understood.
Then we won't go either, Sister Chang. From now on, my mother and I will stick with you.
What the heck?
Chang Yali, holding the walkie-talkie, felt totally confused. What did it mean to stick with her? What good was that?
Sister Chang, I have a batch of instant food stored in an absolutely safe place, about 50 tons.
Let's not talk about whether to stick together or not. We're just helping each other out. If you need anything urgent, just tell me. Chang Yali changed her mind. Do you have any extra coal or charcoal at home, Chang Jie? I'm using floorboards to burn. Chapter 43, Racing Against Time. She wants coal? What would she use to trade?
Chang Yali talked about the 50 tons of instant food stockpile, but she also admitted that Huang Menjiang might be lying. But the temptation of 50 tons of instant food was indeed huge. According to Zhou Lin's description of the end-of-world scenario, the value of these 50 tons of instant food would be unimaginable in the future.
She was just saying it. Even if she had some, she wouldn't easily give it to us.
Zhou Lin shook his head, having realized through his interactions with Huang Menjiang that this woman was not simple.
Could a simple person really manage a near-bankrupt food factory to thrive in just 3 to 5 years?
She knows that I'm purchasing a lot of coal.
Actually, it wasn't just coal.
At that time, Xiangyali simply didn't have time to plan, there were too many things to procure. For the sake of efficiency and cost, she could not spare much thought, even knowing it would bring hidden dangers, yet there was no better way. Zhou Lin pinched the bridge of his nose, deciding to go out for a while.
What are you going out for? It's so cold and dangerous outside, and we don't lack. Not lacking now doesn't mean we won't lack in the future, Zhou Lin interrupted Xiangyali.
Seeing that her efforts to stop him were futile, Xiangyali darkened her face and went to find Zhou Li and Wu Shui, planning to give Zhou Lin a lesson in parenting. Unbeknownst to her, she was already a step too late.
Without any burdens, Zhou Lin didn't need to prepare anything to go out. It was pitch black outside, who could see him leave? Hurry, go tell the boss that the man from Building 8 has gone out again. Xiao Hang, who was truly asleep in his bed, was called awake.
However, by the time he got the night vision goggles, Zhou Lin had already walked out of the community's gate.
Damn! Xiao Hang slammed his thigh angrily. Didn't we tell you to lock the gate properly? No?
Then, when the shelter people arrive tomorrow, we'll seal the gate. Boss, sealing the gate isn't meaningful, the snow in many places of the community is higher than the wall. Walking through the snow isn't as convenient as going through the main gate. Xiao Hang glared at the security guard who spoke, then stuffed the night vision goggles back. You're punished to watch for 8 more hours before your shift. Outside the community, with no buildings to shield him, the cold wind was noticeably stronger. Zhou Lin turned back to glance at the community, the silhouettes of buildings with very few windows glowing from within. In the eternal darkness of the long night, darkness was the everlasting theme. In just 10 days or so, that once bright scene felt like a distant memory. Perhaps it would be hard for humanity to recreate its past glories. Even if the eternal night passed, the world would still not treat humanity kindly.
That's why I need more supplies.
Zhou Lin pumped himself up before pushing his snowboards towards the logistics park. Buried under heavy snow, the former roads had vanished, and the rivers were unseen. Luckily, after the upgrade of his abilities, his night vision seemed to improve as well. He could barely see more than 100 meters before, but now he could see clearly within 200 meters and could distinguish outlines beyond that. Just this ability alone was enough to keep Zhou Lin unbeatable. After all, compared to him, others were almost blind.
Even with Su Ziyuan's team, relying on high-power searchlights, they might not be able to see as clearly as Zhou Lin did. To ensure safety, the convoy had to strictly follow the new satellite navigation, otherwise, there was a constant danger of losing the vehicle or life. Because it was difficult to go out, every time Su Ziyuan and the others passed a place that might have people or supplies, they would stop to find people and collect supplies as needed. Now, the shelter was almost lacking everything. In other words, any supply related to life was valuable. The truly high-value targets, such as granaries and supply warehouses, were to be tackled by stronger, more professional teams. This team is often composed entirely of soldiers, led by experienced scouts and specialized mountain troops. Zhou Lin was just a few hundred meters away from the logistics park and saw such a large convoy. What if I'm late? Seeing the bright logistics park, Zhou Lin couldn't help but feel nervous.
He figured the officials wouldn't abandon the logistics park, but he didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. Sure, the logistics park was important, but it should have been prioritized after grain and oil warehouses and large supermarkets. His reasoning wasn't wrong, he just hadn't considered the number of troops stationed nearby. Don't be fooled by the seemingly low administrative level of Jiazhua City, it is a true military stronghold. There are several army brigades stationed around, plus other units, adding up to at least 100,000 troops. Moreover, in the past decade, Xia country's military budget has been ample, and the army isn't lacking in various equipment.
When disaster struck, troops across the regions almost immediately participated in relief efforts. That's why the Jiazhua Disaster Command could organize dozens of convoys to act simultaneously. Some things seem impossible, but with government involvement, everything changes. At that moment, the inventory list of the logistics park was in the hands of the convoy leader, Colonel Wang Pingping. Has the...
Unexpectedly, one step behind leads to a slowdown at every step. Forget it, after all, they have to support hundreds of thousands of people, and I don't really need these supplies. He patted his backside, put on his snowboarding gear again, and set off for the next target. He didn't yet know that Wang Pingping had regarded the person who stole dehydrated vegetables as public enemy number 1. She reported it to the Post-Disaster Command Center that currently represents the government of Jiazhou City. In her report to the command center, Wang Pingping straightforwardly stated that a vicious gang had emerged in the city, which could endanger social order and the lives of hundreds of thousands of people, calling for a strong response and severe punishment. The question Zhou Lin had been pondering since his ability upgrade was what kind of vehicle to co-create. The first thing that came to mind was something ready-made, the aircraft on the Lifuli. He had considered fighter jets, transport planes, and helicopters. However, upon further reflection, he felt they were not suitable, especially since the extreme cold of eternal night led to a state where airplanes were not appropriate. Ground transportation was what Zhou Lin needed most right now.
That conqueror in the warehouse was truly a champion in all aspects. If there was no other choice in the end, it would definitely be it. It was over 11 meters long, 2.55 meters wide, and 3.95 meters high, with a curb weight of 23,000 kilograms. The maximum power was 425 kilowatts, with a peak horsepower of 578, and a maximum torque of 2,800 Nm. It had a 600-liter main fuel tank and an auxiliary tank that could be installed at any time, together holding over 1,000 liters of fuel. With 3 interaxle differential locks and 4-wheel differential locks, there were a total of 7 differential locks. The cargo area used a broken bridge insulation sandwich structure to ensure high strength, hardness, insulation, heat resistance, and noise reduction, while a 3-point floating balance sub-beam system guaranteed stability and comfort when driving. Reversing cameras, an 8-channel surveillance camera system, and waterproof and sandproof storage compartments were all included, along with a built-in 18,500-pound rear winch, shovel, and sand rescue board. On the roof, there were 12 solar panels, standard solar chargers, combined with a high-power hybrid power supply system and an 8 kilowatts ultra-quiet water-cooled diesel generator, with a 21.6 kilowatt-hour lithium iron phosphate battery pack ensuring sufficient energy. The indoor usable area was 20 square meters, and with the terrace, it could reach 25.5, featuring double kitchens inside and out. A large-capacity refrigerator, induction cooker, exhaust hood, microwave oven, coffee machine, and all the kitchen appliances one could think of were present, and the bathroom was luxurious enough to rival a 5-star hotel. With an 800-liter water tank, a fully automatic diesel hot water boiler, 3 sets of direct current variable frequency single cooling air conditioners, 2 sets of 4 kilowatts diesel heating systems, plus a pollen filtration and exhaust system of the positive pressure fresh air system, the vehicle could ensure spring-like conditions inside all year round, unaffected by heat or cold. One could say that except for the price, this vehicle was definitely the best choice for civilians to deal with an apocalyptic scenario. Such a vehicle, in peacetime, let alone owning, Zhou Lin wouldn't even dare to think of it. It's not that there was only the Conqueror as a choice. In recent years, the RV boom in the summer country had let many car modification manufacturers see opportunities. They produced a batch of urban RVs, and there were also many good products based on heavy truck platforms. In Zhou Lin's plan, the house in Lanshan was only livable in the early days of the apocalypse. After 2 months of extreme cold, there would be a period of relatively comfortable temperatures. However, the melting snow would lead to surface water flooding, in simple terms, causing flooding. Not every place would experience flooding, but Jiazhou City would definitely have it. By then, all areas currently covered by heavy snow would essentially be submerged again, and some shelter entrances and exits would be underwater. If not dealt with promptly, it might even cause flooding inside the shelters, which was also why Zhou Lin resolutely refused to go to the shelters. After the flood disaster, many people thought there would be high temperatures and outbreaks of plague, but this was not the case. The large amount of surface water would turn many parts of the earth into marshlands, and as the temperature rose, the evaporated moisture would quickly form cumulonimbus clouds and rain down to the ground. After the flood, it was a long time of mixed weather, heavy rainfall, thunderstorms, hail, and hurricanes brought by strong convective weather, and the temperature fluctuated between minus and 40 degrees, worse than just high or low temperatures. In addition, the northern coastal area of summer country will face a serious wave of nuclear pollution. During the eternal night freezing period, the island nation's broken nuclear facilities, due to volcanic eruptions and earthquakes, were in a frozen state. After thawing, frequent rain and floods washed out nuclear materials and waste, flowing and polluting the entire island nation while spreading to surrounding countries and regions through ocean currents and precipitation. Strong nuclear radiation not only harms humans but also causes the death and mutation of many living organisms. Eventually, these nuclear materials and waste will spread all over the world, with consequences that are hard to estimate. However, the island nation's government did not survive even the first wave of the eternal night freezing period. Among 200 million citizens, fewer than 30 million would have the chance to see daylight again. By the time serious consequences from nuclear pollution arrive, most of these 30 million would die due to their own mistakes. Ultimately, only a tiny fraction would truly escape the homeland, with some estimates suggesting it may not exceed 1 million. But the island nation's people did not perish because of this. They not only have a large number of immigrants in summer country but also forcibly occupied an area in Black State, attempting to rebuild the island nation. As for what happened in the end, Zhou Lin could not know. Anyway, it is said that the mutated creatures in Black State and Ocean State are the most ferocious, so the islanders might be having a tough time. As he advanced while recalling, Zhou Lin found that he had arrived at his destination, Jiazhou Auto City. Like the logistics park, this place was also covered in snow, and the once sprawling forest dealerships were buried beneath the thick white snow. Zhou Lin was not there to look for a car. Among civilian vehicles, the Conqueror could already be considered the top-tier existence. In summer country, especially in small cities like Jiazhou, it was basically impossible to find anything more powerful than it. But in Zhou Lin's view, the Conqueror T was not yet in its most perfect state. If it were to coexist and be frequently used, it would need to undergo secondary or even multiple modifications, maintenance, and repairs.
Even if after coexistence it was possible to modify and maintain it in storage space at will, parts and materials could not be created out of thin air. There were some vehicle parts on the Laifu number 1, but they were not necessarily suitable for the Conqueror, which is why Zhou Lin came here to have a look. Finding a good spot to dig, Zhou Lin soon spotted a familiar domestic brand logo. Although it was not what he wanted the most, since he was here, he had to dig in and take a look. Half an hour later, Zhou Lin finally entered the original exhibition hall. After turning on the portable lamp, the entire exhibition hall came into view. The original glass curtain walls were shattered on the ground, and most of the display cars were frozen, likely making them difficult to use normally. There were no signs of human activity. It seems everyone evacuated from this area before the disaster fully struck. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Lin still decided to take all the cars from the exhibition hall to the deck of Laifu number 1, then turned to enter the maintenance workshop behind. There were still quite a few cars waiting for or being repaired, but unfortunately, they would never see their owners again. Zhou Lin did not care for them. He only came to collect new parts and maintenance tools from the warehouse. 15 minutes later, Zhou Lin stopped, out of breath. He felt this was inefficient. He couldn't keep running back and forth every day, right? Chapter 45, Yang Qiqi made trouble. Beep beep beep. The alarm made Zhou Li, sitting on the sofa reading, look up. The monitor showed night vision footage outside the elevator, where someone was knocking on the blast-proof door. Mom and Dad, it seems to be the property management people. Outside the blast-proof door, Huang Xiafeng frowned tightly. Because Xiao Hang specifically instructed, he personally came to inquire about the attitude of Zhou Lin's family. Property management? What's the matter? Zhou Caijuan's voice came from the surveillance camera, and Huang Xiafeng shined his flashlight on the camera, his impatience gradually deepening. Not even opening the door, just like that, they don't trust their property management? This is what rich people are like, they really should go to hell. You've heard about the shelter hiring, right? Is your family going to sign up? Huang Xiafeng shouted. Not participating, Zhou Caijun replied simply. Oh, good. Huang Xiafeng nodded, then asked, I heard the owner of Unit 2 on the 16th floor is from your family. What does she think? I'm not participating either, Wu Shui said. Huang Xiafeng nodded, all right, we understand. More than 10 minutes later, Huang Xiafeng, panting, appeared outside Huang Menjing's door. Who? Security team leader Huang Xiafeng. Although he announced his identity, Huang Menjing had no intention of opening the door. What's the matter? There is. Huang Xiafeng felt a bit irritated. He had thought he could see Huang Menjing up close. He had been paying attention to this young, beautiful, and wealthy boss for a long time. There were no men in her family, only an old lady. Huang Xiafeng knew this all too well. We won't participate, thank you, Huang Menjing said. By the way, is there anything I can help you with? Feel free to ask me, Huang Xiafeng said. Thank you for your kindness, but not at the moment. Rejected, Huang Xiafeng felt extremely angry. If it weren't for a trace of reason still remaining, he would have wanted to break the door down. No. Not now. At least not now. Although dissatisfied, the result was not bad. Huang Xiafeng didn't really care whether Zhou Lin's family stayed. As long as Huang Menjing didn't leave, he still had a chance. No one could take that from him, that's what he thought. Hearing the footsteps outside fade away, Huang Menjing patted her chest and hurriedly contacted Cheng Yali. The property management is full of bad people. I've already noticed Huang Xiafeng looking at me strangely. With a look like yours, any man would take a second glance, Cheng Yali joked. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Huang Menjing brought up the previous deal. Sister Chang, without coal, I'm afraid my mother won't be able to hold on. We can talk, but Zhou Lin is out. Out? Huang Menjing was slightly taken aback, thinking Zhou Lin couldn't possibly have gone alone to carry dehydrated vegetables, right? But even if she did, so what? Fight with Zhou Lin? No, that would only lose the Zhou family as an ally with no benefit at all. Is your son really not coming back tonight? Zhou Caijun asked. Yes, he said he wants to collect some useful things, the time is uncertain. Zhou Lin decided not to return to avoid wasting time on the road. But this lazy decision almost caused him a lifetime of regret. The next day, just before noon, the lights outside the community lit up again. Having received the notification, Xiao Hang quickly sent someone to assist. 2 hours earlier, Xiao Hang received the news that Su Ziyuan was back. There were more than 80 people registered from Lanshan community wanting to go to the shelter. Su Ziyuan had done a preliminary screening and approved 42 people, with 20 more pending. The selected 42 people actually came from 16 households, basically those without elderly or children around. The 20 pending people needed to undergo a second round of interviews. Su Ziyuan did not come. Today, it was Wu Jiankai leading the team. Originally, all this had nothing to do with the Zhou family, but as the convoy members helped those 16 households move things, suddenly, a cry for help came from the top of Building 8. It was Yang Qiqi.
She had heard the convoy's announcements clearly from the tool room yesterday. If it wasn't for what was said in the announcement, Yang Qiqi wouldn't have dared to resist easily. After all, she couldn't even guarantee her survival outside the tool room. But heaven saw her plight. The government actually sent people and wanted to hire. Yang Qiqi knew this would be her best chance. Once missed, it may be the end of this life. In her excitement, she wanted to shout out loud, but soon she realized that her voice couldn't carry it all. Even if it did, nobody below could hear her. Fortunately, the government people would come the next day, giving Yang Qiqi a chance. Just as Zhou Lin was out at the Auto City, she took advantage of the night when everyone should be asleep, using a screwdriver to forcefully tear a piece off the tool room's wall. When she heard noise downstairs, she wrapped herself in her sleeping bag, broke through the wall, and ran to the platform edge to call out loudly. What's going on? Wu Jiansai's face suddenly changed, staring at Xiao Hang. I don't know. It sounds like it's from the roof of Building 8. You guys, go check it out together. As a government official and a representative of the shelter, such matters should not have arisen, but since they did, they could not turn a blind eye. Cutting off when not cutting leads to chaos. I told you that woman should be killed. In the Zhou family, Zhou Li shook her head as she watched the surveillance. She didn't care about what Yang Qiqi was doing. The key issue was that the tool room wall was damaged, and the insulation effect dropped sharply. This could spell disaster for the vegetables they painstakingly planted and the chickens, ducks, and geese. I'm going to kill her right now. Cheng Yali, furious, pulled out a gun, and Wu Shui watched in shock, never expecting that the Zhou family even had such a thing. What kind of family is this? Mom, I advise you to calm down, Zhou Li said. You and Dad should work together and bring that woman down. Seeing Cheng Yali and Zhou Kaijun go upstairs, Zhou Li began to call Zhou Lin. It was my carelessness. After a moment of silence, Zhou Lin said, I'm setting out now, so don't open the door until I arrive. Bro, wishing doesn't work, I will handle it. As soon as Zhou Li finished speaking, an alarm went off on the monitor. The blast-proof door outside was brightly lit, and a group of people led by Wu Jiankai had arrived. I represent the Post-Disaster Command Center and order you to open the door immediately, or you will bear the consequences. Wu Jiankai stood in front of the blast-proof door with a very grim expression. He had seen many rich people, but a rich person who built their own door like a bank vault? Humph, it must be because they've done many bad things. Do you have a search warrant? Zhou Li asked through the camera. Wu Jiankai was slightly stunned. A search warrant? Why would they need that in this situation? It made sense, but he couldn't say it, otherwise, he would be slapping himself. There's a woman on your platform calling for help. It's an emergency. For the safety of the people's lives, I now request that you open the passage to the platform. Wu Jiankai was quick-witted, and without a search warrant, he just emphasized saving lives. In urgent situations, the rules could be bent. After all, firefighters break doors to save people. Who would mention search warrants then? Oh, that woman on the platform? She's my brother's girlfriend. They had a fight. Although she didn't dare hope, what if Wu Jiankai and the others wanted to avoid trouble? In fact, seeing the Zhou family's tough attitude, Wu Jiankai did think of getting past this, but just as he was about to speak, someone suddenly stood up in the property. She is lying. I know who is on the platform. Who are you? Wu Jiankai frowned, looking at Tang Yili standing behind Xiao Hang. My name is Tang Yili. The one who called for help just now is my girlfriend, and her name is AI Bing. Actually, I'm not a resident of this community. I came here to rescue my girlfriend. If you don't believe me, you can ask Manager Xiao. Although Tang Yili was tall and strong, at this moment, his eyes turned red as he spoke, showing true emotion that even Wu Jiankai was touched, turning to the camera and saying, Did you hear? Now someone is saying that you're illegally detaining a woman. Open the door so we can verify. Inside, Zhou Kaijun and Chang Yali were beginning to panic. Don't be fooled by their big business. At heart, they are still honest and kind. Mainly, they have a deep-rooted fear of the government. Wu Shui stayed silent, just watching Zhou Li, whose face still showed no signs of tension. AI Bing? We don't know who AI Bing is. My brother's ex-girlfriend is named Yang Qiqi. I don't know anyone named AI Bing. Little girl. Wu Jiankai now realized Zhou Li was very young. Let your family elder speak with me. There's nothing to talk about. Zhou Li said coldly, this is our family matter. My brother was going to marry her, but she suddenly demanded 1 million, and that's why it fell apart. It has nothing to do with outsiders. You, Mr. Tang, don't slander people. When my brother comes back, he'll deal with you. Could it really be a mistake? Girlfriend? 1 million? Wu Jiankai frowned. He was starting to believe Zhou Li's words. After all, how bad could this little girl be, especially when she couldn't even use idioms or sayings correctly? Do they have no elders at home? Wu Jiankai asked Xiao Hang. Well, I remember there are some. Xiao Hang said. How are you fit to be a property manager? Wu Jiankai glared at Xiao Hang, then spoke loudly, here's the deal, whether it's Yang Qiqi or AI Bing, you let her come out first, and we'll discuss other matters later. Cutting the grass won't remove the roots, the spring wind blows and regrows. Don't mention later to me, it's perfect that my brother isn't here. You take her away, and we are even, so I won't waste my family's food. Outside, Wu Jiankai and the others exchanged glances, no one daring to claim they understood what Zhou Li was trying to convey. But whatever the case, it was right to save the person first. You all stay away, further back. Once Wu Jiankai and the others were far enough away, Zhou Li motioned for Zhou Kaijun and Chang Yali to push Yang Qiqi out. You are a smart woman. You've seen our family's conditions. If my brother gets arrested because of AI Bing, the government might confiscate this place, and you'd have no way back. You don't have a deep grudge against my brother, we've actually treated you fairly these days. Think about whether you want to walk this path to the end or leave some room for yourself. After Zhou Li's words hit the mark, Wu Shui cracked a little opening in the blast door, and Zhou Kaijun and Chang Yali forcefully pushed Yang Qiqi out. Bang! The blast door closed again, and Zhou Kaijun and Chang Yali let out a heavy sigh. But they couldn't feel happy yet. Who could guarantee that releasing Yang Qiqi would definitely avoid trouble? Taking a step further, there will definitely be more troubles. Zhou Li sighed like an adult and turned to Wu Shui, sister-in-law, do you want to separate for a while? Wu Shui shook her head, she couldn't stand to share happiness but not hardship, especially since she wasn't clear about Yang Qiqi's situation. Outside, Yang Qiqi was still in disbelief that she had truly been released. When she learned about Wu Jiansai's identity, she immediately burst into tears, making those unaware of the situation think she had suffered greatly at the Zhou family. Yang Qiqi, where is AI Bing? Tang Yili shouted. What on earth is happening? Originally, Wu Jiankai was very angry, but when he saw Yang Qiqi's situation, his heart couldn't help but feel suspicious. No matter how distressed Yang Qiqi was, it didn't change the fact that she was neatly dressed and moving normally, not to mention, she even looked somewhat rosy and healthy. Aside from being a little dirty and smelly, she was hardly different from living life before the apocalypse hit. If this was what abuse looked like, there were probably countless people outside willing to be abused. Don't lie, everyone can confront each other. Seeing Yang Qiqi's eyes darting around, Wu Jiankai immediately scolded. He was so busy, who had time to deal with a messy love story, just say, what is your relationship with this family? Yang Qiqi swallowed. She wanted to say she didn't know the Zhou family, but this lie wouldn't hold up under scrutiny. Observing the conditions of Wu Jiankai and the others, Yang Qiqi suddenly remembered Zhou Li's words. I am just an ordinary friend of Zhou Lin. AI Bing, yes, AI Bing left, and Zhou Lin actually wants me to marry him. Of course, I refuse. I just used the betrothal gifts to stall his family. Who knew he would try to force me? If I don't agree, he locks me on the rooftop, refuses to give me food, and even wants to freeze me to death. You represent the government and the military. You should arrest their whole family. In special times, whether to arrest or not is not up to you. Wu Jiankai said in a deep voice, let's do this. I see you are fine. We will discuss the specifics later. We have other matters to attend to. Ignoring Yang Qiqi's fake pleas, Wu Jiankai turned and left. Not giving food and suffering from the cold? Yang Qiqi should go look at the people outside who are starving and freezing, and she should take a good look in the mirror before lying. Inside, Zhou Li watched Wu Jiankai and the others leave, finally revealing a slight smile on her small face. Brother, it's temporarily calm, but that woman definitely won't let it go easy. You need to prepare early. Got it, I will be back soon. Zhou Kaijun and Chang Yali went upstairs to fix the tools. Now that Yang Qiqi has left, these matters are likely to fall on Zhou Kaijun. In a certain heavy-duty truck repair workshop in the Auto City, Zhou Lin sat cross-legged on the ground, his brow tightly knitted. The 12-meter-long conqueror was not far in front of him. Countless car parts, accessories, and various raw materials were categorized around him. Just a few hours ago, Zhou Lin completed the symbiosis with the conqueror and named it Land Breeze. Symbiosis. Intermediate 1257/10,000. Currently symbiotic vehicles, Laifu, large water transport vehicle. Land Breeze, medium ground transport vehicle. Available symbiotic vehicles, 0. Storage space, 1/2. Strength symbiosis, 2.8 minutes/24 hours. Evolution level 1, 2.8, 2845/10,000. After symbiosis with the Conqueror, Zhou Lin probably understood the Conqueror more than anyone else in the world, so he quickly developed a modification plan. First, through functionality. Although the Conqueror is a heavy-duty truck, it is not designed for unpaved roads. After the disaster in the end times, finding an intact road is not easy. If Land Breeze is to really dash on land like the wind, the chassis and suspension need modification.
Raising the chassis while replacing it with longer and tougher suspension, Zhou Lin did consider modifications for the current snowy conditions but realized it was unnecessary. There was no need because he wasn't planning for the whole family to go out, so it was highly unlikely land breeze would be used.
Moreover, with the weight of land breeze, if the route was uncertain, it could easily get stuck, becoming more of a burden. It might even be faster for everyone to wear a pair of skis. So, the snow track modification was unnecessary. Instead, waterproofing the chassis and body became Zhou Lin's second focus for modification. Then there was the vehicle's strength and bulletproof capability. Currently, the country was relatively safe, but it wouldn't stay that way forever. Once the snow melted, many areas with gun reserves would be targeted by those with bad intentions, and the number of firearms in civilian hands would increase. Fortunately, the windows of land breeze were originally bulletproof, so Zhou Lin only needed to address the bulletproof concerns for the vehicle's cabin and other areas. From the plan to materials, it wasn't actually difficult. What was truly difficult was Chapter 47, the modification begins. After Zhou Lin's symbiosis with the Conqueror RV and renamed it Landbreeze, he began the modification work in the Auto City. He gave up the snow track modifications and chose to reinforce the chassis and suspension to ensure the RV's passability. The ability of bulletproofing is also very important, at least to ensure that ordinary bullets cannot easily penetrate the car body. In addition, Zhou Lin also needs the car body to have a very high sealing ability, even possessing short-term swimming capability, to adapt to various harsh road conditions in the apocalypse. This is the most difficult part of the entire modification. The Symbiosis ability allows Zhou Lin to complete the modification of the symbiotic vehicle in the storage space with just his thoughts. The superficial prerequisite is sufficient materials and components, but in reality, there is an unseen condition: Zhou Lin's physical strength and energy. Before, Zhou Lin had not made any essential modifications to the Lifu number, simply moving some objects, which consumed little effort. When he started to modify the Lu Xiaofeng number, he realized that modification was not an easy task. For example, when modifying the suspension, with enough materials and components, a suspension modification only requires a flash of thought from Zhou Lin to complete, which only takes a few seconds. However, after the modification, Zhou Lin consumed a full 10 burgers and took a half-hour break. If this modification work were done entirely by hand, Zhou Lin calculated that it would take about 5 working hours, so everything is an equivalent exchange. The supernatural ability merely helps Zhou Lin achieve his goal in the simplest way but still adheres to the most basic laws of energy. If there is something about the supernatural ability that doesn't conform to basic laws, perhaps it's just that humanity has yet to discover these laws. The modification of the chassis and suspension took a total of 3 hours, and it can be said that 2 hours and 55 minutes were spent eating and recovering energy. With this efficiency, Zhou Lin felt that it would take at least another 2 days to complete all modifications. That is already very fast. If he wanted to complete these modifications in reality, a month might not even be enough. The best defense is attack, so in Zhou Lin's modification plan, the Lu Xiaofeng number must also have strong attack capability. The lift platform that was originally on the roof of the car was transformed by Zhou Lin into a turret that can rotate 360 degrees and tilt 85 degrees, with a fire god cannon installed inside, taken from the Lifu number. Additionally, both the front and rear of the car were modified with hidden rocket launcher brackets, which were also spare parts taken from the Lifu number's maintenance warehouse. There are multiple shooting windows on the front, rear, and body of the car to ensure that targeting and shooting outside can be done without dead angles while also ensuring the safety of the personnel inside the car. Furthermore, Zhou Lin also wants to modify a platform at the rear of the car to launch and retrieve drones, ensuring the reconnaissance capability of the Lu Xiaofeng. Lastly, there is the electrification modification of the vehicle, including infrared night vision cameras, etc. Zhou Kaijun and the others did not know about the supernatural ability, but they kept in touch via walkie-talkies, so they were not too worried about Zhou Lin's safety. Instead, it was Yang Qiqi's side that they were unsure what kind of trouble she could cause. In fact, after Wu Jiankai saw Yang Qiqi's performance, he had basically recognized Zhou Li's statement. Since it was a youthful emotional conflict, Wu Jiankai had no intention of interfering further. He asked Xiao Hang to gather those who needed a second interview and to hurry up with the subsequent work. To say who was the least happy among everyone, it would definitely be Tang Yili. Where's AI Bing? You tell me. I clearly saw her go in with you. How would I know? Didn't I say she had a fight with Zhou Lin and left? Yang Qiqi was also very conflicted now. The facts proved that Zhou Li was not lying. Just look at the kind of life Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao were living. Boss Chow could not be reached again. Even if he sent someone over, he wouldn't be able to find her. Yang Qiqi felt that she needed to consider herself more. Unfortunately, Wu Jiankai had just been indifferent to her. Even disagreed to let her go to the shelter, saying it didn't meet the conditions. She really wanted to ask Wu Jiankai, if she is so beautiful and doesn't meet the conditions, is the shelter looking for a princess? If she went to the shelter, Yang Qiqi would definitely reveal that Zhou Lin killed AI Bing, but right now, she was a little worried. You guys won't sleep in the hallway, right? Let's go, first go to where you live.
Fuming inside, Yang Qiqi followed Tang Ili back to their place, and when she saw the environment, her mood worsened.
Is this where we live?
Wrapping herself in the security coat that Tang Ili gave her, Yang Qiqi almost burst into tears.
What kind of place is this?
There were no lights and no heating, only a little warmth coming from the stove in the hall. The windows were sealed to keep warm, and in the small room, there were even 2 bunk beds. The air was terribly stuffy, it felt worse than Zhou Lin's tool room. At this moment, the first thought in Yang Qiqi's mind was to go back to Zhou Lin's house. Although living with chickens, ducks, and geese and having to take care of the plants, there was light, warmth, and the green vegetables and live animals. Thinking about it now made her feel incredibly nostalgic. She even thought that after some time, she might be able to harvest those vegetables, and then secretly eat a few pieces of lettuce. It would definitely taste good.
What's wrong? Tang Ili asked from his bed, inquired by the weak light of a hand-cranked flashlight. Nothing.
Yang Qiqi shook her head. Tang Ili, forget about AI Bing, in this environment, you can't find her.
You need to think more about yourself.
The current environment was hard for Yang Qiqi to accept, and as the air grew more stuffy, she felt an inability to breathe.
What about? Tang Ili was dumbfounded. Should we go to Sun Shenghao's house?
There's no electricity, no water, and no food at my home either.
If you want to leave, I can give you the keys.
Sun Shenghao had no objections. After all, he wouldn't leave as long as Huang Menjing was there.
He wanted revenge.
Well, he was just greedy for Huang Menjing, especially after last time. The more he couldn't have it, the more he wanted it.
Let me think.
Yang Qiqi's mind was a bit chaotic. She knew that what Tang Ili said was true, but she didn't want to stay here.
Go back to the Zhou family, continue sleeping and feeding chickens, growing vegetables? No. Then why not change the method?
Thinking of this, Yang Qiqi's eyes lit up. She suddenly stood up, her gaze sweeping over Tang Ili and Sun Shenghao. The Zhou family has everything. They even have extra grain to raise chickens and rabbits, and they grow vegetables.
Impossible. Tang Ili was so surprised that he shouted. I also think it's impossible?
Sun Shenghao said. Yang Qiqi had no choice but to tell them what she knew. After hearing this, Tang Ili and Sun Shenghao were silent for a long time, mainly in disbelief.
How could such a fairy tale life exist in the apocalypse?
But Yang Qiqi really had no reason to lie, and besides, she didn't look like someone who was starving or freezing.
So? A frantic look flashed in Sun Shenghao's eyes. As long as we go and take that set of houses, all of this will belong to us? That's right. Yang Qiqi nodded. They also have a beautiful woman and a little girl at home. They will all belong to you. A beautiful woman? Sun Shenghao stood up suddenly. Is she more beautiful than you? Well, that should depend on the person. You will definitely think she is more beautiful than me. Then what are we waiting for? Let's rob it. I will go rob it. Tang Ili pounded his chest with a bang. Let's go now. Sun Shenghao waved his injured hand, excitedly saying. What are you anxious about? Yang Qiqi rolled her eyes. Did you not see the door at their entrance? Are you going to open it with your head? How do we open it? Sun Shenghao frowned and asked. Chapter 48, Both Sides Suffer. Narcissistic people often think everyone around them is foolish.
Yang Qiqi was very narcissistic, both in appearance and in character. She always felt that the term beautiful inside and out was invented just for her.
Be clever and strategic. Clever? How to be clever? It definitely won't work today. You all go help me find something to eat, I'll take a nap, and when I'm rested, we can talk. Yang Qiqi thought her idea was brilliant and sure to succeed.
At that time, she would enjoy delicious food and drinks, and the key point was that she could also torment Zhou Lin. That's right, not only did she want Zhou Lin to feel the suffering she had endured during this time, but she also wanted Zhou Lin to bring her a toilet every day and wipe her behind. When a woman goes crazy, nothing is impossible. Far away in Otto City, Zhou Lin also thought about whether Yang Qiqi would take revenge, but he quickly had to put that thought aside. The ongoing transformation was truly tormenting, and in the end, he felt his mind had gone completely numb, needing one cigarette after another and cup after cup of coffee just to barely keep himself awake.
Torment, very tormenting, extremely painful.
But soon, Zhou Lin began to savor it, simply because.
Symbiosis.
Intermediate 1621/10,000.
Currently symbiotic vehicles, Laifu, a large watercraft. Lu Xiaofeng, a medium ground vehicle.
Available symbiotic vehicles, 0.
Storage space, 1/2.
Strength symbiosis, 3.1 minutes/24 hours. Evolution level 1, 3.1, 3182/10,000. Not only did his ability experience increase by 300, but his evolution level also nearly increased by the same amount.
Not to mention killing 2 birds with 1 stone, the efficiency was so high. If he could keep this up, wouldn't the experience points soar?
However, thinking of the food and resources he had consumed over the past 2 days, it was no wonder that the evolvers he had known in his past life progressed slowly, struggling to fill their stomachs. It was a dream to progress. It was only because he had the resources of an aircraft carrier as a base that Zhou Lin dared to act this boldly. As the surrounding materials and parts gradually disappeared, the transformation of Lu Xiaofeng was nearing completion. The Zhou family had finally had a stable night, but before breakfast, the surveillance system alerted them that someone was outside the door.
Cheng Yali immediately boiled with anger. This actually dares to come here. It's not over, is it? Who? Zhou Kaijun asked. Who else could it be? Where's my knife? Cheng Yali roared, holding a kitchen knife and heading for the door. Zhou Li hadn't even reacted yet. What do you want to do?
Outside the door, Yang Qiqi shivered, still wearing the same clothes as yesterday, looking pitiful.
Auntie, I was wrong.
Tears rolled down her dirty face, immediately turning into ice upon hitting the ground.
Don't call me auntie, I can't bear that. Also, get lost. Get out now. Cheng Yali raised the kitchen knife.
With some strength in his hands, Zhou Kaijun couldn't hold the force, cried out Io, and fell backward.
Wu Shui, who was about to come help, had to stop and support him.
In an instant, chaos erupted both inside and outside the house. Between the two doors, Sun Chenghao was choking Cheng Yali's neck, while Yang Qiqi pointed a kitchen knife, wanting to strike but hesitating. Inside the room, Tang Yili was threatening Zhou Kaijun and Wu Shui. It had to be said, Wu Shui was already beautiful, and in the apocalypse she looked even more outstanding. Compared to the filthy Yang Qiqi, it was like heaven and earth, making even Tang Yili reluctant to lay a hand on her, afraid of ruining her beauty. He felt heartache.
Damn it, I can't let Sun Chenghao get the advantage. Tang Yili thought to himself. Old hag, move again and I'll chop you.
Yang Qiqi finally pressed the kitchen knife against Cheng Yali's neck, and the exhausted Sun Chenghao was finally able to catch his breath. Just when Yang Qiqi thought the situation was settled, suddenly a black shadow rushed into the corridor, flying toward her with unstoppable speed.
Ah!
Yang Qiqi screamed, instinctively swinging the kitchen knife at the black shadow.
Ah woo! The black shadow slammed into the knife, still full of force, knocking Yang Qiqi down. It hit the ground. It was He Zai, who had just been called over by Zhou Li from the platform. There was now a wound on its head, and blood was seeping out little by little. Seeing He Zai hurt, Cheng Yali roared and got up, slamming Sun Chenghao into the wall like Mount Tai, then turned to fight Yang Qiqi to the death. At this moment Yang Qiqi had just sat up, holding the kitchen knife and facing off with He Zai. He Zai, help daddy. Cheng Yali's eyes turned red. She was going to fight Yang Qiqi with her life.
Maybe it was the pressure from He Zai, or maybe it was Cheng Yali's murderous stare. Yang Qiqi couldn't hold it anymore and screamed for Tang Yili to save her.
Hearing the cry, Tang Yili still hesitated, mainly because he couldn't bear to leave Wu Shui.
But when He Zai charged in barking like mad, Tang Yili didn't dare wait. Without help from Sun Chenghao and Yang Qiqi, he didn't dare face off with a dog, not to mention 3 people. Tang Yili rushed out the house, ignoring Sun Chenghao, and punched Cheng Yali twice. If not for He Zai and Zhou Kaijun, Wu Shui chasing out behind, he would have grabbed the kitchen knife from Yang Qiqi and fought back. In the narrow corridor, the wounded Cheng Yali plus Zhou Kaijun, Wu Shui and He Zai stood against pale-faced Yang Qiqi, Tang Yili, and Sun Chenghao, and He Zai had just bitten Sun Chenghao once, so now he was basically useless.
Don't come over. We're leaving.
Yang Qiqi judged the situation, realized they couldn't win today, and with useless Sun Chenghao dragging her down, they had no choice but to retreat.
It wasn't a failure in war, it was that damn dog's fault. Cheng Yali and the others didn't dare chase.
Old Zhou had taken a punch to the chest, and who knew if any bones were broken. Cheng Yali wasn't doing much better, only her fat had helped cushion some of the damage.
Otherwise, Tang Yili's punches were no joke.
And He Zai, his blood had covered his eyes. He was only holding on with his last bit of strength. Whether his life was in danger was still unknown.
Close the door, close the door. Cheng Yali told Wu Shui to shut the door.
She gritted her teeth, supporting Zhou Kaijun back inside.
He Zai didn't want to go, still sitting at the door, baring his teeth at the outside. He Zai, come, let me take a look.
Holding the dog's head with both hands, Wu Shui's tears fell in a stream.
Zhou Lin, you better get back soon. Things are a mess.
In the living room, Zhou Li spoke into the walkie-talkie.
Chapter 49, a great event. Wait for me. Strictly speaking, Lu Xiaofeng's transformation wasn't complete yet.
But when Zhou Lin heard that his parents and He Zai were hurt, he couldn't wait any longer. Bursting out of the snow, Zhou Lin jumped on his snowboard and rushed back, his heart full of anxiety. It was his fault. He should have killed Yang Qiqi and AI Bing back then, used them as fertilizer. There is no way to deal with today's matters. Thankfully, my parents should be okay. Otherwise, Zhou Lin would never forgive himself. It took Zhou Lin almost 5 hours to get here, but returning took less than 3 hours. In addition to anxiety, this was also due to the improvement in his physical evolution level. Usually, Zhou Lin would put away his snowboard outside the community, but this time he was too rushed, sliding straight down to the base of Building 8 before stopping. 1. Black Xia, covered in bandages, looked pitifully yet comical as he approached Zhou Lin, instinctively rubbing against his calf, only to accidentally bump into his wound and yelp in pain. Good boy. Zhou Lin patted Black Xia's back and glared at Zhou Li, who was opening the door. Why aren't you shooting? Opportunities are fleeting. Zhou Li shrugged, completely indifferent to Zhou Lin's anger. Don't yell, it'll only make things worse if you shoot. Zhou Kaijun was sitting on the sofa, although his face looked bad, there was nothing serious after Wu Shue's checkup. Chang Yali was in a similar situation, one could only say that young Qiqi and the others lacked experience, otherwise, today's outcome would have been completely different. I was careless. Chang Yali said, from now on, everyone must pay attention, the door cannot be opened. Wu Shui nodded, don't worry, uncle and aunt are not hurt, only Black Xia. Ow. As if he understood Wu Shue's words, Black Xia proudly lifted his tail and ran a circle in the living room, as if saying he was fine. It must hurt a lot. Wu Shui looked at Black Xia with a hint of pity in her eyes. Fortunately, you are here. Zhou Lin smiled at Wu Shui, then turned cold. They came together. Besides Tang Yili, who else was there? Zhou Kaijun and the others didn't know Sun Shenghao's name, but they would definitely recognize him if they met again. Are you going to find them? Chang Yali shook her head. No way, the government's people just came yesterday. If you kill or hurt someone, they will definitely report to the government, and you'll be captured. Suppressing his anger, Zhou Lin said, we can't just let this go, we can't kill them, but we can give them a beating. However, Chang Yali firmly disagreed with Zhou Lin going, she didn't know Zhou Lin was already an evolved being, fearing he would get hurt. Zhou Kaijun and Wu Shui opposed it too, believing that in this situation, it was better to avoid trouble. In desperation, Zhou Lin had no choice but to set aside this issue for now, going upstairs to get a gun, along with a magazine and bullets, placing them in front of Wu Shui. If a similar situation occurs next time, don't hesitate, shoot. But, Wu Shui panicked, not to mention whether she could bring herself to kill, she had never even touched a real gun, and had never thought about it. There are no buts. Zhou Lin said in a stern voice, no matter what trouble arises, your safety is the most important, even if something happens, I can handle it. Don't listen to him. Chang Yali walked over and placed the gun in Wu Shui's hand, but he is also right. If your life is in danger, don't think too much. Holding the gun, Wu Shui knew this was Zhou's family's greatest trust in her. With teary eyes, she nodded, okay, aunt. Why are you still calling me aunt? Forget it, I won't push you, let it be natural, let it be natural. Chang Yali smiled, and Zhou Kaijun slightly nodded. Although they hadn't known Wu Shui for long, their experiences during this time were enough for them to accept her. In special times, special treatment, the best way to help Wu Shui fully integrate into the small group was through her connection with Zhou Lin. This was also Zhou Li's clever idea from the beginning. With no parents nearby, an only child, no close relatives, possessing the most crucial medical skills amidst turmoil, coupled with her naturally outstanding appearance and suitable age, where would one find a more fitting daughter-in-law? Such a blatant suggestion made Wu Shui lower her head. She actually didn't oppose it, she just found it a bit sudden. It's hard to say how deep her feelings for Zhou Lin were, but is love really important in this world now? Look at young Qiqi and the other residents in the community, and then think about what those post-apocalyptic novels describe. From any angle, being with Zhou Lin is her best choice at the moment. But how can a woman take the initiative in such matters? Shouldn't Zhou Lin be the one to bring it up first? Yet Zhou Lin seems as stiff as a wooden block. Chang Yali can't stand it anymore and directly twists Zhou Lin's ear. Speak up, kid. Zhou Lin was still thinking about how to deal with young Qiqi and Tang Yili, but the pain in his ear completely interrupted his thoughts. What should I say? You want Xia Shui to be your girlfriend, do you have any objections? None, right? Then it's settled. Chang Yali didn't even give Zhou Lin time to respond. Mom, You want to get married directly? Great, your dad and I have no objections. Xia Shui, you have no objections, right? Auntie, isn't that a bit too hasty? Wu Shui was a bit dumbfounded, Chang Yali was so unpredictable. Besides, in this apocalypse, does it really matter whether they marry or not? Look, can't you send a message to your parents? Come on, let's go upstairs and talk. Chang Yali let go of Zhou Lin and pulled Wu Shui up to the second floor. Brother, treat others as you want to be treated, you need to prepare early. Zhou Li leaned close to Zhou Lin and whispered. Prepare? Do you mean to hold a wedding? Zhou Li rolled her eyes. What kind of brain do you have? Am I talking about a wedding? I mean that. Kids shouldn't use foul language. Green tea is fine, formalism is deadly, and that green tea definitely won't let it go. Zhou Lin nodded, Zhou Li was right. So what are your thoughts?
I just simulated it.
Zhou Lin said, but brightly repairing the bridge while secretly crossing the river, she might spill our family's secrets.
And then? You can't carve rotten wood, do you need to ask this? It will be a big problem. Zhou Lin shook her head. Don't you understand the target of public criticism? This idiom is used quite well. Zhou Lin smiled. So what if it was the target of public criticism? If pushed to the limit, he would dare to fight back. I agree.
Zhou Lin raised her small hand, but parents and sister-in-law might soften, people gather in groups, we need to take precautions early.
How to prevent?
Zhou Lin shook her phone. I prepared 20 cruel post-apocalyptic novels, I'll send them to them, I want them to self-reflect daily after reading. Zhou Lin gave Zhou Lin a thumbs up and nodded slowly, you're awesome. Whoever raises the problem should solve it, this task is yours.
What about you? Me?
Zhou Lin sneered coldly, glancing at the dozing Zhou Kaijun.
Of course, I'll go collect some interest first.
Although Chang Yali and Zhou Kaijun strongly opposed it, Zhou Lin still couldn't swallow this anger. Besides, Tang Yili had already shown up, he couldn't let him run off with Yang Qiqi, could he?
Chapter 50 Just collecting some interest. Sun Shenghao felt very unlucky. Why is it always him who gets hurt?
His hand hasn't healed yet, and the thickest part of his flesh was bitten by a dog again.
The key is that the doctor in Building 2 doesn't have rabies vaccine, what if, doesn't that mean the end?
The more he thought about it, the worse Sun Shenghao felt, especially when he saw Tang Yili and Yang Qiqi exchanging glances. Although he could see that Yang Qiqi was just a green tea girl, using Tang Yili purely, what about him? If this bad luck continues, even asking Fifth Miss for help might not work. So Sun Shenghao's anger gradually turned into dissatisfaction with Tang Yili and Yang Qiqi. This time was a bit rushed, I should have brought weapons. Yang Qiqi was still summarizing, completely not considering that if she had decisively used a kitchen knife on Chang Yali first, then charged into the room, well, Zhou Lin would probably have shot too, none of them would escape.
But if you go again, they probably won't open the door. Tang Yili's mind isn't just muscles. No problem, let's find someone who can pick locks.
However, Yang Qiqi's idea was surely going to fall through, people who make a living by opening locks cannot move into Lanshan.
Moreover, Zhou Lin quietly went downstairs and went straight to Xiao Hang. Tang Yili? I don't know, he's not one of our property management people? In the property management office, Xiao Hang directly denied any connection with Tang Yili.
But he still advised Zhou Lin to avoid trouble, since Wu Jiankai didn't mention it, it meant the Zhou family had let go of Yang Qiqi after illegally detaining her. Besides, he knew AI Bing had entered the community, and no one saw AI Bing leave. So why should Zhou Lin go looking for trouble? Do you want to lock her up again? The government won't just stand by, they'll break down your door, and then can you resist? Seeing Xiao Hang's expression was not deceitful, Zhou Lin then said Yang Qiqi had come to his house with Tang Yili and another man while he was away. They not only hurt Zhou Kaijun and his wife but also injured his dog.
You have a dog? Xiao Hang shook his head.
I didn't know that, I also don't know where they are now.
I will find them. And then what?
Calm down, otherwise, if the government comes again, no one can protect you. Xiao Hang said this, but he was actually hoping Zhou Lin would have a conflict with Tang Yili and Sun Shenghao. If one or two of them died, it would be perfect. By then, not only would the Zhou family's supplies be his, but also that woman named Wu Shui on the 16th floor, all would belong to him. As for women, Xiao Hang's thoughts weren't too strong, after all, he had read many online novels, and women only got in the way. What's more, as long as he held the power, he could have as many as he wanted. The Zhou family's supplies were undoubtedly plentiful, just look at Yang Qiqi and the dog. If he could get those supplies into his hands, they would definitely serve a greater purpose. Thinking this way, Xiao Hang looked down on Zhou Lin a bit, he only knew how to sneak around and didn't realize he could use the supplies to gather forces, maybe he would even have to temporarily bow to Zhou Lin.
Since Yang Qiqi and the others weren't around, Zhou Lin didn't want to waste time. He could see that Xiao Hang was not a good person, but as long as he didn't provoke him, he could temporarily ignore him. Originally, the occupancy rate of the community hadn't reached 100%, with the apocalypse arriving, some owners didn't return, and yesterday a batch of them left, leaving many vacant houses in the community. Yang Qiqi and the others were also afraid the Zhou family would come looking for trouble, so they didn't return to the dormitory arranged by the property but found a house where the owner had just moved out, directly breaking in through the window. Using the remaining wooden furniture in the house to start a fire, the chill on the three of them gradually faded away. Tang Yili also tended to Sun Qinghao's wounds, though whether it was effective was hard to say.
In any case, at the current temperature, the chance of infection in the wounds was small. Lying by the fire, Sun Qinghao felt so hungry his stomach was cramping.
Old Tang, do we have any food left?
No, as Tang Yili spoke, he secretly passed the last bag of cookies from his pocket to Yang Qiqi. Taking the cookies without making a sound, Yang Qiqi stood up, using the excuse of needing to go to the bathroom.
As she left, she kissed Tang Yili fiercely on the cheek, which made him overjoyed.
Old Tang, listen to me, keeping a woman like Yang Qiqi around is trouble.
I don't like that, Yang Qiqi is so weak, how can she be trouble? Tang Yili shook his head. I actually think he's right.
Zhou Lin's voice suddenly rang out, startling Tang Yili into jumping up, looking around nervously.
Who? Come out. The fire wasn't bright enough. Aside from the living room, the rest of the place was dark, severely affecting Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao's vision. In fact, Zhou Lin had just entered through the pried-open window. With the infrared night vision device, it was not difficult to find the hiding place of Tang Yili and the other two. Just look for where the three people were gathered, and that was likely it. Moreover, aside from the first floor, which had turned into a second or third floor due to the accumulated snow, they could not enter any higher buildings. Sun Qinghao finally turned on the flashlight, the beam sweeping over Zhou Lin's figure. Are you Zhou Lin? Tang Yili, oh Tang Yili, long time no see. Have you seen me? Tang Yili frowned, he couldn't remember. Not only had he seen him, Zhou Lin thought, in the last life they had even lived in the same house, and had even slept in the same bed. Ugh, just thinking about it makes him feel sick. Are you here for revenge? Seeing that Zhou Lin was alone and empty-handed, Tang Yili felt calm instead. He didn't think he would lose in a fight, at least by appearance. He completely outmatched Zhou Lin. It was true before, and it was true in the last life as well, but in this life, Tang Yili was still Tang Yili, while Zhou Lin was no longer that Zhou Lin. Evolution level, 3.1, which meant that Zhou Lin's physical quality was 3.1 times that of an ordinary person. Although this 3.1 times represented a comprehensive quality, it was not something Tang Yili could withstand. Clearly, it was Tang Yili who moved first, but Sun Qinghao felt that Zhou Lin's moves were even faster. As it turned out, Sun Qinghao was not mistaken. Before Tang Yili's fist could even reach the position where Zhou Lin's head used to be, Zhou Lin had already swiftly kicked him on the right thigh with a whip kick. With a dull thud, mixed with Tang Yili's cry of pain. He went down almost immediately. Who would have thought that Zhou Lin's casual whip kick felt like being hit by a small car? It was simply unbearable. It's broken. Tang Yili, clutching his thigh and lying on the ground, was crying with tears and snot flowing. He was not a strong person to begin with, and under the dual pressure of pain and fear, he instantly broke down. What's your name? Zhou Lin turned to Sun Qinghao, who was lying motionless. Big brother, my surname is Sun Qinghao. I'm just a regular friend of theirs. I admit I'd been to your house, but I truly did not hurt anyone in your home, and I was bitten by your dog. Zhou Lin remained silent. He was recalling whether he had ever heard the name Sun Qinghao in the last life. What happened to your hand? Zhou Lin casually asked. I fell. Sun Qinghao looked down and said. Zhou Lin, who was aware of the situation, did not expose him, walking over to Tang Yili's side, stepping on the spot where he had received the whip kick. Where's that? Don't say you weren't with them. Chapter 51, Don't Mess With Me. In the apocalypse, not only order has collapsed, but also humanity. The largest refuge in Jiaqing is located in the heart of the old city, a massive underground facility built during the founding of the Summer Nation to guard against war. Every young person who enters here feels incredulous. How was such a grand project completed in that time of having nothing? There is a construction company owner who had never been inside. After looking around, he sighed, saying if this project were built now, it would take at least 70 to 80 billion. So sometimes, a country's or a nation's true wealth may not be how much GDP or how many skyscrapers it has, but whether the officials have awareness and whether the people have faith. Unfortunately, in recent years, while the economy of the Summer Nation has developed, some things have gradually been lost. In a room in the core area of the underground facility, which served as a meeting room, Wang Pingping was telling the attendees about the logistics park. The goals have mostly been achieved, but someone got a head start on dehydrated vegetables, 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables, enough for all of us to eat for a month. Can the disaster end in a month? Comrade Wang Pingping, please don't be agitated. At the head of the table was Zhu Guanghan, who used to be the second in command of Jiazhou City and is now the head of the refuge. 56 years old this year, Zhu Guanghan. At a time when leadership experience was most abundant, a natural disaster struck, and the supervisor from Jiazhou City couldn't return in time from the provincial city for a meeting. Thus, Zhu Guanghan, the city lord and deputy supervisor, became the commander of the post-disaster command center and the head of the shelter. Sitting next to Zhu Guanghan was Zhao Xinxiao, a middle-aged man in a major's uniform, who was the commander of the stationing army in Jiazhou City and now the deputy commander. Wang Pingping was an old subordinate of Zhao Xinxiao. You say there is an extremely vicious criminal gang in Jiazhou City that threatens the safety of hundreds of thousands of citizens, and the evidence is 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables being transported away? Zhu Guanghan frowned. Commander, if it were just to satisfy personal gains, a box or two of dehydrated vegetables could last for months. If they went through the trouble of taking away 38 tons, it must be for greater gains. I believe these people either want to profit from the disaster or use these supplies to recruit soldiers. In chaotic times, there are always those who think they can become another Zhu Yuanzhang. Either way, it's a grave sin.
Zhao Xinxia waved his hand, you sit down first. Seeing that Zhu Guanghan had no intention of speaking, he continued, I won't hide anything from you. The disaster won't end anytime soon, so our main task now is to concentrate on expanding and building the shelters. While protecting the shelters, we must try to help those citizens who haven't entered the shelters to get through this difficult time. 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables, not too much and not too little, but it isn't worth making a big fuss over it.
We don't have that kind of time or energy. Comrade Wang Pingping, you need to keep up the good work. All resources outside are valuable to us. The next step is to organize and order you to lead a team to Jojo Auto City to try to bring back those vehicles, materials, parts, and even usable machinery.
Yes.
Wang Pingping stood at attention, saluted Zhao Xinxiao, and said, I guarantee to complete the task. People of the level like Su Ziyuan and Wu Jiankai were not qualified to attend this meeting, and they sat not far from the meeting room, waiting for new orders. There was a problem at Lanshan community. Feeling bored, Wu Jiankai thought of Yang Qiqi and shared it as a casual matter with Su Ziyuan.
The Zhou family? The one that does breeding?
Su Ziyuan, the street office director, immediately thought of Zhou Kaijun and Chang Yali.
You said their family seems to have plenty of supplies.
Hiss, could it be those livestock from the farm? Is the scale very large? Wu Jiankai asked. If I remember correctly, Zhou's farm has had hundreds of pigs and thousands of chickens at once. If Zhou's family kills all those livestock and hides them, how long could they eat? How long?
Wu Jiankai forced a smile, that's really hard to calculate.
Eat until death? Should we report this up? Let's go. This matter must be reported. Su Ziyuan pulled Wu Jiankai up and walked towards the meeting room side by side.
Zhou Lin was unaware that someone had already sat there.
The strength was so great it almost broke Yang Qiqi's neck.
Yang Qiqi, who was slapped and thrown out, couldn't even make a sound. As soon as she opened her mouth, 2 big molars flew out with blood.
Whoa, when President Chao gets here, I'll make you pay.
The slapped face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, like dough that had risen all night in a warm room. Sun Shenghao was scared to death, lying there motionless pretending to be dead.
This slap is just a little interest.
After saying that, Zhou Lin walked over to Tang Yili, and under his terrified eyes, stomped down hard.
Crack!
Tang Yili's left hand, which he didn't have time to pull back, was crushed under Zhou Lin's foot, and almost not a single bone was left whole. It could be said that even if he were sent to the best hospital in the world now, there would be no way to fix it.
Ah! The extreme pain made Tang Yili raise his head and scream in agony.
The veins on his neck popped out, and the corners of his mouth tore open from opening too wide, with blood flowing down.
That stomp just now was to take interest for my dad. Now this is to take interest for my mom.
Tang Yili, oh Tang Yili, you'd better stay alive, because I haven't settled the score with you yet.
Sun Shenghao didn't dare to speak, Yang Qiqi was in so much pain she couldn't speak, and Tang Yili didn't have the strength to speak.
The room suddenly became quiet, only heavy breathing could be heard. A few beams of light came from far and near.
Xiao Hang came with people.
Huang Xiafeng, who was originally full of anger, took a cold breath when he saw how miserable Yang Qiqi and Tang Yili looked, and silently stepped back to stand beside Xiao Hang.
Zhou Lin, wasn't what you did a bit too much? Do you really think there's no law just because the end times have come?
Manager Xiao, Zhou Lin said calmly, these 3 people hacked my family's dog and hurt my dad and mom.
Back then, why didn't you come out and talk about the law?
You also know the end times have come.
Actually, the end times aren't so bad, right? I think you've adapted pretty well.
I'll leave you with one line, don't mess with me.
Zhou Lin left, completely ignoring Xiao Hang and his group. Boss, he's way too arrogant, we gotta deal with him.
Huang Xiafeng said angrily, looking in the direction Zhou Lin had gone.
Chapter 52 Giving charcoal in the snow.
Back home, Zhou Lin couldn't avoid being scolded for a while by Chang Yali. Heisei seemed to have smelled the scent of an enemy and curiously circled around Zhou Lin, whimpering from time to time, like asking Zhou Lin if he had gone for revenge. After rubbing the dog's chin, Zhou Lin went upstairs to his room, took a hot shower, and finally relaxed completely. When he came out of the bathroom, he was startled by Wu Shui in the room. Instinctively grabbing the towel around his waist, why are you in here? Wu Shui was a little embarrassed at first, but when she saw how Zhou Lin looked, she almost laughed out loud.
Auntie told me to come in.
Zhou Lin frowned slightly, thinking his mom was at it again.
Even if no one objected, didn't feelings need to be built? When you went out, Auntie talked with my mom and dad. They don't have any objections. Your parents never even met me, and they have no objections? Zhou Lin really couldn't believe it. Were their hearts that big? Actually, Zhou Lin was overthinking it. If this were peacetime, with the Zhou family situation, don't even talk about whether Wu Shui's parents would agree.
Wu Shui herself wouldn't even spare Zhou Lin a look. Someone like her, who was obsessed with studying, would only be attracted to someone with even better academic skills.
But now? What kind of situation is it now? As high IQ people, Wu Shue's parents could see things more clearly than ordinary people.
Only those with supplies and ability can live longer. And the Zhou family happens to have both. Living abroad, even though they were included in the Olympus project, that didn't mean safety. Wu Shue's parents naturally had to think about their daughter's future.
What choice could be better than the Zhou family? Even if there was one, if they really offended the Zhou family, could Wu Shui get away?
Of course, the most important reason was that Wu Shui herself didn't oppose it at all.
Aunt said that from now on, she won't take care of your daily life anymore, it will be all on me, I'm going to get the clothes. Daily life?
If I hadn't seen the way you just swallowed your saliva, I would actually believe you.
As expected, you're just craving my body.
Because Cheng Yali got hurt, and Wu Shui has no talent for cooking, in the end, it was Zhou Lin who entered the kitchen. If he had known, he wouldn't have bothered to take a shower. After a comfortable and hearty meal, Zhou Lin leisurely lay on the sofa, his mind immersed in the storage space, continuing the transformation of the Lu Xiaofeng number 1. Anyway, all the materials and parts he needed were already stuffed in Lu Xiaofeng's trunk. Because of the rush, there were still a few shops in the car city that Zhou Lin didn't have time to visit, and he planned to go back when he had the chance.
Did you find them?
Cheng Yali was lying on another sofa, her huge body nearly covering the entire couch, while Zhou Kaijun was applying ice to the places she was hit. Found them, and broke one of Tang Yili's hands and feet.
Why are you so impulsive?
Cheng Yali frowned, still worried about causing trouble.
What if the government comes knocking? Should we really resist that? I know what I'm doing.
While mother and son were talking, Huang Menjing's call rang out.
Could it be that something happened again?
Zhou Lin frowned and answered. Then he heard Huang Menjing's crying voice, Cheng Jia, has Zhou Lin not come back yet?
My stove is about to go out, should I come over now? I'm back.
Zhou Lin looked at Cheng Yali. Wait here, I'll bring some coal over to you right now.
Be careful, don't let anything happen again. Right now, we don't want anything more, we just want to live peacefully. Mom, you're right.
Jolie, who was playing with her phone, suddenly looked up and said, but that's definitely impossible, you know, when the tree wants to be still, the wind will never stop.
I'm leaving.
Taking advantage of Wu Shui still being in the kitchen, Zhou Lin decided to leave quickly, to avoid pretending to go upstairs to move coal, it would be too tiring. After deliberately lingering for a few minutes, Zhou Lin knocked on Huang Menjing's door, with his sled standing beside him, filled with coal. Seeing Huang Menjing's tear-streaked face, Zhou Lin didn't enter the house, keeping some distance to avoid future awkwardness. He didn't mention anything about the instant food, after all, one sled full of coal wouldn't last long. If Huang Menjing was smart, she would never go back on her word. Instead, Huang Menjing was quite surprised. When she opened the door, she had already prepared herself to accept any conditions Zhou Lin might set. As a businesswoman, Huang Menjing knew well that, no matter when, free things were the most expensive. But for her mother, she had no choice but to silently accept.
You just gave it to her without mentioning the instant food? Cheng Yali frowned.
She wasn't concerned about the coal, I'm telling you clearly, I only recognize Shui Shui as my daughter-in-law, no other woman, whoever she is, must stay out of it. When Wu Shui came out after cleaning the kitchen, her face turned red again upon hearing this.
What are you thinking?
Zhou Lin shook his head.
Since we're cooperating, it's fine to show sincerity.
I'll go check the tool room. Without Yang Kiki as a helper, many things had to be done personally, and though it wasn't tiring, it was time-consuming. The vegetables in the hydroponic tubes were growing incredibly fast under constant temperature, light, and plenty of nutrients, especially the lettuce and Shanghai bok choy. They would probably be ready to harvest in 2 or 3 days. There were also plenty of eggs from chickens and ducks. Compared to them, geese were the least cost-effective. They grew slowly, laid fewer eggs, and took up more space, not to mention they ate a lot and left more waste. If it weren't for keeping seeds, I'd slaughter you and throw you in the pot.
Wang Wang.
Black Sai barked twice from the side, as if agreeing.
After all, in the entire tool room, only that pair of big geese dared to go against it. Goose, goose. Hearing Black Sai's barking, the goose also spread its wings and began to flap them, revealing its combative side without a doubt. In contrast, the rabbit's nest over there was much quieter, especially the biggest mother rabbit, which used to run around the pen when Zhou Lin came, but today it was completely still. She gave birth. Zhou Lin picked up one of the mother rabbit's hind legs and counted roughly, wow, 12 tiny pink little ones. Hearing that the rabbit had given birth, 3 women rushed upstairs to see, which frightened the mother rabbit so much that she almost dropped her babies and ran away. Yu Huang is a good omen. Our family has double happiness. Cheng Yali's loud voice made the tool room buzz with sound. In the apocalypse, this truly was good news, as those green vegetables gave everyone hope, though hydroponics used pure chemical fertilizers. Who cared about that now? You think if we continue to expand, we can grow enough vegetables to satisfy our whole family? Wu Shui asked Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin had actually considered this matter too. For example, when the conditions are suitable in the future, he could completely find a warehouse inside the Lifu number 1 to fill it with hydroponic equipment, or use another more eco-friendly planting method, aquaponics. What is aquaponics? Wu Shui asked curiously. In simple terms, it means using water from fish farming to grow vegetables, and then sending the clean water back to raise fish after the vegetables absorb the nutrients. Theoretically, this way you can raise delicious fish and grow completely organic vegetables. So when can we give it a try? Chapter 53, Fish and Vegetables, Fish and Water. Zhou Lin never expected that when Wu Shui said, give it a try, she wasn't talking about aquaponics, but fish water. Does it feel bad? Leaning on Zhou Lin's arm, Wu Shui's delicate brows slightly furrowed, her face still carried a hint of redness, and her skin glowed with a moisture it had never had under the light. At first, it was indeed a bit difficult, but Zhou Lin was undoubtedly a great teacher, and once she kept up, she began to savor the delightful experience. To speak from the heart, it was wonderful. Good. Zhou Lin relaxed his arm, allowing Wu Shui to snuggle closer. I just think you don't have to worry, we won't treat you as an outsider. It's not completely that. Wu Shui murmured, in this chaotic world, a powerless woman like me can only rely on a man to survive. I'd rather accept someone I like than face a future death without knowing how or be forced. You're just purely craving my body. Do you like me? No matter how intelligent a woman is, there are times she reveals her true self. I do. Zhou Lin kissed Wu Shui's forehead. Let's sleep, you must be tired too. Zhou Lin turned off the light and went to bed. The next day, when they came out of the room, they saw Chang Yali sitting on the sofa with a face full of motherly smiles. Auntie. You still call me Auntie? Here, I've prepared a red envelope. Your dad isn't up yet, so I'm fully representing him. Mom. Wu Shui bit her lip, taking the red envelope shyly. What about me? Zhou Lin asked. Do you want a lump? You dare ask me for a red envelope, I might as well ask you for child support. Alright, family status -1. Wow, Mom. Such a big gold bar. As soon as Wu Shui held the red envelope, it didn't feel like money. Besides, paper currency felt too hard to even wipe with, and if it were used as a red envelope, it could only symbolize celebration. Of course, Chang Yali wouldn't do such a thing. She stuffed a 300-gram gold bar directly into the red envelope. How do we still have this? Zhou Lin was also surprised. He thought all the family's money had been spent before the apocalypse. What do you know? Shui, come here. If he dares to bully you in the future, just tell me, let's see if I won't make him regret it. Compared to the increasingly chaotic outside world, Zhou Lin's formal union with Wu Shui kept the Zhou family in a festive atmosphere for several days. Newly married, Zhou Lin was too lazy to go out and gather supplies, keeping himself busy with Wu Shui while leisurely continuing to renovate the Lu Xiaofeng ship. However, this peaceful life was shattered 5 days later by the sound of the surveillance alarm. The monitor showed a group of people, including Su Ziyuan and Wu Jiankai. Why are they here? Chang Yali felt a bit nervous. What do you want? Zhou Lin asked through the camera. I am Su Ziyuan. May I ask if Zhou Kaijun or Comrade Chang Yali is here? We want to understand something. Are you looking for me? Chang Yali relaxed a bit. As long as they weren't here to arrest Zhou Lin, it was fine. Perhaps due to her usual trust in the government, Chang Yali was about to open the door, but Zhou Lin pulled her back and gestured for Zhou Kaijun not to speak. My parents are sick, so just tell me directly what you want. Is that how you're going to say it? Su Ziyuan's expression changed slightly. Zhou Lin's attitude made him feel embarrassed. There are elderly and young ones at home, it's not convenient. Why don't you come in alone? Zhou Lin, right? We should have arrested you last time. I advise you to behave. Wu Jiankai couldn't help but say. If you say it like that, there's no point, Zhou Lin replied nonchalantly. Either don't say anything, or follow my suggestion. You. Wu Jiankai wanted to say something more, but Su Ziyuan stopped him. Today was not the day to argue with Zhou Lin or to defend that AI Bing. Fine, I'll come in alone. Su Ziyuan thought Zhou Lin meant to invite him in, but then realized there was still a security door in between. Since he hadn't come last time to rescue young Chi-Chi, he was surprised to see the 2 security doors. You guys wouldn't have been prepared for this, would you? No, we're just habitually cautious. Zhou Lin set up a small tea table in the corridor, with 2 small stools, and even placed a tea tray with a steaming teapot that filled the air with a fragrant aroma, tempting the tea bug inside Su Ziyuan. Tea leaves were also a luxury in this day and age, even if they were very ordinary. For someone at Su Ziyuan's current status, getting to drink hot tea was quite difficult. Great tea. Your family's lifestyle is probably beyond that of a commander. Zhou Lin didn't respond to this and simply refilled Su Ziyuan's cup, waiting for him to continue.
I don't mean anything else, I just want to ask about those livestock on your farm.
I heard that days before the disaster, your parents had sent the workers away? Closing the farm was planned long ago.
I came back this time to take them to Deep City, where there are more opportunities. This response had been prepared by Zhou Zaijuan's family early on, just to deal with situations like today. It's important to note that in Xiagua, when the government wants to investigate something, it's hardly ever difficult.
Su Ziyuan shook his head. Alright, let's not discuss that. Just tell me, didn't those livestock all freeze to death in the storm?
They were all killed, some were sold, and the rest were frozen.
Good. Su Ziyuan suddenly slapped his thigh. How much did you freeze? Where is it? Zhou Lin looked at Su Ziyuan with a foolish expression and remained silent. Cough, cough.
Right now, supplies are scarce, and the tens of thousands of people in the shelter need this meat. Su Ziyuan tried to persuade Zhou Lin in a casual manner, but when he saw Zhou Lin's indifferent expression, he knew this approach wouldn't work.
How about this? What would make you willing to give up this batch of meat?
Zhou Lin lifted the teacup and took a sip. Director Su, you know we lack nothing in our home except for a little sense of security.
Sense of security?
Su Ziyuan turned to look at the two security doors behind him. Your sense of security is clearly overflowing.
Not enough.
Zhou Lin shook his head and explained what happened that day when Yang Qiqi brought Tang Yili and Sun Chenghao to her Zhou Kaijun and Changyali. Indeed, even now, the couple still couldn't get out of bed, and it was possible they might not survive the following days.
Such a thing happened, so what kind of sense of security do you want? Su Ziyuan felt something was wrong.
Then he saw Zhou Lin make a gesture.
Impossible. Su Ziyuan almost stood up directly, ready to flip the table. In Summer Country, this was taboo.
Special times require special measures. We are all good citizens, we only want to protect ourselves. Sai, if something happens to my parents, my sister, and I might not be able to bear such a blow.
Maybe one day we would just jump off. Su Ziyuan's face was grim.
He had thought Zhou Kaijun and Changyali might ask for a lot, but he never expected Zhou Lin to be so bold. Strictly speaking, what Zhou Lin wanted wasn't worth much, but it was incredibly precious because Zhou Lin wanted a privilege.
I don't believe there aren't any outside.
Director Su, if you can guarantee that there are absolutely none in the civilian sector, I could give you all that meat, no problem.
Can you guarantee that? Chapter 54. The agreement was made.
At the disaster response headquarters in Jiaqing, Su Ziyuan wasn't responsible for security work, but that didn't mean he didn't understand the situation. Half a month had passed since the disaster struck, which wasn't very long, but human society was so fragile that the order of life had completely collapsed. Political order was barely holding on, but only in areas where the state had presence. Although Summer Country had strict gun regulations, it wasn't hard to get weapons in the apocalypse.
Police branches, banks, and even some special companies had guns and ammunition ready, as long as you knew the exact location and had the ability to break in. How many firearms have flowed from these official agencies to the civilians?
It's impossible to count specifically, but it could be said that there are definitely quite a few. It seemed reasonable for Zhou Lin to want to trade pork for a gun to protect himself.
But the problem was that Su Ziyuan didn't have the power to make such a decision, not even Zhu Guanhan could do it. In Summer Country, the military and politics are traditionally separate, and even the apocalypse couldn't change this principle. Then I will wait for your news. Zhou Lin stood up to see Su Ziyuan off.
I cannot promise, and also the quantity of meat.
We won't know until. Extremely asymmetric. Tang Yili lay on the ground, thin from the torment of pain and hunger, as if he had become a different person. In the last 2 days, the most he had uttered was to go home. Among the three, the one in the best condition was Sun Chenghao, simply because every day he would sneak some food while searching for food from Xiaohang. What's the use of knowing? Sun Chenghao said, are you planning to go robbing?
He touched his still-pained backside, a shadow of black dog appearing in his mind. Don't drag me into this, haven't you seen how useless old Tang has become?
Useless.
Yang Qiqi snorted softly, thinking that Tang Yili was asleep and couldn't hear her, but in fact, Tang Yili was not asleep. He turned his head sideways and silently gritted his teeth.
I'm going out for a bit.
Yang Qiqi turned on her flashlight and walked all the way to the property management office, only to be blocked by Huang Xiafeng.
Huang Xiafeng usually stayed here during idle times.
I want to see Manager Xiao, Yang Qiqi said.
Wait, he's busy. Busy with what?
Yang Qiqi had actually already heard it, a certain kind of sound. After a while, a heavily wrapped woman came out, her head and face hidden in a thick hat, but just her 2 long legs were enough to stun Yang Qiqi. The woman hurried away, her head bowed.
Is there something?
Yang Qiqi unconsciously leaned closer to the stove like a cat, stopping only when she felt the most comfortable position. I have something I want to discuss with you.
Xiaohang frowned. He had just eaten and was feeling a bit full, resembling what is known as a sage state. If young Chi-Chi wanted to seduce him now, she was mistaken, his standards had risen high. I know where there are large supplies, even live poultry. Really? Xiao Hang's eyes lit up immediately. My request is simple, 1/3, I want 1/3. And you must ensure my safety here. Yang Chi-Chi originally wanted to merge with Xiao Hang, but that woman had just woken her up. 1/5, Xiao Hang thought for a moment and said. 1/4, at least. Just 1/5, or I can get it out of you by other means. Seeing the fierce light in Xiao Hang's eyes, Yang Chi-Chi swallowed and compromised. Zhou family. So they were that rich. You can leave, and I'll notify you when the supplies are in hand. No, I will wait here. Yang Chi-Chi had no desire to leave, this place was warm and clean, and even if she had to accompany Xiao Hang, she was willing. However, she was truly overthinking it. In the end, Xiao Hang still did not chase Yang Chi-Chi away, but similarly, he would not support her for free. Needing her was one thing, but working was another. Xia Feng, come in for a moment. To avoid a long night with many dreams, Xiao Hang turned around and called Huang Xiafeng in to discuss. But immediate action was not possible, because Su Ziyuan said he would come again. The Zhou family's door is a bit troublesome, see if you can find a locksmith or a capable person. As a property company, they actually had quite a few contactable locksmiths, and Huang Xiafeng happened to know one who lived nearby and could contact them. Besides that, Xiao Hang also asked him to find a cutting machine. Seeing Xiao Hang value Yang Chi-Chi so much made her happy. Originally, she did not want to cooperate with Xiao Hang, but what could she do since Tang Yili and Sun Chenghao were too useless? That's right, Yang Chi-Chi never thought that the last failure had anything to do with her, it was all the fault of those two men. That was why she would seek out Xiao Hang. As for whether Zhou Lin or the Zhou family were at fault, that was definitely true. Firstly, Zhou Lin not licking her after Ai Bing's death was the biggest mistake. Indecisive, unable to even kill. Yes, this is how Yang Chi-Chi thinks. If she knew that the reason she has survived until today is entirely because Zhou Lin wanted to connect with Xiao Bowen through her, I don't know what she would think. But now, Zhou Lin has already decided to give up. It seems that Yang Chi-Chi holds no weight in Xiao Bowen's heart, otherwise, he would have contacted her by now. Originally, he had no deep hatred for Yang Chi-Chi. If she could be honest and successfully bring Xiao Bowen in, Zhou Lin wouldn't mind having another person in the house, but now, Zhou Lin has already sentenced Yang Chi-Chi and Tang Yili to death in his heart. Even what Yang Chi-Chi is doing now is within Zhou Lin's expectations, otherwise, how could he have proposed such exchange conditions to Su Ziyuan? Now, it all depends on whether the command post will agree. Chapter 55, Never Trade Again. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Pingping strongly opposed, guns must never be handed over to the public. In the fine month of May, there are already groups that would trade money for lives. If these people get their hands on guns, how chaotic will it be? Not to mention the common people, even the army could face attacks. Yi Xinxiao also disagreed in his heart, but Xu Guanghan had not yet expressed his stance, so he could not voice his opinion. Letting Wang Pingping shout a bit is fine, this is the political wisdom that has lasted for thousands of years in Xiagua. But we really need that batch of frozen meat. Su Ziyuan said softly, one pistol with dozens of bullets, I think it's not a big deal. Xu Guanghan stubbed the cigarette but that was about to burn his fingers into the ashtray. Old Ji, what do you say? Actually, the gun is not the problem. As expected of a professional soldier, the point was made clear in one sentence. Without bullets, a gun is worse than a knife, even less effective than a firewood stick. Wang Pingping wanted to say something else, but a glance from Yi Xinxiao silenced him. The key is the number of bullets. We can't take a single needle or thread from the common people, it is our tradition. We shouldn't disregard it because of disasters. I think 10 kilograms of pork in exchange for one bullet is quite reasonable. I personally think old Ye's suggestion is very reasonable. What do you all think? Zhu Guanhan was the first to agree, and what else could the others say? With the organization's decision, Su Ziyuan went to Lanshan community again. Still only had the qualification to talk between the two doors, but at least he could still drink hot tea, so it wasn't a loss. I didn't expect the government to be so stingy. Zhou Lin laughed, 10 kilograms of frozen meat for one bullet, based on today's price, that's more precious than gold. However, Su Ziyuan had his reasons. The government does not encourage private fights, many disputes can be resolved simply by showing a gun, and the Zhou family's desire for self-protection does not need to be piled up with bullets. Guns must never be fired unless absolutely necessary, and even then, it should be for warnings as much as possible. So the bullet I gained by trading 10 kilograms of frozen meat can only be fired into the air? Director Su, do you think this is reasonable? I find it very reasonable. Sometimes, the key is not from 1 to infinity but from 0 to 1. The price was non-negotiable. In the end, Zhou Lin wrote down the location of the cold storage and the quantity of frozen meat inside on a piece of paper. The gun can be given to you first,
the bullets will be delivered after we verify. Su Ziyuan placed a Type 92 pistol on the table, looking unused, the gun oil still hadn't been wiped off. Zhou Lin couldn't be bothered to fuss over the trading method, a proper disaster command post wouldn't likely default on its promises. As for the frozen meat in the cold storage, it had originally been left over from that time, only about 1,000 kilograms, so 100 bullets meant nothing to Zhou Lin.
Why have you never asked us why we have guns?
Zhou Lin lay on the bed, watching Wu Shui pack her clothes. Although there wasn't much to take when going out, the clothes that needed washing must still be washed.
Some things, if you always dig deep into the roots.
You might get annoyed at some point, even if you don't, you will always be on guard against me.
In the past, if we couldn't go on, we could get a divorce. But that's not an option now, right?
Truly awake in this world, Wu Shui left Zhou Lin speechless, and he felt a certain bitterness in his heart. You have been checking my health data lately.
Do you have any conclusions?
Yes.
Wu Shui closed the wardrobe, then sat down beside Zhou Lin. Want to hear it?
Of course.
So far, if everything I've learned is correct, then it's you who is wrong. What do you mean?
Zhou Lin sat up and asked. Wu Shui pinched Zhou Lin's abdominal muscles. Although there is no big difference on the outside, humans can't have data like that.
However, my worldview prevents me from accepting the supernatural, so it's you who is wrong.
Your existence is the biggest insult to modern medicine.
Having said that so seriously, Wu Shui couldn't help but laugh. Look at your gloomy face. Don't worry. Even though you are stronger than a human, with the apocalypse happening, what can't I accept?
Besides, no woman would dislike her husband being strong, unless he is abusive.
Are you going to abuse me? Hard to say.
Zhou Lin suddenly jumped up and then pinned Wu Shui down. Today, you'll get a taste.
Evolution degree exceeds 3, meaning Zhou Lin's physical quality is 3 times that of a normal person.
Well, she had firmly said that no woman would dislike her husband being strong, but soon she would find out she was wrong. Happiness is one thing, but after happiness, Wu Shui began to worry. This matter was not easy to discuss with Zhou Lin, so she had to go find mother-in-law Chang Yali.
Don't worry, our family's situation is definitely not a problem.
In the past, I was busy with work with old Zhou, but now we're getting bored to death. But Wu Shui was still worried.
Given their current situation, a natural birth was fine, but what if a C-section was needed? Could she perform one on herself?
Besides, their resources were always limited.
There would eventually come a day when they'd run out. Would they let the child starve with them? Run out?
Chang Yali paused slightly, then said softly, I can't guarantee anything else, but don't worry about food and supplies.
Don't say 1 or 2, even if you have 10 or 8 kids, there will still be enough. 10 or 8. Wu Shui gasped, thinking about how much supplies the Zhou family must be hiding. Is it a few tons or several dozens? It can't be a few hundred tons, right?
Besides, with so many supplies, this house definitely can't hold them.
She often goes to the tool room, so could they be hidden somewhere else?
Even so, Wu Shui's worries could not be dispelled, merely tucked away in her heart for now. A couple of days later, Su Ziyuan made a special trip, delivering bullets while also expressing gratitude to the Zhou family. Besides more than 1,200 pounds of frozen pork, they also found over 100 chickens in the freezer.
So 100 chickens equal 20 bullets? Zhou Lin laughed.
To be precise, it's 10 bullets, the other 10 is a bonus.
Su Ziyuan said. Really generous.
Please thank Director Su on my behalf to the commander, I am very satisfied with this trade. Su Ziyuan smiled slightly, just about to speak when Zhou Lin added, no more trades in the future.
Su Ziyuan awkwardly took his leave, not even drinking a cup of tea. Aren't you afraid of offending him?
What if he makes things difficult for us? Chang Yali worried, and Wu Shui felt that, after all, they were official, and it wasn't necessary to ruin the relationship.
But Zhou Lin didn't think so. This is the apocalypse, the apocalypse.
Kindness and cowardice are original sins.
If you're not strong, you'll become the meat others talk about, actual meat.
Wu Shui was a bit scared, tremblingly said, it can't be that cruel, how can people eat?
Sister-in-law, you are quite naive.
Brother is right, the most cruel thing of all is humans. Zhou Li raised her phone, someone has just admitted it on the forum.
Admit it? Admit what? Eating people?
Wu Shui's face instantly turned pale, and she rushed to the bathroom. Brother, the road ahead is long and tough, Zhou Li pointed at Wu Shui's back. Zhou Lin could only shrug and followed her.
On the other side, Xiao Heng guessed that Su Ziyuan wouldn't be coming for a while.
What a pity for those frozen meats, it would have been better if you had told me earlier.
At that time, I was still locked on the rooftop, Yang Chichi pouted, are we about to move? We'll move as soon as Huang Xiafeng brings back the lockpick. Chapter 56, I also have parents.
The eternal night has no sun. Daytime is a sea of black, while nighttime is even darker. Many people have their biological clocks disturbed because of this, but the Zhou family is okay. With heating and lights, Wu Shui, as the family health doctor, insists that everyone lives according to a normal schedule, as it's better for health. Past midnight, everyone else was asleep, but Zhou Lin was still on the sofa scrolling through his phone. The Doomsday Human Alliance forum has seen an increasing number of new members lately, and various topics have become lively. Just 2 days ago, a regional section was launched, and Zhou Lin was browsing the Bashu section of the summer country. The total number of posts was less than 2,000, with over 500 new posts today, most of which were about finding people or supplies, and some bored people analyzing this and that. Zhou Lin wasn't interested in the missing person posts, but he found many supply exchange posts quite intriguing. Once valuable antiques, gems, and luxury goods now lowered their proud heads before food and medicine. A carat diamond ring for 10 pounds of rice, what once auctioned for millions, a painting exchanged for 100 pounds of staple food, bags worth tens of thousands traded for a few steamed buns. What a pity transportation is inconvenient, otherwise, I could exchange some. I'll wait until the eternal night passes, anyway, it's not like I'm in a rush. Zhou Lin was lost in thought when suddenly the monitor beeped an alarm. Someone was at the explosion-proof door. At this time, a thief. He turned off the alarm to avoid waking others, grumbling as he pulled up the surveillance footage, and was astonished, wondering why it was him. Sun Qinghao was sneakily standing at the door, not even using a flashlight, just lightly tapping on the door. If it weren't for the camera, nobody would have heard him. Zhou Lin controlled the camera to look around, confirmed that only Sun Qinghao was alone, and then opened the door.
What are you doing here? Big bro, I have major intelligence. I have major intelligence. Sun Qinghao turned to glance at the dark hallway. Can I come in to talk? Major intelligence?
Zhou Lin furrowed his brows, letting Sun Qinghao step into the corridor.
Take your time. The small tea table hadn't been moved yet. This corridor was almost becoming the Zhou family's living room, specially used to accommodate outsiders. Big bro, that property manager Xiao has been colluding with Yang Qiqi. They're going to rob you. Rob me?
It could happen within the next few days, Sun Qinghao said.
Zhou Lin laughed. Aren't you one of them? Why do you suddenly want to warn me? Because after reflecting during these past few days, I think you, big bro, more resemble the main character in a novel. Main character in a novel?
Zhou Lin was amused, asking Sun Qinghao how he thought this. It's mainly because AI Bing and Yang Qiqi are typical green tea bitches. Generally, anyone who blindly flatters a green tea is the antagonist, and those targeted by the green tea are often the novel's protagonists.
Bro, don't you think I'm right? Just because of that? Hey. Sun Qinghao rubbed his hands and pointed to the explosion-proof door behind him. Isn't it obvious?
Indeed, there was no one alive who was simple. Sun Qinghao clearly harbored doubts about the Zhou family's preparations. This doubt wasn't about what he would do, but rather a simple desire to cling to a powerful figure.
Wait.
Zhou Lin went inside to grab a package of food, intending to send Sun Qinghao away. But Sun Qinghao refused to take it, looking at Zhou Lin with pitiful eyes. I've lived my whole life and know I contribute nothing to society. But my parents are still alive. If I have the chance, I want to go back. Even if I can't help them with anything, as long as the family can be together. Is everything in order? Zhou Lin's words instantly left Sun Qinghao speechless, tears brimming in his eyes.
Should he cry or hold it back? How about I give you a hand-cranked flashlight?
As long as you have hands, it won't run out of power.
Aren't you looking for your parents? Actually, they got divorced.
Sun Qinghao wiped his face, chuckling awkwardly.
I could tell. No, it's not like you can tell this too.
Zhou Lin nodded seriously. I have food, I have other things, but I'm not a good person, I don't have morals, and I don't feel sympathy or pity, so...
I get it.
Sun Qinghao picked up the bag of food from the small tea table. Brother, from now on you are my brother, and I will be your undercover agent infiltrating the enemy.
It's not that exaggerated.
I mean, Yang Qiqi and the others are not qualified to be my enemies, just some little cockroaches, mainly annoying.
Got it.
Brother, from now on I will be your cockroach poison. One pill kills a whole nest.
Sun Qinghao laughed. Whether he could kill a whole nest, Zhou Lin didn't dare to guarantee.
After all, he was a real jerk, likely due to a troubled childhood and lacking any ability, his biggest contribution to society being just a number.
But what's the difference between Zhou Lin before his rebirth and Sun Qinghao? None.
Sun Qinghao was a mere number, and so was Zhou Lin. In fact, more than 95% of the people in this world are just numbers. Wu Shui could barely be counted out.
But so what?
Zhou Lin felt that even if he didn't awaken special abilities or evolve after being reborn, he would still strive to live on.
Sometimes a person lives not entirely for themselves.
A newborn baby has no ability to survive, and when they grow enough to think about this question, they've actually already accrued a huge debt to repay. Sometimes Zhou Lin also wonders if his rebirth is to repay debts. After all, in his last life he didn't take good care of his parents, he didn't even know if they were alive or dead. So, in that sense, it's only right for him to ask for debts from people like Ai Bing and Tang Yili. For what I owe in my last life, I'll repay it with both principal and interest. For what I was owed in my last life, I'll crush bones and scatter the ashes in return. As for Xiao Hang, he can only blame himself for thinking what he shouldn't have. Maybe Xiao Hang doesn't think he did anything wrong. Just like Sun Xinghao said, everyone wants to survive, and he is no exception. It's just that he has more thoughts than Sun Xinghao. He not only wants to live, but also wants to live more comfortably, so he chose to cooperate with Yang Qiqi. The locksmith arrived. Huang Xiafeng brought him over from the neighboring community for the price of just a bag of bread. He looked like a very honest man, because if he looked like a thief at first glance, the police station probably wouldn't issue him a locksmith certificate. Yet, even the most honest person may choose to take risks in the face of hunger and death. Not to mention, it's just opening a door. This door can't be opened. Upon seeing Zhou Lin's anti-explosive door for the first time, the locksmith began to shake his head. What the hell, how do you know it can't be opened without even trying? Huang Xiafeng slapped the locksmith on the back of his head, the sound crisp. Bro, you're telling me to open a security door, is this a security door? The locksmith held his head with one hand and pointed at the anti-explosive door with the other. What else would it be if not a security door? This is called an anti-violence door. It's not protecting against explosions, it's protecting against violence. All I have to do is poke it with tools, and this door's locks will all be locked tight. You can't blow it open even with explosives, it's just as strong as a bank vault. Damn. Huang Xiafeng turned around and looked at Xiao Hang. Boss, what do we do? Chapter 57, Zhou Lin's Stick. A private residence actually uses a bank vault door design? Only one thing to say, rich people should die. With so much money, why not donate it? How can thieves and locksmiths survive? Xiao Hang really wanted to drag Zhou Lin out and ask him, what the hell were you thinking? He waved and told the locksmith to leave, then gritted his teeth, get the equipment. Oxyacetylene flame, with a temperature up to 3000 degrees, any common metal in front of it can't even resist. There's no need for outsiders to operate the oxyacetylene flame, Huang Xiafeng can do it, he once worked at the factory. The purple-white flame was especially dazzling in the dim corridor. Yang Qiqi felt her tears rushing out, her vision filled with sparkling blurs, nothing visible. She quickly took 2 steps back, turned her head, not wanting to look at the flame, and her eyes finally felt a bit better. Further away, Sun Shenghao hid in the darkness, silently clenched his fist. Although he was a hooligan, who said a hooligan couldn't tell right from wrong? Hooligans actually prefer good people more because good people are easy to bully. So Sun Shenghao didn't approach. He wanted to distance himself from Xiao Hang and the others, especially that woman, Yang Qiqi. Usually, green tea girls not only die ugly, but also drag those around them into it. Since he had already mentally placed Zhou Lin as the main character, Sun Shenghao thought he must get himself in the right position. Always jumping around easily leads to falling and being shattered to pieces. When he saw Huang Xiafeng slowly approaching the blast-proof door, Sun Shenghao was a little worried. Could this really be the end? The final curtain call? They actually brought this thing? Inside the room, Zhou Lin's family had all gotten up. When they saw the bright flame on the screen, Zhou Lin also felt a bit of trouble. It's not that he couldn't handle it, taking them down would be easy, the key was how to end it. Especially that Xiao Hang, in peaceful times, he was just a property manager, not much of a person, but now the authorities seemed to recognize his managerial position. Su Ziyuan had contacted Xiao Hang several times when he came. It's not that all property managers could get official attention, but mainly because of how Xiao Hang had proven himself worth noticing. He's a talent. I'll go out and take a look. Zhou Lin changed his clothes and walked out. At this moment, Huang Xiafeng had adjusted the oxyacetylene flame to its highest temperature, preparing to approach the blast-proof door. The doors opened. Yang Qiqi let out a low cry. Huang Xiafeng stopped, Xiao Hang squinted his eyes, and Sun Shenhao's eyes widened. They really aren't afraid of death. Zhou Lin's gaze shifted from Huang Xiafeng to Xiao Hang. Manager Xiao, what does this mean? Ahem. Xiao Hang cleared his throat, he had already considered this situation, so he stepped forward. It's nothing, I just heard you have a lot of supplies, thought I'd ask you to share them, we'll enjoy the blessings together. Share together? With who? You, or her? Zhou Lin smiled, then revealed the stick behind him. The rubber baton used by the police to beat people, as long as it's not on the head, it won't kill, but it can still tear the skin and separate the bones, depending on how the person using the baton thinks. Throwing the spray gun aside, Huang Xiafeng wiped his lower back and revealed the same baton. He grinned at Zhou Lin, kid, you want to fight? You're still too young. Xiao Hang didn't just bring Huang Xiafeng as a bodyguard. Besides the bystander Sun Shenghao, there were 2 other tall, muscular guys. However, compared to Huang Xiafeng, they still had some sense of shame. Stealing from their own was beyond their moral bottom line. But many times, that bottom line is like underwear, once the benefit is big enough, it can easily be discarded.
Charge in.
Xiao Hang thought for a moment, then decided to end it quickly. After all, this was the top floor, as long as it doesn't cause a big stir, he could live a good life. Unless Yang Qiqi, lied. But even if Zhou Lin's family didn't have that much supply, it didn't matter. Isn't there still a Wu Shui? Huang Xiafeng shouted, actually not really charging in, he was waiting for the other two security guards. He thought that wealthy people like Zhou Lin wouldn't easily take action, which only showed he didn't truly care about Tang Yili, otherwise, he surely wouldn't be so naive.
Idiot.
Zhou Lin walked out from the blast-proof door and raised his hand to hit Huang Xiafeng on the head. In theory, someone who truly knows how to use a stick wouldn't do this, it's mainly too easy to block, wasting effort for nothing.
Huang Xiafeng reacted well, raising his hands to block.
He thought he could manage it. What he didn't expect was that Zhou Lin's strength would be so great, greater than he could add strength in time. He only felt a ringing in his head and then fainted. Perhaps it was because Huang Xiafeng fell too quickly that the two security guards on either side hadn't had time to react before they stood at attention, staring at Zhou Lin, who was leisurely putting away his stick, swallowing hard.
You two come at me together? No, no.
The two security guards waved their hands repeatedly. What a joke, Huang Xiafeng's stick was bent at a 90-degree angle, a steel core rubber stick, and just like that, it broke. Besides, Huang Xiafeng was still lying there, it was a lesson learned from the past.
Damn.
The two security guards' fear made Xiao Hang curse silently, he still hadn't realized the gap between him and Zhou Lin, simply thinking Huang Xiafeng must have been careless and didn't dodge. If Huang Xiafeng had used a knife, it would have been different. After all, the reaction of ordinary people to a stick and a knife is absolutely not the same. Since Huang Xiafeng had fallen, and the two guys were hesitating, Xiao Hang decided to take action himself. He had a knife, a semi-military dagger, with a 20-centimeter blade, a shining sharp edge. Whether it was effective remained uncertain, but it was frightening enough, a white knife going in would definitely mean a red knife coming out. Kneel down, or I'll stab you. Xiao Hang demonstrated with the knife, trying to appear fierce. Zhou Lin raised his stick. He had just used a bit more strength, causing the stick to warp slightly. Come on, let's see if I don't make your mother unrecognizable today.
Damn. Usually, Xiao Hang was calm, but at this moment, he was really getting carried away. Knowing Zhou Lin was tough, he still charged in. A knife is more dangerous than a stick, that's ordinary people's thinking. For true masters, however, the degree of threat is often directly related to the length, otherwise, there wouldn't be the saying an inch longer is an inch stronger, which does not specify whether it's a stick or a knife. The evolution Zhou Lin experienced brought not just strength but also significant changes in speed and accuracy. It seemed like he casually swung a stick, yet it precisely hit Xiao Hang's wrist holding the knife. This was still because Zhou Lin didn't want to kill Xiao Hang with one blow, otherwise, he was absolutely capable of knocking Xiao Hang away before the knife even touched him. Crack! At the same time the sound appeared, Xiao Hang let out a howl and dropped the knife, his left hand gripping his right wrist as he hopped backward, jumping repeatedly. It hurt, that goes without saying, but the key was fear. He was afraid Zhou Lin would press the attack, taking no mercy. Stop! Zhou Lin ignored Xiao Hang, focusing on Yang Qiqi in the corner. Now seeing Yang Qiqi planning to escape, Zhou Lin shouted loudly while shaking his hand to smash the stick toward Yang Qiqi. It was truly a smash. The stick flew horizontally with a whistling sound, and when Yang Qiqi heard it and turned around to look. Chapter 58, A Good Dog. When Yang Qiqi heard the whooshing sound and turned back, it was already too late. Zhou Lin's stick was not only thick, heavy, but also fast. As her foot bent with pain, Yang Qiqi suddenly lost her balance, wildly flailing as she fell. If she hadn't caught herself just in time, she would have likely shattered her chin. Did I let you go? With one foot on Yang Qiqi's waist, Zhou Lin leaned down and said, Isn't it good to be alive with food and drink? Why do you have to seek death? Wrong, Zhou Lin, I was wrong, please forgive me, okay? Yang Qiqi struggled to turn her head, but still couldn't see Zhou Lin's face, and didn't dare to resist, only able to cry continuously. So women are made of water, whether good or bad, tears come instantly. But Zhou Lin is immune to it. In the apocalypse, people who have been through it, don't even talk about tears, even blood tears are useless. So Yang Qiqi felt her waist hurt even more, it was the pain as if her kidneys were being crushed. Spare me, please spare me. The two security guards ran away, too damn cruel, they even hit a woman. Xiao Hang also wanted to run, but when Zhou Lin snorted, he dared not move, obediently standing by the wall, as if he were in the general manager's office. As for Sun Chenghao, Zhou Lin had just given him a lesson, not allowing him to show up. I'm willing to work like a dog for you, really, I won't cause trouble anymore, I promise. Yang Qiqi kept begging. You, come here. Zhou Lin pointed to Xiao Hang. Is there anything I can do for you?
Xiao Hang straightened himself up, looking as sincere as he was when he first served the residents.
Yes, I really hate this woman. What do you think should be done? Ah, she's not from our community, I'll get rid of her right away.
Hearing this, young Chi-Chi secretly rejoiced in her heart. Anything was fine as long as she could stay alive. She really felt Zhou Lin's killing intent. It made her body shiver.
Get rid of her?
Ah, no, a woman like her should have her 2 legs broken before being thrown out.
Xiao, you're really cruel. Damn, Wu Yang Chi-Chi cursed loudly, but was stomped on the face by Xiao Hang, who was eager to show Zhou Lin his goodwill. Ally feelings? To hell with ally feelings, I'd rather die than see you live. Promising.
Zhou Lin patted Xiao Hang's shoulder.
Where? Xiao Hang smiled obsequiously. I'll go call someone right away? Call someone? You came up with this idea, you do it. Otherwise, how could I see your sincerity? By the way, what about that Tang Yili? He's about to die.
Xiao Hang pointed at young Chi-Chi and said, this woman said she went to see him last night.
So you think that Tang Yili died because of her? Yes, he was killed by this woman. Xiao Hang immediately replied. Zhou Lin nodded, then what are you waiting for? Do you still need me to teach you?
As he spoke, Zhou Lin pulled out a phone from his waist.
Okay.
Seeing the phone's flash go off, Xiao Hang knew what was going on. Despite his heart's reluctance, he could only pick up the stick from the ground with his left hand, gritting his teeth and aiming at young Chi-Chi's legs.
Ah! Xiao Hang, you bastard, Zhou Lin, may you die a horrible death.
Young Chi-Chi didn't want her legs broken, it felt no different from dying, but Zhou Lin's foot on her waist was as heavy as a mountain, making it impossible to struggle free.
Go to hell.
Xiao Hang swung the stick with all his strength, but it was aimed at Zhou Lin's face.
He wasn't sorry for Yang Chi-Chi, he was just unwilling to live under someone else's roof.
As long as Zhou Lin didn't die, Xiao Hang wouldn't be able to rise, unable to even control a small community, let alone rise in the chaos of the world.
So Xiao Hang wanted to gamble.
If he won, the Lanshan community would be his to rule. If he lost, well, he would just get beaten up. He thought that Zhou Lin wanted him to act out of some hesitation, fearing the government would hold him accountable later.
Slap.
Zhou Lin easily caught the stick's head. Manager Xiao, you're putting me in a tough spot. Xiao Hang pulled the stick with all his might, but it didn't budge.
I was wrong. Xiao Hang stepped back, bowed deeply like a Japanese, his face full of sincerity. So?
Zhou Lin smiled, still not lifting his foot, but slowly pulling a handgun from his waist.
Bang! Without any explanation, the flame and deafening gunshot from the muzzle made everything clear. The bullet bounced off the corridor walls, sparking as it went. Do you think you can report me to the government? Then why don't you think about what Director Su gave me in exchange for taking that more than 1,000 pounds of frozen meat? Looking at the smoking gun barrel, Xiao Hang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I understand, from now on this neighborhood is yours to command, I am just your dog at your feet, Wang, please let me through, I will break this woman's legs right now. Young Kiki also dared not struggle, she never thought Zhou Lin would actually have a gun, and one given by the government no less. A gun that can be taken out openly, represents power in Xia country, an unparalleled power for ordinary people. I can give you a chance, Tang Yili can die because of her, but she cannot die yet, if you die, she cannot die, but it must be harder than death, Zhou Lin whispered in Xiao Hang's ear. You either run far away or you become a good dog, I actually like raising dogs. As long as you obey, meat, bones, and leftovers, I can toss to you, understand? Understood, master. Xiao Hang's face was solemn, just like a German shepherd among dogs. Leave it to me, you will definitely be satisfied. No, Zhou Lin, spare me, please spare me, I can be your dog too, really, any dog will do, ah. Before Yang Kiki could finish her words, Xiao Hang acted. This time, he truly dared not have a single wicked thought. The stick struck fiercely on young Kiki's thigh, her fair and tender skin could not withstand it, bursting open on the spot, and she fainted from the pain. Stop. Zhou Lin saw the blood seeping through young Kiki's long pants and hurriedly ordered Xiao Hang to cease. Doing this to her won't last a few days, let me handle it. Yes, sorry for the trouble, master. Putting away his phone, Zhou Lin seemingly gently tapped on young Kiki's leg. He couldn't afford to be careless. If it resulted in an open fracture, she would die even faster. Hearing the crisp sound of bones cracking, Xiao Hang could not help but feel secretly alarmed. Now he understood how terrifying Zhou Lin was. Even without a gun, killing him might not take more effort than squashing a fly. So what was he thinking just now? Drag her away, I will give you some anti-inflammatory medicine. If her wound becomes inflamed, feed it to her. And that guy, hurry and get him out of my sight, it's annoying. Got it, master, I'll do it right away. Xiao Hang couldn't drag Huang Xiafeng and young Kiki himself, but the two security guards had not actually run far. After shouting a couple of times, they obediently returned. 10 minutes later, the hallway was once again clean and tidy. Zhou Lin nodded in satisfaction and had Xiao Hang wait at the door. I keep my word, you must be hungry, but this. Thank you, master. Xiao Hang was beaming with joy, a whole pack of cigarettes, although not fancy ones, still, what more could one need? After sending Xiao Hang inside, Zhou Kaijun and the others surrounded him. They had just watched the entire live broadcast, and Wu Shue's face was still pale, having been frightened. What if Xiao Hang turned against them? This was what Chen Yali and Wu Shui were worried about. Zhou Kaijun and Zhou Li didn't share such doubts. He wouldn't dare, Zhou Kaijun said. Better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than to let one go. Brother, next time, be more decisive. Dragging your feet is not the mark of a good chef. Chen Yali found it hard to tolerate, giving Zhou Li a smack on the head. What on earth are you saying? Always talking about violence, aren't you still a girl? Mom, being overly compassionate is no good. Reading 100 times reveals the meaning. You should read more post-apocalyptic novels. Zhou Kaijun stepped forward to hold back Chen Yali. The child is right, you need to adapt slowly. You only know how to talk, why didn't you go out just now? Ah, how can you let your son take risks like this? Chen Yali was pulled away by Zhou Kaijun, and Zhou Li also went upstairs, still half asleep. All that was left was Wu Shui, unsure of what to say, feeling somewhat helpless. She knew Zhou Lin hadn't done anything wrong, but she just couldn't convince herself. Yang Kiki deserved to die, but... Just think, if we didn't have the blast-proof door. No gun, no power like I have now. Wu Shui was a smart person, and she quickly began to tremble slightly. You're right. She took a step forward, hugged Zhou Lin, and placed the still-smelling of gunpowder palm on her lips. When will you teach me to shoot? I'm afraid I won't hit the target. Anytime, but we need to change locations. Most of the time, the eternal night was very quiet, quiet like heaven, with no cries of sinners to be heard. Even in the tool room where they practiced shooting, the sound could travel for miles. A few times here and there was fine, but how could one practice shooting well with just a few attempts? So, it was best to practice outside. Zhou Lin thought that the car city from last time was quite good. He could also collect some materials while he was there. No need for that. The next day, Chen Yali heard about it and strongly disagreed. But Wu Shui really wanted to get some fresh air. Those who toil with their minds rule over others, and those who toil with their bodies are ruled by others. I won't go. Zhou Li said. It was still the familiar sled and skis. After the two of them went downstairs, Zhou Lin casually went to the property office. The master is here. Xiao Hang had a face full of joy, with no trace of falsehood, even though there were other security guards in the room. Master, don't worry, that woman is still alive. Xiao Hang pointed to the stove, where Yang Kiki, covered in filth, was curled up on a blanket whose original color was unrecognizable, staring at Zhou Lin at Wu Shui with a hateful look. It was this woman who took her place in Zhou Lin's heart, wasn't it? Otherwise, how could Zhou Lin treat her like this? If looks could kill, Wu Shui should have been riddled with holes, desperate for death and unable to escape. Well done. Zhou Lin tossed a box of erguotu onto the sofa. Take it and divide it, but don't get too drunk. Thank you, master. Shouldn't we all thank the master? Thank you, master. Among those loudly thanking him was Huang Xiafeng, his head wrapped in bandages. I have to say, this kid has a hard life. Zhou Lin thought that a blow like that would send Huang Xiafeng to practice a new number, but unexpectedly, he pulled through. It doesn't matter anymore. As the sled passed through the community gate, Zhou Lin looked around and saw many traces. Although chaotic, he could roughly make out what kinds of vehicles had left them. Because of the fast speed, the strong wind, and the low temperature, Wu Shui hadn't spoken the whole way, not even knowing how far or how long it would take. The last time he went out with Huang Menjing, Zhou Lin hadn't prepared a heater for her, nor the thick fur blankets and other windproof, warm items. With those things, Zhou Lin could have charged straight to the car city. Ha! It hadn't snowed much in the past few days, so Zhou Lin felt something was wrong from a distance. It wasn't like this the last time he left. The flat snowfield that was originally there was gone. There were pits dug everywhere, and the sloping ramps were enough for motor vehicles to drive right into the pits. Someone had been here, and it was a large group. Even with his knee, Zhou Lin knew that only the government in Jiazhou City could have this kind of power. Damn, we're late. Wang Pingping had said the same thing. When the subordinates reported that many off-road vehicles and parts, materials were missing from the car city, Wang Pingping immediately thought of the last experience. We must capture this lawless gang, execute them, execute all of them. When leaving, Wang Pingping had originally planned to leave a few spies, just in case the gang came back. However, in the end, he gave up. No one could stay in such a cold place, leaving anyone would be a death sentence. Zhou Lin and Wu Shui took a detour, making sure no one was around before slipping into an exhibition hall. Damn! The exhibition hall was cleaner than a dog had ever licked. Even the tables, chairs, and benches were all taken away, not a single thing left behind. Let's go. Suppressing his anger, Zhou Lin began teaching Wu Shui to use the gun.
There was no need to worry about wasting bullets, but Zhou Lin carefully collected every bullet shell. If it weren't for the difficulty in digging out the bullets, he wouldn't let it go either. Thick layers of snow are the best targets, illuminated by portable LED lights. Even changing targets is unnecessary, the only concern is the LED light itself.
I can't do it anymore, I can't feel anything.
No matter how small the recoil of the handgun, firing 3 to 5 magazines consecutively is unbearable, but Wu Shui's talent in shooting still astonishes Zhou Lin.
It's actually very simple, 3 points in a line, the key is steady hands and a calm heart. These are basic skills for a surgeon. Zhou Lin doesn't believe Wu Shui's words. What surgeon can hit the target with just 2 or 3 magazines of bullets on their first try? In his last life, she must have been a sharpshooter. Anyway, Zhou Lin couldn't reach this level before his evolution. You take a break, I'll leave the gun and bullets here, keep the walkie-talkie on, and I'll go for a stroll nearby to see if there's anything we can bring back. In such a large car city, it can't all be cleaned out, right? Having a gun, Wu Shui isn't too worried and nods to reassure Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin climbs up from the snow pit. Instead of searching the already dug out areas, he relies on his memory to slowly search the snowy expanse. Efforts do not betray those who are diligent. Soon he digs out an undiscovered dealership. Although it's not as high-end as the Fourth Son's dealership, a capable dealership not only has a wide variety but also offers better discounts, and even some rare brands and models that are not available in summer country. Typically, only capable people can run a dealership. The dealership Zhou Lin found is quite large. The variety of vehicles parked in the showroom is worth 20 to 30 million. What luck! The reason this dealership has survived is its relatively remote location.
Zhou Lin stumbled upon it by chance. There are non-standard luxury pickup trucks, several Raptors, Qidao, and Tianfeng, with the most popular Raptor in summer country being the majority, totaling 12 in the showroom and garage. 5 luxury off-road vehicles were imported in parallel, with the most expensive being the Kenlin full-size, already taken. Anything Zhou Lin found eye-catching, he didn't let slip, treating it as spare parts. At this moment, Zhou Lin still didn't know that the real treasures weren't in the showroom or garage. Chapter 60: An Unexpected Surprise. The gains from the showroom and garage brought a smile to Zhou Lin's face. Though he took a bit longer, it was still early for dinner. Occasionally chatting with Wu Shui over the walkie-talkie, he didn't worry about any accidents on her side. Eternal night is the best cover. Unless one possesses Zhou Lin's night vision capabilities, they would be exposed by the lights from afar. In the general manager's office. The Fourth Sun store, the general manager might just be a high-level employee, but the dealership is not necessarily the same. Originally, Zhou Lin had no interest in browsing, if not for that door. The same kind of bomb-proof door. Something feels off. Standing outside the door, Zhou Lin thought for a moment and then took a small piece of explosives from the Leifo hang. He didn't have the ability to open the door. Even ordinary explosives might not work, but the wall was weaker, just a layer of red bricks. How strong could it be? The thick layer of snow acts as the best soundproofing material. It can only be said that he was lucky. Aside from blowing a big hole in the wall, it didn't cause any other consequences.
Zhou Lin, did you hear that noise?
Don't be scared, I set off a firecracker. Wu Shui fell silent.
Firecracker? What's the point of setting off firecrackers when it's not the New Year or a festival?
Unable to bear it, unable to ask, and even less able to hate, Wu Shui had no choice but to load a magazine full of bullets into her gun. But her right hand hadn't fully recovered, and her fingers, palm, wrist, and even the entire arm were sore. In this situation, forcing practice was not only meaningless but also risky.
You can use your left hand too.
In a fit of venting her emotions, Wu Shui didn't care where the bullets went either.
Shooting wildly. However, after a magazine ran out, Wu Shui was stunned. Why does it seem like I'm more accurate than with my right hand? Indeed, most skilled surgeons are equally dexterous with both hands, but is performing surgery the same as shooting a gun? Wu Shui decided to try again. After all, Zhou Lin had left her several large boxes of bullets, and it wouldn't be easy to finish them in one day. Hearing the distant sounds of gunfire, Zhou Lin smiled, surprised that Wu Shui was also a bit of a violent person. This office is quite large.
Entering through the smashed wall, Zhou Lin looked around. From the decor and furniture, he could tell that this general manager was definitely not an ordinary person. That ebony tea table alone was worth at least 7 figures.
Good stuff, I'll take it.
The desks and chairs surely weren't cheap either, but Zhou Lin didn't care about industrial products. He went straight to the big desk and quickly opened each drawer.
Precious cigars, a high-end lighter, finely crafted office supplies. A string of worn turquoise bracelets, I'll take that too. A few sets of keys. All the paper documents were completely overlooked by Zhou Lin. Is that it? That shouldn't be. It feels like something is missing. What exactly is missing?
Sitting in the chair and turning left and right, suddenly a light bulb went off in his mind. A safe. It makes no sense for such a luxurious office to lack a safe. Fortunately, once he had an idea, finding it was easy. Next to the big desk was a small cabinet that was oddly placed. Turning it casually revealed the outer door of the safe.
Damn!
Seeing the metal as strong as a blast-proof door, Zhou Lin knew he was in trouble. Whether it had a self-destruct mechanism was one thing, but this thing definitely can't be easily opened, right? However, Zhou Lin soon thought of a way. Using his powerful strength, he pried the safe from the wall with a few steel bars and then moved a water cutter from the maintenance warehouse of the Reifufu. The water cutter is a tool that uses high-pressure jets of fine water mixed with diamond sand particles to cut. The thin water jet, resembling a shiny cylindrical saw blade, slowly cut through the half-person height safe. Half an hour later, the entire back of the safe was cut open, crashing to the ground with a clatter. Aside from some documents that should have been important, inside the safe were 5,100-gram gold bars. 3 watches that looked extraordinary. Zhou Lin thought that was all until he discovered a metallic box glowing with white light. He initially thought it was some kind of jewelry, but when he opened it, Zhou Lin's expression changed instantly. Ability ball? How is that possible? Wasn't it almost 5 years until the first ability ball appeared? How could the owner of a car dealership in Jiazhou have an ability ball? Pure white, it looked somewhat like a colorless ability ball just lying quietly in the velvet center. Anyone who didn't recognize it might mistake it for a large, round, and white pearl. But Zhou Lin wouldn't mistake it. Confused, he decided to put it away for now. What ability the ability ball represented was unclear. It needed to be touched and fused with to find out. Besides, Zhou Lin couldn't guarantee what would happen if he touched the ability ball right now. What if the timing wasn't right and he died from it? There was certainly that possibility. But regardless, this was a good thing. If he wanted to secure it, he could wait 5 years before showing it to his family to try first. Noticing it was getting late, Zhou Lin hurried to find Wu Shui. The gunfire was still ongoing. When he saw that Wu Shui was actually shooting with her left hand, and hitting the target every time, Zhou Lin was dumbfounded. Are you a sharpshooter who was held back by medicine? No, you are just a real-life version of a gun-toting grandma. What grandma? Wu Shui pouted, but thankfully, she hadn't pointed the gun at Zhou Lin. Are you back? Did you find anything good? Not much. Do these count as good things? Zhou Lin threw the gold bars on the ground. The golden light almost blinded Wu Shui's eyes. In fact, these 50 gold bars were not worth much, only as much as 1 or 2 luxury SUVs before the apocalypse, but it still made Wu Shui's eyes shine with excitement. Wow! I want it. Put it away. Gold is not useless in the apocalypse like many novels suggest. In fact, it's just the opposite. According to Zhou Lin's plan, they will visit the gold shops in the city, but they have to wait for a while, just before the eternal night ends and the snow melts. Back home, Wu Shui couldn't wait to share with Zhou Li. Even her swollen wrist became a badge of honor. During dinner, Wu Shui placed the gold bars on the coffee table. This is a surprise find today, Mom, will you keep it? Chang Yali wore a smile. For the past 2 days, Wu Shui finally changed her tune. She was now hoping for a grandson. Gold? Gold is not as important as a grandson. Keep it, what do I need these for? Chang Yali waved her hand, then blared at Zhou Lin. Don't you know your wife needs to take care of herself? You've been out all day, and look at her wrist, it's hurt. If you do this again, believe me, I'll break your legs. I won't go again. Zhou Lin waved his hand. Next time, take Lily with you. Always playing on her phone, doesn't she know to read more books? Zhou Li rolled her eyes. She was too lazy to argue with Chang Yali. Their intelligence levels were just too different, with no common ground. Dad, are you going out to practice shooting? Huh? I thought you forgot about me. Zhou Kaijun laughed. How could I? Zhou Lin awkwardly smiled. Forget about practicing shooting. I want to ask you, are you interested in stockpiling feed? Chapter 61, The Aggressive Neighbors. Humans have the smartest brains in the animal kingdom, but most people are still limited by their own understanding. If Zhou Kaijun hadn't mentioned it, Zhou Lin never would have thought about stockpiling feed. Is feed unimportant? Of course not. Usually, people think feed is only for livestock, that humans can't eat it. But in fact, it can be eaten, it just may cause some unpleasant reactions, yet it's much better than starving to death. Dad, why didn't you say this earlier? I just thought of it. I wonder if the government will take it away. That shouldn't be a problem. I still see many large supermarkets buried in snow in the city. Zhou Lin said, just give me the location, and I'll go take a look. Sure. Zhou Kaijun didn't insist. His health was not good, and with age, going out would not only be unhelpful but could also become a burden for Zhou Lin. Honey. Huh? Zhou Lin paused, then realized, what? Give me a gun again. You said I'm a 2-gun grandma. What if someone causes trouble when you're not around? All right. Zhou Lin thought this kind of request was worth more than just honey, so he gladly agreed. He just didn't expect that Wu Shui's casual remark would quickly come true. More than 20 days had passed since the eternal night fell. 1/3 of the people in Jiahua City had gone to official shelters, 1/4 had gone to relatives in the countryside, and the remaining people were struggling to survive. Xiao Hang initially wanted to organize a second collective resource collection, but the security guard who went out to scout was almost beaten to death, so the matter ended without any results. However, the residents of Lanshan community not going out didn't mean that outsiders wouldn't have their eyes on them, especially when all the nearby places had been searched. Lanshan, a well-known wealthy area, somehow became rumored to be stocked with abundant supplies. When Zhou Lin went out last time, he felt something was off, but he didn't expect things to escalate so quickly. It was quite a coincidence. Less than 2 hours after Zhou Lin left, a scattering of lights appeared at the entrance of Lanshan community.
The people from the shelter? Director Su didn't notify us.
When Xiao Hang walked to the window, the scattered lights at the entrance had already entered the community, and there were still quite a few shadowy figures.
Boss, it's not good. The security guard rushed in, shouting, "Robbery, they're here to rob us." Robbing us? Xiao Hang was stunned. He thought, well, I haven't even gone out to rob anyone, and now someone is robbing me at home? Grab your weapons. Damn it, let's kill them.
After the natural disaster, the property management only had 16 security guards in total, and with Xiao Hang's additional help, there were barely 30 in all. Fortunately, they were all men, and not very old, so there was some fighting power. About 30 people, including Xiao Hang and Sun Xinghao, surged into the community courtyard, charging towards those scattered lights. There was no need for questions. Holding a long knife, Xiao Hang struck decisively, aiming for the first person he encountered and delivering a blow to their forehead.
Kill them. Fight them. Kill them, kill them.
It was unclear who shouted first, but the previously scattered lights gradually converged, with many lights falling to the ground, either extinguished or stomped into the snow. In an instant, both sides had injuries, and the sounds of shouting and screaming stirred everyone in the community. Some brave residents peeked from their windows and swiftly turned to grab weapons, while the timid hurried to lock their doors and reinforce them with furniture. The chaos downstairs is really bad. Wu Shui heard the commotion but couldn't see clearly.
Use this. Zhou Lin took out a night vision device.
Fortunately, Wu Shui had no knowledge of such equipment, otherwise, she would have been quite shocked. This was top-notch, active military gear from the beautiful country. With Zhou Lin's help, Wu Shui put on the night vision device. The low light combined with distance adjustment allowed her to see the situation below clearly.
Someone is fighting with Xiao Hang and the others. They're not from our community. Not good, Xiao Hang and the others can't hold on.
Wu Shui seemed to be reporting live. Zhou Chaojun and Cheng Yali listened anxiously, while Zhou Lin appeared unconcerned, casually saying, maybe someone will come soon. Before she finished speaking, the shrill alarm rang out, and outside the blast-proof door, a panting Sun Xinghao was shouting Zhou Lin's name.
I'm going to take a look. Cheng Yali said as she went to open the door, and Zhou Chaojun followed. Uncle and aunt, is my brother Zhou not here? Hurry, we can't hold on downstairs, there are too many people outside.
Sun Xinghao had blood on his head, his mouth was cut, and many places on him had been hacked, only his thick clothes prevented serious injury.
Forget it, I'll go take a look. Zhou Chaojun thought for a moment and said. No, I'm going. Cheng Yali insisted. I should go, my shooting is good. Wu Shui said.
Sister-in-law goes, Dad you keep watch, Mom stays at home to protect me. Among the four, the calmest was Zhou Lin, who quickly devised the most favorable plan. Cheng Yali wanted to argue but realized her loud voice was ineffective at this moment. Although the security guard who came in last closed the glass door, how could tempered glass withstand the furious attacks of iron bars and knives? With a few bangs, it shattered into pieces.
Damn it, let's fight.
Xiao Hang gritted his teeth, just about to lead the charge, when suddenly a gunshot rang out from behind.
Gun. They have guns.
Xiao Hang thought it was Zhou Lin coming, but when he turned around, he saw only the solemn-faced Zhou Kaijun and Wu Shui wearing night vision goggles.
Why did she come down?
Xiao Hang glanced at Sun Xinghao, just about to speak when he realized Wu Shui was holding a gun, and the barrel was still smoking.
So it was Wu Shui who fired the gun just now? That woman. It's just one gun, what are we afraid of? Charge in, one gun can't kill too many people. Grab her gun.
The other side's restlessness made Xiao Hang tense once again.
It was no longer a question of whether they could win. Xiao Hang couldn't help but curse Sun Xinghao and the Zhou family. How could they let Wu Shui hold a gun? Even if they gave it to Zhou Kaijun, it would have been better. However, instead of backing down, Wu Shui stepped forward. Last warning, leave the community, now. Chapter 62, Wu Shui went crazy. What are you being fierce for? Who are you scaring with one gun? Exactly. She's looking pretty good. Let's all rush together. Go. One must say, people are easily driven by collective emotion.
Normally, if someone saw a real gun, they would definitely be afraid, but at this moment, influenced by the group sentiment, they not only ignored the threat of bullets but even considered attacking Wu Shui. Seeing the other side get excited, Xiaohang thought oh no, turned to Wu Shui and said, "Give me the gun, quickly go back and lock the door." His idea wasn't wrong, even Sun Chenghao was nodding in agreement. However, the next moment, Wu Shui aimed the gun at Xiaohang. "Get out of the way." "You." Xiaohang had to take a step back, thinking to himself, "Go ahead, let's see how you die. When Zhou Lin comes back, you can't blame me." Seeing Wu Shui and Xiaohang in internal conflict, the people at the door immediately felt an opportunity had come, and they charged at Wu Shui with a shout. Bang bang bang. No one expected Wu Shui would shoot without hesitation. Even more unexpected was that Wu Shui had a gun in her right hand and another in her left, shooting with skill. Almost every bullet found its target, either hitting arms or legs. A thick cotton coat could withstand blades but could not stop bullets, and by the time Wu Shui emptied 2 magazines, there were almost no standing persons at the door. Gulp. Watching Wu Shui skillfully change magazines, Xiaohang turned pale. He had never expected that this seemingly delicate woman would not only be skilled with a gun but also kill without blinking. Originally having other thoughts, Xiaohang had now completely extinguished his fire. After changing the magazine, Wu Shui didn't even glance at the fallen bodies, walking right past those in agony. The most unimaginable part was that just as she was about to leave, she suddenly stopped and shot at. When the next round of the magazine was emptied, no one dared to run over here anymore. Sister-in-law is mighty. Xiaohang's face was full of fear as he slowly walked up to Wu Shui, speaking carefully. Throw all these people to the gate of the neighborhood, life and death are determined by fate. Then get some people to use snowblocks to seal the big gate, the surrounding walls need to be raised, and finally, pour water to freeze and reinforce it. You don't need me to teach this, right? No need. Xiaohang straightened his chest. Sister-in-law, don't worry, I guarantee the task will be completed. Later, come to get some rice. If anyone is injured, whether you carry them or piggyback them, I can treat them. After finishing, Wu Shui didn't take off the night vision goggles, turned around, and left. Zhou Kaijun smiled at Xiaohang. Young man, you've worked hard. It's not hard, old man. After being praised by Zhou Kaijun, Xiaohang became very excited. Sister-in-law is so cool. At home, after hearing Zhou Kaijun's report, Zhang Yali turned pale, but Zhou Li was very excited. Next time, I'll go too. Go to hell. Zhang Yali shouted, with your small body, do you believe they can step on you to death? Humph. Zhou Li rolled her eyes, then smiled at Wu Shui. Sister-in-law, I didn't say anything wrong, right? That's right. Downstairs just now, at first Wu Shui was still a bit nervous. After all, she was aiming at living people, not dead targets. Fortunately, she remembered Zhou Li's instructions before leaving and switched the night vision mode to infrared mode. The people in her sight turned into moving red shadows, and her senses immediately became much more comfortable. Just as Zhou Li said, it was like playing a game, and it was over. To avoid triggering herself, Wu Shui switched the mode only after going upstairs. From start to finish, she never saw any faces, nor did she see a single drop of blood. Although it seemed a bit like putting a lid on a bell, it really minimized the psychological shock. Plus, Wu Shui was originally a doctor, and the teachers probably didn't know how many dissections she had done. Her resistance in this regard was actually far better than Zhou Kaijun and Zhang Yali. The next day when Zhou Lin returned, the neighborhood was basically cleaned up. He took a look at Xiaohang and confirmed that young Qiqi was still alive. Yesterday, Zhou Li had basically broadcasted everything, so Zhou Lin wasn't in a hurry. He smoothly gathered several hundred tons of finished feed and more than 200 tons of raw materials from the small feed factory into the Lifu ship, then released the Luxia Feng ship, had a nice meal, and slept well before returning slowly. Take this. Seeing Xiaohang's face covered in blood, Zhou Lin threw out a walkie-talkie. Next time something like this happens, you can directly call me. Okay, boss. Stop calling me boss, or people will think I have some weird fetish. Zhou Lin always felt that boss was a strange term until he thought of the now non-existent island country, which disgusted him. Okay, big brother. Please convey our thanks to sister-in-law. Thank you so much for sister-in-law's miraculous recovery. Got it. Zhou Lin waved his hand and glanced at young Qiqi, who was lying next to the stove like a vegetable without any response. She is stable, but what about Tang Yili? Big brother, Tang Yili is dead. Sun Chenghao came over and whispered. As Tang Yili's friend, he was the only one who cared about Tang Yili's condition. Tang Yili starved to death, or rather, he died from hunger and the pain of illness. After enduring so much torment, he died in agony. Sun Chenghao didn't care about him, and Yang Qiqi, like a mud Buddha crossing a river, was unable to protect herself. Tang Yili, with no ability to act, could only be tortured to death by hunger and thirst. He deserved it. Originally, Zhou Lin thought that someone like Tang Yili, a fitness coach, should have lasted longer, but who knew he died in just a few days, which left Zhou Lin feeling regretful. He could only remind Xiaohang again, be sure, be sure not to let young Chi-Chi die. Big brother, I've asked Sunshing how to stay close and take care of her, I guarantee she won't die, and it might even lead to something worse.
I don't care.
Zhou Lin said, let's go, follow me upstairs, I will never be stingy with your rewards. 200 pounds of rice, not much, but not too little either. If saved, it could feed 30 or so people for half a month. The security guards, led by Xiao Hang, were very excited, continuously thanking Zhou Lin. The ice wall is not high enough, hurry up and reinforce it, guard the main gate well, call out if there's anything. At the start, Zhou Lin spared Xiao Hang's life simply because he was too lazy to command the security, and now it seemed that the decision was indeed correct. The bloody battle at Lanshan community quickly spread, even the people in the official shelter knew about it.
Didn't I say no random shooting? Wang Pingping was furious, look at what happened, more than 40 people were shot, over 40 people. The impact is too terrible, I think the guns must be reclaimed and strict punishment must be enforced. Chapter 63 Military Perspective. Life in the shelter was becoming increasingly difficult. Food supplies were almost all outgoing and barely any incoming, none could bear the consequences of eating up the reserves. Even though people were sent out every day to search, the food returned was decreasing day by day, with some teams even coming back empty-handed. Jiazhaoqing had no oil refinery, in the nearly severed long-distance transportation, gasoline was also a non-renewable resource, used little by little, especially for those modified vehicles, none of which were fuel-efficient. The gas stations that could be found had been drained, and the oil stock was still worrying. Based on the current situation, they could last at most another month. Eternal night had fallen for a month, the city that humanity once took pride in was about to collapse completely. Through continuous renovation and expansion, the shelter now had a batch of hydroponic equipment, utilizing LED lights for illumination and liquid fertilizer for growth. The first batch of vegetables had already grown out, although it was still some time before they matured, it at least proved that this path was feasible. The problem in front of the shelter leaders was, there was not enough liquid fertilizer. No one had originally planned to engage in agricultural production in the shelter, so they didn't stock up on chemical fertilizers. If traditional agriculture were adopted, they wouldn't worry about organic fertilizers, but organic fertilizers could not be used as hydroponic materials. Even though there were several agricultural and chemical experts in the shelter, they still couldn't solve this century-old problem. So, finding fertilizer was urgent. However, Jiazhaoqing also had no chemical fertilizer factories, and the only hope was the chemical fertilizer merchants in the suburbs. For this reason, Wang Pingping had to make a trip personally. Although he brought back chemical fertilizer, when the convoy passed through the automobile city, he impulsively wanted to search around, and found traces of someone having been there. This shop. Seeing the wall blown up by Zhou Lin and the cut-open safe, Wang Pingping's expression suddenly changed. He wasn't concerned about what treasures were in the safe, but rather the explosives and tools used to cut the safe. Were these things that ordinary people could possess? Get a few criminal investigation officers over here immediately. Wang Pingping also stopped moving, his duty required him to clarify this matter, especially the source of the explosives. Soon, criminal investigators and the army's explosion experts arrived, analyzing quickly and coming to a conclusion. You see, this is not ordinary explosives, at least our country has never sold it to civilians. Where did it come from? And the water jet used to cut this safe, likewise is not civilian equipment. Additionally, according to the police's judgment, there should have only been one person on the scene. Such a heavy safe and equally heavy cutting equipment, I can't imagine how it was done. A Superman? Zhu Guanhan's expression was equally grave. As the current head of Jiazhaoqing and in such a special time, who would want to encounter such a thing? Something strange must be happening in the city. Wang Pingping continued with his opinion, believing that if these uncertain and unstable factors could not be eliminated, if the world could not return to normal in a short time, it would become a hidden danger for the future, even threatening the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. As a soldier of the people, Wang Pingping could not allow such things to happen. As they talked, they mentioned Lanshan community. Last time, Wang Pingping clearly stated that the person who fired the gun should be caught, regardless of whether it was Zhou Lin or not. But Zhu Guanhan disagreed, saying that more than 1,000 pounds of frozen meat had not been eaten yet. Should they catch someone now? Moreover, there was a reason for it. Lanshan community was only passively defending itself. If they were to catch people because of this, wouldn't that mean everyone who participated in that fight should be arrested? Not to mention whether this would win the people's hearts. The arrested people couldn't just wait to starve, right? Keeping them would incur a significant expense. Even a landlord wouldn't have extra food. I think we should just go warn them. I heard the one who shot was a girl, and she was quite skilled with the gun. She didn't hit any vital points. She shouldn't be that kind of cruel person. Even a cornered rabbit will bite, it's understandable, Yi Xinxiao said. Wang Pingping was unwilling to argue further, but he did not entirely agree with the commander's opinion. What do you mean she isn't a cruel person? In peacetime, that may be said, but is it the same now? Those hit by bullets in their limbs, though they did not die on the spot, how many of them could still live? Without doctors to treat wounds, lacking enough medicine, and even insufficient nutrition, what purpose do these people serve besides being a burden?
So Wang Pingping believed the girl who fired the gun was extremely ruthless, not only killing but also striking at the heart. In fact, Wang Pingping had wronged Wu Shui, she had not thought so much. It was just that before going downstairs, Zhou Li had specifically reminded her. To this day, she felt Zhou Li's reminder was good. Otherwise, in her excitement, she might have killed someone without giving them a chance to change. Well, those people had indeed changed, starting to practice again could also be seen as a renewal. In the end, Zhu Guanghan and Yi Xinxiao asked Wang Pingping to go talk with Zhou Lin. On one hand, it was a warning, and on the other, to see if Zhou Lin could offer some compensation, since so many people were injured.
Boss, the military is here.
Xiao Hang diligently fulfilled his work responsibilities, immediately notifying Zhou Lin upon seeing the military vehicle appear. At this moment, Zhou Lin was busy in the tool room with Wu Shui. The rabbit had given birth again, and Wu Shui was very happy because she would soon be able to eat delicious rabbit heads. As for whether the little white rabbit was cute, just think of Wu Shui's profession. She had no idea how many frogs, white mice, and little rabbits she had dissected. How cute could they be compared to how delicious they were? Usually, a mother rabbit gave birth to 4 or 5, but the one Zhou Lin raised actually had 8. Adding to the previous 12 from the last round, wow, the rabbits were thriving. She's simply a heroic mother, Zhou Lin said, smiling as he added more hay for the rabbit. After giving birth, the mother rabbit's appetite increased greatly. Not only did she eat a lot, but she also excreted a lot. For the health of the rabbits, daily cleaning was essential. However, the closed environment of the tool room was really not pleasant. This shows how much young Kiki must have suffered back then. How about we find someone to help? Zhou Lin discussed with Wu Shui. He might often not be at home, the rest were either elderly or women, and he felt it was somewhat unfair to them.
Who to find? Who can you trust? Wu Shui shook her head. Having someone would be great, but the question was, are people that easy to find? How about Sun Chunhao? I could modify this place so that it's impossible to enter the indoors from the tool room, that way, even if he wants to cause trouble, he won't be able to. There are still guns at home, so he shouldn't be that bold. It's best to discuss it with Mom and Dad. Okay, I'll bring it up during dinner. By the way, how have your parents? No, how's my father-in-law doing lately? They seem to be alright, for now, they have food and drink. My dad said he might participate in some research project. Is research still possible in the shelter? Wu Shui was still young and had spent most of her time in the ivory tower, so she couldn't think of many things at all. Olympus, huh? Chapter 64, You Don't Deserve It. The Olympus program gathered the strength of many developed countries, not only included several shelters but also cooperated with many research institutions. During the early apocalyptic period, it sheltered over 25% of the European population. Later, it started expanding and renovating until more than 90% of the shelters in Europe had joined the Olympus program when the ability users and evolvers appeared. In the later stage, it integrated almost all ability users and evolvers in Europe. Except for the Xia Nation. In Zhou Lin's memory, it seemed that the Xia Nation had no notable doomsday plans, but by the time he died in his past life, the Xia Nation had not perished nor gone extinct due to the apocalypse. The entire country was just in a relatively closed state, and the outside world knew little about its situation. However, Zhou Lin vaguely remembered something that happened around 7 years into the apocalypse. 30,000 evolvers and ability users from Europe entered the Xia Nation, trying to plunder its population and resources. In the end, it was said that this group, flying the flag of Olympus, suffered total loss on the Xia Nation's land. Afterwards, Olympus inquired with the Xia Nation but received no response at all, not even after Olympus threatened with nuclear bombs, still producing no results. In the end, whether Olympus launched nuclear bombs is unknown, but the Xia Nation became a forbidden zone, and no one wanted to go there just to lose their lives. Before Zhou Lin had a chance to discuss Olympus with Wu Shui, he was interrupted by Xiao Hang's call. Military personnel? I know. Zhou Lin initially thought it wouldn't relate much to him, but soon Xiao Hang called him again, saying the military personnel was specifically looking for him regarding the brawl that broke out a few days ago. I'll go, I'm the one who fired the gun, Wu Shui said. Don't mess around, stay at home properly. After I leave, no one is allowed to go out, Zhou Lin blocked the door, not allowing any disobedience in this matter. After all, he was no ordinary person now. Symbiosis. Intermediate 2120/10,000. Current symbiotic vehicles, Laifu, large watercraft. Luxiafeng, medium ground vehicle. Available symbiotic vehicles, 0. Storage space, 1/2. Strength symbiosis, 4.5 minutes/24 hours. Evolution degree level 1, 4.5, 4512/10,000.
His overall physical quality had reached more than 4 times that of an ordinary person, and with the various weapons on the Laifu, it could be said that as long as Zhou Lin was willing, he could single-handedly fight a local war, or even something more exaggerated. So no matter why the military was looking for him or how they would treat him, Zhou Lin was not afraid. Downstairs, Xiao Hang found a clean place to receive Wang Pingping. He didn't know Wang Pingping's name at the moment, but felt that this middle-aged soldier had a strong aura that was definitely not someone he could provoke. Xiao Hang even considered which side he would stand on if a conflict arose between Wang Pingping and Zhou Lin. The result was obvious. How could an arm twist a thigh, let alone a hair? Are you Zhou Lin? Wang Pingping sat firmly with a stern face. Several fully armed soldiers stood behind him, helmets and masks on, showing no expression and creating a heavy atmosphere. That's me. What do you want? Even with abilities by his side, as a citizen of Xia country, Zhou Lin still felt a bit numb under Wang Pingping's hawkish gaze, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. It was unnatural, as if a large stone pressed down on my heart, making it hard to breathe. My name is Wang Pingping, representing. About the last skirmish, the gunfire you caused resulted in over 40 casualties. I think it was self-defense. If they had not stormed into our community armed, hitting anyone in sight, and pressing forward, we wouldn't have fired at them to drive them away. We shot only to repel them and stop those criminals from further harming other citizens. That's just making excuses. Wang Pingping slammed the table. That's why I say we cannot allow firearms in the hands of civilians, because there are too many self-righteous people like you. Do you know what can happen when guns are fired recklessly? The only consequence is that it protects law-abiding citizens like us who strive to survive and contribute to the country without causing trouble. After slowly adapting, Zhou Lin also dared to face Wang Pingping directly. It seems you won't see the truth until you're pushed to your limit, so let's go to the shelter and talk it out. You want to arrest me? Zhou Lin's face slightly changed color. So you all would really burn the bridge after crossing it and repay kindness with malice. Wang Pingping felt a bit flustered. After all, he had eaten that frozen meat too, even though it was a fair trade. But when did I say I would arrest you? Is your hearing bad? If you're not arresting me, then I don't want to go. Is that okay? Zhou Lin shrugged. Wang Pingping did not expect Zhou Lin to be so difficult, like a slippery fish. What made Wang Pingping even more dissatisfied was Zhou Lin's fearless attitude. Don't forget, the Xia country is still here, the Xia government is still here, and we are still here. Unless you leave the Xia country, you will forever be a citizen of Xia country and need to obey Xia country's laws and social morals. Minister Wang, I think you might be mistaken about something. Whether I broke the law should not be judged by the military. As for social morals, even if I admit to being immoral, should I be executed? Wang Pingping was indeed a bit unable to hold back, but before coming out, Yi Xinqiu had specifically instructed not to create armed conflict. Given the current situation, Zhou Lin was definitely not an enemy of the state, and the military had no grounds to take action against him. So Wang Pingping thought that if it really came to nothing, he would first take Zhou Lin to the shelter, lock him in a dark room for a few days, and at that moment, any nonsense could be dealt with. As long as he got Zhou Lin to confess to illegal acts, the rest would be easy. But now Zhou Lin's complete lack of cooperation made Wang Pingping very awkward. To grab him would go against the commander's orders, but if he didn't take action, it seemed like he couldn't argue with Zhou Lin. It seems you are dead set on opposing the government? Wang Pingping sneered. Do you know that your actions might lead to the entire Lanshan community being excluded from the rescue list? What rescue list? Xiao Hang, who had been listening, suddenly spoke up. Oh, you still don't know? The shelter now has the capability to grow fresh vegetables, and the next step will be to expand production. At that time, besides internal consumption, there might even be external trades. Fresh vegetables? A glint appeared in Xiao Hang's eyes. This could be valuable as hard currency apart from food. After all, people who have not eaten vegetables for a long time will have health problems due to a lack of vitamins, no matter how healthy they are. The shelter will only trade with communities that have passed the review. As for your kind of community, Wang Pingping looked deeply at Zhou Lin. I don't think you qualify as a trading partner for the shelter. I want to ask Minister Wang, when did our Xia country start punishing people by association again? Regardless of whether I broke the law or not, even if you think I did, does that mean you have to punish others too? If you really have such an idea, then I feel sorry for that military uniform on you. Because, you don't deserve it. Chapter 65 Agreement reached. Wang Pingping was furious, suddenly standing up and pulling out his gun, but he never expected Zhou Lin to be faster than him. Before the gun was even aimed, Zhou Lin's figure flashed and he appeared behind Wang Pingping, forcefully twisting Wang Pingping's right hand that held the gun, pressing the gun's muzzle against Wang Pingping's temple. Don't move. Let go of the officer. Drop the gun. Several soldiers were noticeably a beat slow. By the time they reacted, Zhou Lin had completely controlled Wang Pingping. As a military officer leading troops into battle, Wang Pingping felt like he wanted to die at that moment. Shoot. If you have the guts, shoot. In his rage, Wang Pingping shouted. He also tried to struggle but found he couldn't move Zhou Lin at all, like a tiny ant. This result made Wang Pingping extremely frustrated, while also feeling some confusion inside. He had genuinely risen step by step from being a soldier and had once won the title of King of Soldiers for many years. Although he had slacked off a bit in recent years, his foundation should be much stronger than this young man Zhou Lin.
Why is he so strong?
From this, it could be seen that Zhou Lin's identity must be quite extraordinary, and he would have to dig deeper later, perhaps. Zhou Lin could never have imagined that his instinctive action would lead Wang Pingping to such rich associations.
Officer Wang, if you don't pull the gun, we're still friends. Fine. You let me go first.
Wang Pingping said, his face flushed.
All right. Zhou Lin wasn't afraid of Wang Pingping's attempt, he respected soldiers.
Wang Pingping and those soldiers could tell from his accent that he wasn't a native of Jiazhua, not even from Bashu.
Did their families not suffer during the natural disaster? Didn't they need them?
However, because they wore military uniforms, they had to uphold a soldier's code and fulfill their sacred mission. Zhou Lin questioned whether he could do the same.
All of you put down your guns. Now free, Wang Pingping glared at a few subordinates, then said to Zhou Lin, nice skills. I didn't even react in time. Interested in joining the army? Me? Join the army? Zhou Lin shook his head, forget it, my personality doesn't suit that. Wang Pingping moved his neck, staring defiantly at Zhou Lin, I can overlook your responsibility, but you injured over 40 people. Tell me how you plan to compensate. Compensate?
It seems that this was Wang Pingping's true purpose.
What do you want?
Zhou Lin paused for a moment before asking.
Anything.
Food, meat, vegetables, fruits, drinks, anything useful is fine.
Resources, Zhou Lin actually didn't lack them.
In some sense, he was even richer than the shelter. But, wealth should not be exposed. So Zhou Lin remained silent. If Wang Pingping didn't speak, he would not utter a word.
Is there food? Wang Pingping couldn't hold back any longer and asked.
Zhou Lin shook his head.
Frozen meat? Dehydrated vegetables and fruits? Warm clothing? Feed? Yes, how much do you need? What?
Wang Pingping thought he heard wrong.
Who the hell would hoard feed? Oh, the Zhou family got rich through breeding, so that makes sense, how could he forget about this? Do you have 5 tons? Wang Pingping asked tentatively.
More than that, at most 1 ton, high-protein pig feed, people can eat.
3 tons. No, absolutely not. So you used 2 tons of feed to settle a general?
Zhou Kaijun and Chan Yali were somewhat skeptical. In their eyes, 2 tons of feed wasn't worth much. When the farm was running normally, those pigs that couldn't be fed would be gone in a minute.
Times have changed, huh? 35% protein content, good stuff.
Zhou Lin pouted, he felt he was losing out.
I have to go back to the countryside again, what a hassle. Dad, that Wang Pingping revealed an important piece of information. What news?
The shelter is doing soilless cultivation.
Do we have a fertilizer factory in Jiazhua?
No, Zhou Kaijun replied firmly, I don't know much about fertilizers, besides, do we even need to compete with the shelter?
It's not about competing with them, we need fertilizers too. Zhou Lin was thinking about the future.
From the start of the eternal night until 5 years later, the climate was not suitable for growing vegetables and fruits. When he took the life-threatening risk to grab the Lifu number, Zhou Lin had the idea of developing soilless cultivation inside the Lifu number. Once the snow melted and the whole environment became relatively stable, he could find a suitable place to release the Lifu number, turning it into a home for the family.
However, at that time,
Zhou Lin turned his head to glance at Wu Shui, who was studying a book. She truly deserved to be called a top student. Even now, she was still immersed in her specialized books, sometimes drawing a few diagrams and mumbling to herself. That's good, the stronger Wu Shui's medical skills became, the higher her value would be in the future. Zhou Lin would not wait for a better price, it was a fact. Outside the door, Sun Chenghao was anxiously rubbing his hands together. He did not knock but just smiled at the camera. If no one in Zhou Lin's family was paying attention, he would definitely wait and never easily disturb the boss. Being cold was fine, he wouldn't freeze to death anyway. To say that humans have a strong ability to adapt to the environment is quite true. Currently, the outdoor temperature fluctuated around -30 degrees, but aside from that initial wave, very few people had died from freezing now. Especially young people under 30, teenagers, as long as they did not have chronic diseases, were likely to have adapted to this low temperature. If it weren't for the eternal night, they might have already started normal outdoor activities. The temperature in the north was even lower. In places like Moor in summer country, the nighttime temperature could even reach -70 degrees. However, it was just like that, some resilient individuals had already gone to the glaciers to drill holes and fish. Sun Chenghao did not wait long when the explosion-proof door opened. Walking into the Zhou family for the first time, Sun Chenghao was trembling and cautiously greeted everyone, each a person by the boss's side who he needed to respect and reverently honor.
From now on, you'll stay in the tool room, growing vegetables and raising chickens, is that happy?
Zhou Lin smiled, patting Sun Chenghao's shoulder.
Thank you, boss. This is simply what I've always dreamed of.
Sun Chenghao was not lying, although the smell in the tool room was not pleasant, the smell of the security dormitory wasn't any better. It's agreed, food and accommodation are provided, but no salary. Don't come to me later to file a complaint with the labor department.
Boss is joking.
After Zhou Lin finished explaining the precautions, Sun Chenghao had officially started his job. Finally, I don't have to clean rabbit droppings anymore, that's great.
Zhou Li exclaimed happily, sucking on an ice cream, revealing her little tiger tooth.
Wu Shui was also quite happy. The two young women shared very similar opinions. It was not that they disliked hard work, but simply that they did not want to work in the tool room and delay their studies. Recently, Zhou Li had been self-studying in electrical and communication knowledge. She knew Zhou Lin planned to set up a base in the future, and as the second in command of the base, she needed real skills to gain respect. Everyone still needs to be careful, especially you two girls. You are not allowed to go upstairs without permission. If you need something, let him leave it at the door, and we will go get it.
Got it, Dad.
Zhou Li and Wu Shui replied in unison.
Huang Menjing, why is she here again?
Looking at the figure appearing on the monitor, Zhou Lin frowned.
Chapter 66, that military uniform.
Huang Menjing had arrived. Chang Yali would certainly greet her warmly. However, the more warmly Chang Yali greeted her, the more evident the embarrassment in Huang Menjing's eyes became. Once Huang Menjing controlled assets that were more than 10 times that of the Zhou family, but now. I'm afraid Sister Chang will laugh at me. There's no coal at home now, and food is also running low. Huang Menjing was still being cautious about her pride while speaking. There were indeed dried vegetables left, but one couldn't live on vegetables alone.
Even if she could hold on, she wouldn't dare let the elders starve. What about the batch of instant food we talked about last time? Didn't we agree to a 60-40 split?
Zhou Lin said, thinking Huang Menjing had regretted her decision.
Huang Menjing indeed wanted to backtrack, but not because she felt she was getting less.
But I am willing to voluntarily give up 10%, and the two families will split it 50-50. 50 packs, boxes, in a case of instant food, 2,000 cases, which means Zhou Lin can obtain 1,000 cases of instant food from this trip, 50,000 packs, boxes.
In 2 years, 1 pack can get a woman to take home, real hard currency.
If you are willing, I would like to trade 500 cases from my 1,000 cases for coal and other food.
Other food? Coal is useful, but it's not as important as everyone imagines.
In 2 months, the temperature will rise, and coal consumption will significantly decrease. Later, people will go to outdoor coal mines to mine coal for sale.
After industrial use disappears, the mining volume will be abundant. As for other food, it's not that there isn't any, the key is that you can't take out too much. After all, the house is this big, even if every room is stacked to the ceiling, the total is still limited. Staple foods, meat, even seasonings can be.
Huang Menjing unconsciously licked her lips, revealing that she probably hadn't eaten anything truly flavorful for a long time.
We'll talk about the exchange later. When do you plan to go? The sooner, the better. It would be best if you could give me some coal and food first. Don't worry, that batch of instant food is known only to me. Huang Menjing hurriedly explained, fearing Zhou Lin wouldn't believe her. I'll send you coal and food in a while, just give me the address for the instant food. Now that there are more people coming out, and there are official teams collecting supplies, it's troublesome. Alright, the address is, the 2 garages are connected, and usually, no one goes there. Huang Menjing spoke without hesitation about the location of the 50 tons of instant food, which surprised Zhou Lin. At this point, staying alive is more important than anything else. I don't want to watch my mom starve to death. Huang Menjing wiped away her tears, took a deep breath, and forced a smile. Although she wasn't wearing makeup, her natural beauty was more striking than many stars from before the apocalypse. However, this little beauty couldn't trap Zhou Lin. A person who had lived through 10 years of the apocalypse could already ignore a woman's appearance. A vase is only for flowers. If there are no flowers, who would want the vase? Zhou Lin didn't rush to send supplies to Huang Menjing. He exercised at home for about 3 hours and, after a hearty meal, dragged the sled out the door. Wu Shui had seen the sled before. It could no longer be received on the arrival times. 2 tons of coal, 500 pounds of rice, 100 pounds of flour, and 200 pounds of frozen meat. As Zhou Lin unloaded the items batch by batch, Huang Menjing was left dumbfounded. Isn't there anyone next door? Zhou Lin asked. With his current fitness, it wasn't easy to sweat. There were people. Last time, the government shelter came to recruit, and they met the criteria, so they moved out. That's good. Zhou Lin was worried that if so many supplies were stacked at the door and someone next door secretly peeked through the peephole, it would be trouble when he left and Huang Menjing faced the wind.
With this batch of supplies, they should be able to last until the end of the winter nights. Winter nights is the term used by the summer country's government, and the public has gradually become accustomed to it.
Are you leaving already? Is there anything else? A hint of embarrassment crossed Huang Menjing's eyes. It's nothing. I just wanted to ask if you want to come in for a glass of water. It's quite cold. It's always cold, I'm used to it. Zhou Lin tightened his cold-proof clothing. I'm leaving. If something happens, call me and lock the door. After closing the door, Huang Menjing sighed deeply. Only if something happens should I call? I guess I'm getting old. What are you thinking? She laughed self-deprecatingly, and then she perked up. It was time to add coal to the stove. Today, she must raise the room temperature above 15 degrees, that way, her mom won't cough. Alright, stew some meat, add dehydrated vegetables, and boil a big pot of white rice. It's the apocalypse, after all. Is there anything to be dissatisfied with, having access to these things? Like Zhou Lin's family, that's not comparable. But no matter how bitter and difficult it gets, the country has not given up. Today, the Jiazhou shelter received a batch of supplies sent from the provincial capital, and it was delivered by airship. Low temperatures and bad air can severely affect airplane engines, but airships are different. As long as the gas bags do not burst, the electric-powered fans can work normally, propelling the airship forward. However, currently only the province of Bashu has thought of and begun to practice using airships for long-distance transportation. Other places either lack the capability or have not even manufactured such an ancient flying machine. Zhu Guanghan stood in the cold wind, his eyebrows and eyelashes coated with frost, forcing him to squint his eyes, yet he stubbornly refused to return to the shelter to warm up. What is hope? This is hope. A long stream of white breath spewed from his mouth. Although it quickly dissipated in the cold wind, it ultimately left a trace of existence between heaven and earth. Just like every person struggling to survive, at the very least, heaven and earth know he was once here. Yi Xinxiao's physical condition is clearly better than Zhu Guanghan's, so there is no frost on his face.
You wouldn't expect that the largest number of items in the first batch of supplies was actually radios.
They say they consume very little power. A single AA battery can last for months. Why hadn't I heard of this thing before? Even if it existed before, would you know how to use it? Zhu Guanghan replied. True, just like this thing, it's already outdated. Maybe only our country has it now. Why not transport food but instead send over 10,000 radios? There is also national-level consideration in this. In the face of natural disasters, high technology cannot work, but the radios, usually only fiddled with by old men and women, have many advantages that high-tech communication products do not. Energy saving is one, and their signal reception ability is strong. The resources needed to maintain a radio station are relatively minimal. Lastly, radios don't require much technical skill, they are durable, easy to repair, and have a high reuse rate. Quickly arrange for personnel to disperse them. Leaving 1,000 units in the shelter is enough, and the rest should be distributed to every neighborhood, ensuring that at least one radio is in every living building, Zhu Guanghan instructed his mid-level management staff. The airship finished unloading and began to slowly ascend, as Yi Xinxiao and the soldiers raised their hands in salute. Although their ranks were much higher than those of the soldiers on the airship, just for those soldiers braving death to arrive, they deserved a solemn military salute from leaders like Yi Xinxiao. It is recognition, and it is also the romance of soldiers. I hope they can return safely. They definitely can.
Wang Pingping's eyes were red. In those soldiers, he saw a reflection of his former self. No, it should be said that as long as one wears this military uniform, there is only a sacred sense of mission in the heart. Across mountains and rivers, through storms and fires, how can that be?
Without hesitation.
If the elderly and sick were the ones who died the most in the first few days of the disaster, now, the most sacrifices are the soldiers. Wherever there's a need, soldiers should be there. In Xiagua, that military uniform represents not only glory but also something that ordinary people cannot imagine.
Dedication. Sacrifice. Chapter 67, Sun Qinghao misses home. That Zhou Lin, I feel something is off. Back in the shelter, Wang Pingping couldn't wait to report to Yi Xinxiao.
In the room, besides the two of them, there was only Yi Xinxiao's guard, so Wang Pingping spoke without any reservations.
Is his physical condition much stronger than yours?
Yi Xinxiao was somewhat surprised. He knew Wang Pingping's standard. How could an ordinary person be so? Also, I suspect he has access to a lot of resources, so after returning, I had someone check his records. The result is very strange.
Do you suspect he has more than 2 tons of fertilizer? It should be far more than that. This person is very cunning. Commander, do you think it's possible he is not a normal person at all?
Yi Xinxiao squinted his tiger-like eyes. Speak directly.
Commander, have you read those end-of-the-world novels?
Yi Xinxiao shook his head. He had no time for those, but he had heard the kids at home mention them during meals.
But isn't a novel just nonsense? What does Wang Pingping mean by this? I investigated the Zhou family.
Their behavior before the disaster was extremely abnormal, as if they had foreseen the disaster coming.
Could it be someone in their family has a special ability? If the Zhou family really has such a person, I think it must definitely be Zhou Lin. Unless there's more than one in their family.
Since you think it's possible, dig deeper, but don't tell Zhu Guanghan and the others for now.
Wang Pingping nodded. Some things can only be known by us in the military.
Here, I can let you in on a little secret. This disaster may last for several years or even longer. Our military's next task is to ensure the survival of human civilization. At least our Summer Nation civilization must be passed down, so when necessary.
Although Yi Xinxiao didn't finish his sentence, Wang Pingping roughly understood.
A hint of unwillingness flashed in his eyes, but he remained silent.
Yi Xinxiao patted Wang Pingping on the shoulder. We are soldiers. While holding on to great righteousness, we must strictly execute orders.
Also, let me tell you another piece of news that hasn't been confirmed yet.
Some research institutions believe that as the environment changes, we humans may also undergo mutations.
Among us, those with good physical condition and younger age, like you, have the greatest chances.
As for me, I'm getting old. Mutation? Evolution? Wang Pingping's heart stirred. Commander, do you think Zhou Lin could be one?
Whether he is or not, don't tell anyone else.
If confirmed, report it. Don't do anything extra.
Don't forget, besides natural disasters, we must also guard against man-made disasters.
A person who can sit in the position of a commander cannot be simple-minded. Don't be fooled by Yi Xinxiao's 50-plus years.
His mind is actually quite clear.
His judgment on the current disaster is much more pessimistic than Zhu Guanghan's. Zhu Guanghan is undoubtedly an idealist.
Because he always maintains an optimistic attitude toward disasters, he can tirelessly busy himself. But perhaps it will be this very optimism that brings him down in the future.
Optimism is not wrong.
At least in this already terrible world, optimism allows people to live a little easier, just like Sun Qinghao. He has many things to do every day, but he always finds reasons to keep living, even if it's just chatting with chickens, ducks, or geese.
He can chat for an hour or two. It seems you are doing well, and doing well at work too. You can manage these foods yourself. If you run out, just tell me.
Now the only one who comes to the tool room is Zhou Lin. He didn't come specifically to see Sun Qinghao but to add fuel to the generator. He brought up 2 barrels from the Ruifu No. 1 and threw some instant food to Sun Qinghao, along with a box of dehydrated vegetables as a bonus.
Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss.
Sun Qinghao excitedly received the items and quickly organized them. Now he treats the tool room as his home, even more than his real home.
At least in the past, he wouldn't clean up much at home.
After filling the generator with fuel, Zhou Lin walked around the tool room. Some vegetables on the hydroponics rack have already started to be harvested.
Sun Qinghao is receding to ensure the equipment isn't idle.
The little rabbits that were born a few days ago are growing quickly, no longer looking like naked little mice. Their eyes are open, and their ears have grown, moving around happily. The chickens, ducks, and geese are still the same. Due to limited space, Zhou Lin has no plans to hatch eggs for now. When the Lefuheo base officially opens, Zhou Lin plans to use an entire floor for planting and raising animals. At that time, he will need to carefully plan how to bring sunlight into the lower deck while ensuring temperature isolation.
There are less than 2 months left until the winter night.
It is said that in some places, a little light can be seen at noon, which is good news.
Some optimists are already celebrating, saying that the cold night is about to end, and dawn is coming.
The first half of that sentence is not wrong, but dawn may not necessarily be beautiful. Because the plants and animals that died in the winter night did not flourish again just because dawn has arrived, it was possibly the winter night that killed them, and it could also be the sun, which symbolizes light. Perhaps the world itself has a compensation mechanism. After a long freeze, it needs a longer period of heat to make up for it. Balancing may not be wrong, the only mistake is that most of the creatures dependent on this world are too fragile.
If possible.
Sun Qinghao smiled. I want to see if I can contact my parents.
Big boss, what do you think?
Sure. Zhou Lin thought for a moment and promised Sun Qinghao to get him a phone that can send and receive messages, somewhat like the one Wu Shui uses but a stripped-down version. It is clear that Sun Qinghao is a smart person, and besides, he does not have any deep grudges against Zhou Lin or the Zhou family. A person like him is unlikely to sacrifice everything for revenge against Tang Yili, so he probably won't play any tricks. Today, Zhou Lin is going to deliver feed to Wang Pingping, but he does not plan to go directly to the shelter, as that is someone else's territory. Who knows if Wang Pingping will set up a trap for him? Finding a relatively neutral place, after placing bags of feed in an empty room, Zhou Lin sent Wang Pingping a location message.
Before long, 5 tracked military vehicles arrived. Wang Pingping got out and greeted Zhou Lin before instructing people to move the feed.
This time we owe each other nothing. Next time, if you want something, just trade it for bullets or guns.
You really have some guts to mention bullets to me?
Wang Pingping laughed and scolded him. Through several encounters, he could basically confirm that Zhou Lin cannot be considered a bad person, even though he is not exactly a good one. But in the adult world, nothing is purely black or white.
Aside from guns and ammunition, what else do you have that you can exchange with me?
Zhou Lin smiled. He knew that Wang Pingping would have some doubts, as it is impossible to hide many things in Xiagua.
But what good is doubt? You can't just capture him for dissection because of suspicion, right? Moreover, it's not certain that Wang Pingping could catch him. Stop dreaming. The government won't allow guns and ammunition to flow into the hands of civilians. You are already an exception.
As he spoke halfway, Wang Pingping's face suddenly changed color.
Don't ask, I won't answer. Zhou Lin blocked Wang Pingping before he could say anything.
He had been wondering whether the problem was with Su Ziyuan or Wang Pingping, but now it seemed like it was probably just because those in power often forget things. Wang Pingping's lips moved, and finally, he let out a long sigh. He recalled the message that the commander had revealed. When things really develop to that point, does it still matter whether the common people have guns and ammunition?
Moreover, Wang Pingping also had a guess in his heart: would those mutated creatures from apocalyptic novels really appear?
Recently, when he had time, Wang Pingping would catch up on those novels. The more he read, the more he felt that art truly comes from reality. It is just a pity that this reality is too cruel.
It's just the two of us here, can you say something real?
Seeing Wang Pingping put on a brotherly demeanor,
Zhou Lin couldn't adapt for a moment, took a step back. What?
Our relationship isn't that close, I told you not to ask.
I'm not asking about the bullets, I'm just asking you, did you only become strong after the apocalypse? Become strong? What's strong?
I've always been like this. Zhou Lin managed his expression well, at least he thought so, but who was Wang Pingping? He had commanded no less than 8,000 soldiers, how could Zhou Lin's little act fool him?
It seems I wasn't wrong.
Wang Pingping said seriously, even though you're not a soldier, I feel you're not a bad person. I hope you use your abilities wisely. People only think of themselves when they are in dire situations, but don't commit mindless slaughter. Wild beasts hunt only out of hunger, don't become even worse than them.
I don't know what you're talking about, I only know that good people don't live long.
Zhou Lin shook his head, he dared not admit anything, nor could he. They say the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, but Zhou Lin did not want to be the one to bear that responsibility. People only think of themselves when they are in dire situations. What Wang Pingping said, Zhou Lin just did according to that. The loading of the fertilizer was completed, and Wang Pingping was leaving.
Maybe we will meet again soon. I hope not. By the way, do you want a radio? No need.
Yesterday, someone came to distribute radios in Lanshan community, no cost, free, but the first batch was limited in number. There were only 20 radios, basically one for each unit. For ordinary people, they could still be useful. The central and provincial radio stations broadcast 24 hours a day. There were disaster reports, missing person announcements, emergency measures, survival skills, and occasionally language comedy programs. Late at night, one could even listen to movies and TV shows. It could be said to be quite rich.
But it was indeed useless for Zhou Lin's family.
Zhou Li had prepared a lot, and Zhou Lin currently had no use for national-level news. As for Zhou Kaijun and Chang Yali, aside from working hard to exercise, they were just binge-watching shows at home. In Zhou Caijuan's words, except for the lack of sunlight and freedom, life now was even more comfortable than before.
As the car drove away, Wang Pingping gave Zhou Lin a deep look. For some reason, that glance made Zhou Lin feel as if he was completely seen through. How much did Wang Pingping actually know? Did he know alone, or did the higher-ups already know?
Zhou Lin felt a bit nervous. It seemed he needed to keep a lower profile from now on. After watching Wang Pingping's convoy disappear, Zhou Lin turned and left. He was going to get that 50 tons of instant food. Huang Menjing had a house in the suburbs.
It wasn't a villa area, the standard was a bit lower, but the environment was nice. Each household had 2 or 3 floors of stacked buildings, with the lower units having front and back gardens while the upper units had platforms. Even the underground garage was separated by iron gates, used independently by each household. After buying the house, Huang Menjing hadn't decorated it, too busy, and felt there was no need to trouble her mother, so she left it for now. Who knew that the apocalyptic disasters would come so suddenly?
In the end, that batch of goods was left by Huang Menjing with a try-it-for-fun attitude, all locked up in the garage under her name. The community was a bit far, but for Zhou Lin, who was on snowboards, it was barely acceptable. It took just over an hour to arrive.
The completely open large gate had almost no lights. How many people were left in this community?
It's hard to say, but surely there were not as many as in Lanshan. In the dark, Zhou Lin moved cautiously, eventually finding the number that Huang Menjing mentioned. This was the place. Zhou Lin stepped up and touched the massive brass padlock. Pinching it between 2 fingers, he pulled, and the garage door swung open, revealing 3 small trucks parked inside. These small trucks were clearly overloaded. However, when Huang Menjing drove them in, there wouldn't be any road maintenance officials on the road. Even the traffic police are hardly seen. The small truck, rated for less than 5 tons, bears 3 times its weight. This burden, which shouldn't belong in life, has even warped the truck. Luck. Getting into this garage isn't actually hard. Even without Zhou Lin's strength, a crowbar could achieve the same goal. It can only be said that either there are indeed fewer people in this community, or no one thinks there's any use for cars in this situation. If cars are useless, then who would care about the garage meant for parking them? There are just too many. Zhou Lin had to enter his frenzy-eating mode once again. He ate while gathering, and he ate during breaks. At first, the ready-made burgers and ingredients on the Come Fortune were so plentiful that Zhou Lin began to doubt his life, but now he finds them too few. Who would believe that he could eat 10 burgers at once? As his evolution level increased, Zhou Lin felt that he could devour all the burgers on the Come Fortune by himself. He ate burgers and cola, he ate whatever was high in calories, as no experts would jump out to say this was unhealthy anyway. Aren't those people eating fast food just being ridiculous when they talk about health? After wiping his mouth with a napkin, Zhou Lin, with a dizzy head, entered the Come Fortune. Once all the fast food was collected, Zhou Lin revealed the modified Lu Xiaofeng. He wouldn't be able to go back tonight anyway. He certainly couldn't sleep in an empty garage or in that uncomfortable small truck. With a body length of 12 meters, it has everything a home should have, not just convenience. He could enjoy warm air, sip tea, and even watch a movie to pass the time. The only regret Zhou Lin had was that Lu Xiaofeng lacked space for exercise. Sleep. Checking the time, Zhou Lin prepared his bed, washed up, and happily crawled into the quilt. Just 2 words, comfortable. However, before Zhou Lin could truly fall asleep, the buzzing alarm of the Lu Xiaofeng alerted him that someone was approaching outside. The infrared surveillance camera clearly captured a person. A resident of the community? Out collecting supplies in this cold? They'd better not come to trouble me, otherwise. However, things went the other way. Zhou Lin did not want to find trouble, but trouble came to him. Bang! 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 The newcomer was quite rude, directly banging on the door of Lu Xiaofeng. Swish! The light suddenly turned on. The bright light made the person at the door involuntarily step back, as if wanting to hide in the darkness. Looking at the footage on the monitor, Zhou Lin frowned. If he wasn't mistaken, he recognized her. It was his cousin Yang Min. Usually, there aren't many relatives who interact with Chang Yali. Her cousin Chang Dong, who runs a renovation company, is one. In the past, during festivals, their 2 families would meet up and have a meal together. Chang Dong's renovation business is doing well, which is why he could afford to buy a house in this community. But why does Yang Min look somewhat terrified? After dimming the light, Zhou Lin opened the door and got out of the car. At this moment, Yang Min did not leave but huddled in a corner, hugging her arms. She wore very little clothing, hardly enough to withstand the biting cold. Cousin, it's me, Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin? Zhou Lin? With a dazed look, when Yang Min heard Zhou Lin's voice, it was as if she regained strength. She staggered towards Zhou Lin, weeping, hurry to help your uncle. Help Chang Dong? Is something wrong? However, Yang Min's current state was clearly not normal, and Zhou Lin also noticed her face had obvious bruises, her hair was extremely messy, and her clothes were in disarray, entirely different from her usual refined appearance. Cousin, slow down. The light from the flashlight is always limited. Yang Min seemed to ignore the darkness as she dragged Zhou Lin and ran wildly. Several times, if it weren't for Zhou Lin's quick reaction, Yang Min would have fallen. Even so, Yang Min was unwilling to slow down, muttering, hurry up, or it will be too late. From the underground garage to Cheng Dong and Yang Min's home, it would normally take about 10 minutes to walk, but under Yang Min's frantic pulling, they reached it in only 4 or 5 minutes. Cheng Dong's home was a lower-tier unit. From the outside, Zhou Lin could see flickering light spots on the glass window, as someone inside was using a flashlight. As they got closer, Zhou Lin could hear voices coming from inside the house. The accent clearly didn't belong to Cheng Dong, and at least 3 people were speaking. Yang Min seemed to have forgotten Zhou Lin, and she rushed straight to the door, slamming it open and shouting, husband, where are you? That woman is back? Perfect timing, catch her. Xiao Duan, go catch her, this family stuff is really too much. As the voices continued, Zhou Lin saw 2 figures from inside pounce on Yang Min, like 2 hungry wolves. Zhou Lin said nothing. As he rushed forward, he pulled out a military knife from his backpack, the blade serrated, long and wide. This knife was probably a personal item from a soldier of a beautiful country on the ship. It was completely different from their standard-issue bayonets, and Zhou Lin didn't know how good the quality was, but it was good enough for him. Seeing someone lunging at her, Yang Min instinctively stopped. She wanted to retreat but couldn't control her body. Ha! The person in front almost grabbed Yang Min's chest, just a little bit away. His laughter had already escaped his throat, but the following sound was abruptly cut off by the interruption of the blade, dying in his chest. In the dim light, Zhou Lin was like a demon, standing between that person and Yang Min. No one could see how he appeared, only that there seemed to be a flash of silver light just now.
Xiao Duan. Giggling. Ah.
Everyone reacted differently, but Zhou Lin didn't care at all. He withdrew the knife, casually glancing at the blood-soaked serrated edge, and continued to maintain the reverse grip as he swung the knife again. Xiao Duan, whose throat was ripped open, lost all strength, allowing blood to gush from the wound as his body fell limply to the ground.
The man next to Xiao Duan finally reacted.
He tried to run, but Zhou Lin's knife was faster. Deliberately reversing the grip, using the serrated edge as the blade, and with several times the strength of an average person, the destruction caused by the serrated edge was far more terrifying than a sharp blade. With just one strike, the man's right shoulder was split as if struck by an axe, leaving a deep wound that reached the lungs. If the light were bright enough, you would see the right lung still swelling, the large trachea cut open, and a major artery spurting blood. The man fell to the ground, still crying out in pain. Yang Min seemed to ignore the brutality in front of her. She squeezed past Zhou Lin into the living room, continuing to shout for her husband.
Damn!
A curse came from the bedroom. Perhaps the person inside still didn't know what had happened. They only heard the commotion outside and probably thought Xiao Duan and the other subordinate couldn't hold down Yang Min. Two idiots, shut her mouth. Do you want to attract everyone in the whole neighborhood? You idiots. You, who the hell are you? I was about to ask you the same thing. Zhou Lin spoke as he used his left hand to choke the man's neck. With seemingly ordinary features, not yet 40, his eyes flashed with cunning. "Boss, my name is Zhang Zhaoui, please spare me, boss, spare me." As long as Zhang Zhaoui wasn't blind or deaf, he should be able to see how formidable Zhou Lin was. Xiao Duan was already motionless, his body surrounded by blood. Old Lin was still on the ground, twitching and making weak moaning sounds. He was probably not far from death. Zhang Zhaoui couldn't understand how Zhou Lin had appeared. Could it be that the woman who just ran out called for reinforcements? What terrible luck! Zhang Zhaoui was thinking. Husband, what's wrong? Husband, wake up, husband. Yang Min's crying voice came from the restaurant side. Zhou Lin dragged Zhang Zhaoui over with one hand and saw Cheng Dong lying on the ground, his forehead deeply caved in, his face covered in dirty blood, and his eyes wide open in death. Perhaps because he felt Zhou Lin's attention was distracted, not focused on him, it was a rare opportunity. Zhang Zhaoi's right hand trembled, and a 20-centimeter-long knife slid out. The sharp blade in hand, Zhang Zhaoi's expression turned ferocious as he gripped the hilt tightly and stabbed towards Zhou Lin's neck. This was clearly the move of an expert, as an ordinary person would never know that stabbing this position was the most effective and the least effort-consuming. Bang! The tip of the knife didn't hit Zhou Lin, he slammed Zhang Zhaoui violently into the wall. Zhang Zhaoui was not light, at least 150 or 60 pounds, but in Zhou Lin's hands, he was like a beer bottle, the only difference being that a beer bottle would shatter, while Zhang Zhaoui still looked intact. Only on the surface was he intact. The pain coming from his back and the numbness below his waist made Zhang Zhaoui struggle madly. He wanted to get up, wanted to escape, but his legs didn't obey his brain's command, motionless like two wooden stakes. Cheng Dong was dead. It was probably Zhang Zhaoui and his group who did it. Maybe they also wanted to harm Yang Min, but in the end, Yang Min managed to run out. Panicked and helpless, Yang Min didn't know how she ended up in the underground garage. Probably she had heard the noise from Lu Xiaofeng's car and ran into Zhou Lin. That's roughly what happened. As for why Zhang Zhaoi's group came to Cheng Dong's house, it was obviously to rob. They took whatever they could, and they definitely wouldn't let go of the women. So they all deserved to die. And, you. Zhou Lin wanted to comfort Yang Min. Once someone is dead, they can't come back. The living must gather the courage to continue living. Luckily, Yang Min stopped crying. It seemed as if she had already accepted her fate. This knife, it's quite beautiful. Yang Min reached out and grabbed the small portion of the hilt. The dagger, in Yang Min's hand, didn't seem very coordinated. Her hands were too small. But she gripped it tightly, so hard that Zhou Lin could clearly see the tendons popping out. Actually, Zhou Lin had guessed what Yang Min wanted to do when he gave her the dagger. What could be more satisfying than taking revenge personally? There was no reason to refuse. What Zhou Lin needed to do was prevent Zhang Zhaoui from making a dying struggle. It turned out he was right. When Yang Min crouched down, Zhang Zhaoui actually still tried to choke her neck. Yang Min didn't hesitate and stabbed the dagger fiercely down, right into Zhang Zhaoi's shoulder blade. Zhou Lin stopped because Zhang Zhaoi's hand hadn't reached Yang Min yet and had already recoiled. This was human instinct. After pulling the dagger out, Yang Min stabbed down again, into Zhang Zhaoi's stomach. This time, Zhang Zhaoui couldn't hold on anymore. He started to scream and beg for mercy. Zhou Lin took out a cigarette and lit it. He didn't usually smoke, but after seeing this scene, he felt like smoking. One knife, then another. Zhang Zhaoi's voice grew weaker, and the smell of blood in the air was thick like glue. Even the cigarette in Zhou Lin's hand seemed to be suffocating.
Ha! Yang Min finally stopped stabbing.
At this point, she was covered in blood, her face, her body, her hair. The gradually congealing blood made her look more ferocious, her originally delicate features now somewhat twisted, like a calm madwoman. Zhou Lin, there's a safe by the bed in the upstairs bedroom.
The password is, go open it and bring out all the gold bars inside. Now. Zhou Lin frowned. Yang Min looked at Zhou Lin and actually smiled. Yes, bring it and we'll leave.
Go to your place.
All right.
Zhou Lin scratched his head.
It definitely wasn't right for Yang Min to stay here any longer. First, so many people had died, she would probably be scared. No one to take care of them either. No one wants things like this to happen.
Zhang Yali must be very heartbroken, but in the apocalypse, many people die every day, whether from natural disasters or human ones. Zhang Zhaoi and the others probably haven't had time to search upstairs yet. Everything looks tidy, which shows that Yang Min was a woman who knew how to manage a household.
The master bedroom was easy to find. Opening the nightstand revealed the safe.
It wasn't big, but it was surely enough to store some valuables. Entering the password, the safe opened. There were some paper documents, important IDs, a jewelry box, and a few small gold bars.
That made sense. Cheng Dong wasn't really rich.
He couldn't afford the kind of 100-gram gold bars. After stuffing 5 gold bars into his pocket, Zhou Lin turned to go downstairs. But just as he reached the staircase, something felt wrong.
With his current hearing, in such a quiet place, there should have been breathing sounds but there weren't. Yang Min. She couldn't have left, could she?
Running downstairs into the dining room, Zhou Lin saw Yang Min lying beside Cheng Dong. A dagger was stuck in her heart. The 30-centimeter-long blade had gone in all the way to the hilt.
How much resolve, how much strength does it take to do something like that?
If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zhou Lin wouldn't have believed that such a delicate woman could be so cruel to kill herself.
Yet there was no pain on Yang Min's face.
She leaned against Cheng Dong, with a faint trace of happiness at the corners of her mouth.
So there really is love in this world?
Zhou Lin wiped away the tears that had unknowingly gathered at the corners of his eyes.
There is love, you just have to meet the right person.
Maybe Cheng Dong didn't want Yang Min to die with him, that's why he fought Zhang Zhaoi and the others so desperately so Yang Min could escape. If she hadn't met Zhou Lin, maybe Yang Min wouldn't have killed herself. With her personality, she would have waited for a chance to get revenge. Before getting revenge, she would have stayed alive, even as a walking corpse. It was Zhou Lin who fulfilled her wish, who let her kill her enemy with her own hands.
So now, she didn't need to go on anymore.
Maybe if they had a child, things would have turned out differently.
Who knows? Zhou Lin put away his feelings and went upstairs to find a few bedsheets.
Even if you don't believe in ghosts and spirits, at least give uncle and aunt a place to rest. If he just walked away like this, Chang Yali would probably kill him. Thinking of Chang Yali, Zhou Lin pulled out the walkie-talkie and walked to the window.
Dong Dong and Min Min are both.
Chang Yali's body trembled, and big tears rolled down, scaring Zhou Kaijun next to her. He was about to comfort her, but Chang Yali glared at him, making him back away.
Dong Dong and Min Min are dead.
What?
Zhou Kaijun said. Chang Dong? Dead? Who did it? Min Min is dead too, Chang Yali cried out like a tiger's roar. Downstairs in the living room, Wu Shui stood up.
Only Zhou Li was still calmly reading her book.
Lily, Mom Shi. Time shows true hearts.
Sister-in-law, you'll get used to it, Zhou Li said without even lifting her head. Wu Shui had no choice but to sit back down and pick up her ancient Chinese medicine book again. A few days ago, she had discussed with Zhou Lin that after modern industry completely collapsed, Western medicine would become more and more useless. Instead, Chinese medicine, which used natural herbs and manual techniques, would suit this post-apocalyptic world better. By the spring river surrounding Jiazhou City, a pile of blazing flames tore through the darkness. The bitter cold wind made the fire burn even higher. Zhou Lin watched as Cheng Dong and Yang Min slowly melted, until only a handful of ashes remained. Walking on foot across the frozen spring river was Yunshao Mountain. At the top of the mountain was a hidden Taoist temple. Zhou Lin didn't plan to take Cheng Dong and Yang Min's ashes into the temple, but put them into a box and buried it under the biggest pine tree outside the temple. From a feng shui point of view, this place should be good.
High ground gives a wide view.
Zhou Lin asked Chang Yali, and she had no objections. He didn't expect that his first meeting with his relatives after the end of the world would also be the final farewell. Zhou Lin felt very terrible. He originally wanted to go home but went to Cheng Dong and Yang Min's room instead, planning to clean up a bit and at least throw out the bodies of Zhang Zhaoi and the other two. However, what he never expected was that the bodies on the ground had actually disappeared. The dark brown bloodstains had already frozen into layers of ice, both at the door and in the dining room. Zhang Zhaoyi and the other two couldn't possibly have gotten up and walked out by themselves. This isn't a zombie movie. On the frozen bloodstains were many disordered footprints. Someone had entered the house, taken the bodies away, and ransacked the place, especially the kitchen, where the cabinet doors were either wide open or slightly ajar, and even the condiments were not spared.
Were they neighbors from the community or outsiders? Or perhaps...
Zhou Lin thought for a moment and took out a UV flashlight. Suddenly, the bloodstained shoe prints became clear.
Following the shoe prints, Zhou Lin walked to the front of another building.
Standing in front of the stairs, Zhou Lin could already hear voices coming from the upper floor. It seemed that everyone was upstairs. He didn't know what they wanted the bodies for.
Could it be to eat? That shouldn't be the case, it wasn't that desperate yet.
Zhou Lin did not take the stairs but, with his strong physique, climbed directly up the outer wall to the third floor.
Through the double-layer hollow glass window and the thick curtains, Zhou Lin heard many people talking.
Prizing open the window and lifting the curtain, the scene before Zhou Lin shocked him.
Madness.
The room wasn't warm, but the men and women inside were only wearing shorts, and the bodies of Zhang Zhaoyi and the other two were placed in the center of the room, surrounded by candles. Those men and women without clothes were kneeling in circles around the bodies, each half closing their eyes and reciting a language Zhou Lin couldn't hear, resembling people in a trance.
They didn't even notice when Zhou Lin came in.
Zhou Lin originally wanted to leave. He didn't want to deal with a group of madmen. However, as he turned to leave, he saw another candlelit room, and on the wall opposite the door hung a white cloth with a strange pattern.
This pattern seemed to be related to a hexagram, but after several changes, it also resembled some kind of snowflake design. Isn't this?
A flash of lightning went off in his mind, and Zhou Lin remembered.
Isn't this the mark of that legendary mysterious organization?
Before overhearing the conversation between AI Bing and Xiao Bowen, Zhou Lin actually knew about this organization. It had been in a semi-public state for about 7 or 8 years since the apocalypse started. It was said they had many powerful evolvers and ability users, and their leader was known as the Zhongzhu, whose strength was akin to that of a deity.
Regardless of whether the Zhongzhu was powerful, the strength of that organization was evident, even daring to confront government-led shelters, reclamation teams, and law enforcement agencies in certain areas.
Many people said this organization was filled with fearless madmen, and at that time, Zhou Lin didn't quite believe it.
So this is the prototype of that mysterious organization? Its origin? Then who is the Zhongzhu?
In the large living room, the group of madmen didn't seem to have any special individuals, nor could he tell their hierarchy. Zhou Lin felt they were likely just ordinary followers, so he decided to go check the room. Compared to the brightness of the living room, the room looked a bit dim, and before he even reached the door, Zhou Lin heard the breathing of 2 people inside. One light, one heavy, one slow, one fast. Taking another step, Zhou Lin heard a heartbeat sound just like a normal person's, but when he reached the doorway, he still didn't hear the other person's heartbeat.
Something was off.
Just as Zhou Lin was about to enter the room, not only was one breath missing, but even that originally normal heartbeat suddenly became intense.
Have you been discovered?
Zhou Lin didn't dare hesitate and rushed into the room. On the large bed against the wall, a man and a woman were pulling apart. The frantic heartbeat came from the man, reflecting the fear on his face, while the woman, who looked to be in her 20s or 30s, examined Zhou Lin with a scrutinizing gaze.
Who are you?
The woman's voice was pleasant, even more captivating than her appearance to the man.
You should leave first, Zhou Lin replied, pointing at the helpless young man. Go on, it's okay.
The man, wrapped in a blanket, stepped past Zhou Lin with shuffling steps, even bringing with him a hint of fragrance.
It seems you didn't come to join us, so how did you find your way here?
The woman stood up casually, seemingly unbothered by Zhou Lin seeing her fully, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. At that moment, Zhou Lin could also hear the woman's heartbeat, slow like her breathing, yet filled with strength.
This was not the heartbeat or breath of an ordinary person. Zhou Lin was deeply shocked inside.
He estimated that this woman, if not a superhuman, was at least an evolved being.
So was the information from his past life wrong, or was it because his appearance created a butterfly effect? Lan Yaya, nice to meet you? I don't want to get to know you.
Zhou Lin pointed to the living room. How good could the leader of a group of lunatics be?
Lan Yaya exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. So you think I'm a bad woman? Oh, and about what you just saw. Well, since you don't want to, then just leave.
What's your superpower?
Zhou Lin suddenly asked. What are you talking about?
Lan Yaya's voice became sharp, and Zhou Lin felt as if someone had stabbed his head with a needle, causing him to involuntarily step back 2 paces.
Superhuman. Mental attack.
2 thoughts flashed through Zhou Lin's mind. Although his head was still throbbing in pain, he relaxed. Lan Yaya shouldn't be able to hurt him. Her ability would at most make him uncomfortable. As long as his will was strong enough, he would be fine. Lan Yaya, sitting on the edge of the bed, saw Zhou Lin only retreating 2 steps and not collapsing in pain as she expected, and she began to panic. Impossible. How could her ability have no effect?
Why was Zhou Lin not submitting to her power like those people outside? The reason was simple: Lan Ye's ability was still at a basic level, so it could not harm Zhou Lin, who was already at an intermediate level.
If it weren't for a mental type ability, the level suppression might not be so obvious. It could only be said that Lan Ye was unlucky. Her power should be effective on others besides Zhou Lin. Upgrading abilities requires repeated use, and using abilities consumes energy from within the body. Energy can only be gained through food. This follows the law of conservation of energy in the physical world.
But the problem is, how precious is food in the apocalypse?
Lan Ye had used her abilities to shape herself into a deity in the mental worlds of those outside, hoping they would help her gather food. She originally planned to elevate her abilities to an intermediate level within 6 months and then continue to rise to the next level based on circumstances. She never expected to encounter Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin, having the experience from his past life, understood what was happening. Lan Ye did not have that luck. Her failed powers made her panic, and she foolishly grabbed a knife hidden under the blanket. Kill. It seemed that Lan Ye must have killed someone before, otherwise, she wouldn't have had that kind of look in her eyes. Unfortunately, her body was not as strong as Zhou Lin's, and her speed was no match for him. Zhou Lin easily caught her hand that held the knife. Ah. As Zhou Lin slowly closed his fingers, the pain Lan Ye felt grew increasingly intense. The right hand held by Zhou Lin felt as if it would break, or perhaps it was about to lose all sensation.
However, Lan Ye did not intend to just sit back and wait for her fate. She suddenly lifted her left foot, her toes aimed at Zhou Lin's neck. It seemed she had practiced, her movements precise, clean, and swift. But being naked was somewhat stimulating. Clap. Zhou Lin's right hand accurately caught Lan Ye's ankle, then with a shake from both hands, he threw her toward the window. Ah! In midair, Lan Ye let out a surprised cry, thinking she would definitely crash into the glass window. However, in the next moment, Zhou Lin appeared at the window even faster than Lan Ye, smashing the glass with his fist and turning to catch her in the air. No princess carry, just grabbing one hand and one foot like before. The frigid wind, below -30 to 40 degrees, rushed in, almost instantly dusting Lan Ye's hair with a layer of white frost, her originally fair face turning suddenly pale, her pores constricting from the cold, causing her fine hair to stand on end and patches of goosebumps to emerge in some places. Cold, cold, cold. Lan Ye's upper teeth chattered against her lower teeth, her eyes filled with pleading. At this moment, the people in the living room finally reacted, rushing in like madmen. But they were too late. Zhou Lin carried Lan Ye and jumped directly out of the third-floor window. Boom! As Zhou Lin jumped down holding Lan Ye, the gust of wind lifted the snow on the ground, yet even so, his feet sank to nearly knee level. Lan Ye, being held, fared worse. Her skin had turned a faint purplish hue all over, a sign of capillaries breaking beneath her skin from the cold. At this moment, Lan Ye could no longer speak, only biting her teeth tightly to keep her upper and lower jaws from chattering. Upstairs. Those madmen wanted to chase Zhou Lin, but none of them were dressed properly. Blown by the cold wind, they all swayed, their previous fervor rapidly cooling with the dropping temperature. Some of the more determined ones even began to waver in their admiration for Lan Ye. Zhou Lin did not want to kill Lan Ye, he still wanted to figure out how her abilities came to be, and whether that mysterious organization, as Xiao Bowen said, had long had superpower orbs. Oh, now that he had this clue of Lan Ye, Yang Qiqi was no longer of any use. In his past life, everyone said the superpower orbs fell from the sky, and Zhou Lin firmly believed this. However, including Lan Ye, Zhou Lin had now seen at least 3 superpower orbs. This suggested that even if the orbs did fall from the sky, they certainly didn't appear only 5 years after the apocalypse. After running a while, darkness completely swallowed Zhou Lin and Lan Ye. Even if those madmen dressed up and chased after them, they would not be able to keep up. Zhou Lin released Lu Xiaofeng and dove inside with Lan Ye. In the comfortable temperature, Lan Ye gradually came around. She had just been frozen into unconsciousness. Looking at the incredibly luxurious surroundings, Lan Ye thought she was dreaming. If you use your powers on me again, I'll throw you out, Zhou Lin said, sipping hot tea and nibbling on snacks. Where is this? Lan Ye asked, slightly afraid. She tried not to look at Zhou Lin but couldn't help but steal glances at his reaction. Normal people fear death, and so did Lan Ye. When she discovered her superpowers were ineffective against Zhou Lin, she had already lost the courage to act recklessly. Speak, where do the superpower orbs come from? He placed a steaming cup of milk in front of Lan Ye, saying, tell me, and you can drink this. A cup of milk can threaten me? A trace of disdain appeared at the corner of Lan Ye's mouth, but her stomach betrayed her with a gurgle. Add a beautiful American hamburger. Humph. Blue Ye turned her head away, showing a look of pride that would not bend for 5 bushels of rice. 2 bags of chicken feet plus a self-heating hot pot. Deal. I want to eat the self-heating hot pot first. Is it spicy? Indeed, no woman can resist the temptation of Sichuan hot pot. I'm 30. While eating the self-heating pot, Blue Ye also started to talk.
As if narrating someone else's life events, Blue Yaya spoke very calmly about her rich life experiences. This year, Blue Yaya is actually 35, and no matter whether she's dressed or not, Zhou Lin did not think so. There is no denying that indeed the heavens provided for her. Blue Yaya's features alone may not seem exceptional, but together they hold a special charm, combined with a well-proportioned figure and fair, tender skin, especially attracting middle-aged and powerful men. At 18, she was led by a 50-year-old man from the hotel lobby to a small villa, and at 21, that man introduced her to the powerful benefactor he depended on. Thus, back and forth, Blue Yaya unexpectedly became a shared secret among the powerful men in the capital of Sichuan province. In Blue Yaya's words, she came to Joshua to relax, who would have known she would encounter the apocalypse. As for her special ability, it came from a pearl bracelet given by someone else. Blue Yaya said that before the apocalypse, the bracelet was nothing special, until one winter night, she accidentally discovered that one of the pearls was particularly bright. At that moment, maybe it was hunger or perhaps a mood swing, she just wanted to bite that pearl in half. However, when she swallowed it, a magical thing happened. Actually, it's not that useful. Blue Yaya had already finished 2 self-heating pots. Both enhanced and evolved beings had a large appetite, so Blue Yaya still looked longingly at Zhou Lin, wanting more. She wanted more. There are no more self-heating pots. Zhou Lin pushed the chicken leg hamburger in front of Blue Yaya. Eat well to be ready for the road. Splash! The fragrant hamburger fell onto the table, and Blue Yaya's face was filled with horror. You want to kill me? I do have that thought. You not only know too much, but you may also threaten me. If I let you go, who knows, in some time you might gather a large group of people to seek revenge on me. Zhou Lin shook his head. No, actually I have never had any grand ambitions, I just want to eat enough. Blue Yaya hurriedly said. Staring at Blue Yaya, Zhou Lin fell into deep thought. Mental powers pose little threat to enhanced beings, but to ordinary people and non-enhanced evolvers with weak willpower, it is a deadly weapon. From this perspective, Blue Yaya is still useful. The key still lies in whether she can be controlled. That pattern on your room's wall, did you design it? It looks nice. Pattern? Blue Yaya frowned and thought, are you talking about the pattern on that white cloth? I didn't design it, he did. He? Yeah, he is the owner of the house, and also my last. Blue Yaya paused halfway, winking at Zhou Lin. Then where did he go? Don't tell me he was just in your bed. How is that possible? Blue Yaya wrinkled her nose. A 35-year-old woman's gesture would make others feel she was pretending, but when Blue Yaya did it, it had an innocent charm. He left soon after the natural disasters began, saying he had important matters to attend to, and asked me to stay in the house and wait for him, claiming he would come to pick me up in no time. Humph, he didn't even leave enough food for me. How can I wait for him? Should I turn into a zombie and wait for him? According to Blue Yaya, she shouldn't be the leader of that mysterious organization, and it is very likely that man was not the leader either. Zhou Lin couldn't tell if what Lan Yaya said was true. If she wasn't lying, then that mysterious organization was somewhat frightening. By the way, the pearl bracelet was a gift from him. Perhaps she felt Zhou Lin's killing intent fade, or maybe she simply wanted to indulge herself. Lan Yaya began to eat her burger again as she spoke. What is his name? You probably wouldn't know him. In fact, many men around me aren't famous outside, but their strength is more impressive than the last. I'm not talking about that aspect. Stop talking nonsense, or I won't let you eat. No. His name is Chao Boding, Chao like Chow Chow, Bo like knowledge, and Ting like courtyard. I don't even know what he specifically does, but he's definitely not from Jiazhou or from our Bashu area. He is very rich and talented, at least speaks 6 languages. For a bite to eat, Lan Yaya spilled everything she knew about Chao Boding. However, Zhou Lin didn't process most of it. What came to his mind was another name, another face. Chao Bowen, vice commander of Ningnan Shelter, one of AI Bing's past life's men. Chao Boding, Chao Bowen, just one character apart. Could it be possible? If he was still worried just a moment ago that Lan Yaya wouldn't find any truly useful clues here, it seemed he could relax now. Yang Qiqi was completely useless. Chapter 73, Shelter. Lan Yaya's appearance made Zhou Lin realize 3 things. The ability orb he got from the Car City didn't have to wait 5 years to take out. That mysterious organization didn't just appear after the apocalypse, they might still have ability orbs in their hands. He should be able to find Chao Bowen, as long as he first finds Chao Boding. One must say that fate is indeed wonderful. If Huang Menjing hadn't been willing to trade her hidden instant food with Zhou Lin, he wouldn't have happened to meet Yang Min, who escaped from home. He wouldn't have killed Zhang Zhaoi and the other 2 and wouldn't have encountered Lan Yaya because of their corpses. If he hadn't met Lan Yaya, he couldn't determine whether the ability orb could be used and wouldn't have linked it to Chao Bowen. Recalling the things Chao Bowen did in secret at Ningnan Shelter, which were so similar to that mysterious organization, it suggested that Chao Bowen was likely an undercover planted by the mysterious organization within the Summer Nation government. He and Chao Boding could very well be brothers or cousins. Zhou Lin didn't know what the ultimate goal of the mysterious organization was. In his last life, he wasn't qualified to know these things, but he knew the organization had done many bad things, and there were rumors that they hunted ability users and evolutionaries for live experiments. If this rumor is true, then no matter the nature of the mysterious organization, it must be evil. If there were no intersection between them, Zhou Lin might not intervene, but since Qiao Bowen was likely a member of that mysterious organization, it meant Zhou Lin and the organization could never coexist peacefully. As an undercover, for Qiao Bowen to achieve the position of vice commander at Ningnan Shelter, he wouldn't be an ordinary member of the mysterious organization.
If he were to die at Zhou Lin's hands in the future, would the mysterious organization just let it go?
And Zhou Lin would never let Qiao Bowen go, which meant he would eventually confront the mysterious organization.
Perhaps he should reveal this news to the state, using the power of the country to eliminate the mysterious organization in its cradle as soon as possible? But the question was how to convey this message to the state? Assuming the state didn't even know about ability users and evolutionaries, this possibility was very high. How could Zhou Lin prove this, using himself? Absolutely impossible. There were too many uncontrollable factors and risks too high. Zhou Lin would not take such a risk. So, forget it. Zhou Lin decided to find an opportunity to discuss with Jolie. That girl's mind was sharper than his. The real problem now was Lan Yeye. One could guess with just a thought that this woman was not simple. Killing her directly would definitely save trouble, but she might be the only other ability user, the only evolver in the world besides Zhou Lin. How regrettable. You said you wouldn't kill me.
Perhaps sensing Zhou Lin's killing intent, Lan Yeye looked at him with a pitiful expression, her red lips and eyelashes slightly trembling, tears shimmering in her eyes.
No wonder she was the darling of many powerful figures. Lan Yeye's acting was indeed at an Oscar-winning level, combined with a natural charm that made Zhou Lin sure he couldn't withstand it without a decade of apocalypse experience. Although Lan Yeye did not speak, her eyes seemed to be enticing him, telling Zhou Lin that he could do anything he wanted, even if she might resist, she could not escape from his grasp. If you want to live, keep quiet, it's useless against me. What are you talking about? I don't understand.
Zhou Lin pinched his nose hard. Get out of the car.
Why should he get out of the car? It's so cold outside. Fortunately, Zhou Lin did not plan to freeze Lan Yeye to death and gave her a set of warm clothing. I have to say that this woman was born to be a clothing model. Even the bulky winter clothes could be worn fashionably. Just after getting out of the car, before Lan Yeye could adjust to the outside temperature, Zhou Lin knocked her out with a chop to her neck. He couldn't let Lan Yeye see him putting away the Lu Xiaofeng number. Abilities cannot be easily revealed. Once the enemy studied them thoroughly, they could easily turn into a death sentence for the ability user. When Lan Yeye was awakened by Zhou Lin using a snow-covered hand, the two had already stood outside the entrance of Lanshan community. Zhou Lin planned to temporarily settle Lan Yeye in Wu Shui's house, but first needed to make some modifications to that house. Come with me, you are not allowed to speak without my consent. Zhou Lin first warned Lan Yeye, but when she appeared in the Zhou family, Zhou Kaijun and others had different expressions on their faces. Who is she? Could she be your enemy again? Chang Yali circled around Lan Yeye, her intuition telling her that Lan Yeye was not easy to deal with.
Wu Shui had a tense expression, staring only at Zhou Lin. If Lan Yeye had any connection with Zhou Lin, Wu Shui would choose to cut ties with Zhou Lin. She could not accept that Zhou Lin had other women around him, at least not now. How to say, you can treat her as an important figure, but also my captive. Shue, I plan to modify your house a bit and temporarily let her stay there.
Okay.
Although Wu Shui felt unhappy, as long as there was no breach of the bottom line, she could still support Zhou Lin unconditionally. The modification was not complicated. First, weld the front door of Wu Shui's house shut, then open a round hole in the corner of the living room, weld an iron door that can only be locked from Zhou Lin's side, and finally choose a room as Lan Yeye's bedroom, ensuring she has heating. It seems simple but is actually not easy. Zhou Lin divided the work slightly. The heavy work was all done by him, while Zhou Kaijun and his wife were responsible for the technical aspects, such as welding, running electrical wires, and opening slots. Fortunately, without day, it means there is no night. As long as the neighbors don't complain about the noise, they could finish in one go.
The finishing work was left for Jolie to complete, mainly installing cameras to monitor Lan Yeye's every move. Lan Yeye had no objections to this.
Facing the apocalypse that tormented more than death and lacking the courage to end her own life, she felt that in order to live, she could naturally accept anything, even mere surveillance.
What does it matter if there is no privacy and no freedom?
After more than 30 hours of busy work, Zhou Lin finally slept for over 10 hours and felt refreshed again. He originally intended to bring some fast food to Huang Menjing, but her house definitely couldn't hold 500 boxes, so he could only give them to her in portions. Moreover, after the winter night passes, the top level of Lanshan will no longer be suitable for living, and if Huang Menjing and her daughter are still alive by then, they will certainly need to move. The woman downstairs says she wants to see you, and she's very anxious, Wu Shui said while bringing breakfast to Zhou Lin.
She wants to see me? When did this happen?
She started gesturing in front of the camera 2 hours ago but wouldn't tell me.
It can't be.
Wu Shue's eyes showed lingering doubt, and Zhou Lin shook his head. I'll go after I finish eating.
Wu Shue's expression finally brightened. She knew she might have been overly jealous, but isn't that human nature? Could Zhou Lin accept her being with other men? Definitely not.
After opening the iron gate between the two houses and lowering the ladder, Zhou Lin and Wu Shui went downstairs, where Lan Yeye rushed over, her face full of panic. It was clear that Lan Yeye was indeed nervous, even more so than when Zhou Lin had caught her before, when she even said he should kill her.
What's going on?
Speak clearly and don't get physical. Zhou Lin stepped back, cleverly avoiding Lan Yeye's attempt to grab him. Wu Shui snorted coldly and instinctively stepped in front of Zhou Lin, facing Lan Yeye directly.
Don't get me wrong, Lan Yeye waved her hands. I feel very unwell.
Both Zhou Lin and Wu Shui were puzzled.
What does feeling unwell mean? In this apocalypse, who the hell feels well? That's not what I mean. Zhou Lin, do you really want her to know? Lan Yeye glanced at Wu Shui, igniting her anger. What secret do you two have that you can't let me know?
Seeing Wu Shui's face, Zhou Lin understood that this matter couldn't be passed today, and he guessed that what Lan Yeye wanted to say was likely related to her powers. Go ahead, Zhou Lin rubbed his temples.
Last night after I fell asleep, I had a dream. A dream? Do dreams need to be mentioned?
But Zhou Lin's face slightly changed. Ordinary people certainly dream, and even those with powers or who have evolved do. However, some special abilities don't allow dreaming, or rather, don't allow dreaming easily, mental-type abilities. Perhaps it is related to their power, as it is said that dreams of mental-type ability users are often about things that will soon happen.
What did you dream about? Zhou Lin asked in a serious tone, ignoring Wu Shui's surprise. An earthquake. Lan Yeye trembled. A massive earthquake. Where? Here. I even saw this building swing in the earthquake, with huge cracks appearing on the ground, and some structures were directly swallowed. Did you see any safe places? Zhou Lin didn't foolishly ask Lan Yeye if she knew the exact time of the earthquake. Usually, dreams cannot determine time. Yes. Lan Yeye widened her eyes, as if recalling, and finally described the safe places around Jiazhu City she saw in her dream. However, upon hearing her description, Zhou Lin was stunned. Isn't it just the area of the Zhou family's breeding farm? So, in the end, are we moving back there again?
Zhou Lin had never heard about Jiazhu or the entire Bashu being affected by a massive earthquake in his past life.
At that time, he should have been searching for food with Ai Bing and Tang Yili in the deep city, utterly exhausted every day yet never able to fill his stomach. Without the ability to communicate with others and lacking official news, how could he possibly know what was happening thousands of kilometers away? So did his parents and younger sister perish in the early days of the apocalypse or die in the upcoming earthquake? Or maybe it's the flood, the plague, the extreme heat. Thinking of this, Zhou Lin couldn't help but slap himself. Damn it, what an idiot. I'll go kill young Chi-Chi right now. What exactly are you talking about? Wu Shui's instinct told her that Lan Yeye and Zhou Lin weren't joking, but how could a dream be taken as a prophecy? Looking at Zhou Lin, it seemed like he believed it. Had this woman Lan Yeye bewitched him? Can I attack her once? Lan Yeye suddenly asked. No.
Zhou Lin shook his head. Who knew if Lan Yeye was just trying to prove the existence of psychic abilities to Wu Shui or secretly planting something in Wu Shui's mind?
He couldn't feel it and couldn't check. But Zhou Lin had a better way to prove it.
He took Lan Yeye and Wu Shui straight downstairs to the property management office. These days, Xiao Hang had been living quite comfortably. He didn't have to worry about supplies. As long as he did what Zhou Lin ordered, everything he needed was there. He even started to seriously doubt that he was the main character in this story. From time to time, he would think, maybe Zhou Lin was the real main character.
All that supply must be in Zhou Lin's dimensional space.
As for Zhou Lin definitely having a dimensional space, Xiao Hang thought it was something that could be confirmed, though he wasn't sure if it had sunlight, spring water, soil, or anything else, if anything alive could survive inside.
Isn't that how novels are written? Boss, you're here.
In front of Zhou Lin, Xiao Hang became noticeably more flattering, almost equivalent to crawling on his knees.
Zhou Lin frowned, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Where's that woman? She's here, alive and well, eating 4 meals a day. 4 meals? Wu Shui wasn't pleased. Why should she get such treatment when she didn't?
The boss specifically instructed, so it's 4 meals, no less. Xiao Hang counted on his fingers, 3 meals on time for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, then 1 more at night, totally 4 meals.
Get lost. Got it, boss. In the corner, Yang Chi-Chi had already heard Zhou Lin's voice.
But now she was really scared. 4 meals a day, though they were just bamboo strips being used to lash her, not fatal, the pain was enough to drive her crazy. The key was that Xiao Hang, that bastard, actually put medicine on the wounds, but never waited for them to fully heal. The sensation of being struck by the bamboo strips on newly formed skin was more painful than being skinned or having her muscles pulled.
Just let me die.
Yang Qiqi turned her head to face the wall, not looking at Zhou Lin.
Fine. Wait, what did you say? You're going to kill me?
Yang Qiqi turned her head abruptly, her filthy face filled with shock. Zhou Lin was actually going to kill her, but Yang Qiqi didn't want to die. Even though every time she was beaten, she wished she could die immediately, once the pain passed, she would think about surviving.
Living meant there was hope, right? Even if someone would avenge her in the future, what would it matter if she was already dead? No, don't kill me, don't kill me.
Zhou Lin didn't care at all about Yang Qiqi's struggle and had Xiao Hang find a few people to drag her into an empty room.
Start.
After chasing away the irrelevant people, Zhou Lin pointed at Yang Qiqi, who was squirming on the ground like a maggot, struggling to survive. Wu Shui thought Zhou Lin was telling Lan Yaya to kill her, but Lan Yaya just stood still, staring at Yang Qiqi. Suddenly, Yang Qiqi stopped moving. Then they saw Lan Yaya stagger a bit, as if she had lost all her strength. Immediately after, Yang Qiqi actually crawled towards Zhou Lin, muttering, "Give me a knife, a knife." Zhou Lin held Lan Yaya, who almost fell, with his left hand, and took out a small fruit knife with his right.
What?
What did you do to her?
Wu Shui's face turned pale, tightly clutching Zhou Lin's right arm, and asked Lan Yaya. She has a strong will to survive, almost succeeded. I'm so hungry, food, quickly give me food.
When Zhou Lin pulled out a chocolate candy bar and handed it to Lan Yaya, Yang Qiqi shoved a fruit knife, no longer than a finger, into her neck. The process was slow, one could feel the conflict in her consciousness, but in the end, it still went in. The fruit knife wasn't very sharp, and after piercing the skin, it was hard to go any deeper, blood began to spill, and Wu Shui slowly clenched her fists.
Your wife is timid.
After eating a chocolate candy bar, Lan Yaya clearly recovered a bit, even having the strength to joke with Wu Shui. Wu Shui glared at her but still didn't release her clenched fist.
Not everyone is as cold-blooded as you.
Yeah, the number of lives I've taken by my hands, on my body, in my belly is probably more than the total number of humans born since the beginning of time.
Men. Shu, don't disturb my mood.
Zhou Lin stared at Yang Qiqi, as if seeing the end of a dream. He had actually thought of using all kinds of brutal, bloody methods to kill Yang Qiqi. But for someone who eats 4 meals a day, perhaps there were no particularly cruel methods left. So, let her kill herself. Not wanting to die but unable to control her body, the last stretch must be painful.
Fine, let it be like this.
Revenge is necessary, but the lives of the ones still alive are more important.
Whether they are family or enemies.
Chapter 75, The Earthquake, It's Coming. At the Zhou family, everyone sat around the dinner table. 4 pairs of eyes were all focused on Zhou Lin.
About my space. Shui, you came late.
Wu Shui nodded in understanding, she could think from others' perspectives. To be precise, my space is actually a type of supernatural ability. Lan Yaya is the first person with supernatural abilities I've encountered. Her ability is mental-based, she can, to some extent, control the thoughts and actions of ordinary people.
After roughly explaining what supernatural abilities are, Zhou Lin then mentioned the earthquake.
This is a special ability within mental-based powers, dreams are uncontrollable, but the success rate is over 90%.
Lan Yaya had a dream last night.
After hearing Zhou Lin recount the dream, Zhou Kaijun and Chang Yali's faces turned pale.
An earthquake. An earthquake that could destroy Lanshan community, does that mean there's no way out for them? In the icy snow, without a safe place to stay, wouldn't it be the same as waiting for death?
The only thing they could be thankful for was that Zhou Lin had space. At least they could take all the supplies, food, and essentials wouldn't be lacking. She said the farm is safe, but it's already buried in snow.
Should we dig out the house now? Chang Yali asked. Zhou Lin nodded.
Generally speaking, mental-based ability users' dream times can't be fully determined. Lan Ye only said she felt it would happen soon, and Zhou Lin was nervous because in Lan Ye's dream, there was still snow covering everything, and there were less than 2 months left in the winter night. So if a big earthquake is going to happen, it must be within these 2 months. Just when everyone thought Zhou Lin had finished speaking, they saw him take out a very delicate metal box. The ability pearl, whether it can merge with it, and what ability will be gained after merging is unknown.
You can all try it, starting with
Lily. The younger you are, the higher the chance of successful merging. Too bad, in the end times, very few people are willing to have children, and even fewer can raise them.
I don't want it.
Unexpectedly, Jolie didn't want to be the first to try, saying she didn't like the uncontrollable. Zhou Lin gave her a deep look, then placed the ability pearl back on the table.
Shui, you try.
Zhou Kaijun and Chang Yali said at the same time.
Me?
Wu Shui was surprised but also deeply moved. Although she studied science and was a thorough atheist, that didn't affect her understanding of the value of this ability pearl. Zhou Kaijun and his wife actually gave such an opportunity to her, fully expressing their trust and affection for her.
Dad, Mom. Thank you.
Time was pressing, and Wu Shui did not hold back her emotions. With tears in her eyes, she thanked Zhou Kaijun and his wife, then picked up the ability ball that looked like a glowing white pearl, just as Zhou Lin had said.
Zhou Lin. Put it in your mouth and give it a try. The way to activate the ability ball was not always the same.
Lan Yaya had accidentally activated hers by putting it in her mouth, and Zhou Lin thought Wu Shui could try the same. Wu Shui followed his advice, but the ability ball still showed no reaction.
Zhou Lin shook his head slowly, realizing that Wu Shui simply wasn't destined for this ability.
Wu Shui sensibly cleaned the ability ball before handing it over to Cheng Yali.
It's okay, there will be more opportunities in the future. I promise you will definitely become an ability user.
Zhou Lin comforted, embracing Wu Shui, but before he could finish, he heard Zhou Caijuan's exclamation.
Honey, you.
A strong light burst from Cheng Yali's hand, as if she was holding not a pearl, but a sun.
Activated? It activated just like that?
The noise it made was too loud. Had the living room windows not been sealed, it might have given people outside the impression that it was morning. Fortunately, although the light was intense, it did not harm anyone's eyes, and it faded away in just 2 to 3 seconds. The ability ball in Cheng Yali's hand disappeared, leaving her in a daze.
Honey, are you okay?
At Zhou Lin's gesture, Zhou Kaijun finally dared to reach out and pat Cheng Yali's shoulder.
Ha!
Cheng Yali jolted, as if waking from a dream, then her face filled with excitement as she shouted in a deafening voice, Son, I did it!
I did it! Not just others, even Zhou Lin found it unbearable, his eardrums felt like they were trembling. Could Cheng Yali's activated ability be related to sound? Sound wave enhancement. Son, my ability can. Don't say. Zhou Lin interrupted, don't tell anyone the specifics of your ability and its uses. He glanced at Wu Shui and Zhou Li. There are ways and abilities to force you to tell the truth, so it's not that I don't trust you, but I don't want to put you in danger. Zhou Li shrugged, Mom, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Speak a little quieter, I'm already deaf.
Mom, you need to strengthen your training from now on because ability users are natural evolvers. After becoming an evolver, your physical fitness will improve. Regular training can not only accelerate physical enhancement but also influence the upgrade of your abilities to some extent. You all just need to know this. Don't tell anyone else, especially. Zhou Lin pointed downstairs, as Lan Yaya clearly still didn't know this point. It's a pity my ability is useless against earthquakes. Son, when do we start moving? With the ability, and the chance to become a physically superior evolver, Cheng Yali felt a surge of confidence for the future. In uncertain times regarding the exact timing of earthquakes, moving as early as possible was the best choice. After discussing their tasks, the family began to act separately. You say ability users are natural evolvers, but not all evolvers are ability users. So ordinary people can also become evolvers, right? Even if I don't have an ability, I can still become an evolver like you? In the room, Wu Shui asked Zhou Lin while she packed. Now Zhou Lin no longer needed to hide anything, he directly stuffed the boxes Wu Shui had packed into the Laifu ship, making things much more convenient. Yes, but ordinary people need to reach a certain threshold of physical fitness to become evolvers. I don't know the exact number, or they need to experience some significant stimulus. That is, both mentally or physically, they must break through a certain threshold to become an evolver. I understand now. Don't worry, I will work hard. Wu Shui clenched her fist. Zhou Lin rubbed Wu Shui's cheek, it's okay, I won't let anyone hurt you. But we are facing not only man-made disasters but also natural disasters. What if the earthquake comes right now? You. Zhou Lin was about to tell Wu Shui to stop with her bad omen, but just as the words were on his lips, he felt the ground start to shake. Earthquake. Lan Yaya's dream came true so quickly? Zhou Lin grabbed Wu Shui and pulled her into his arms, rushing towards the exit. Lily. The stairs to the second floor creaked ominously, as if they could be torn apart by the shaking at any moment. Everything in front of them was swaying, and the hard floor undulated like waves. Anything not secured was tossed about, crashing onto the floor with clanging sounds or shattering into pieces. From upstairs came Cheng Yali's yelling, overpowering everything else, Zhou Lin. Lily. Where are you? Come to Mom quickly, come. In the master bedroom on the second floor, Cheng Yali held her small husband tightly, a thick pillow balanced on her head like a strong pillar, determined to protect her entire family even if the sky fell. Chapter 76, Tent Living. The earthquake came quickly and left just as fast. Before Zhou Lin could find Zhou Lili, the shaking stopped. Is it over? Wu Shui asked, still shaken. It should be. Zhou Lin replied cautiously, not wanting to jinx it, who knew if more tremors would come. The urgent matter was to evacuate. Abandon all things deemed unimportant or too risky. Under Zhou Lin's urging, Chang Yali and the others quickly descended the stairs. In the tool room, Sun Xinghao looked up at Zhou Lin with tears in his eyes.
The recent earthquake had almost scared him to death. Now that it had stopped, the boiler pipes were damaged, the generator was down, and even the liquid fertilizer tubes were swaying dangerously, spilling liquid fertilizer everywhere. Take your things and go downstairs to find my dad.
Sun Xinghao may not have made notable contributions, but he had worked hard. Zhou Lin decided to give him another chance. A few minutes later, Zhou Lin waved his hand, gathering everything in the tool room onto the deck of the Lai Fu ship for temporary storage, leaving only a large cage wrapped in thick cotton blankets, filled with poultry. To keep them from freezing to death, this was the only option. If they ended up suffocating, it would only be their bad luck. After tidying up the tool room, Zhou Lin went to find Lan Yaya, dragging her out from under the bed.
Is this the scene you dreamed about? Lan Yaya shook her head. No, not at all. Crap. Zhou Lin cursed under his breath, dragging Lan Yaya downstairs. By this time, a large crowd had gathered downstairs. As long as they could walk, nobody dared to stay upstairs. Who knew if another earthquake would strike? In fact, there had been subtle aftershocks continuously, but no one seemed to notice. It's coming again, it's shaking. A more intense aftershock returned everyone to a state of fear controlled by the earthquake. Zhou Lin, Zhou Lin. As soon as the aftershock stopped, Huang Menjing dragged her elderly mother out from the crowded group. Sister Chang. Menjing, are you guys okay?
Chang Yali showed warmth to familiar faces, immediately stepping forward to support Huang Menjing's elderly mother. The two had been card partners and had grown closer in this apocalyptic time.
We can't stay here, right? I just saw cracks appear in the ceiling. Huang Menjing spoke urgently but calmly, whispering in Zhou Lin's ear.
Zhou Lin did not answer, tacitly agreeing.
What are your plans moving forward?
Zhou Lin hesitated. He was reluctant to let just anyone join, but Huang Menjing and her mother's situation felt a bit different.
Son, come here.
Chang Yali waved her hand, and when Zhou Lin approached, the mother and son began to speak quietly.
Menjing, if you don't mind, you can come with us, but I have to make some things clear. Chang Yali said. Sister Chang, you say it, I will agree to anything.
Huang Menjing was a smart person. The events of recent times had convinced her that only by following Zhou Lin could she hope for a better life. Thus, she showed Chang Yali the respect and trust that linked them both. Looking around at the increasing crowd,
Zhou Lin waved his hand. Let's talk while we walk.
Without snowmobiles, Zhou Lin let Huang Menjing's mother sit in the sled with the unathletic Lan Yaya, then pretended to go to the basement to bring out a few pairs of skis. To his surprise, Wu Shui could actually ski, and Jolie was even better. Under Wu Shui's guidance, she tried a few times and was able to move freely, living up to her genius reputation. As an entrepreneur, Huang Menjing also had some skiing experience, and finally, it was Zhou Kaijun and Chang Yali. It had to be said that with Chang Yali's body type, she ended up grabbing a doorboard to sit on with Zhou Kaijun. Big brother, are you leaving?
Xiao Hang chased after them, looking anxious.
Yeah, our roof is cracked. Zhou Lin didn't want to waste time. The group hadn't brought supplies, and if someone went upstairs and found it empty, it was better to leave early.
Big brother, can I go with you? It's not convenient for me right now. How about this? If the time is right later, I'll contact you, and you can come then.
But?
No buts.
Zhou Lin looked around and whispered, remember, don't stay in the house unless necessary, take enough food and water with you, and if, contact me with the intercom.
Big brother, when you're settled, be sure to find me.
Xiao Hang had no choice but to reluctantly wave goodbye to Zhou Lin. On the pristine white snow, the group slowly moved forward. Because of the sled and the doorboard, the skis only helped Zhou Lin and the others move forward with less effort and kept them from sinking into the snow. Typically, it took about 20 minutes from the city to the farm without traffic, but they took a full 4 hours. I'll set up 2 tents first, then we'll dig. In a place where no one could see, Zhou Lin quickly set up the tents and settled everyone down, waiting for them all to fall asleep from exhaustion before bringing out an excavator from the warehouse. Digging through several meters of snow by hand would take forever. But just as he was about to start, a figure suddenly pushed aside 3 layers of tent flaps and came out.
Think before you act, are you stupid, brother?
Jolie yawned, with 2 little eye boogers still stuck in the corners of her eyes.
What do you mean?
Saya brother, your brain really is a puzzle. Haven't you thought that it's actually great that our house is buried under the snow?
Great?
Jolie's words struck Zhou Lin like a lightning bolt, opening his mind.
Wasn't that so?
The big earthquake Lan Yaya dreamed about hadn't arrived yet, and being buried under the snow meant being protected. If the earthquake came and luck was on their side, they might not suffer major damage. But digging it out would be another story. It could very well collapse if shaken. So Jolie meant it was better to dig after the earthquake passed.
The problem was, when would that earthquake come? No one could be sure. If they didn't dig out the house, where would they stay next? Would everyone be crammed in a tent?
Right, Lu Xiaofeng's house. Zhou Lin didn't hide it any longer and directly brought out Lu Xiaofeng's house, roughly positioned in the front yard of their original house. Even if the snow collapsed in the earthquake, it wouldn't crush the house.
Wow.
Walking around the 12-meter-long Lu Xiaofeng's house, Zhou Li nodded with satisfaction. It's mine now. Zhou Lin ignored her and brought out another vehicle that had been transformed from a large bus. In terms of size and internal space, it was not inferior to Lu Xiaofeng's house.
Since you're up, let's lend a hand together.
Relying solely on the RV's insulation could resist the cold, but it would consume a lot of energy to maintain the indoor temperature. Since it didn't need to move, Zhou Lin's idea was to set up another layer of tent outside the RV. When others woke up and saw the tent and the RVs inside, they were all stunned.
Honey, this. I hid it in the yard before, I dug it out last night. Don't worry, everything is usable. With 2 RVs and a large tent, Zhang Yali, along with Wu Shui, Zhou Li, and Huang Menjing, stayed in the Luxiafeng RV. Zhou Kaijun, Zhou Lin, Sun Qinghao, and Lan Ye stayed in the other RV. I don't want to do this. Among everyone, only Lan Ye had objections.
Zhou Lin glanced over. Oh, then I'll find you another place.
Chapter 77, Mysterious News. Mysterious News. Lan Ye initially thought that Zhou Lin was enchanted by her.
But when Zhou Lin took her far away from the RVs and started digging in the snow with a shovel, she understood.
No need, I think you arranged it pretty well. Not feeling wronged? Zhou Lin continued to dig the snow. Not feeling wronged, really not feeling wronged. I've already said I'm not feeling wronged, why are you still digging? Zhou Lin laughed. If he didn't dig a big hole, how would they deal with waste later? Especially with a major earthquake coming, who could guarantee nobody would fall down when it shook? That would be disgusting.
Lan Ye felt particularly wrong because Zhou Lin actually asked her to dig a hole together.
I haven't done this hard work since I was 18. So what? Zhou Lin put down the shovel and looked at the sky. Can you see clearly? Where? Lan Ye looked around. Who told you to look toward the tent?
Besides the places with lights.
Huh? How can I see clearly? Although I've acted as a cat, I'm not a cat. No night vision? Zhou Lin nodded, not saying anything more. He checked that the snow pit was deep enough, laid a thick waterproof membrane, and took Lan Ye back to the tent.
Considering the potential for an earthquake at any time, there were only a few small camping stoves inside the tent.
They worked quite well for heating, but they had to add firewood every 3 to 4 hours.
When Zhou Lin started to rest, the official shelter in the city was still in chaos.
Magnitude 6.5, aftershocks up to 5.
Xu Guanghan, with his head wrapped in gauze, was reading the latest documents by the light of a kerosene lamp. He was unlucky. When the earthquake came, the light fixture on the ceiling fell and hit his head.
Fortunately, the lamp tube didn't break, otherwise, it would have been more troublesome.
Old Yi, how's the casualty situation? Yi Xinxiao, with icicles on his head, pushed aside the curtain and came in with a heavy expression. Several working sites that were being excavated collapsed, at least a few hundred people are buried underneath. Wang Pingping and the others are digging, hopefully, they can rescue more people.
Xu Guanghan let out a long sigh.
Besides the people buried due to the collapse, there were also many injured in the shelter, but the problem was a severe shortage of medical staff and supplies, leaving many injuries untreated. Fortunately, the temperature was low, making infections less likely, otherwise, it would have been worse.
Commander, urgent telegram from the provincial government. Another urgent telegram.
Not knowing whether it was good or bad news, Zhu Guanghan nervously took it and read, tears immediately welling up in his eyes. Jiazhua City wasn't even the epicenter yet, reaching a level of 6.5.
The epicenter is devastating. The provincial government says the death toll could exceed 5 figures.
The crucial point is, now besides themselves, no one can help. Natural disasters are not frightening, no one can decide where they will occur. However, in Xiagua, when disaster-stricken people see those green figures, they will feel secure and warm. But now, winter nights have cut off the roads, and volcanic ash makes flying impossible.
Even if they wanted to offer assistance, they couldn't just run over on foot, could they?
Before Zhu Guanghan could finish his words, Yi Xinxiao's guard entered again. Commander, urgent order.
Read it.
Yi Xinxiao lit a cigarette, as if he had already guessed something.
Your unit is to quickly assess the local casualties and needed rescue efforts.
If there is excess capacity, report immediately for the command center to arrange support for the epicenter.
After the guard finished reading, Yi Xinxiao hadn't said a word before Zhu Guanghan couldn't hold back anymore. What? Are we also in a disaster zone here? How could that be? And how are you going there, running on foot?
Old Zhu, disasters vary in severity, and emergencies have different levels of urgency.
What's wrong with running? Didn't our ancestors measure the grasslands and cross the snow mountains with their own feet? The people's army is for the people.
As long as the people need us, we can send half our personnel to the epicenter. Please give further instructions. Old Yi, you. Zhu Guanghan stomped his foot, but he knew that no matter what he said, it was useless. Although he had been given the position of commander, Yi Xinyao was only the deputy commander, and Zhu Guanghan couldn't interfere in military matters at all.
If half of you go, what are we going to do with the follow-up work here?
Zhu Guanghan muttered, and Yi Xinyao said calmly, it's slower here, colder, hungrier, but just some hardship, no lives will be lost.
But over there, delaying by even a minute could cost several lives. Old Zhu, how would you decide? Zhu Guanghan waved his hand, just sighing constantly. It's not easy, none of it is easy.
Wang Pingping will stay here to help you, I'll personally lead the team over. Yi Xinyao stood up, hands on his knees, speaking as he made his way out.
Before Zhu Guanghan could respond, Wang Pingping lifted the curtain and entered.
Commander, Chief, I just received a message, I think you both should hear it.
Go ahead.
Even in a hurry, Yi Xinyao could still wait a few minutes. Wang Pingping took out his special phone and started playing the recording.
As soon as the sound played, it was clear that it was synthesized. Shelter Command, I have a message. Whether you believe it or not, you'd better believe it, don't doubt it, the end of the world has come, anything could happen. What I'm about to say is very important, the person who receives this message must pass it to your commander, or you will be a traitor to the country and the people.
The voice immediately began with flattery. Zhu Guanghan was a bit indifferent, while Yi Xinyao only smiled and gestured for Zhu Guanghan to continue listening.
This is just the beginning. In the near future, there will be an even bigger earthquake, a super earthquake. 80% of the buildings in Jiazhou City will be destroyed. If you are not prepared, many people will die. Try to gather supplies from the buildings, because after the earthquake, you won't be able to dig them out. That's all I have to say. You should weigh it for yourselves. No need to thank me. The recording ended. Zhu Guanghan sneered, how childish. The country can't even predict earthquakes, and he's out here with doomsday nonsense? Besides, the earthquake just happened, didn't they say that once the energy is released, it's over? How could another one follow, and be even bigger? Old Yi, I think we don't need to pay attention to him.
Yi Xinyao didn't answer immediately but stared at Wang Pingping.
Why do you think it's necessary for us to listen to this? He knew Wang Pingping's character.
Unless there was something special about this recording, Wang Pingping wouldn't care or bring it to them.
The recording itself isn't much, it's been randomly synthesized. With our current equipment, we can't restore it, but there's one thing that surprises me. Little Wang, stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us already, everyone's busy.
Zhu Guanghan was a little displeased.
Commander, this involves some military secrets. Wang Pingping hesitated, and only when Yi Xinyao nodded did he continue. Do you remember the incident with the beautiful country's Tefuo aircraft carrier being hijacked before the natural disaster? What does the Tefuo have to do with this recording? Zhu Guanghan asked. Yi Xinyao seemed to have realized something and whispered, is this recording from the Tefuo aircraft carrier? No.
Wang Pingping shook his head, but when our electronic warfare experts received this recording, they also received the identification code of the Tefuo aircraft carrier from the beautiful country.
The two were completely synchronized. An identification code? How is that possible? We're in Bashu.
Yi Xinyao, usually calm, finally lost his composure at that moment.
Do you think the command center will believe it?
Zhou Lin and Zhou Li sat around the stove.
The breeze doesn't know words, don't disturb me while I read.
Zhou Li glared at Zhou Lin impatiently. Everything had been settled, whether or not to believe was up to the other party.
This is called doing one's best and leaving the rest to fate. Zhou Lin is just an ordinary person, neither a god nor a Buddha. Is it necessary to worry so much? So many lives.
When it comes to revenge, Zhou Lin is never ambiguous, and he can take drastic action against those who are not of his kin. But if they are innocent people, Zhou Lin really can't be as indifferent as Zhou Li.
What is a person? What is a life? Seeing a mountain is not a mountain. Little sister, I didn't provoke you. Not far away, Lan Ye, who was picking vegetables with Chang Yali, caught a glimpse of Zhou Li out of the corner of her eye. She misunderstood, Zhou Li said mountain and not three, primarily because of the Sichuan dialect.
Humph, a line of white egrets in the blue sky, half a in front of me.
Lan Ye, don't think you can be arrogant just because you're an ability user, it doesn't work in front of me. Little girl. Lan Ye got angry and suddenly stood up. If it weren't for your brother and your mom protecting you, I could make you social death in a minute, do you believe that? Seeing the two girls arguing, at first, Chang Yali and Zhou Lin didn't think much of it.
Neither of them expected that Lan Ye would act like a firecracker in front of Zhou Li, igniting at the slightest touch. Zhou Li coldly smiled, inviting Lan Ye to come at her, and Lan Ye actually launched her abilities at Zhou Li. Only after her ability was unleashed did she suddenly realize that if something happened to Zhou Li, wouldn't Zhou Lin tear her to pieces? Lan Ye, are you out of your mind? Zhou Lin shouted as he was still beside Jolie, and by the time he said his hand was just a little less than 1 centimeter away from Lan Ye's face. Even at a distance of more than 10 meters, Zhou Lin didn't take even a second. Before his slap fell, a strong gust of wind swept Lan Ye's hairpin away, scattering her dark hair everywhere.
Is that all? Ha!
Zhou Lin stopped, turned around in one smooth motion, and quickly looked Jolie up and down.
Are you sure you're okay? No, it can't be. Lan Ye also couldn't believe it. She definitely didn't hold back when she was angry just now. Even an evolved being might get hurt. How could Jolie, a little girl, withstand it? The facts speak louder than words. Jolie's disdainful expression made Lan Ye feel helpless for the first time after getting her powers, to know that Zhou Lin had almost been overpowered by her before. You are not human, right? You are not human, you are trash. Jolie pouted, seeming uninterested in talking to Lan Ye any further, and continued reading and studying. For a moment, Zhou Lin couldn't understand why Jolie was not afraid of Lan Ye's psychic powers at all. Perhaps it had something to do with her IQ? It might be worth trying after the earthquake is over. Even so, he still punished Lan Ye by not letting her eat for 24 hours. For ordinary people, going without food for 24 hours might not be a big deal, but for Lan Ye, who had just used her powers to the fullest, this was too hard to bear. While everyone else was eating in the camper, Lan Ye could only sit outside, pitifully holding a handful of ice and snow, occasionally licking a bit. But the more she did this, the more she felt her stomach turning. Her gastrointestinal tract seemed ready to revolt, as if they would digest her if they didn't get food soon. No one dared to show even a hint of sympathy towards Lan Ye in front of Changyali. Ever since she gained her powers, Changyali not only seemed louder than before, but she also appeared more robust. Zhou Kaijun, who was originally petite, stood beside her like a little bird relying on someone. So far, it seemed that besides the feuding duo of Lan Ye and Jolie, everyone else was getting along quite harmoniously. In comparison, the leaders in the shelter were feeling quite conflicted at this moment. Yi Xinyo had already asked Wang Pingping to report the information completely upwards. Let the higher-ups decide how to deal with it. About 6 hours later, we finally received a response. Surprisingly, the order from above was very simple, just 4 words: prepare for battle. Prepare for what battle? Wait for what command? Clearly, the higher-ups were adopting a better safe than sorry attitude towards that piece of news. Not only did they cancel the military support for the earthquake zone in Jiazhou, but they also ordered them to prepare for battle. Since that's the case, let's notify everyone. Has the radio communications been restored? It has been restored, said Zhu Guanghan's secretary. Old Ji, what do you think we should say? The wording of the notification is very important. If it's too light, people might not take it seriously, and if it's too heavy, it could cause panic. If there ends up being nothing after a few days of tension, it would affect the credibility of the shelter. How should we say it? Of course, we should say it as it is. Just say we received mysterious news that a major earthquake might occur soon, and out of responsibility for the lives and properties of the people, the shelter will suspend all construction and return to the surface for a period of time. Yi Xinxiao dictated a passage, which Zhu Guanghan's secretary recorded and then modified before sending it to the radio station for broadcast. Soon, everyone in Jiazhou City and the surrounding areas who had radios or other devices capable of receiving broadcasts heard the message from the shelter about the impending major earthquake. Another earthquake? No way. A bigger one? Then we need to find a safe place to move. Let's move now. I'm not going. I'd rather die at home than go out. What if I don't die from the quake but freeze to death instead? In a crowd of 100 people, all kinds of characters exist. There was a group of people who particularly liked to go against the government. If told to go east, they would go west instead. However, most people still took targeted measures. For instance, some moved from high-rise buildings to single-story houses or moved their sleeping areas closer to the front door. Those who truly believed in the government's ability packed their families into tents or temporary shelters made of lightweight materials. The earthquake hung over their heads like the sword of Damocles. No one knew when it would fall, but once it did, it would undoubtedly deliver a heavy blow to the people. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and besides the aftershocks from the last quake, everything was normal. Even Huang Menjing began to doubt the shelter's information, unable to resist saying that it was a waste of time to keep this up and that they should dig out the farm and houses first. It's not that Huang Menjing was being picky. After all, even the most expensive RV had limited interior space, and it was always inconvenient to squeeze 4 or 5 people together. Menjing, we must trust the government. Chang Yali was still comforting Huang Menjing when suddenly, Sun Chenghao, who was in charge of raising small animals in the tent's corner, rushed over, shouting, the rabbits have gone crazy, the rabbits have gone crazy. Rabbits gone crazy? Chang Yali and the others followed Sun Chenghao over and saw the normally docile rabbits frantically attacking each other, their snowy white front teeth acting like knives, repeatedly stabbing into their companions' bodies, carving out chunks of flesh and blood. Quick, separate them. The big rabbits fighting and the little ones suffering,
it would be a shame if the little ones they had painstakingly bred were to be lost just like that. However, before they could rescue all the little rabbits, the poultry near the chicken coop suddenly became agitated, some were crowing, some were screeching, and others were hitting their heads against the metal cages, kicking the cages with their feet.
Something's wrong. Chen Yali turned sharply and shouted towards the RV, "You all pay attention, it might." Chapter 79, Magnitude 9. Zhou Lin initially thought he had a blue, yellow, red, these three colors dominate. This is Earthlight, Zhou whispered beside him. She had originally been in the car, but he didn't know when she had run over to Zhou Lin's side. It's coming. What? Zhou Lin asked. An earthquake, the great earthquake that Lan Yeye dreamed about. The unusual behavior of animals, low-frequency sound waves, and the appearance of Earthlight in the sky, anyone with a bit of experience knew these were signs of an impending earthquake. That was why Zhou Li had come out of the car. Sitting in the vehicle in this open area was actually not safe. How long do you think we have? Zhou Lin often forgot Zhou Li's actual age. Perhaps this was a result of the difference in intelligence. It could be 2 or 3 hours, or it might be 2 or 3 days. The Earthlight in the sky continued to flicker. Strictly speaking, it should be noon now. If not for the special weather conditions of the winter night, it would be impossible to see the Earthlight under normal sunlight. So for Zhou Li, this was a great research opportunity. Although Zhou Lin felt there was nothing to research about earthquakes since they couldn't be predicted anyway. Seeing the Earthlight doesn't equal prediction? You're talking nonsense, get me a better camera. What do you need that thing for? Zhou Lin awkwardly pulled out a camera from his pocket, which was from the rebirth caravan. However, he couldn't stay with Zhou Li all the time. He still believed in her and needed to get everyone ready. The crazy rabbits seemed normal again, licking each other's wounds. Zhou Lin had Sun Qinghao take Blackie out of the car, but he had to be tied up, fearing he might get scared and run away when the earthquake struck. Everyone else had been arranged to sit dispersed in tents, waiting in silence. Will it definitely come? Chen Yali asked Zhou Li, who was still filming the Earthlight. It's becoming more and more intense. Zhou Li seemed to answer out of context, but Chen Yali understood and turned back into the tent. Get ready everyone, it's probably coming. In fact, it was not just Jiazhou City that could see the Earthlight. Almost the entire Bashu region could see the twinkling lights in the sky, though not everyone knew what it was. But as a place frequently hit by earthquakes, coupled with the warning messages from the shelters, people in Jiazhou City were basically all looking for safe spots. It's fine to be cold for a while, if really trapped under collapsed buildings, even if one doesn't die on the spot, could one really expect others to come and rescue them? To say something unpleasant, nowadays in the entire Xia Nation and even the world, it could basically be said that each city and region acted independently. Although there were orders at the national level, no one had the power to force compliance. At 4 in the afternoon, Zhou Lin suddenly felt a hot sensation all over his body, as if the blood rushed to his head, making him anxious. It might be. He turned to look at Chen Yali and Lan Yeye, both of whom also appeared abnormal, but the others had no reaction. In the next moment, before Zhou Lin could say anything, the ground began to shake. Earthquake! Watch your step! Chen Yali's voice was loud, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Clearly, this earthquake was much stronger right from the start than the last one. First it shook up and down, then side to side. The intense, complex tremors made it impossible to stand. Almost everyone, except Zhou Lin, instinctively crouched down or lay flat. The snow began to collapse in the shaking, and Zhou Lin saw with his own eyes the RV sliding towards the crack in the snow after losing support. With the RV, over 2 meters high, about to be swallowed by the gap, Zhou Lin swayed his way over, just in time to pull it back into the rebirth caravan. The tent suddenly flew up somehow, uprooted by a gust of wind triggered by the earthquake. However, at this moment, no one could feel the cold, they could only maintain their original positions, silently praying for the disaster to pass quickly. Far away in the north, the high-rise. Holding the earthquake news just received, everyone's face went pale. Grade 9. The earthquake in Bashu was initially determined to be above grade 9. The damage from the 8th grade earthquake years ago has yet to heal, and that was when everything was normal. Is there no way? Someone asked. No. We only have 30 airships, and 2/3 are support from various places. Even if we send them all out, it would be like a drop in the bucket. A drop in the bucket is still better than doing nothing. An old man waved his hand and said, send all 30 airships out, all of them. Then we won't have any mobility left. If something happens. What if? What is if? Grade 9 earthquake, comrades. Why do we have mobility? Is it to ensure our safety? Is it to satisfy our need for supplies? Or are these mobile forces meant to respond to disasters that happen to the people? Some of you are selfish and narrow-minded. Eating a little, taking a bit, being selfish, that is the behavior of those below, extremely superficial. Which of you is lacking anything? No one, right?
Who dares to say that those sitting in this room have not received the best care from the country? So what are your pursuits and thoughts? If you are still greedy for material enjoyment at this position, then I can only say you don't deserve to sit here. Since ancient times, who has not faced death? So what you should think about is how to prove you have existed in this world. Forget it, I won't talk about you anymore. In short, I don't want to become a sinner of the people, bearing a 1,000-year curse, so I can disregard my personal safety, can set life and death aside. If any of you are unwilling, just leave. The last thoughts of others are unknown, but under the old man's insistence, all 30 airships took off one after another after being loaded with supplies and disaster relief personnel, about to fly thousands of kilometers without navigation to the Bashu disaster area. And at this moment, the grade 9 earthquake had just ended less than an hour ago. Fortunately, the epicenter was not in a densely populated city, and there wasn't even a town nearby. If someone were to reach the epicenter now, they would find that the terrain over 100 square kilometers had been completely transformed, the once lush forests now covered by large areas of hot soil and rocks, countless ravines crisscrossed, with gaps wide enough to be 7 or 8 meters, dark depths below that one could not see. Zhou City is 300 kilometers away from the epicenter in a straight line, with the maximum seismic intensity reaching close to level 7. Over 30% of the buildings in Zhou City collapsed, and more than 60% showed cracks, with half of them at risk of collapsing at any moment. The disaster was severe, and cries could be heard everywhere. Those moving lights and flames seem to be the best annotation of this disaster. Is everyone okay? Zhou Lin hugged the terrified Wu Shui, climbing out from the snow pit. Chapter 80, she actually got away. At the beginning of the earthquake, everyone could still barely maintain their balance, but when the strongest tremors came, the thick snow on the ground was lifted, obscuring everyone's view. Zhou Lin had just pulled the mobile home into the lucky number 2 when he felt something was wrong, and hurriedly pounced towards the closest Wu Shui. He initially wanted to hold both Wu Shui and Zhou Li, but Zhou Li rolled to Cheng Li's side at the critical moment. Then more and more snow flew up and quickly fell back down, soon burying everything on the snow surface. This was not the first time Zhou Lin was buried in snow. How to say it, perhaps because the tremors caused the snow to not be dense, Zhou Lin did not feel that he was having trouble breathing. At least, for a short time, there should be no problem, except for worrying if Wu Shui would be overly startled, and whether the ground beneath the snow would crack. Lan Yeye said this place is the least damaged area in the entire Jiazhu city, and Zhou Lin felt it might be related to the geological structure. This farm used to be an ancient riverbed, and the entire base was formed by river sediment. Although this kind of geology is not very strong, it is very hard to develop cracks due to vibrations. This is also one of the reasons why Jiazhu city has never developed in this direction. Building tall buildings with deep foundations is very costly. Ah! Not far from Zhou Lin and Wu Shui, a burst of white snow suddenly exploded. If not for the familiar voice, one might think it was an explosion. I'm dying here. Honey, Lily, are you okay? Cheng Li crawled out of the snow pit like a winter bear just waking up, stretching her arms and legs. Following her were Zhou Li and Zhou Kaijun, both father and daughter looking a bit pale, but besides that, it seemed they had no other issues. Seeing Zhou Kaijun and the others, Zhou Lin's heart finally relaxed. As for the other missing people, what other people? Over here. A hand popped out from the snow. Cheng Li saw it and hurried over to help. In a short while, Huang Menjiang and her mother were dug out, seemingly just cold but otherwise fine. In a further spot, Haizi's head first popped out, followed by Sun Chenghao. After both person and dog crawled out, they actually turned back to rescue the poultry and rabbits they had sheltered underneath. Good dog. Zhou Lin rubbed Haizi's furry big head and tossed him a large piece of dried beef. Sun Chenghao watched eagerly from the side, almost drooling. You did well too. Zhou Lin patted Sun Chenghao's shoulder and handed him a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. The next thing to do was to dig out the Zhou family's small yard, or they wouldn't even have a tent. Fortunately, the Lu Xiaofeng was still there. Although half the vehicle was stuck in the snow, they could still clear the entrance to let people in and out. Zhou Lin asked everyone to go inside to warm up while he found a corner where no one could see and brought out a bulldozer. With the powerful capability of the bulldozer, dealing with the 2 to 3 meter thick snow left after the earthquake was no problem at all. Blocks of snow were pushed aside, and the farmhouse gradually emerged. The yard was full of standing water. Luckily, when Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Li left, they had secured all the doors and windows, so there was not much water in the house, only a few broken doors and windows. On the Lu Xiaofeng, everyone was grateful for surviving the disaster when Zhou Li suddenly said, "Where is Lan Yeye?" Who is Lan Yeye? Lily, what are you talking about? Is she your friend? Seeing everyone looking confused, Zhou Li immediately stood up. I will go find my brother. Lan Yeye? While Zhou Lin was taking out various furniture, utensils, and supplies from the Laifu, he talked to Zhou Li. You didn't get caught too, did you? Wake up, wake up. Zhou Li tugged at Zhou Lin's ear and shouted loudly. Hiss. Zhou Lin rubbed his face hard. Zhou Li's shout really worked, making something in his brain suddenly clear up, and then he recalled everything about Lan Yeye. Without a doubt, this woman had already run away. Taking advantage of the chaos during the earthquake, neither Zhou Lin nor Chen Yali had time to pay attention to her, so she used her abilities to try to wipe her existence completely from Zhou Lin and the others' minds before escaping.
The plan was very detailed and decisive. Who told you to be kind-hearted and cherish the fair? No, I didn't. Stop saying that.
Forget it, wherever we meet again, it counts. In the icy, snowy, and dark world, Zhou Lin felt Lan Ye shouldn't be too far away, given her delicate living habits. I'm afraid that even freezing or starving to death, I might not be able to walk back to the city. It's better to focus on what lies ahead. You go call the people, it's time to clean up. Zhou Lin stepped out of the house, looked around, and walked towards the back. Before the heavy snow fell, the terrain here was already much higher than that on the other side of the house, about 10 to 20 meters, stretching out for several kilometers. Zhou Lin brought out the bulldozer again, and then another excavator. Zhou Lin planned to dig a pit right next to the high bank, a pit over 300 meters long, 80 meters wide, and over 30 meters deep. By himself, even with the excavator and bulldozer, it would be very difficult for Zhou Lin to complete such a huge project in a short time. Fortunately, by utilizing that long high bank and adding some proper soil piling, he could relatively reduce some of the workload. No one knew what Zhou Lin had been busy with these days. All they could hear was the roar of the machines, as Zhou Lin didn't even turn on the headlights, leaving even the curious ones unable to see anything. The official shelter in Jiazhou was not too seriously damaged in this earthquake. After the aftershocks had mostly settled, Zhu Guanhan began organizing manpower to repair the shelter. Before the temperature could rise again and winter nights end, the importance of the underground shelter was unquestionable. Not to mention, just in terms of insulation, the underground could easily outperform the aboveground by several streets, so the repair of the underground shelter was urgent. At this moment, Zhu Guanhan regretted most that he didn't seize the time to gather supplies. Now everything had collapsed, and thinking about how much manpower and resources it would take to dig everything out, it was mostly going to be a losing battle. With a worried look on his face, Zhu Guanhan stepped out of the tent and stared at the construction site, which was working late into the night. The number of workers had clearly decreased, many had gone out to help, and even with a magnitude 7 earthquake, it might not necessarily be safe to stay inside buildings. If luck ran out, one could be hit by falling debris or, in the worst-case scenario, directly swallowed by cracks. There were also some who didn't believe in the shelter's warning, unwilling or unable to leave the buildings. Although these people had some blame for their situation, it didn't mean they shouldn't be rescued. Everywhere needed manpower. Even on Yi Xinxiao's team had been deployed to assist, it still wasn't enough. Even Yi Xinxiao personally arrived at the front line, using his own hands like ordinary soldiers to clear debris, trying to save those who were buried. The disaster didn't only affect Jiazhou, neighboring provinces close to the epicenter suffered varying degrees of damage. The entire Bashu was shrouded in gloom, and the closer a city was to the epicenter, the greater the loss. In the sky above Bashu provincial city, bright beams of light were falling down.
Chapter 81, Come Out, Laifu. Airship. The airship has arrived. In Bashu provincial city, cheers erupted everywhere, lights and flames illuminated around 8 shelters from different directions. In the lead airship's capsule, Ning Shanyu, who hadn't rested for 2 days and nights, struggled to keep his bloodshot eyes wide open. He was looking below for any sign of light.
Even though the navigation indicated they had arrived above Bashu provincial city, if there was no light on the ground, the airship wouldn't dare to descend blindly. Every takeoff and landing was difficult for an airship. Starting with 30 airships, only 26 were left now, and Ning Shanyu did not want to suffer any more losses. Finally, he saw a glimmer of light in the corner of his eye.
11 o'clock direction, pay attention to formation.
Search for signals, maintain communication. Turn on the signal lights, identify ourselves. A series of commands streamed from Ning Shanyu's mouth, relayed through the intercom to every airship. The airship's massive size determined that it could not form a neat formation like planes or fighter jets. Sometimes, the line could stretch out for several kilometers long.
If one wasn't careful, they could easily face a strong wind or a lightning strike.
This led to the team being abruptly interrupted or even the destruction of the vessel and loss of life. Ning Shanyu, the aircraft carrier air traffic controller, was thrust into the role of transportation captain, responsible for the long-distance journey of this airship, and the pressure was unimaginable. If it weren't for the iron will cultivated during his years in the military, he would have long since collapsed.
Regardless, they finally arrived at Bashu Province City.
The instructions from the superiors to Ning Shanyu were to deliver supplies and personnel to Bashu Province City, and then follow the arrangements of the Disaster Relief Command Center here. This is the Bashu Province City Disaster Relief Command Center. This is the Bashu Province City Disaster Relief Command Center. A call came in over the radio. Ning Shanyu picked up the walkie-talkie and responded in a hoarse voice. Bashu Province City Disaster Relief Command Center, this is the capital support team. Please indicate the landing site with wartime emergency lights. Please indicate the landing site with wartime emergency lights.
Received, please give us 3 minutes. Please give us 3 minutes.
If ground personnel dared to make Ning Shanyu wait 3 minutes under normal circumstances, he would have taken them directly to a military court after landing, but now, managing to prepare for the landing in 3 minutes was already quite difficult in this environment. The airship was much larger than an airplane, requiring a larger area for takeoff and landing, yet such conditions were not available now.
My airship will land, others stand by.
Without waiting for the airship to completely touch down, Ning Shanyu eagerly opened the cabin door and jumped down the moment the pod made contact with the ground.
Time was tight, every second counted.
Just as Ning Shanyu was about to meet the approaching crowd, an urgent call crackled from the walkie-talkie on his shoulder.
Wind speed 9. Wind speed 9. Out of control. My airship is out of control. Lower altitude. Lower altitude. Watch out for tall buildings, avoid.
Ning Shanyu abruptly halted and looked up at the sky. The flashing lights marking the shape of the airship were rapidly transforming from orderly to chaotic, some were rising quickly, others were descending fast, and some seemed to be about to collide.
Don't try to regain control. Don't try to regain control. Ning Shanyu pressed down on the walkie-talkie and shouted. Over 20 airships.
If they crashed into each other, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Zhou's farm.
The old house had been cleaned and reinforced to a fair extent. With the support of a high-power boiler, the temperatures in over a dozen rooms, including the kitchen and bathroom, remained at a relatively comfortable level, making the elderly and women feel much better, as they were naturally afraid of the cold. However, Zhou Lin had been acting a bit strange these days, even Wu Shui hardly saw his figure. If it weren't for the occasional sounds he made over the walkie-talkie, everyone might think something unfortunate had happened to him. Zhou Lin was indeed very busy. He had to dig the foundation and make appropriate modifications to the Lai Fu airship in the storage space. The trait of the coexistence ability not only allowed Zhou Lin to know every detail about all the equipment connected to the Lai Fu but also enabled him to modify it through his consciousness, provided that he had the necessary materials, just as he did when modifying the Lu Xiaofeng airship. During the in-depth modifications of the Lu Xiaofeng, Zhou Lin discovered that his current range of modifications through consciousness still remained at the macro scale. If he were to compare it to a computer, he was like an ordinary assembly worker, needing corresponding parts, which didn't consume much mental energy. But if he tried to become a regular maintenance worker, meaning he could dismantle and assemble small parts on the motherboard and solder circuit boards, then his mind would quickly become fatigued, causing dizziness and nausea, and he simply couldn't continue. He wondered if his ability would improve after an upgrade in the future. However, for now, he didn't need to delve into smaller dimensions for the modifications to the Lai Fu. The foundation was almost dug out just 2 days ago. The reason for the speed was the full use of the terrain. The transformation of the Lai Fu Heo in the storage space was almost complete. After Zhou Lin had a good sleep, he called Chen Yali alone.
You're so mysterious, what are you up to? What's going on? Why did you dig such a big pit? Isn't this our back mountain?
Due to the light, Chen Yali could only see a small part of the big pit. Zhou Lin didn't explain, just told Chen Yali that if she saw him faint, she shouldn't panic, but to immediately stuff a chocolate bar into his mouth. Before Chen Yali could ask anything else, Zhou Lin's eyes slightly closed, and his arms moved a little. In the next moment, Chen Yali felt as if a sudden gust of wind had risen around her, and the big pit in front of her was instantly filled with something. Zhou Lin stumbled and fell headfirst onto the ground.
Son!
Chen Yali hurriedly reached out, embracing Zhou Lin, and then stuffed the prepared chocolate bar into his mouth, much like 20 years ago.
Damn!
Zhou Lin's consciousness was still somewhat awake, but his physical strength was almost drained, and his mental energy was nearly dried up. In metaphysical terms, it was like the flame of his soul was a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinction. Fortunately, with the high-energy chocolate bar as a supplement, for every bit of physical recovery, his mental state improved just a little. Chen Yali was not only feeding him but also habitually keeping him warm, which greatly helped Zhou Lin's recovery. Even so, Zhou Lin knew he wouldn't wake up anytime soon. He just hoped Chen Yali could hold on a little longer and that no one else would know he had fainted.
What on earth is this? What Zhou Lin did not know was that Chen Yali had no intention of going back.
She was completely stunned.
How could such a big building suddenly appear in the back mountain? This had to start from the direction Zhou Lin placed the Lai Fu Heo. The Lai Fu Heo was positioned with its stern facing the old house, nearly at a 90-degree angle along the ridge. Chen Yali and Zhou Lin were not at the stern but were close to the starboard rear near the island. So the tall building Chen Yali saw was actually the island that Zhou Lin had disguised. A large amount of material surrounded the radars, antennas, and other equipment on the island, creating a reasonable division of floors. The base of the island connected to the deck was also camouflaged and reinforced, making the whole structure look like a slightly odd-shaped building, 38 meters tall. The reason it was 38 meters was that Zhou Lin had set up an elevated layer 6 meters high on the flight deck. The elevated layer was also about a meter lower than the pit surface for easier soil covering later.
After covering it with soil, the part of the island building visible above ground was only 38 meters. In other words, apart from the part of the island above ground, the entire Leifo was actually buried over a meter deep underground, so even if someone passed by or observed from the air, they would only see a building. However, the soil covering work was still not complete, so when Zhang Yali slowly swept the flashlight across the foundation pit, she was completely stunned. Chapter 82, The Dream of the Super Aircraft Carrier. Zhou Lin slept in Zhang Yali's arms for a full 4 hours. To be precise, he was in a state of being unable to move, but his consciousness remained basically awake. Zhang Yali, of course, didn't know this, so she poured out her thoughts to kill time, and Zhou Lin heard every single word.
What about? What on earth is that little rascal doing? What is this thing? What else have you not told me? Why hasn't Wu Shui's belly shown any signs yet? Mom, how long have I been with Wu Shui? If anything happens, wouldn't I become a monster? Zhou Lin opened his eyes and said. What monster? Oh my precious son, you're finally awake. You scared me to death. Come here, let me see you. Mom, I'm fine now. Let me take you to see the ultimate retirement home I prepared for you. Just now, Zhou Lin ignored Zhang Yali's ramblings. How could a son argue with his mother? The ultimate retirement home was not just nonsense from Zhou Lin. At this moment, his ability experience had greatly increased. Symbiosis. Intermediate 3121/10,000. Currently symbiotic vehicles, Laifu, large surface transport. Luxiafeng, medium ground transport. Available number of symbiotic vehicles, 0. Storage space, 1/2. Strength symbiosis, 5.3 minutes/24 hours. Evolution degree level 1, 5.3, 5351/10,000. The increase in ability experience was related to how often and intensely he used it. Through this transformation of the Laifu, Zhou Lin gained a deeper understanding of the symbiosis ability. He didn't know if the ability would change in the future, but he had a feeling that if he had enough materials, he could even transform the Laifu into a super mothership capable of flying and burrowing. If that time comes, whether Zhang Yali and the others gain abilities and evolve or not, even if not, under the protection of such a super aircraft carrier, not to mention the apocalypse, even if the planet exploded, they could still live safely on the Laifu. However, just a few of them would be too lonely. It would be better to find some more people. What are you dazed about? Your mother is still waiting. Oh, I just woke up, so I'm taking my time. With a smile, Zhou Lin quickly led the way to the bridge building, which was on the ground level. Opening the door to the bridge building, what first appeared to Zhang Yali was an extremely spacious and high foyer. Over 8 meters wide, over 15 meters deep at its deepest point, almost stretching across the entire floor, with a height of more than 8 meters. The reason for transforming the foyer like this was to accommodate the vehicles that would enter and exit the Luxiafeng in the future. On the walls and ceiling, either hidden or directly exposed weapons, mostly the fire god machine guns that Zhou Lin took from the warehouse, made Zhang Yali freeze in place out of fear. They're all fake. If someone barges in and sees these things, would they dare to move? Zhou Lin half-joked. Zhang Yali slapped him angrily, hey, and actually hurt Zhou Lin. You have to know that Zhou Lin's physical fitness was 5 times that of an ordinary person, so Zhang Yali's strength felt like just tickling him. Mom, what's your current evolution degree? Zhou Lin couldn't help but ask. What evolution degree? How would I know? Don't know? So Zhang Yali can't see the ability level and evolution degree? So what is your ability level now? Zhou Lin asked again. Beginner. Mom, how did you determine your ability is beginner? Well, I just naturally know, do I need a reason? Hey, how does this door open? Password. Zhou Lin helped Zhang Yali unlock the door. He couldn't modify any high-tech stuff like facial recognition or fingerprint scanning, he'd leave that to Jolie when she comes in, she knows how to do it. The foyer they just entered was actually the parking lot of the whole building. Due to its size, Zhou Lin didn't split the parking lot into 2 levels. Only after passing through this password door did they truly enter the building's interior. To Zhang Yali, this building seemed very rigid, made entirely of metal material with no common decorative materials in sight. Fortunately, this did not affect the use of the building, she even felt more secure because of it. It's just a bit cold. Zhang Yali said. We will definitely do insulation treatment later. I have only completed the most basic construction work for now. In any case, this will be our home in the future. As for our old house, that will be used to conceal the truth. You see, this place has electricity, and I guarantee you that the power supply here is much more abundant than you imagine. Really? That's great. The structure inside the ship island building is very complex. Zhou Lin put a lot of effort into the renovation, ensuring that it looks as much like an ordinary building as possible. Of course, in the apocalypse, we can't expect every room to have windows and such, it would not only be unsafe but also affect energy efficiency and insulation.
Many rooms have been sealed off by Zhou Lin mainly because the equipment, tools, and other items inside could not be moved and could only be hidden.
When needed, they can naturally be opened.
Moreover, in Zhou Lin's view, living in the ship island is not a long-term thing. As time passes, he might gradually loosen restrictions on using the lower floors and, at that time, redesign and renovate the entire Leifo-Heo. For these matters, Zhou Lin feels it is best to discuss them with Zhou Li.
Even inside the building, the intercom can receive signals.
Over there, Zhou Kaijun has already called Chang Yali several times. In the end, Chang Yali had to give up on the idea of touring the entire building and return to the old house with Zhou Lin. On the way, Chang Yali asked Zhou Lin when he planned to move in. It wasn't that she was eager for something new, it was just that the steel walls gave her a strong sense of security. In a mother's heart, the safety of the family is always the first priority. We have to wait until the basic renovations are finished.
Wait for what? How long will it take you to do it alone? Don't the others have hands? Okay, Mom, just tell me what to do and I'll do it.
Zhou Lin quickly gave up resistance, otherwise, Chang Yali's slap would be coming again.
He really couldn't understand it. He hadn't seen how Chang Yali exercised, yet why had her physical fitness improved so quickly? In fact, Zhou Lin only needed to think about Chang Yali's foundation to understand, the starting point is different. When they got home, Chang Yali first secretly explained the situation to her family, Zhou Kaijun and Zhou Li, saying that the building was originally there, and they must not expose Zhou Lin's special abilities. Only then did she tell everyone the news. As for why the building was mostly made of steel and why the interior was so strange, Chang Yali felt there was no need to explain. If anyone had objections, they could just not move in.
However, before Chang Yali could announce this news, Zhou Lin suddenly stood up and rushed out of the house.
Hey, what are you doing? We're eating. Chang Yali tried to stop him but couldn't.
Outside, Zhou Lin looked up at the pitch-black night sky. In the distance, a few flashing lights were falling toward the old house.
Chapter 83, Falling Stars. Damn it!
Zhou Lin didn't have time to calculate the odds of his old house being hit by that thing from the sky, he couldn't even dare to calculate such a thing.
Come out, quick, come out.
Through the intercom, Zhou Lin shouted loudly. As for whether the supplies that had just been arranged were regrettable if people were gone, what value would those things have? Fortunately, the whole family was at the dinner table, so everyone responded quickly, and even Heizai rushed out, barking wildly at the sky.
What is that? It seems like there's light in the sky. The other's eyesight wasn't as good as Zhou Lin's, the best Chang Yali could do was see one or two faint bright spots.
But soon they all saw that the object was descending quite rapidly. Zhou Lin not only saw it more clearly than the others, but as a symbiont, he could also receive information from the Leifo-Heo. Just now, the radar on the Leifo-Heo had sounded an alarm. He just threw down his bowl and chopsticks and rushed out. Currently, the simulation results on the Leifu number show a collision rate of 0 to 43%. The reason for such a bizarre probability is mainly that the trajectory of that thing is completely irregular. Fortunately, Zhou Lin quickly began to see clearly.
Is it an airplane?
Wu Xuan nestled next to Zhou Lin and asked.
No, this looks like that, airship. Don't say Zhou Lin doesn't believe it. Anyone with even a little historical knowledge or common sense knows that airships have been obsolete for many years, right? If one really thinks like that, it can only mean a lack of common sense. Zhou Li looked down on the reactions of others. Don't you know airships are still being used?
The truth is indeed like this, not only do foreign countries hold airship-related competitions every year, but airships also still play important roles in many fields. However, the airship that appeared in Zhou Lin and others' sight was indeed quite large.
It's probably several hundred meters long.
Looking at the wobbly descending airship, Zhou Lin made a difficult decision. Mom, take them to the new house. What if that thing is filled with fuel and explodes? We could be all together.
New house?
Everyone looked at each other in confusion.
Go! Chang Yali shouted, waking everyone up. Now is not the time to be dazed. What if? No one could even care to grab anything and didn't notice that Zhou Lin had no intention of leaving at all. Even if it exploded, Zhou Lin was not afraid. Moreover, the actual probability of hitting the old house is not that high.
Anyway, they all have to go to the Leifu number, they might as well take the opportunity to relocate. Besides, that airship in the sky must be controlled by someone, and Zhou Lin had not yet figured out how to deal with the situation if someone else survived. The cover layer on the Leifu number is only 1 meter. If the airship exploded, it would directly expose the steel plate layer below, and things could go wrong. Zhou Lin didn't want to become a public enemy so soon. It wouldn't be good if he ended up surrounded by enemies everywhere. Just now, Zhou Lin was still imagining that if there was an opportunity in the future, he might visit the ports in the beautiful country to find a few large warships to use as food for the Leifu number, gradually raising it. The airship continued to descend, not fast, but it was clear it had no ability to fly out of this range, and neither its direction nor altitude was under control. When Chang Yali and the others entered the Lifeu number, the airship finally displayed in its entirety before Zhou Lin's eyes.
Zizizi zizizi.
Noise came from the intercom, and Zhou Lin tried to adjust the frequency, then he received a voice speaking.
Is anyone there? Is there anyone nearby?
We are the airship team from the capital, encountering a storm, making an emergency landing near Jiazhou City, making an emergency landing near Jiazhou City. The voice repeated, with each intonation slightly changing, showing it was not a recorded message, but to remain calm in such a situation already fully demonstrated the speaker's psychological quality. Sighing, Zhou Lin opened the earphone. Airship above, you are now about 100 meters from the ground, how can I help you?
Zizizi. Thank you, are you from the Jiazhou City government or military? Why care about that at this time?
You can consider me a civilian radio enthusiast, hurry up and talk, although I might not be able to help, you have to take a gamble, said Zhou Lin.
Zizizi okay, we need ground fire or light as guidance, the airship is barely under control.
Please direct us to an uninhabited area, or we might hurt innocent people, please direct us to an uninhabited area. Okay, just based on what they said, Zhou Lin decided to give them a chance. After calculating on the Lifeu number, Zhou Lin ran to a field 800 meters away from the old house and placed down a laser flashlight. Under this pitch-black night sky, the laser flashlight might be the brightest light besides a searchlight.
Zizi I see it, we are trying our best, thank you.
The communication from the airship was cut off. Zhou Lin shrugged his shoulders, as long as it doesn't blow up his own house.
But why would the country send an airship out, could it be for disaster relief?
Just thinking about this possibility made Zhou Lin feel a bit choked up inside. So, no matter how the outside world slanders and blackens Xia country, just look at how the country and the army act during great disasters, and you will know living in Xia country is definitely a good choice in this world. The airship got lower and lower, swaying but persistently falling toward the laser flashing lights. Zhou Lin, who initially planned to leave quietly, hurried home, using his old and strong sled to drag some supplies toward the direction of the laser light. If the people on the airship are all dead, Zhou Lin would collect some things and see if he could preserve some relics to hand over to Su Ziyuan.
He couldn't let the families of these supporting heroes be left in the dark, could he?
As for the possibility of survivors, maybe the stuff in the sled could still be of some use.
Boom!
Don't be fooled by how light the airship seems, it is actually very heavy. This batch of airships varies in size, but even the lightest pod weighs over 10 tons. Plus, the weight of the gas bag itself, if it completely loses its buoyancy and crashes down, that would be terrifying. Snow flew up, and the noise was like thunder. Within a radius of several hundred meters, it felt like the earth was shaking. However, Zhou Lin knew this was all just his illusion. If it really was an earthquake, the Lifeu would have alarmed him. Fortunately, it was just that one impact. No explosion, no fire, that is already a big blessing in misfortune. After observing for a moment and realizing there should be no danger, Zhou Lin hurried over. Supplies may be heart-stirring, but Zhou Lin still had a little sympathy, especially when the other side was military personnel, well, not counting one ping-ping. Without activating any light sources, Zhou Lin relied entirely on his night vision ability to move forward. Soon he saw the pod that had fallen to the ground, and the huge gas bag that looked like a deflated whale. The gas in the airship might not have fully leaked out yet, so part of the hull was still standing, swaying with the night wind. He could only blame the pod for being too heavy, otherwise, it would never have fallen so hard. If Zhou Lin wasn't mistaken, 2/3 of that pod was directly buried in the snow. Even if there were people inside when it fell, if they were trapped for too long, they might suffocate to death.
Didn't they think of throwing things out to lighten the load? Isn't this a common sense for airships or balloons? Chapter 84 Silly Driver.
Silly driver.
Zizi. Zizi.
The intercom was still able to pick up the signal from the airship. Zhou Lin tentatively called out a couple of times, but there was not a single echo. Looking at the pod that was buried 2/3 in the snow, Zhou Lin fell into distress. After the Lifeu became a base, Zhou Lin realized a serious problem: the space was gone. To be precise, that super large space was gone. The Symbiosis ability only had that symbiotic vehicle storage space. Once the symbiotic vehicle was released, this exclusive space could not be used.
So now Zhou Lin could only use the space in the RV named Lu Xiaofeng.
Although he could put some things in after tidying up, compared to Lifeu, it was simply a drop in the bucket.
Zizi here, I am still here.
A weak voice came from the earpiece, and Zhou Lin, who was in distress, was overjoyed.
How are you? Any casualties?
The pod is buried in the snow, I can't even find the door. The door, at the tail of the pod, the highest, can dig. It wasn't a signal interference. Zhou Lin could tell the other party was trying his best to say just a few words, and any more would be impossible.
Okay, you wait there.
Zhou Lin circled to the back of the pod, perhaps due to luck. Or maybe it's because the front of the pod is heavier than the back, but it looks like the tail is buried shallower. Lu Xiaofeng still has some basic tools, and Zhou Lin took out a multifunctional shovel and began to dig frantically. If it were someone else, they definitely couldn't dig like Zhou Lin, shoveling with the speed of a mole. The snow he raised was several meters high, like a small snowstorm. A few minutes later, Zhou Lin felt the shovel hit metal, so he quickly slowed down and turned on the flashlight on his shoulder. The black door panel looked like some kind of special aluminum, not very strong and scratched by the iron shovel. Continuing to dig along the door panel, Zhou Lin soon saw the door handle. However, just seeing the door handle wasn't enough, it couldn't be opened due to the pressure of the snow. Zhou Lin dug until nearly the entire back door was exposed before putting down the shovel to try again. Ka. The sound of the door lock was heard, clearly locked from the inside. Fortunately, this wasn't difficult for Zhou Lin. He raised the shovel and struck the lock a few times. Indeed, there was no lock that couldn't be opened by force. If it didn't open, it just meant he wasn't forceful enough. Slowly, he pulled the back door open a crack, and stood at the doorway for a few seconds. Not hearing any noise, he slowly walked in. 1, 2, 3. The back door should be a cargo hold, both sides piled with packaged supplies, leaving a passage less than 60 centimeters wide, where soldiers in camouflage uniforms were lying. They were not dead, they seemed to have fainted, judging by their heartbeats and breathing. Zhou Lin did not hurry to rescue them, knowing from their appearance that they were just overly fatigued. It was a good opportunity to let them sleep a bit longer. Passing through the cargo hold, which occupied almost half of the pod, Zhou Lin's eyes were met with a group of people sprawled in disarray. There were about 50 of them, young and strong. The culprit that caused these soldiers to faint collectively was likely due to hypoxia from the loss of pressure. Now that the back door was open, they would surely wake up soon. Zhou Lin wanted to find someone awake to ask, but he walked all the way to the cockpit before hearing some noise inside. The sound of a gun being cocked. "Don't be nervous," Zhou Lin said through the door. "I was the one communicating with you just now, don't you remember? Are you from the local government or the military?" A voice from the cockpit replied, sounding like a child. "Damn! How did a child end up on the battlefield?" Zhou Lin cursed inwardly. Was the personnel shortage this severe? "No, but I am already inside." Zhou Lin didn't know how to explain. "I came in through the back door." "The back door? You opened it so quickly? Then, can you tell me what happened back there?" "What happened back there? Wasn't there a camera in the cockpit?" "They are all fainted, but so far it seems there are no casualties." "Don't you have any pressure-boosting oxygen supply in the cockpit and cargo hold?" "No, those devices are too heavy in waist lift. Can you help rescue them?" "How to rescue them?" Zhou Lin was a bit angry. He felt somewhat disrespected. They hadn't even opened a door, yet were pointing a gun at him, and still expected him to rescue people? "I don't know, just please help. Also, we can't contact the local government and military. Do you know what's going on?" Even a fool could guess that the reason for not being able to make contact was due to the aftermath of the earthquake. Most power and communication equipment had likely not been repaired yet, and trying to establish long-distance radio communication was not something that could be done in a short time. "Actually, I have already rescued them. Once the oxygen concentration rises, they will wake up naturally." Zhou Lin thought, if they froze to death, it wouldn't be his concern anymore. Without the space alternative of the lair, Zhou Lin could no longer create various supplies at will like a magician. "Thank you so much. But I still can't open the door for you. I have to wait until the local government or the troops can't get in touch. Can you help me? Another help? I'm not a magic cat." Zhou Lin's heart roared madly. How ungrateful can this be? "I can't serve you, can't I just leave? Why aren't you answering? Is it that you don't want to?" "Don't worry, the government and the military will thank you, and those disaster victims." Hearing disaster victims, Zhou Lin took back his steps. "I'll give it a try." Contacting the shelter in Jiazhou, ordinary equipment wouldn't work, but through the powerful transmitter on the blessing ship, Zhou Lin succeeded. "Airship? Zhou Lin, you're not joking, right? Aren't you supposed to be in Lanshan community?" The reply came from Su Ziyuan. "Living on the top floor isn't comfortable, I moved back home." "Director Su, you wouldn't ignore us just because this isn't your territory, right? If you really don't want to help, just say it. I'll drag the scrap recycling station over. That's a big pile, it could sell for some money." "What kind of scrap recycling station?" Su Ziyuan thought. When did I say I wouldn't help? The key is that he can't manage this matter, it needs to be reported. After all, the situation is so tense now, even Commander Zhu Guanhan and Deputy Commander Yi Xinqiu have personally gone out for earthquake rescue. He had just returned and was drafted by the radio management team, who told him that he was the highest-ranking official here. "Wait a few minutes, I'll report immediately." Su Ziyuan didn't dare to promise on his own for a reason. What if Zhou Lin is lying? If Zhou Lin really went back home, and his old house collapsed without being earthquake-resistant, crushing his family underneath, and at that moment Zhou Lin wanted to seek official help, honestly speaking wouldn't be of any use. Who rescues the far away before the nearby? Alright, there are probably several tons of supplies and around 50 to 60 people.
Oh, the airship's hull number is 024.
After Zhou Lin finished speaking, he cut off the communication, turned to look at the airship's pod, where the open rear hatch was already covered in frost, indicating that the low temperature was spreading inside.
Damn, I should have brought some oxygen tanks. Right, maybe there are some in those supplies.
To maintain the temperature inside the pod, the hatch can't stay tightly closed, but closing it would lower the oxygen concentration.
Chapter 85, Flowers Outside the Long Pavilion.
After dozens of oxygen packs were opened simultaneously, Zhou Lin closed the rear cabin. He had just pulled several soldiers in the cargo passage to the side, so everyone could breathe oxygen together, no one would lose out. As the oxygen concentration in the cabin gradually increased, some soldiers' heartbeats began to quicken, they might be waking up soon.
Zhou Lin, are you there? Su Ziyuan's voice came through the intercom. You guys are really slow, there are dozens of lives at stake, don't you care?
I'm sorry, I have to follow the rules.
Can you tell us the exact location? We will come as soon as possible, at the fastest speed. Alright, who told you to be the authority, huh? Zhou Lin told him the precise location and reminded Su Ziyuan to bring more trucks. If it's really not possible, even sleds that can carry cargo will do.
The airship couldn't move anymore, and Zhou Lin didn't want the officials to set up camp here for these supplies.
If they found the shipbuilding building, it would be bad news.
Knocking on the cockpit door, Zhou Lin said, I've helped you contact the authorities, they will arrive soon.
Hey, speak up. Thank.
Separated by a hatch, Zhou Lin didn't know that the voice he thought was very small was actually barely coming out because her mouth was pressed tightly against the door. The entire cockpit of the airship had been crushed and deformed by a third during the crash. The pilot and co-pilot sitting at the front died on the spot, and the person in charge of communications also fell into a coma due to the impact. It was Xiao Lu, the female soldier who had spoken to Zhou Lin earlier, who woke the communications officer. She completed the conversation with Zhou Lin and then fainted from excessive blood loss. The messenger has also sacrificed. Lu Yun did not open the door for Zhou Lin because she could not confirm Zhou Lin's identity. The cockpit is different from the cargo hold in the back, it involves many national and military secrets. Without permission from higher authorities or trusted personnel, no one can enter.
This is also Lu Yun's duty.
In fact, she was also injured, and it was quite serious. If she had opened the hatch when Zhou Lin came, perhaps Zhou Lin could have saved her life. As long as he notified Wu Shui or directly took her to the old house, it would not have been a problem with Wu Shui's medical skills. But at the critical moment, Lu Yun thought not of her own safety, but of her mission and duty. Not opening the door meant that the person outside could never fully control the airship, which served as a good restraint while also protecting national secrets. By the time Su Ziyuan and others arrived with their large convoy, many soldiers in the cockpit had already regained consciousness. They did not doubt that Zhou Lin had saved them, but they all felt heartbroken about the loss of oxygen.
That was disaster relief material. What's wrong? Was I wrong? Zhou Lin smiled. Disaster relief material? Disaster relief material? Let me ask you, who said humans can conquer nature? As soldiers of our Xia country, when did you start relying on external conditions? Or do you think a dozen military souls are worth less than a dozen oxygen packs? Without oxygen packs, you're useless and can't save anyone? Is it the dozens of oxygen packs that save more lives, or is it you dozens of people who save more? Although I have never been a soldier, I respect you. Please always remember, when you feel that the common people are more important than your lives, those people you have helped, rescued, and protected think the same way about you. Don't mind some loss of resources, because of you, you are our country, you are the most precious wealth of us common people. Don't be fooled by Zhou Lin's age. To the soldiers, he felt like he was looking at children. Oh young soldiers, you are pure and passionate, your hearts are full of love for the country and the people, that's why you are the most lovable people. Zhou Lin hoped they could all survive and live well. Even if this world is dark, he hoped they would remain the same, pure and passionate, always upholding fairness and justice, always standing with the common people. Bang! Bang! Bang!
There was a knocking sound from the tail cabin. Zhou Lin silently stood up. You all rest, it should be the government shelter people arriving. Upon hearing it was government personnel, the soldiers all stopped moving. 2 minutes later, Su Ziyuan, looking haggard, led a group of people into the cockpit. Who is in charge? I am Su Ziyuan, Deputy Director of Logistics Management at the Jiashu City Shelter. Here is my identification. The person in charge is in the cockpit. A soldier replied.
Cockpit? Zhou Lin, why don't you go check the cockpit?
Zhou Lin shrugged, I can't go in.
He didn't have permission, said a soldier who still looked a bit youthful. Permission? Although Su Ziyuan had always been in the system, there is still a big difference between the system and the military. After the soldiers explained, Zhou Lin understood why the person in the cockpit never opened the door. After Su Ziyuan expressed his willingness to take full responsibility, the soldiers agreed to force him to break the door.
But unfortunately, it was already too late. Lu Yun lay at the cabin door, with only one last breath remaining. A large amount of blood beneath her painted a brutal picture, even.
Thank you for your support. Thank you.
When Su Ziyuan slowly bowed to Lu Yun, Zhou Lin and others from the shelter also bent down.
Lu Yun's pale face showed a hint of a smile. No need to thank me, this is what should be done. Such beautiful flowers, is it dawn?
I see the flowers, and also mother.
Zhou Lin raised a finger to Su Ziyuan and the others. No crying. No one is allowed to cry now.
Because Lu Yun can still hear, crying will only ruin her last beautiful feelings about this world. Gently squatting down, Zhou Lin used a low voice to softly hum in Lu Yun's ear.
Outside the long pavilion, by the ancient road, fragrant grass reaches to the sky. I ask when you will return, don't linger. He.
Lu Yun suddenly let out a light laugh, her pale red lips slightly parted. So beautiful, so good. At 18 years of age, at 18 years of blooming flowers. Zhou Lin took a deep breath and slowly walked out of the pod.
Outside, it was still pitch black, cold, piercing to the heart.
But Zhou Lin felt a fire burning in his heart. He saw Lu Yun, in the fire, smiling, waving goodbye to him.
In this difficult end of the world, what makes someone like Lu Yun persist? I don't know. Maybe it's a lack of understanding, Zhou Lin thought. Zhou Lin, we are preparing to take the supplies and personnel away. Su Ziyuan walked over, raised his hand to pat Zhou Lin's shoulder, but realized he was too short, awkwardly withdrawing his hand. Why are you telling me? I don't want them. Hurry up and leave, seeing you all makes me anxious.
Okay, by the way, do you want bullets? We can't take the airship for now, if we leave it inside it might get stolen.
Oh? Zhou Lin understood, this should be Su Ziyuan or the shelter rewarding him. Then thank Director Su.
You're welcome, you also helped us.
Are you sure you won't go back to the city? Not going back, what about Lu Yun and the others?
We will take them back together, Su Ziyuan said solemnly, don't worry.
Chapter 86, Another New Home.
In the ship island building, although Zhou Lin was not there, Chang Yali was present. Chang Yali, already knowing the rough allocation plan, arranged the rooms.
First, everyone's activities mainly took place on the 6th floor.
Starting from the bottom, the 4th floor above the entrance hall has nearly 200 square meters of usable space, divided into 10 small rooms, 3 bathrooms, and a dining kitchen, with no living room. This floor can only be accessed from the entrance hall and cannot go up further, specifically prepared for someone like Sun Chenghao. The 5th floor can be accessed via another small staircase from the entrance hall, leading to the 6th floor, but there is a sealed door that can be locked when necessary. It also has nearly 200 square meters of area, divided into 4 suites, a kitchen, and a dining room, currently occupied by Huang Menjing and her mother. The 6th, 7th, and 8th floors are prepared for Zhou Lin's family. Since the shape of the ship island is smaller at the top, the area of these 3 floors is not as large as the bottom 2, but combined they exceed and are not smaller than the actual usable area of the Lan Mountain apartment. After entering the ship island building, everyone was even more surprised. That cold metal material may seem a bit harsh, but it looks much safer than ordinary concrete buildings. The soft furnishing materials Zhou Lin prepared were piled in each room, showing that he didn't interfere too much, he was actually just lazy.
There's electricity, and even heating?
Huang Menjing was the most surprised. She clearly knew how much money it would take to build such a structure, so how much money did the Zhou family have? No, having money wasn't even the key was how the Zhou family came up with the idea to build such a large building.
Even how the Zhou family coordinated with the local authorities, and what methods they used to get the approval?
As for Sun Chenghao, he thought a lot less.
Although he held an unyielding affection for Huang Menjing in the beginning, once a person faces reality, they grow quickly.
Now, besides wanting to survive, his only hope is to contact his family. Unfortunately, this wish is hard to realize. At this stage, it is already difficult for the government to ensure that most people can learn about the local government's directions and the care of the higher-ups through the radio. As for restoring previous communication, that is undoubtedly a dreamer's fantasy. Because Zhou Lin entrusted the process to Yili, after allocating the rooms, Chang Yili directly ignored it. As a single dog, Sun Chenghao is quite a pragmatist. He decided to only decorate one room to make it livable, to fix up the kitchen a bit, and forget about the dining room. Isn't it just fine to eat in the room?
In fact, Huang Menjing's thinking is quite similar.
She is getting older, living apart makes her feel uneasy. So, mother and daughter live in one suite, and a functional kitchen is enough. Heizai naturally lives upstairs with the Zhou family, while Zhou Li's hydroponic dreams, along with the few surviving chickens and rabbits, are arranged in the basement below, where the first floor is assigned by Zhou Lin to serve as a workshop and storage, mainly appearing to store everyone's daily supplies. Currently, both Huang Menjing and Sun Chenghao are penniless. The Huang family has a few clothes and such, but Sun Chenghao truly has nothing at all. For a long time to come, Huang Menjing and Sun Chenghao will have to work for the Zhou family, or else they will be living off charity. Thus, Sun Qinghao's main job is to clean the foyer, learn vehicle maintenance and repair, as well as various heavy labor within his ability. Huang Menjing, on the other hand, is responsible for the relatively lighter work on the basement floor alongside Wu Shui and Zhou Li. The dirty and heavy work must still be done by Sun Qinghao. Zhou Li's primary task is to complete the smart renovations of the entire building, currently focusing on installing surveillance cameras. After Su Ziyuan and the others left, Zhou Lin did not immediately return to the Ship Island building but went to the old house, taking some usable supplies from the L-style to the foyer of the Ship Island building, calling everyone to come and move. After that, he made another trip, and on the third trip, he finally brought Sun Qinghao along to carry the newly dispatched RV and the last batch of supplies to the Ship Island building. As two large vehicles were parked, the originally spacious foyer suddenly felt a bit crowded.
Zhou Lin told everyone to go back and rest for now.
If there was nothing to do, they should not run around to avoid causing unnecessary misunderstandings. After all, this building has the surname Zhou. He primarily warned Sun Qinghao, while also giving Huang Menjing a precaution, as human hearts can be deep and hard to read.
Moreover, it is certain that more people will join in the future. Establishing the rules now will allow new arrivals to be guided by example later on. Since the major earthquake began, Zhou Lin has not had a proper rest. Even a strong person can't endure such turmoil, so this time he plans to get a good sleep and reminded Cheng Li not to disturb him if there is nothing urgent. He can finally rest, but many people do not have the time to even close their eyelids. The super earthquake that shook all of Basho caused immeasurable losses. Although the cold winter night forced many people to gather in relatively sturdy shelters, shelters are not safety deposit boxes, and when faced with a magnitude 9 earthquake, they are still powerless. The difference is only in the degree of damage. If it is a basement shelter converted from underground stations and subway passages, it is even more tragic. When the earthquake struck, countless people were buried under the rubble and debris. As time passed, some could no longer hold on and died, while others struggled painfully. And for those who are still alive, their only hope lies in the helping hands of others. In the face of such a significant disaster, only the nation and the military can shoulder the heavy burden. The news that Shelter No. 024's airship was found in Jiazhou City sparked a wave of cheers in the provincial capital Shelter. Because of a sudden raging wind, 3 airships in the fleet got lost, including No. 024. The airship fleet, originally here for disaster relief, ordered the support team and supplies on No. 024 to be sent directly to Jiazhou City Shelter for unified arrangement after learning that No. 024 had crashed and could not be repaired for the time being. Great! Wang Pingping couldn't help but raise his fist upon hearing this news.
He had been busy for almost 3 days, looking much thinner, with bloodshot eyes and blisters on his lips from exhaustion and lack of nutrition. Even so, Yu Xinxiao still wouldn't let him rest.
In Wang Pingping's own words, since the brothers were all working, why should he rest?
He felt deep sympathy for the soldiers under him, who had also grown from ordinary soldiers, even if it meant enduring more hardship and eating less meat. He wanted to ensure they were well fed and warmly dressed. Of course, during training and practice, he would never show any mercy because they were soldiers. Sweating more during training meant bleeding less during battle.
Then let me arrange a task for you. Yu Xinxiao thought for a moment and decided that this kid needed to catch his breath, otherwise, he might really work himself to death. What task? I won't rest. Who said you should rest?
The wreckage of airship No. 024 must not go to waste, it's all fine material.
Go bring it back for me.
After the arrival of the Lifu number, it would not affect the symbiosis with Zhou Lin. Instead, because it was released into the real world, many of its abilities could be exercised. For example, using radar and other detection equipment to monitor the surrounding environment. To put it bluntly, as long as Zhou Lin was willing, he could now use the electronic devices on the Lifu number to monitor the entire Jiazhou city. No creature larger than a cat could hope to escape. So when Wang Pingping led the convoy over in a grand manner, Zhou Lin immediately woke up from his dream.
I just slept for a few hours, only a few hours. He painfully tugged at his hair. Even as a superpowered individual and an evolved being, he was still human and needed rest. Fortunately, Zhou Lin's grumpiness came and went quickly. After all, in the apocalypse, there was little time to waste being angry. They could work themselves to exhaustion just to get a bite to eat, and being angry required energy. Climbing to the top of the Ship Island Tower, it was no use for others to come because it was pitch dark and nothing could be seen, but Zhou Lin was different. Evolution not only gave him considerable night vision but also, as long as he was on the Lifu number, he could directly use its abilities to combine with various detection methods and night vision, allowing Zhou Lin to see the convoy, even the sleepy face of Wang Pingping in the passenger seat of the lead vehicle, clearly. It shouldn't be coming for him. Zhou Lin estimated it was most likely for the crashed airship. Should he go deal with it? Zhou Lin felt conflicted. If he didn't go, he was worried that Wang Pingping would wander around aimlessly. If he happened to crash into the Ship Island Tower, that would be a problem. If he went, Zhou Lin also wasn't very fond of dealing with Wang Pingping. He was too straightforward, a standard military personality. Even with the environment changing this much, there were still things he didn't know how to adapt to.
However, those who easily adapt are also more likely to be changed by the environment, even to compromise or stray into the wrong path.
Heisey, let's go. Hearing he could go out, Heisey was overjoyed, wagging his tail.
Mainly, it wasn't convenient to let it go with the rabbits now. Chickens, ducks, and geese play together, always staying at home, fearing it might get depressed. Considering the temperature outside, Zhou Lin still dressed Heisei, even putting snowshoes on him. After all, there is no veterinarian at home now.
At this moment, everyone is busy.
Jolie continues to install the surveillance camera, Wu Shui assists her, while Zhou Kai-jun can only go to the second basement to take care of the poultry and crops, and Chang Yili is busy preparing lunch.
I might not come back for lunch, Zhou Lin said. Why? What are you going to eat outside? Can you still order takeout? Not hungry, Zhou Lin replied and pulled Heisei into the elevator.
Passing through the entrance hall, Zhou Lin felt that the cars he prepared were still not enough. Luckily, there are all kinds of cars available in the Lai Fu number, and he planned to modify a few for everyone to use. When Suji Yuan and others left, they specially stuffed a radio beacon in the airship. Wang Pingping found it following the beacon this time, and he could still see the tire tracks left from last time, so he didn't go in circles. When the spotlight on the car roof showed the outline of the airship, Wang Pingping finally woke up.
Are we almost there? Right in front, head. Looks like I woke up just in time. Everyone in the back, listen up, keep the speed and distance, don't crash into each other when you can't stop. After saying a few words on the intercom, Wang Pingping's attention shifted back to the front. Even though it was modified to be track type, there was still a possibility of skidding on the thick snow, so the driver stopped the car several meters away from the airship. It's so freaking cold. Used to the temperature in the car, jumping out to face the cold wind made Wang Pingping shiver several times. However, humans actually have a strong ability to adapt to the environment. Severe conditions like winter nights now can't stop people from going out, and in fact, people getting frostbite or sick from the low temperature has become rarer. No wonder someone once said that the strongest surviving creatures in the world, besides the 4 pests, might just be humans, so humans are the 5th pest, stronger than the first 4 combined. By the time the convoy stopped, Wang Pingping had already circled around the airship once. He had a good idea of how to dismantle and transport it and picked up the intercom to start arranging. I heard that the Zhou family also lives nearby. How could he not come to take a piece of this large pile of wool? That's not his character. Wang Pingping never forgot Zhou Lin, perhaps because of the unpleasantness between them, or because Zhou Lin, as a commoner, legally owning firearms made Wang Pingping feel uneasy, or for other reasons. The Commander Wang has come personally.
Zhou Lin walked over slowly with a flashlight. The 2 soldiers who originally wanted to stop him were waved back by Wang Pingping.
What's this? Isn't this supposed to be a share for everyone? Pointed at the cabin being dismantled, Wang Pingping asked.
I thought about it, but a gentleman loves wealth but acquires it through honorable means.
Gentleman? Wang Pingping sneered, I think you fit just one. Oh? Zhou Lin wasn't angry. Which one?
A gentleman does not stand on a dangerous wall. Don't you think this applies to you the most?
It seems Wang Pingping, though rough on the surface, still has a bit of knowledge inside. I admit it, standing on a dangerous wall is foolishness. That's true, I see you like a fool. You can say that about me, but you can't say that about us. Do you know why I say that? That's because I don't regard you as an outsider, understand?
Zhou Lin stepped forward, reaching out his hand. Wang Pingping was a bit confused. He didn't recall when he became friends with Zhou Lin.
Through the thick gloves, shaking hands didn't feel much, it was just a bit muddled. Are you all moving away? Hey, I knew you little rascal was a weasel.
Zhou Lin shrugged and stomped his feet, saying, no matter how thick the snow, it can't change the fact that this land belongs to the Zhou family.
All land belongs to the state. Wang Ping's lips curled in ridicule.
The state has rented my family land, and during the contract period, it has to bear the name Zhou.
To be honest, this is just disaster relief. If it were anything else falling on my land, it wouldn't matter who came. Wang Pingping furrowed his brows. What do you mean? It means nothing.
Zhou Lin looked around. I'll make a net later. I think as long as the state exists, it must recognize the original contract, right?
This is my territory, I'm in charge. You're going to make me laugh to death. Who are you going to show that iron wire net to in this dark place?
Besides, if it weren't for the airship landing here, no one would be running toward you. That would be crazy. Wang Pingping suddenly stopped mid-sentence, looking at Zhou Lin with a face full of doubt.
Don't you think that during lunchtime lately, the sky seems a lot brighter? Or do you believe that our world has no self-repairing ability at all? A word can awaken the dreamer.
Wang Pingping hadn't even had time to sleep these past few days. When would he have had time to look up at the sky?
If Zhou Lin was right, didn't that mean the eternal night would soon be over, and the world would return to normal? Chapter 88, the weather is going to change again. What do you mean? No. I didn't say anything. Zhou Lin adamantly denied, your subordinates are quick in action, they are some pretty good young people. Wang Pingping looked at Zhou Lin strangely. He seemed only about 20, yet his words were like those of a man in his 40s or 50s. Yes, you can join too. No thanks. Zhou Lin didn't want to talk about this topic again since they brought it up last time, so he changed the subject. Before the earthquake, I saved someone, she told me some things, but I took it as a story, you must not take it seriously. Tell me about it. Of course, Wang Pingping didn't believe any ghost stories. Someone like Zhou Lin, who wouldn't get up early without a benefit, would have no time to tell him stories. Well, there's an organization that might have existed before the apocalypse arrived. It's very mysterious and has a lot of power. Doesn't that sound like a story? Anyway, this mysterious organization has existed in our country for a long time, its origin unclear, but it's been doing bad things in secret, and this apocalypse is their opportunity. Zhou Lin spoke of things he knew from his previous life, along with what he heard from Lan Ye in this life. Even without involving abilities or evolution, it still made Wang Pingping raise an eyebrow in surprise, finally asking where that person was now. She ran during the earthquake, I don't know where she went now. But you might be able to find that woman's name, but it's best not to let government people check. Why? Wang Pingping was a bit displeased. Did you have a problem with the government? Because that woman is called Lan Ye. If you meet a very beautiful woman in the city who suits your taste, you must be careful. A woman who suits my taste probably hasn't been born yet. Wang Pingping scoffed. Okay, I'll remember, and if I really run into her, I'll definitely have someone interrogate her properly. Old Wang, I advise you to be cautious, that woman is a bit powerful, if you're not careful, you'll get hurt. Why call me Old Wang? It doesn't sound like a nice person. Then I'll just call you Young Wang from now on. Young Wang? Little Wang Ba? Wang Pingping glared fiercely at Zhou Lin. I'm leaving. If you run out of bullets, don't come looking for me. Sometimes two men can become more childish in their relationship, but actually, the more childish they are, the deeper their bond. Even Zhou Lin did not expect that he would form a friendship with a military officer 20 years younger than him. Perhaps it was due to their psychological ages or their complementary personalities. At least Zhou Lin thought so, as there were many aspects of Wang Pingping's personality that he admired but could not emulate or would not force himself to learn. Just like many of us, who can be moved to tears for various reasons.